In a post-apocalyptic world, a divine healer traverses time and space, assuming the identity of a substitute bride, a lowly concubine destined for exile. Who would still indulge you in such circumstances? With the power of her spatial abilities at her fingertips, she declares, "The world is mine." Swiftly, she empties the national treasury and the prince's estate, all while tending to her husband, whose beauty is marred by disability. With a treasure trove of resources at her disposal, she embarks on her journey. Simultaneously, Xie Ling discovers that mere proximity to her less-than-ideal husband can enhance her spatial abilities. A gentle touch expands her space infinitely. A kiss manifests a spiritual spring, yielding towering plants, and sharing a bed produces vast resources, with weapons and medicines readily available. As they enter their bridal chamber, across the vast expanse of 5,000 li, Xie Ling ensures her family enjoys lavish feasts, hot pot in winter and milk tea in summer. Her aunt and sisters-in-law revere her, vying for her affection. Upon reaching Lingnan, she remains unperturbed, initiating wind power projects, constructing cities, and establishing schools, transforming the desolate land into a utopia that everyone yearns for. Yet, unexpectedly, on the day of the coronation, her aloof and noble husband kneels before her, presenting the imperial seal and earnestly kissing her hand. "Ling, if you wish to be empress, I shall offer you the throne. If you do not, I will accompany you wherever you choose." The entire realm is astounded, the unifier of 7 nations kneeling to a woman, offering her the kingdom. Xie Ling muses, this is what one calls a proposal. Chapter 1. The Divine Healer's Transmigration. In the kingdom of Beijiang, the duke's residence, Xie Ling abruptly awakens, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Gasping for breath, before her lies an array of antique furnishings, and a young maidservant kneels on the ground, weeping. "Miss, what shall we do? They say the land of exile is unbearably hot, teeming with wild beasts and miasma." Strange memories flood her mind, and Xie Ling rubs her temples, sorrowfully accepting the grim reality before her. Having drowned, she finds herself transmigrated into the body of a concubine in the prime minister's household, wedded to the newly arrived northern king, Gu Wei. Gu Wei, a man of exceptional talent, hailed from a prestigious lineage, his mother of noble birth and his father wielding significant power. The Gu family, known for their valor and prowess, had contributed immensely to the kingdom of Beijiang. At merely 20, he was conferred the title of an honorary king, and following his elder brother's demise, he was granted the title of heir apparent. With a visage that could rival the stars, he was the dream of every maiden in the capital. However, after returning from the battlefield a few months prior, he fell into a deep coma, the imperial physicians declaring him a living corpse for life. The legitimate daughter of the prime minister, Xie Yuyan, wept for 3 days upon hearing the news. The prime minister, eager to secure his daughter's future, hastily replaced her with the concubine, Xie Ling, claiming it was to bring Gu Wei good fortune. As Xie Ling attempts to piece together her memories, a sudden ruckus erupts at the door. Her brows furrowing, she glances up to see a throng of individuals approaching, led by a stout matron and a woman with a sharp countenance. From her recollections, Xie Ling recognizes this as the second wife of the duke's residence, Lady Lu, to whom she ought to refer as second aunt. Observing the aggressive demeanor of her visitors, Xie Ling speaks candidly. "What brings you here? You have utterly tarnished our duke's reputation. Although we hail from the branch family, we have significantly contributed to the duke's wealth over the years. Today, we intend to reclaim what is rightfully ours, lest the duke's legacy fall into your hands." Lady Lu's slanted eyes gleam with avarice. Xie Ling sneers, realizing they have come to take advantage of her misfortune. The duke's household, having long been in decline, only began to prosper under Gu Wei's father's stewardship. The branch family's wealth had no ties to this. When Gu Wei was well, the second branch had eagerly sought favor. Yet now that misfortune has befallen him, they not only refuse to lend support but also dare to bully her, the new daughter-in-law. Xie Ling has no time to indulge such people. With a single wave of her hand, she coldly declares, "There is no wealth here. Take your leave," through the left gate. Provoked by Xie Ling's demeanor, Lady Lu's eyes gleam with malice, and she retorts, "You insolent wretch! You think yourself a queen. You deserve to rot in misery, shackled to a lifeless husband." Xie Ling is taken aback by her audacity. Had she known such insults could be hurled her way, she would have ensured the speaker met their end in the apocalypse. Just as she contemplates retaliating, she realizes her body is too weak to act. Having been preoccupied with her memories, she had neglected to assess her physical state, which was frail and had been poisoned for an extended period. Truly, misfortunes come in waves. After hurling her insults, Lady Lu spits and commands her entourage to begin looting. With a flick of her wrist, she gestures toward two brutish servants, who stride menacingly toward Xie Ling. As the leering servants approach, Xie Ling's mind races, searching for any jewelry to use as a weapon. Her fingers graze a jade pendant, taken from her husband on their wedding night by her mother-in-law. In that instant, a flash of light envelopes her, and she finds two slender silver needles materializing in her grasp. With no time to ponder, Xie Ling thrusts the needles with precision, one embedding itself in a servant's armpit, the other in his brow. Both men collapse at once. Xie Ling takes a deep breath, relieved that her fingers still possess the strength to move. However, she can only defend herself, preventing others from approaching, unable to stop the looting. In the courtyard, aside from Xie Ling, there is only a weeping maidservant. The other servants have long since fled with their belongings. Lady Lu, eyeing the valuables being carted away, is consumed with greed. "Oh, the pearwood wardrobe is worth a fortune. And this box is filled with jewelry," she exclaims. Her gaze shifts to Xie Ling, contemplating the possibility of seizing her dowry as well. Yet, upon glancing at the two incapacitated servants on the ground, her heart wavers. Just then, an arrow whizzes past, narrowly missing her hairdo. Lady Lu's eyes widen in terror as she glances down, nearly fainting from fright. Xie Ling raises her brow, spotting a handsome youth of 12 or 13 standing at the courtyard entrance, bow in hand. The boy swiftly releases 3 arrows, striking 3 distinct targets, his voice icy. "Anyone who dares to touch my family's possessions shall face my wrath. I mean what I say." The servants, paralyzed with fear, dare not act. The young lad dashes to Xie Ling's side, assuming a protective stance and saying, "Sister-in-law, do not fear. I will protect you." Mother has fainted from anger, and Ru Jie is attending to her. The young man, having reassured Xie Ling, turned to Lu with a fierce tone and declared, "Why haven't you taken your people and departed? The raid on your estate is imminent tomorrow. Do you truly think I fear taking a life?" Lu was momentarily paralyzed with fear by that arrow, yet her greed persisted as she swallowed hard and retorted, "You dare. Besides, this wealth rightfully belongs to my family." Guli was evidently taken aback by Lu's audacity, veins bulging on his hands as he exclaimed, "You speak such blatant nonsense. The assets within this manor were earned through the merits of my father and his elder brother. What concern is it of yours?" As their argument escalated, the sound of clanking metal echoed from the entrance. A general, towering at 8 feet, strode in, casting a cold glance over the assembly in the courtyard, and proceeded to unveil the imperial edict, intoning, "By the decree of heaven." In an instant, everyone in the courtyard knelt, including Xie Ling, amidst the rapid flow of archaic language that Xie Ling struggled to comprehend. The gist of the message became clear. Gu Wei had committed grave offenses, and the entire duke's residence would suffer the consequences of his exile, including the secondary branch and other collateral lines. The emperor's fury was palpable. The current sovereign, aged and frail, was known for his sensitivity and quick temper, harboring a deep disdain for any collusion among princes and ministers. On the very day of Gu Wei's wedding, a young official, delivering gifts, inadvertently uncovered correspondence between him and a certain prince. "I end those letters." Gu Wei's tone was audacious, laden with scorn towards the emperor. Enraged, the emperor disregarded Gu Wei's status as a mere figure of death and ordered the confiscation of his family's assets, exiling them to the southern territories. As the edict concluded, Lu collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud, pounding the floor in despair and lamenting, "Heaven above, why does that cursed Gu Wei not meet his end on the battlefield, condemning my entire family?" The general, having seen battle himself, seethed at Lu's words and commanded his subordinates, "Arrest this loquacious woman." With that, the general took Lu away, and the courtyard fell silent, the servants scattering like birds. Ji Li bowed apologetically. "Given the urgency of today's events, I disregarded the customary formalities in entering my sister-in-law's quarters. I hope you can forgive me. My mother remains unconscious, so I must take my leave." Xie Ling shook her head. "No need for apologies. I should be the one to thank you." Observing the young man's upright posture, Xie Ling could not help but marvel at his composure and decorum at such a tender age of 12 or 13. The duke's residence truly possessed deep-rooted elegance, with the imminent confiscation looming. Xie Ling resolved to conceal some small treasures on her person, ensuring she wouldn't be left utterly destitute. Her dowry was stored in her husband's chamber, and guided by memory, she made her way inside. As she opened the door, a gust of cold wind rushed in, lifting the red drapery to reveal a figure on the wedding bed, reminiscent of a rare orchid. Upon closer inspection, Xie Ling noted the man was remarkably young, Barely in his 20s, his countenance was serene, as luminous as the moon, with strikingly handsome features that could captivate any heart. His raven-black lashes cast shadows like a fan, and his nose was delicately straight and narrow. His lips bore a faint hue, akin to the final brushstroke of an intricately painted peach blossom, striking yet not seductive, his dark hair like satin accentuating his pale complexion. Rather than resembling a young general seasoned in battle, he bore the air of a refined and distinguished scholar, exuding an unparalleled charm. However, this beautiful man appeared exceedingly frail, adding a layer of vulnerability to his presence. Xie Ling, curious about the extent of his injuries, reached out to check his pulse. The moment her fingers made contact, a familiar flash of white light appeared before her eyes, and suddenly, a medicine box materialized in her hand. What on earth is happening? Shouldn't the medicine box be on the table in the old residence? Chapter 2. The Emptying of the Duke's Residence. Xie Ling incredulously opened the medicine chest, discovering that all the supplies and medicinal herbs she had meticulously organized before her transmigration, along with various surgical instruments, were still intact, without a single item missing. Her almond-shaped eyes narrowed in contemplation. Just moments ago, when she dealt with those two ruffians, several silver needles had inexplicably appeared. Was there a connection between these occurrences? Her dear husband. The jade pendant belonged to him, and it was only after she had touched him that the medicine chest manifested. To test the authenticity of her suspicions, Xie Ling reached out to caress Gu Weijuan's face, and in her hand, a gleaming military knife materialized. Indeed, instantaneously, Xie Ling transformed into a mischievous rogue, exploring Gu Wei from head to toe. As the items in her possession multiplied, she found herself unable to hold on to them all, causing her to stumble forward. Their lips brushed together, soft, cool, and enchanting. Xie Ling's heart cried out in despair, my first kiss. However, in the next moment, the scene shifted, and she found herself staring at the ancient, elegant residence, stunned. Had she returned? Xie Ling hailed from a post-apocalyptic world. Although she had not awakened any supernatural abilities, her exceptional medical skills and knowledge of poisons allowed her to thrive, establishing several bases across various hills. One hill bore fruit and vegetables, another stored weapons and supplies, while yet another raised chickens, ducks, and geese. Just as she was anticipating a blissful retirement, she met an untimely demise by drowning. Approaching the door, she attempted to push it open, only to discover that all doors and windows had been welded shut. Glancing down, she realized she was still clad in ancient attire. It appeared that she had not returned, but that the old residents had followed her here. With a mere thought, her spirit indeed emerged from the old house, while her body remained sprawled atop Gu Wei. She quickly extricated herself. After all, Gu Wei was a patient. Having merely shared a kiss with him, the old residents had materialized. What if she were to engage in something more intimate? Xie Ling coughed lightly, her cheeks flushing. She could not dwell on such thoughts. Her immediate priority was to heal him. Now, they were in the same boat, and restoring him to health would ultimately benefit her as well. Should Gu Wei harbor any malicious intent towards her, Xie Ling possessed ample means to render him even more incapacitated than a lifeless corpse. She swiftly transferred all the items she had just extracted into the old residence, leaving only the medicine chest. With her delicate hand resting on Gu Wei's wrist, she almost instantaneously discerned his affliction. Poisoned. His limbs had been broken, and a colorless, odorless toxin had been introduced, masquerading as a mere injury leading to a state of living death. The mind of the poisoner was exceedingly meticulous. Were it not for Xie Ling's innate talent for identifying poisons and medicines from a young age, she might have remained oblivious. However, this poison allowed for some sensation of external stimuli to be felt. Xie Ling sighed, recalling her earlier indiscretions. The poison was not difficult to treat. She placed a slice of ginseng in Gu Wei's mouth to sustain him, then proceeded to undress him, preparing for acupuncture. Observing the lean yet powerful structure of the young man's body, the defined muscles of his abdomen, and his long, proportionate legs, Xie Ling raised an eyebrow. As a physician, she possessed a clear understanding of male anatomy, and in her eyes, it resembled little more than a cut of meat. Yet, this specimen was astonishingly perfect, each part seemingly sculpted by divine hands. Merely expressing her admiration, she did not halt her actions, deftly transforming Gu Wei into a veritable pincushion with needles. As she awaited the antidote to take effect, Xie Ling administered a few needles to herself. The original host had not been deeply poisoned. merely afflicted with toxins that weakened her constitution. After half an hour, Gu Wei's long, delicate eyelashes fluttered slightly. Xie Ling made a small incision on his fingertip with a surgical knife, and upon the release of dark liquid, she quickly deposited modern medical tools into the old residence. Gu Wei's eyelashes stirred, and he opened his eyes. His demeanor was akin to the gentle radiance of a moonlit night, unpretentious, lacking the ostentation characteristic of the capital's elite. Exuding a calm restraint, radiant yet not blinding. During his days of unconsciousness, although he could not move, he had faintly sensed external touches and sounds. He understood he had been returned to the capital and had acquired a new wife meant to bring him joy. Just moments ago, he had vaguely felt someone caressing him, even bestowing a kiss upon his lips. Upon seeing the exquisite maiden before him, Gu Wei squinted, aware that she was most likely his new bride, yet he cautiously inquired. "Miss, you are..." Xie Ling interrupted him, her voice clear and decisive. "I am your new wife. You have been poisoned by someone, and I saved you. Tomorrow, the Duke's residence will be raided. I must make preparations. You must continue to feign being a living corpse, lest those lurking in the shadows discover where your family's treasury keys are hidden." Gu Wei contemplated Xie Ling's words for a few moments before comprehending their current predicament. He realized that if this young woman could save him, she could easily harm him as well. However, he had a keen eye for character. The innocence reflected in her gaze suggested she was not deceitful. He replied calmly, "Thank you, Mississippi. The key is located behind the cabinet on the 5th column of the 4th row of my bookshelf." Xie Ling, now with a sense of urgency, swiftly removed all the silver needles from his body, proceeded to the bookshelf and found the key, exiting the room with ease. Gu Wei attempted to move, but found his limbs utterly unresponsive, as if they were not his own. A seasoned warrior, he recognized that his arms and legs had been broken. Who could be so malicious as to do this to him? Not only had they harmed him, but they had also exiled his entire family. With a frail mother, young siblings, a missing elder brother, and a pregnant sister-in-law. How could they possibly survive in the distant Lingnan? Gu Wei's expression darkened, his enchanting peach blossom eyes betraying a hint of bloodlust. Fortunately, he had taken precautions, placing the finest members of the Gu family's forces in the shadows, unbeknownst to the court. As the edifice of his family crumbled, the vast Duke's residence now relied solely on him. He was determined to ensure his family's safe passage to Lingnan before devising his next steps. A cold wind swept through the window, sending a chill through his body. Gu Wei, his gaze downcast, suddenly realized he was utterly unclothed. Remembering how he had conversed so casually with his new bride while in such a state, even the typically stoic Gu Wei could not help but feel a tinge of embarrassment. Yet, immobilized as he was, he had no choice but to wait for Xie Ling to dress him. Thus he lay bare, staring up at the ceiling with a complex expression throughout the night. Meanwhile, Xie Ling had not given a thought to Gu Wei's clothing and had stealthily approached the treasury of the Duke's residence. With the impending raid, all assets were to be confiscated, and Xie Ling was determined not to allow the emperor to benefit from the Duke's misfortune. After the decline of the Duke's residence, the soldiers who had once guarded it had fled, leaving behind only those whom Gu Wei's mother had dismissed. She did not wish to involve them in her plans. As Xie Ling opened the door and entered the treasury, a single thought echoed in her mind. Wealth, oh how incredibly wealthy. The Chancellor's 2 legitimate daughters had been frantically competing, each receiving but a small scrap of fine silk. The donghua Duke's residence had not just one, but 2 entire cabinets filled with riches. The matriarch consumed only a small cup of tea worth 10,000 taels per pound, yet here, there were hundreds of pounds. The donghua family, having served with distinction for generations, had amassed a fortune that far surpassed that of the Chancellor's residence. The treasury consisted of 7 levels, growing more precious with each ascent. Antique paintings, exquisite jade artifacts, silks, and gold and silver jewelry filled the space. Xie Ling placed her hand upon a treasure chest, and before long, the 7 levels were stripped bare of all but trivial trinkets. Thankfully, the old residence had been constructed spaciously, or else there would have been no room for such treasures. As she emptied the treasury, dawn began to break. Xie Ling meticulously examined all the valuable and precious items within the estate before she contentedly made her way back. The original owner had come with a dowry. Although the Prime Minister's residence did not particularly value her, they still provided a modest dowry of 10 carts for the sake of appearances. The Duke's residence contributed 20 carts, while the maternal family of the female lead provided an additional 5, totaling 35 carts of dowry. With a cheerful demeanor, Xie Ling approached the chamber where the dowry was stored, smiling as she opened the bright red, embroidered dowry chests. The first cart revealed several luxurious, yet aesthetically lacking silks, reminiscent of nouveau riche extravagance. Beneath those silks lay an abundance of cotton fabric. Xie Ling's expression hardened. After perusing the entirety of the Prime Minister's dowry, her gaze gradually turned cold. The treatment she received as a concubine was exceedingly absurd. Even common folk would not be so dismissive when marrying off their daughters. This 10-cart dowry, excluding the cotton at the bottom of the chests, could scarcely fill a single cart. These rags would merely take up space if placed in her storage. Xie Ling could not even be bothered to close the chests, instead opting to open the dowries provided by her several uncles. To her surprise, they were not only more abundant but also of exquisite quality, clearly chosen with care. Her uncles, though without official titles and merely merchants in the capital, had indeed shown great thoughtfulness in providing such a dowry. Next came the gifts from the Duke's residence. Given the Prime Minister's residence's track record, it was unlikely they would present the dowry from the Duke's residence in its entirety. They might have already replaced it. Xie Ling casually opened a chest, only to find it filled with inferior jewelry, hardly amounting to 5 taels of silver. Gritting her teeth, she thought, what a splendid Prime Minister's residence. Noticing there was still some space in her storage, Xie Ling furiously decided to stow away these worthless items. After all, free goods should not be refused. Yet, she had no intention of letting the Prime Minister's residence off the hook so easily. Once she confirmed that the entire Duke's residence was but an empty shell, she turned to leave. As she opened the door, a pair of sorrowful peach blossom eyes met her gaze. The man, with a countenance as refined as jade and long, ebony hair cascading over his pale chest, exuded a certain charm. "My lady, you seem to have forgotten to dress me." Xie Ling face-palmed, realizing she had indeed forgotten to dress Gu Wei. What a blunder. With quick strides, Xie Ling approached and adeptly dressed Gu Wei, her demeanor natural and devoid of any embarrassment. Gu Wei observed the young lady, who was neither bashful nor pretentious, allowing her to attend to him without protest. "I wonder from which family you hail, my lady. Should Sir Jean rise in prominence, you shall be amply rewarded. We have yet to consummate our marriage, and there remains a path of retreat. You may seek your mother to draft a divorce decree, for the path of exile is fraught with hardship. And I do not wish to implicate you," he added, revealing the name Sir Jean was his courtesy name, indicating that Gu Wei truly regarded Xie Ling as someone he could trust. Xie Ling raised an eyebrow. "I am Xie Ling, the third miss of the Prime Minister's residence. Originally, my elder sister, Xie Yun, was betrothed to you. You must understand, I have no retreat. There was no way she would return to that wretched place." Gu Wei, being astute, quickly grasped the situation. He spoke gently. "I apologize for the distress you have endured. Please rest assured, I, Sir Jean, will not impose upon you." "Not at all," Xie Ling replied, her gaze fierce. "If you truly wish to repay me, then grant me a kiss." Gu Wei stared at her in astonishment, a faint blush creeping onto his fair complexion. The flush swiftly ascended to his ears. Sir Jean had no intention of engaging in intimate relations. For a moment, Xie Ling fell silent, pondering his thoughts. "I meant a simple kiss," she clarified, leaning down to quickly brush her lips against Gu Wei's delicate pink ones. "Like this. Do you understand?" Gu Wei attempted to evade her, but his limbs felt weak and his ears grew increasingly red, a blend of embarrassment and indignation evident in his expression. Recalling the sensation of someone kissing him while he was unconscious, he was more convinced that it was indeed Xie Ling's doing. He wanted to inquire further. Yet he felt that as a grown man, it would be rather ridiculous to be so coy in front of a young lady. Xie Ling found it amusing that the decisive heir was, in fact, a naive youth. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside. Xie Ling furrowed her brow and gestured for Gu Wei to feign unconsciousness before stepping forward to open the door. The little maid from yesterday rushed in, nearly tumbling over herself, crying, "Miss, the Jinwu guard has come to raid the estate. Everyone must proceed to the main hall." Xie Ling patted the maid's back, reassuring her. "Do not panic. Come with me to the side room and fetch the rickshaw for the young master. We shall transport him outside." Taking a deep breath, the maid, named Xiao Yue, regained her composure and followed Xie Ling to retrieve the rickshaw, wheeling Gu Wei towards the main hall. Yue had grown up by Xie Ling's side, unwaveringly loyal. In the main hall, the Gu family members had gathered. Gu's mother, Pei, appeared weary, her eyes swollen like walnuts, cradling a 5- or 6-year-old girl. Pei was the legitimate daughter of the Pei family, a century-old lineage in Qinghe. Despite her inherent grace and poise, the series of misfortunes, her husband's early demise, her eldest son's disappearance, and her second son's state of near lifelessness had left her utterly disheartened. Her sister-in-law, Song, sat like a fragile willow, her gaze vacant. Her belly noticeably rounded, suggesting she was 4 to 5 months pregnant. Gu hurriedly attended to everyone, flitting about in a flurry. Upon seeing Xie Ling wheeling Gu in, he rushed forward. "Second sister-in-law, you've worked hard. I shall tend to my second brother." Xie Ling placed a hand on his shoulder. "It's all right. I will take care of him." Pei coughed lightly, extending her bony wrist to touch Xie Ling's shoulder. "You have truly suffered, my dear. To encounter such calamity upon entering our Gu family is most unfortunate. Since you and Shi Jin have yet to consummate your marriage, there is still an opportunity for you to withdraw. I will write you a divorce decree. You may return home with your dowry." She then turned to Gu. "Shi Yu, fetch me paper and ink." Xie Ling gently grasped Pei's hand, speaking softly, "Having married into the Gu family, I am now one of you. Xie Ling is willing to accompany you through exile, without regret." Pei was momentarily taken aback, tears welling in her eyes. Good child, good child. While many who relied on the Gu family would shy away from its current plight, you, a mere young lady, display such loyalty. Shi Jin is fortunate to have you. Rest assured, should Shi Jin remain unconscious, I will take it upon myself to find you a worthy husband. Xie Ling lowered her gaze, feigning shyness as she nodded. Yet internally, she mused that the entire Gu family was composed of reasonable and kind-hearted individuals. Following them would undoubtedly be far better than remaining at the Prime Minister's residence. Returning there would merely render her a pawn to pave the way for her elder sister. She might as well accompany them into exile, where she would carve out her own destiny. The Jinwu guards swiftly made their way into the main hall. The leading man, with a gaze sharp as a blade, surveyed the room with an imposing presence. "Hand over all valuables. You are permitted to keep only the clothes on your back. Do not force my hand." Pei placed the girl down and stepped forward, gracefully beginning to remove her jewelry. With Pei leading the way, Song and Gu felt less flustered, straightening their postures and calmly beginning to part with their valuables as well. Xie Ling, having little of value on her person, removed 2 jade hairpins from her coiffure and tossed them into a box. The leading man noted that the Gu family did not react with the same panic as others, and his eyes softened with a hint of admiration. Reflecting on the Gu family's long-standing loyalty, he sighed, recognizing that as the emperor aged and grew increasingly inept, even a family like the Gu's was not spared from exile. The northern Jiang country was indeed on the brink of collapse. The man dared only to harbor his thoughts inwardly, revealing none upon his countenance, as he reproached his subordinates. "Madame Gu is the former legitimate daughter of the Pei family. Mind yourselves, lest you tarnish the esteemed reputation of the Gu family women." He was acutely aware of the character of his subordinates. He could offer no substantial aid, only hoping to ease their plight during the confiscation process. Those among his subordinates who gazed upon the exquisite beauty of Xie Ling from the Song family and entertained improper thoughts were swiftly admonished by their leader's warning, retracting their unwelcome desires. After all, Madame Gu was the legitimate daughter of the Pei family. A mere letter from her could suffice for their extermination. Upon hearing the man's words, Pei Shi bowed slightly, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for your consideration, my lord. The Gu family shall not forget this." He waved his hand, directing his subordinates to commence their tasks. The Wui guards dispersed in an orderly fashion, methodically searching for valuables, gathering all precious items into a pile, with dedicated individuals categorizing and keeping accounts. Yet, the expressions of each person were complex. Within the vast duke's residence, there were hardly any valuables to be found, even less than those in the abode of a mere 9th-rank official. At that moment, a Jinwu guard rushed in hastily, whispering a few words to the leader. The man's expression turned peculiar as he gestured for him to withdraw, casting a cold gaze around the room. "You are tasked with confiscating property, so I hope you will not make my job difficult. Why does your esteemed household's treasury contain nothing but worthless antiques and paintings? May I inquire about your family's century-long savings?" His voice chilled, becoming stern. "Should you dare to conceal any assets, and I report this to His Majesty, The consequences will not merely entail exile. According to the law, it would mean the extermination of your entire clan. Xie Ling furrowed her brow. Fortunately, she had been cautious the previous night and had not taken everything, leaving behind some inconsequential antiques, paintings, brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. As long as they insisted that the Duke's residence contained only these items, it would suffice. The Gu family had already suffered greatly. Should they be completely stripped of their wealth, it would enable those lurking in the shadows to find leverage against them, worsening the Gu family's predicament. Pei Shi, hearing this, let out a cold laugh and inquired, "Might I ask if you have ever been to battle, my lord?" The leading man frowned slightly. "I am a soldier, naturally. I have seen the battlefield." Pei Shi continued, enunciating each word with gravity. "As one who has fought, you must understand the tension of border conflicts. It is clear that we could eradicate the Xiongnu once and for all, yet the capital always withdraws at the last moment. Do you know why?" She scoffed. "They claim the Ministry of Revenue is stretched thin and lacks silver for provisions. How absurd. When it comes to building palaces or hosting banquets, there is always money. Yet when it is time for war, there is none. A single banquet in the palace could feed a battalion for an entire month. My husband, unable to bear seeing soldiers starve and freeze, took it upon himself to use the Gu family silver to supply military provisions. Otherwise, how could we have triumphed against the Xiongnu? How could the powerful in the capital remain at ease?" Pei Shi's fervor escalated, her voice rising as tears streamed down her face. "My husband went to battle at 12 and fell at the hands of the Xiongnu at 45. My eldest son fought at 5 and disappeared at 25, never to be seen again. My second son, a prodigy, reclaimed 1,000 acres of lost territory. And now he has become a living corpse. North Jiang, what will you offer to compensate the Gu family?" Silence enveloped the courtyard, including the Jinwu guards tasked with the confiscation. They, too, were soldiers and could empathize deeply. Song's Guli, her voice choked with emotion, rushed to embrace Pei Shi. "Mother. Mother." The young girl, observing the atmosphere, opened her mouth and began to wail. Gu Wei clenched his fist, a mouthful of blood rising in his throat, the taste of iron flooding his senses. The room was steeped in a heavy silence. After a prolonged moment, the leading man remained silent, clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, and assured her, "Rest assured, I shall report the truth to His Majesty." Xie Ling felt a pang of unease. The loyal bones of the Green Mountains, how could it be otherwise? Yet, she finally understood why the Emperor feared the Duke's residence. The Gu family had funneled such vast wealth into the battlefield, and yet they still retained so much, nearly rivaling the coffers of a dozen ministerial households. Pei Shi may not have regarded the assets in the treasury with much value, but what the leading man deemed as mere trifles were certainly not seen as such by her. Unbeknownst to anyone, a secret glimmer of golden light flickered between Xie Ling's brows. Chapter 4. The entire family imprisoned, awakening of extraordinary powers. In the dark and damp prison of the capital, an acrid and putrid stench permeated the air, mingled with a faint hint of blood. Above, a fist-sized hole allowed a beam of dim, oppressive sunlight to filter through. The young girl, Ru Jia, grasped the tail of a small mouse and presented it to Pei Shi, exclaiming, "Mother, Ru Jia has caught a little kitty." Pei Shi, her face weary, gently replied, "Dear Ru, quickly discard it. That is not a little kitty, but a mouse." The girl promptly tossed the rodent away, her chubby hands wiping against her clothing. "I've thrown it away." "Mother, praise Ru." Guli pulled Ru Jia into his embrace. "You did wonderfully. Don't be upset with Mother. Come here to your third brother." Noticing Guli's own exhaustion, Xie Ling approached and offered, "You should rest. I will take care of Ru Jia." Guli shook his head. "No, second sister-in-law, you should rest." Xie Ling insisted, "You are the only male in the family now. If you do not rest and conserve your strength, how will you care for all of us during the exile tomorrow?" Finally, Guli reluctantly nodded. "Then it is hard on you, second sister-in-law." Song sat huddled in a corner, her expression vacant, indicating that her husband's disappearance had profoundly impacted her. In the prison, there might very well be enemies keeping watch. Gu Wei continued to feign unconsciousness. As the Gu family members began to close their eyes, Ru Jia, too, nestled into her arms and drifted into sweet slumber. Xie Ling closed her eyes and quietly entered the space. The following morning, she kissed Gu Wei once more, pondering what upgrades the ancestral home might receive. Xie Ling felt a surge of anticipation. Upon entering the ancestral home, a beam of light streamed through the window. Her heart raced with excitement. Could it be that she was free? Would she then be able to utilize the vast resources stored in her mountain strongholds? Thrilled, Xie Ling stepped forward and forcefully pushed open the wooden door. Warm sunlight enveloped her, and as she squinted until her eyes adjusted, she let out a regretful sigh. Before her lay a white mist, with only a flowering peach tree in the courtyard and a crescent-shaped spring reflecting the pink haze of the blossoms. Xie Ling approached and tasted the water from the spring, finding it exceptionally sweet, a refreshing sensation coursing through her. Upon checking her pulse, she discovered that her constitution had indeed improved. Could this spring water possess the ability to cleanse the marrow? Just as she was about to scoop another spoonful of the spring water, a warmth surged between her brows, prompting her to lower her head and gaze into the spring. Reflected in the water was a face of unparalleled beauty, with a graceful figure that would surely captivate any ordinary person. However, Xie Ling did not dwell on her enchanting appearance, but was astonished by the golden light between her brows. This was a sign of awakening extraordinary powers. Despite not having awakened during the 10 years of the apocalypse, she had now awakened her powers after transmigrating. As she reveled in her excitement, a familiar sharp voice pierced through the space from outside. That damn Gu, why has he not been killed by the Xiongnu? How unfortunate for my eldest son, who was just beginning to make a name for himself, destined to become a chancellor. Xie Ling furrowed her brow and exited the space. Raising her eyes to see the irate woman before her, wasn't this Lu Shi, the principal wife of the second branch of the Duke's residence? Lu Shi had originally been confined on the other side, but following the confiscation of the second branch, she had been dragged to share a cell with them. Among those imprisoned were also some collateral branches of the Gu family, who, upon hearing Lu Shi's words, cast resentful glances at the Gu family. My mother is 60 this year. Who would have thought she would suffer imprisonment? My family's third daughter has just married, and now she cannot even lift her head in her husband's household. Alas, my son was originally betrothed to the daughter of the cousin of the Minister of Revenue, but yesterday they hastily called off the engagement. A chorus of muffled lamentations and complaints ensued. The late Grand Duke had many brothers. Yet in the generation of Gu Wei's father, the lineage has dwindled to but 2 legitimate sons, the elder, Gu Yunxiao, who is Gu Wei's father, and the younger, Gu Yunting, who tragically passed away in childhood. The second branch is represented by the Grand Duke's sole illegitimate son, whose mother, Zhang, was merely a servant tending to the horses. The Grand Duke, carefree and generous, cherished his steeds as if they were his own children, often visiting his war horses. One fateful day, while intoxicated and asleep in the stable, Zhang took advantage of his stupor, administering an aphrodisiac and fortuitously became pregnant, thus being elevated to the status of a concubine. However, since that incident, the Grand Duke never returned to see her, and he held little affection for her son, Gu Dong, even bestowing upon him a name chosen at random. The saying that calamities can befall generations rings true. Both the elder and elder Lady Gu have long since passed, while this concubine continues to thrive, shamelessly usurping the title of the Grand Duke's legitimate lady. Gu Dong's wife, Lu, is a distant niece of Zhang, sharing her narrow-mindedness and stinginess to a fault. Pei, hailing from a noble lineage, naturally disdains associating with such individuals, and to facilitate the division of the family estate, promised the second branch an immeasurable fortune. Having absorbed the memories of the original owner, the thought of having to coexist with this family along the way troubled Xie Ling, who rubbed her temples in distress. Coincidentally, the cells of the second branch are situated right next to the Gu residence, and all members of the second branch are now casting hungry glances at the Gu family, wishing to devour them whole, especially the venomous duo of Lu and Zhang. Pei Liqing, look at the fine son you have raised, bringing such calamity upon the Grand Duke's estate. My dear grandson was on the verge of achieving academic success, destined to elevate the Grand Duke's house. And it is all your eldest branch's fault. Zhang berated Pei, pointing an accusatory finger. Pei, having been unable to sleep, slowly opened her eyes at the sound, her expression icy, rendering Zhang a mere jester by comparison. Do you require me to enlighten you on the principles of shared honor and mutual disgrace, even while confined? You have long relied on the prestige of the Grand Duke's estate to wield power, yet now, in times of trouble, you wish to distance yourself from the consequences. Such a wish is far from realistic. A torrent of eloquent words left Lu and Zhang utterly bewildered. Zhang spat, you disrespectful little wretch. It is no wonder your husband and son have met their fates, one dead, the other vanished. I foresee your son will meet a similar end, perishing on the road to exile. Pei was so incensed she coughed violently. Gu clenched his fists and struck the iron bars, shouting silence. Speak again. And I shall strike you. Zhang sneered, you dare. The old master, before his death, expressly told me he would elevate me to the position of the legitimate lady. I am indeed the Grand Duke's true consort, your biological grandmother. Coincidentally, when the old duke passed away, Zhang had been visiting to request funds, and thus she spread tales that the duke's last words were to support her as the legitimate lady. Xie Ling could no longer bear to witness this farce. Gently setting down Ru and coldly stating, a mere horse-tending concubine, having climbed into bed, truly believes herself a matriarch. How utterly laughable. If the old duke truly wished to elevate you, why has he remained indifferent to you all these years? Spare yourself the self-deception. I dare say the coffin lid is about to be sealed. Zhang's chest heaved in indignation, her face flushed red, as she harshly inquired, who is this foul-mouthed little wretch? Lu hastily replied, Mother, this is Gu Wei's wife, and her tongue is quite venomous. In the second branch's cell, a young girl clad in a green skirt raised her gaze, intrigued by the mention of Gu Wei's wife, scrutinizing her closely. Xie Ling met her gaze with unwavering resolve, undaunted by the malice reflected in the girl's eyes. The ruckus from the second branch continued until a chilling voice abruptly commanded silence. If you do not cease, I shall take you to the torture chamber and have your tongue severed. The second branch fell into a hushed silence. From the dim corridor emerged a brutish warden, his face a mask of cruelty, followed by several guards bearing prison garments. The warden plopped down at a grimy square table, legs crossed, his beady eyes glinting with malice. Change your clothes and hand over all valuables. Do not attempt any tricks, lest I unleash my methods. After uttering this, he and his subordinates shared a lascivious laugh, brazenly assessing the women's figures. How could these male guards expect the women to change before their eyes? The warden's predatory gaze was chilling, his garments stained with dried blood. For a moment, even the most sharp-tongued Lu and Zhang fell silent. After the warden spoke, a flicker of excitement danced in his cold, triangular eyes. He relished the sight of noble women disrobing before him, their expressions of shame and helplessness providing twisted satisfaction to his depraved psyche. Lying down, Gu Wei thought of his mother, sister-in-law, and wife, imagining them forced to change in front of this cadre of vicious guards, and he clenched his fists. If he could not even protect them from this indignity, what kind of man was he? These guards were merely preying upon those without a pillar to support them. He had to act. At the very least, he could instill some fear in them. Chapter 5. It turns out the whole family is a dark lotus. Xie Ling perceived Gu Wei's thoughts and pressed his hand, whispering in his ear, You have me. Gu Wei paused, then nodded gently. To the outside observer, it appeared as though Xie Ling was merely adjusting Gu Wei's collar, an intimate gesture. However, this scene did not escape the watchful gaze of the girl in the green skirt next door, her eyes filled with envy as she tugged at her own hem. Pei observed the arrogant warden opposite her and sighed deeply. She relaxed her furrowed brow and straightened her spine, preparing to speak when she noticed her frail daughter-in-law stepping to the forefront of the cell. Xie Ling bowed slightly, then spoke clearly. I do not fear the mockery of the officials. Indeed, I have concealed some valuables. Xie Ling painfully retrieved 2 silver coins and several hairpins from her space. Mother-in-law, sister-in-law, please hand me what you have as well. Turning, Xie Ling pretended to extract silver from the hands of Song and Pei, but in reality, it was taken from her spatial storage. She laid the coins upon the ground outside the cell, standing upright as she calmly stated, These are all the silver I possess. Before entering the prison, the esteemed official already inspected my belongings, and there was little to hide. The warden, lounging with his legs crossed, glanced at the ground, noting with satisfaction that it was more than he had anticipated. These noble women, upon facing a raid, only knew how to weep. It was remarkable they had managed to conceal anything at all. He rapped on the greasy table, coldly remarking, It is wise to comply. Now, change your clothes. Xie Ling shook her head, asserting, We shall change, but I kindly request that you and your men step outside, granting us a quarter of an hour. The warden's grip on his weapon tightened, and he struck the ground with a resounding crack, stirring up a cloud of dust. The whip, crafted from an unknown material, was heavy and glistening black, embedded with barbs, stained with the blood of countless prisoners. The occupants of the cell broke into a cold sweat, the timid ones already in tears. He snarled, Do not test my patience. Do you still fancy yourselves young masters and mistresses? Change before me if I command it. Xie Ling, undaunted and with a frigid gaze, declared, "Though I currently find myself a prisoner in this lowly cell, I am, nonetheless, a legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister's residence. My mother-in-law, the esteemed eldest daughter of the Qinghe Pei clan, and my father, who has risen to the esteemed rank of Grand Tutor, alongside my sister-in-law, who hails from a reputable family, all bear witness to my lineage. Should you, my lord, truly insist on our changing our garments before your very eyes, in order to preserve the honor and reputation of the Pei clan of the Prime Minister's residence, we would have no choice but to dash ourselves against the pillars, leaving you to ponder whether you could evade the repercussions from the Pei family for such an affront." Noticing the jailer's increasingly malevolent stare, Xie Ling added with a smile, "I was merely jesting. It matters not if you take offense." As she lightly tapped the earthen wall beside her and caressed the iron pillar on her right, it appeared she was contemplating where would be most expedient to meet her demise. The jailer, wary of Xie Ling's words, feared that these young ladies might value their dignity enough to perish within these confines. The Prime Minister's household could extinguish him as easily as one would crush an ant. Even if he survived, he would surely suffer grievous consequences. With a disdainful snort, he dropped several sets of clothing before turning away with his subordinates. "In a quarter of an hour, do not dare to play tricks. Otherwise, I possess ample means to render your lives a living hell." He departed, leaving behind a few sets of clothes, while taking the remainder with him, which caused the women hoping to seize this moment to change into despairing expressions. Xie Ling removed Gu Wei's outer robe, each of them grasping an end, allowing Song and Pei to change first. The prison garb on the floor was filthy and wrinkled, likely never washed, and one could not ascertain whether it had been stripped from a corpse. The Pei lady, true to her noble upbringing, understood the necessity of humility beneath another's roof. She donned the prison attire without a flicker of emotion, having only retained her undergarments. Song, already somewhat dazed, complied with every request, resembling a puppet devoid of expression. Rujia, pinching her nose and lamenting the foulness of the garments, nonetheless obediently donned the prison clothes. Once the family had all changed, 3 or 4 sets of prison garb remained, likely a miscalculation on the jailer's part. After they were attired, Pei pulled Xie Ling aside, rolling up her sleeves to reveal a dazzling array of gold bracelets adorning her arms. Xie Ling's eyes widened. Pei had on her arms 8 or 9 solid gold bangles, appearing quite weighty. She whispered, "You possess insight. Had it not been for you, my dear, these would have been seized by that jailer. I underestimated the situation. Now, what should I do with these bracelets?" Xie Ling had long regarded her beautiful mother-in-law as an ethereal noblewoman untouched by worldly affairs, but it appeared she had misjudged her. After all, Pei had accompanied General Gu in campaigns since her youth. How could she be merely a naive damsel of the household? Song also approached, her wooden face lifting the enormous coif atop her head, revealing a dozen gold leaves nestled within. Xie Ling understood now why Song, being so petite, required such an extravagant hairstyle. Song quietly mentioned, "I have also sewn some for Ru Jia into her coif." Gu Li also drew near, somewhat shyly unveiling her undergarments, which concealed a ring of 1,000 yuan banknotes. Ru Jia, who had been clinging to Xie Ling's leg, furtively opened her chubby little hand to reveal a glistening golden melon seed, slick with sweat. Xie Ling inhaled sharply, realizing that this family was indeed a nest of black lotus flowers. This was fortuitous. They all had wits about them, and she preferred not to be burdened by foolishness. Despite her astonishment, Xie Ling's mind raced, and she whispered, "There's no issue with the others, but your situation, dear mother-in-law, is too conspicuous. In those wide-sleeved garments, it was unnoticeable, but these prison clothes are far too thin. Perhaps we should find an opportunity to discreetly slip them onto Gu Wei?" Although Xie Ling had the ability to conceal things, she did not wish to reveal her powers, at least not now. Pei nodded in agreement, acknowledging Xie Ling's cleverness. As the family plotted, nearby, Zhang was vigorously banging on the iron bars, her voice rising in a shriek. "Pei Liqing, are you not hastening to toss those prison garments at your feet over here? Do you wish for us to change in front of that jailer? Your family is the cause of our imprisonment." Pei raised an eyebrow coldly at this, replying, "Give them to you? Even if I were to wear 2 or 3, I would not part with them." Zhang, enraged and humiliated, let her true self emerge. "You heartless wretch. Were it not for your family, we would not languish in this wretched prison. Hurry up and hand them over." Pei remained unmoved, calmly adjusting the hem of her prison garb. Even clad in filthy attire, She maintained the poise befitting a lady of the Pei family. As the jailer's return drew near, Zhang's demeanor rapidly shifted to one of supplication. Pei, I implore you. For my frail old bones mean little, but my 2 granddaughters are yet unbetrothed. How can you allow them to change in front of so many guards? Lu, with a sorrowful visage, added, my 2 daughters are still so young, especially my orphan niece who merely came to the capital seeking refuge with me. Who could have foreseen this misfortune? She was dragged into this predicament by you. As she spoke, Lu pinched her daughters and niece, and the 3 young women began to wail in unison. Xie Ling observed the exaggerated performance of the 3 young women with a derisive smile. The one in the green skirt must be Lu's niece. If Xie Ling surmised correctly, this girl was likely infatuated with Gu Wei. Given the way she had looked at Xie just now, clearly the gaze of a rival. The prison echoed with the lamentations of women, and soon the 3 young women shed genuine tears amidst their theatrics, creating quite the pitiful scene. Xie Ling turned her gaze to Pei, curious if her mother-in-law would succumb to maternal compassion and share her garments. After all, the 3 young women had not shied away from hurling insults at them when Lu and Zhang had unleashed a torrent of vile words. Chapter 6. Awakening of Wind Elemental Powers. Pei leisurely adjusted her coif and skirt, waiting until the 3 young women had nearly exhausted their tears before she spoke slowly. I have already stated that I will not give them. Even if you were to perish before me, my resolve would not waver. The girl in the green skirt, Lu Ruhan, upon hearing Pei's words, abruptly ceased her weeping and shot Pei a cold glare with her alluring fox-like eyes. Lu's biological daughters, Gu Tingwei and Gu Tingying, remained entrenched in their sorrow, their eyes red, itching to tear Pei apart while hurling insults at her, branding her a vile wretch and a shameless widow. Questioning how she could have lost both husband and children, Lu and Zhang joined in, their accusations laced with filthy language. Pei's expression remained unfazed, as if she had anticipated such a reaction, not even flinching. Initially, she might have felt anger at such remarks, but what good would it do? The collateral branches of the Gu family observed Pei's demeanor and whispered among themselves, chastising her for her cold-heartedness. After all, they were family. Pei curled her lip in a disdainful smile, her voice steady and clear enough for all to hear. Pray tell, had my family found themselves in such a predicament today, would the second branch have offered me their prison garb? Those who had deemed Pei heartless shook their heads in silent agreement. While the second branch was indeed pitiable, the reputation of the Gu family's second branch was well known. Had their positions been reversed, they would not only refuse to assist, but might seize the opportunity to humiliate the main branch. Furthermore, Pei continued, the second branch belongs to the Gu family. Are not all of you gathered here also of the Gu lineage? If I were to part with the only prison garments, I have to aid the second branch. How would I justify that to you? The onlookers were brought back to reality, realizing that while they lamented the second branch's plight, every family had its share of sorrow, and every household had young maidens. A heavy gloom enveloped the cell once more, the sounds of weeping echoing intermittently. Meanwhile, Pei and Xie Ling seized the opportunity, hoping to discreetly transfer the gold bangles onto Gu Wei's person while the others remained oblivious. Gu Wei, being a general, possessed a tall and commanding figure, though his arms were not slender. Thus, Xie Ling had no choice but to conceal the golden bracelet within Gu Wei's embrace. Meanwhile, Zhangshi spat vehemently, sitting on the ground and theatrically declaring, foolishness has clouded your heart and rotted your tongue, you despicable creature destined for an ill fate, pretending to be virtuous and noble. You show no filial piety to your own mother-in-law, and when you descend to the netherworld, you shall be cast into the 18 layers of hell. Gu Li, already incensed to the point of crimson rage, would have torn apart Zhangshi's mouth had he possessed a weapon at that moment. Even Zhangshi, who was usually mild-mannered, glared at Zhangshi with contempt, finally spitting out a shameless. Xie Ling gently patted Zhangshi's back, calming her with, dear sister-in-law, do not be upset. You are with child. Xie Ling held her mother-in-law in high regard for her clarity of thought and lack of sanctimoniousness, recognizing her potential for greatness. Upon hearing Zhangshi's insults, Pei Shi's voice rose sharply. Am I pretending to be virtuous? Very well, I shall indeed play the part of the Good Samaritan today. I will give to anyone but your family. With that, she crumpled the prison garments into a ball and flung them across to the opposite cell. That cell belonged to a distant branch of the Gu family, and when they were first imprisoned, they alone had refrained from cursing the Gu family. Xie Ling raised an eyebrow, realizing that Pei Shi had intended to distribute the garments to the opposite cell all along. merely putting on a show to avoid them becoming targets of ridicule. What a clear distinction of love and hatred. She found it quite admirable. The family in the opposite cell, upon seeing the thrown garments, wept tears of joy, quickly extending their hands to gather the fallen clothes. A round-faced woman clutched her 3 daughters, sobbing, "How wonderful! Wanner, may you hurry and change." Her husband, bowing with gratitude towards Pei-Shi, expressed his thanks, though Pei-Shi seemed oblivious, returning to her corner to meditate quietly. Shortly thereafter, the jailer arrived with his subordinates. A few young guards, laden with a pile of prison uniforms, tossed them at the door of the second household. The jailer, lounging on a polished table, rasped with excitement, "This cell will change first." A guard pointed at Lu Ruhan, sizing her up, and squinted, "You in the green dress. Change first." Lu Ruhan's eyes reflected trepidation, but upon glimpsing the long black whip in the jailer's hand, she tremulously grasped the garments. Lu Shi, shedding her outer robe to shield Lu Ruhan, was met with the jailer's narrowed eyes. With a crack of the whip, he barked, "I want to say it again. Change in front of me." Lu Shi trembled, causing her clothing to fall to the ground. Lu Ruhan inhaled deeply, seizing the filthy prison attire, and began to change. Throughout, the jailer and guard's eyes lingered on her. Tears welled in Lu Ruhan's eyes out of indignation, and once changed, she collapsed to the floor. When it came to Gu Tewei, she clutched her collar tightly, tears streaming down her face as she wailed, "No. No, I am a young lady of the Duke's residence. I will not change. If you dare, I will throw myself to my death." Zhang Shi seized the opportunity, recalling Xie Ling's words, and shouted, "I am the old matriarch of the Duke's residence. Who dares? If you do not give us time to change." For the sake of the Duke's residence in her moment of panic, she could not remember what Xie Ling had said, but pounded her thigh, declaring, "If you dare, I will throw myself to my death." The jailer was genuinely enraged now. As the adjacent cell housed a lady from the Prime Minister's household and the legitimate daughter of Pei-Shi. "What right do you, an old crone, have to intimidate me?" He stood up, opened the cell, and with a lash of his whip, struck Zhang Shi, coldly declaring, "You're asking for it. Change if you wish, or I shall assist you." Zhang Shi cried out in pain, crumpling to the ground. The jailer's fury was unabated as his icy gaze fell upon Gu Tingwei. Lu Shi, witnessing her daughter's obstinacy, rushed forward and slapped her. "You little wretch, hurry and change. Do you want me to call for the adults?" She then turned and slapped Gu Tingying. "You too, hurry. Do not waste the adults' time." The 2 girls, sobbing and wailing, began to change into the prison uniforms. After the garments were exchanged, the guards commenced their search for hidden silver. Lu Shi watched in dismay as the silver notes she had concealed in her shoes were discovered. Tears and snot streaming down her face as she began to curse Gu Wei. "Damn Gu Wei. I will have you tortured 1,000 times over for this. You have ruined my family and my silver." With the second household's misfortune as a cautionary tale, the other cells remained compliant. Fortunately, the cold weather compelled everyone to wear several layers of undergarments, thus preventing excessive exposure. The guards dared not pressure the women too much, only noting that they had removed their outer robes without further comment. Once everyone had changed, the guards left, satisfied with their haul of silver and fine clothing. As the cold night descended, those who had been clad in their own garments, luxurious furs and fine silks, now felt the chill of the prison attire. A biting cold gnawed at their bones, as if legions of insects were crawling beneath their skin, their feet numb and many lips turning blue from the cold. Xie Ling feigned sleep with her eyes closed, while secretly formulating a sleep-inducing powder. Once prepared, she opened her eyes and quietly dispersed the powder into the air. Its effect was remarkable. Within mere moments, all fell into a deep slumber, drifting into sweet dreams. A flash of golden light flickered across Xie Ling's brow, transforming into a gust of wind that vanished from the cell. She had just mastered and adeptly utilized her extraordinary ability, wind manipulation. As swift as a shadow, she departed like the wind. Chapter 7. Emptying the Prime Minister's residence. In the capital, the sounds of cloth being beaten echoed throughout the month. On the prime streets of Xinwu Avenue, the masters of the Prime Minister's residence had yet to rest, the grand estate ablaze with light as they moved in and out. Prime Minister Xie Yuan continued to read in his study, where a vibrant array of chrysanthemums adorned the entrance. In terms of capability and talent, he was indeed deserving of the title brilliant, yet his heart was as dark as it was treacherous, with self-interest at its core. The most incorruptible tutor of the present dynasty had once visited the Prime Minister's residence and chanced upon a pot of chrysanthemums, leaving behind a remark: "Chrysanthemums are the flowers of gentlemen. They are not suitable for the Prime Minister's residence. Remove them." From that moment on, Xie Ling seemed to have taken a dislike to chrysanthemums, and his estate was filled with various colors and types throughout the year. When the tutor passed away, he even sent 10 floral wreaths of chrysanthemums to pay his respects, illustrating his narrow-mindedness. At this moment, he furrowed his brow, inquiring of his guests, "Do you believe Gue has no chance of rising?" The elderly man in black seated at his side stroked his beard, "If I am not mistaken, the troubles at the Duke's residence stem from that individual in the east. The current emperor's health is declining, and the princes are stirring. The sixth prince shares a deep bond with Gue, having played together since childhood, and with Gue's military power, that individual must be anxious." The Prime Minister squinted, realizing that both the sixth prince and Gue were now exiled. Thus, the battle was won by that individual from the east. The old man nodded. This battle reveals that the eastern individual is indeed capable, having managed to bring down even the Duke's residence. It is time for the Prime Minister to choose a side. The Prime Minister set aside his book, smiling. "You are quite astute, my friend. I've heard the Crown Prince has yet to be betrothed. My eldest daughter is waiting in her boudoir. It is time for them to meet." The old man chuckled. "Your wisdom is remarkable, Prime Minister. I admire you." The Prime Minister patted the old man's shoulder. "It is not just my own wisdom. It is also thanks to your counsel, my friend. Your intellect is comparable to Zhuge Liang's." At that moment, Xie Ling stood invisibly beside Xie Ling, listening to the two exchange pleasantries, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her. This elderly man in black possessed a repugnant appearance and a diminutive stature, lacking the imposing presence of the 8-foot-tall, gallant Zhuge Liang. From their conversation, it was clear that the individual from the east was the Crown Prince, and the Prime Minister intended to marry Xie Ling to him. Xie Ling had originally been betrothed to Gue, and now she was to be married to the Crown Prince. It appears that in his eyes, children are merely pawns. With a cold smirk, Xie Ling stealthily pilfered the keys to the storeroom from Xie Ling. Daring to tamper with her betrothal gifts, she resolved to strip his mansion bare. Xie Ling, notoriously frugal and avaricious, had already conjured up visions of his expression upon discovering the desolation of his estate the next day. Xie Ling made her way directly to the storeroom, which, to her astonishment, was replete with riches. The original owner had lived in the mansion like an underprivileged maid. Although her legitimate sisters lived more comfortably, their circumstances were far from enviable. Xie Ling was particularly miserly, only allocating funds to the inner quarters when it served his interests. This modest mansion boasted more wealth than generations of illustrious dukes. "Xie Ling, how many bribes have you accepted? How much ill-gotten gain have you amassed?" Coincidentally, the space had expanded, revealing an additional courtyard. This time, Xie Ling took everything without leaving a trace for Xie Ling. Like a locust swarm, she left nothing behind. Every antique, precious artwork, and exquisite piece of jewelry was collected without exception. Before long, the storeroom lay bare. Xie Ling doubted that this was all. Xie Ling was cunning, and a crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. How could he have but this single repository for his treasures? Upon discovering a filthy chamber pot in the corner, Xie Ling's almond-shaped eyes narrowed. How could there be a chamber pot in the storeroom? Something was amiss. Casually, she pressed a beautifully crafted fan, adorned with golden threads, into the chamber pot and indeed felt an unusual protrusion. With a firm push, a secret passage suddenly revealed itself, faintly glowing with golden light. After dealing with all the hidden traps, Xie Ling descended. A dazzling golden light nearly blinded her. Gold, it was all gold. The pile of gold might well have reached the height of this floor. Xie Ling feverishly hoarded her bounty. After transporting the gold, she stumbled upon another secret chamber. As she opened the door, a rich aroma of rice wafted through the air. Upon looking up, she saw mountains of dry rations on one side and glimmering armor and weapons on the other. Everything was collected without exception. Only upon emptying the entire space did Xie Ling notice a dragon throne and an exquisitely crafted dragon robe tucked away in the corner. Raising an eyebrow, she had initially thought Xie Ling merely greedy and wicked, but it appeared he harbored ambitions of rebellion as well. Moreover, he had visited this place often enough to indulge in fantasies, as evidenced by the polished sheen of the throne and the significant wear on the dragon robe. Once she confirmed that the storeroom was devoid of any further treasures, Xie Ling proceeded directly to Xie Yunyan's courtyard. In the past, the original owner had been ruthlessly bullied by Xie Yunyan, solely because the original owner was excessively beautiful, inciting Xie Yunyan's jealousy. It was she who had poisoned the original owner. Xie Yunyan's courtyard, known as the Xiaoxiang Pavilion, was adorned with a vast expanse of emerald bamboo and orchids, though. Much like her father, she was unworthy of such refined beauty, merely a pretender to elegance. Aware of her own lack of beauty compared to others, Xie Yunyan diligently honed her talents in poetry, music, and painting, mastering them all to earn a reputation as an accomplished woman of letters. Revered in the capital for her ethereal grace. Naturally, there were detractors who labeled her as pretentious and affected. At this moment, Xie Yunyan lounged in a soft couch, clad in a water-blue garment, allowing her maidservant to apply a costly hair oil to her lustrous black tresses. She cherished her long hair above all, applying oil thrice daily to ensure its ethereal luster and delicate fragrance. Although Xie Yuan was stingy, he permitted her to use a portion of the funds, believing that his daughter's beauty was essential for marrying into an esteemed family. When a little maid inadvertently tugged her hair too roughly, Xie Yunyan slapped the maid across the face, arching an eyebrow as she scolded, "Clumsy. Can't you let anyone have peace at night? Qingju. Take her away and give her 50 lashes." 50 lashes in the frigid winter could very well prove fatal, yet Xie Yunyan remained indifferent to her. A life meant less than a single strand of her hair. This cruel and domineering demeanor starkly contrasted with the gentle and ethereal image she presented at social gatherings in the capital. Qingju hurriedly approached, personally applying the hair oil. "Do not be upset, miss. Think of something joyous. That little wretch Xie Ling is being exiled to Lingnan, and she is bound to perish on the road." Xie Yunyan's brows relaxed. "Indeed, that little wretch has been subjected to my potions daily while in the mansion. Her health, I wager, will fail within 2 or 3 days of exile. Just seeing her vexatious face makes me irritable, had it not been for my father's intervention. Asserting her beauty could land her a position as a concubine, I would have gladly taken a knife to mar that face beyond recognition." As she spoke, Xie Yunyan's willow-like brows furrowed again, lamenting that the little wretch could marry Wei Go, the most talented and handsome man in the entire capital. No other man could compare. Not even to a single toe of his. Alas, why does he have to be a lifeless corpse? Qingju skillfully played into Xie Yunyan's sentiments, heavenly jealousy towards the gifted, perhaps. If the heir were still alive, he would surely be a perfect match for you. Making others envious. All the women in the capital would envy you. What are those so-called beauties like the Princess of Closing Moon or the Jiang family's miss compared to you? They would be infuriated. Xie Yunyan chuckled lightly. Even if Wei is dead, I can still make them envious. I, Xie Yunyan, was born to be the most esteemed woman in this world. By the way, have the betrothal gifts from the Duke's residence been brought to me? It would bring me great satisfaction to see them. Qingju responded affirmatively and returned with a small treasure chest. Xie Ling observed the diminutive chest, scoffing at Xie Yuan's parsimony. She had just witnessed the betrothal gifts from the Duke's residence in the storeroom, which were at least 20 times more substantial than this meager offering. Yet Xie Yuan had only provided his own daughter with such a trifling amount. Xie Yunyan cradled the little chest possessively, her eyes glimmering with avarice and pride. She smirked, grateful for her mother's sharp intellect, which had guided her father's decisions. The mere thought of Xie Ling's dowry made her chuckle. She would never bestow such inferior jewelry as gifts to her servants. Xie Ling, standing nearby, stifled the urge to slap her face multiple times. She retrieved a sleeping potion from her spatial storage, rendering Xie Yunyan and her fawning maid unconscious. Since Xie Yunyan prized her hair above all, Xie Ling decided to shave it all off, transforming her into a pitiable figure. Using a small knife, Xie Ling severed all of Xie Yunyan's hair. A small knife was no match for proper shears, resulting in a disheveled appearance that was most unsightly. Satisfied with her handiwork, Xie Ling then sprinkled a powder on both Xie Yunyan and her maid that would cause them to sprout blemishes for several months. Once finished, Xie Ling swept through Xie Yunyan's courtyard, leaving it in complete disarray. At this moment, the inhabitants of the Prime Minister's residence were mostly asleep. Xie Ling ensured they would not benefit from her endeavors. Every courtyard was thoroughly looted. Even the green gauze drapes from the windows were stripped and tucked away. The beautiful pebbles in the garden were also collected, as she had been longing to create a pebble pathway in her spatial storage. After clearing everything out, Xie Ling made her way to the courtyard of the concubine, Anton. At that moment, Anton had not yet retired and was weeping over the bed where Xie Ling had once slept. One could not deny that Anton was exceptionally beautiful. Her tears under the lamplight were breathtaking. It was no wonder she had survived so many years in the mansion. She had always held a place in Xie Yun's heart. After some contemplation, Xie Ling decided to administer the sleeping potion to Anton as well, to avoid drawing too much attention to her actions. However, she refrained from taking anything of value from Anton's quarters, as there was likely nothing of worth left. All valuables had been designated as dowry for Xie Ling. The original mother was genuinely devoted to her. Xie Ling had resolved that once she settled in Lingnan, she would come to fetch Anton. After discreetly slipping several banknotes into Anton's hands, Xie Ling exited the Xiang residence. Presently, the only valuable item within the Prime Minister's estate was the exquisite round fan that Xie Ling had ingeniously concealed within the chamber pot to access the secret passage. Xie Ling then turned her attention towards the royal palace, specifically the prince's residence. Chapter 8. Ransacking the prince's mansion. The royal palace lay not far from the Prime Minister's residence, nestled in the very heart of the capital. Beneath the deep blue sky, the golden glazed tiles and the layered eaves of the grand halls shone with splendor. The towering palace walls rose to nearly 9 stories high, seemingly isolating the moonlit sky. With the heavy palace locks on the vermilion gates glinting coldly, a cadre of soldiers patrolled the palace perimeter, their expressions stern and resolute. The security here was far more stringent than that of the Xiang residence. Xie Ling concealed herself, soaring over the high palace walls, gazing down at the slumbering capital. Under the crescent moon, the myriad of buildings appeared as if shrouded in light ink, ethereal and dreamlike. The elegantly curved eaves, adorned with delicate carvings, intertwined and spiraled gracefully. The architectural ensemble rose densely, towering into the heavens, seemingly infinite in number. On one side stood the majestic royal palace, on the other, the bustling grandeur of the capital. Xie Ling pivoted, leaping onto the pristine marble platform. At this hour in the palace, the streets were devoid of court attendants. Only the rhythmic footsteps of patrolling soldiers echoed in the stillness. Xie Ling pressed against the palace walls, treading cautiously. The term masters of the inner court was not mere hyperbole. Should any formidable figures exist, Xie Ling, unfamiliar with the terrain, would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. She had always been prudent. Even though the kingdom of Beijing was the most inconspicuous of the 7 nations, the palace was still a dizzying sight. With every 5 steps, there was a floor, every 10 steps a pavilion, the corridors meandered and the eaves soared high. In the bleak and darkened world, where humanity's civilization teetered on the brink of extinction, how could one behold such perfect ancient architecture? In that desolate era, the streets were more often stained with blood. The walls crumbled and forlorn, a testament to devastation. It seemed that traversing to this realm was not entirely a misfortune. One day, she would traverse mountains and rivers, beholding all the breathtaking spectacles this world had to offer. How beautiful! Yet, a voice filled with venomous disdain shattered her reverie. Ha ha, Gu Yun is finally dead. Gu Wei, I never imagined you would meet your downfall today. Gu Yun, wasn't he the elder brother of Gu Wei? Xie Ling's eyes widened as she approached, fixing her gaze intently upon the young prince seated at the desk. The old eunuch beside the prince spoke with obsequious delight. Congratulations, your highness, on the culmination of your long-held wish. Reports indicate that Gu Yun's body was found mangled by wild beasts, his face unrecognizable. The prince sneered coldly. Gu Yun, Gu Wei compared to me, what are they? His ire escalated, and he hurled his brush to the ground with great force. I am the prince. Yet I have lived in the shadows of Gu Yun and Gu Wei since childhood. When Beijing is mentioned, others only recall the 2 brothers of the Gu family and their prodigious talents. What of me? I am the prince, the one who should be renowned in Beijing. Moreover, despite my repeated overtures towards them, they rebuffed me, clinging instead to the 6th prince. Why am I any less than the 6th prince? As for the Gu family, had it not been for my father's expulsion of their entire clan to the borders years ago, Beijing might have changed hands. The old eunuch bowed deeply, swallowing hard, astonished by the prince's revelations. A profound fear gripped his heart, prompting him to change the subject. Your highness is indeed wise. Gu Yun was merely a martial man, Utterly unremarkable, he is not worth a single toe of yours. The prince appeared to realize his indiscretion, regaining his icy demeanor. Upon hearing this, Xie Ling's eyes brimmed with scorn. Who said jealousy is a trait confined to women? The jealousy among men runs deeper and is far more repugnant. The dog prince, envious of the Gu brothers' superiority, resorted to such despicable means. His narrow-mindedness is astounding. Does he not see how the current peace and prosperity of Beijiang came to be? It is the result of the sacrifices made by the Gu family. The loyal bones of General Gu and Madame Gu still rest at the borders, safeguarding the vast landscapes of Beijiang. TSK, if I do not turn your prince's mansion upside down today, I shall not believe in myself. Fueled by indignation, Xie Ling could no longer restrain herself and approached to slap the dog prince across the face. The resounding slap left the prince dazed, his eyes swirling with stars, his mouth crooked. The old eunuch, startled, exclaimed, "Your Highness, what has happened to you?" The prince, equally bewildered, his chest heaving, stared in horror. Who dares strike me? I am the future emperor. Pei Fu, is that you? The old eunuch fell to his knees. Your Highness, I have served you faithfully since your childhood, loyal to the core. If you desire, I would gladly die for you on the spot. How could I commit such an act? I did not know. Xie Ling smirked. A symmetrical face is far more pleasing to the eye. With another crisp slap, she struck the other side of the dog's prince's face. Now! His visage was swollen and distorted, his speech slurred. Which ghost dares to strike me? I shall have him suffer a fate worse than death. The old eunuch knelt, repeatedly bowing his head, blood staining the pristine white tiles. Satisfied with the sight of the dog prince's battered face, Xie Ling turned away, heading towards the storeroom. Without needing to search, she glided effortlessly into the air, recognizing the heavily guarded structure as the prince's private treasury. Entering the storeroom, which spanned the size of 2 or 3 football fields, she felt diminutive within its vastness. Casual perusal revealed floors filled with government-sealed grain, weapons, and treasures. The staircase to the 3rd floor was blocked, presumably by a mechanism. Finding the mechanism was not a challenge for Xie Ling, yet she felt no inclination to search, as there were numerous other chambers belonging to the various concubines and the imperial kitchen yet to explore. With a mere thought, she began to absorb the treasures into her space, transforming into a gust of wind as she ascended to the 4th floor, where the sight before her left her astounded. If the wealth of the Duke's residence could be likened to a small hill, then the dog prince's treasury was akin to a sprawling mountain range. Truly, the son of the emperor. In a matter of moments, Xie Ling emptied the 6 floors, leaving not a single golden leaf behind. With a flick of her sleeve, she departed without taking a cloud with her. Xie Ling now made her way to the rear courtyard of the prince's mansion. She dared not linger. Swiftly moving from east to west, casting aside anything of value, be it brocaded fabrics or jeweled hairpins, into her space. After rummaging through the courtyard, she ventured into the imperial kitchen, then to the internal affairs office and the imperial hospital. Even at this early hour, the chefs in the kitchen had already begun their preparations, the tempting aromas wafting towards Xie Ling. As she passed behind the head chef, she could not resist snatching a small piece of osmanthus cake to savor. The chef turned back, puzzled. Didn't I make 3 pieces? The storeroom of the imperial kitchen lay behind the cooking area, brimming with a variety of ingredients and spices. Regrettably, to maintain freshness, the kitchen supplies were limited to a maximum of 2 days, hence the scarcity. After collecting everything into her space, Xie Ling proceeded to the internal affairs office, situated behind the kitchen. The internal affairs office, as its name suggests, served as the logistics department. What Xie Ling required most at this moment were these items, as the daily necessities in her space were inconvenient to retrieve in this ancient setting. At this moment, the internal affairs office was rather sparsely populated, with only a few palace maids and eunuchs, wrapped in cotton blankets and dozing off, their eyes barely able to open. The storeroom was meticulously organized, filled with an array of supplies, small cloths for wiping mouths, soft rags for sanitation, and charcoal for heating, among other essentials. Without hesitation, Xie Ling employed her wind-based abilities to swiftly clear out the entire inventory. In an instant, the Grand Prince's residence was transformed into an empty shell. Since she was already there, Xie Ling decided to venture into the imperial palace, where the emperor was neglecting his duties, and she too would act without restraint. She proceeded to deplete the emperor's treasury, as well as the private vaults of the various concubines. gazing at the crescent moon. She felt as though it was smiling back at her and returned to the prison with a sense of fulfillment. Chapter 9. Sipping chicken soup in the prison. Causing the second house to weep with envy. Upon entering the prison, Xie Ling immediately spotted the previously arrogant jailers drinking merrily, exchanging cups and reveling in their leisure. The head jailer, crunching on a peanut with his yellowed teeth exposed in a grin, remarked on how long it had been since a noble family had graced their prison. This time, the brothers were indeed well off. The burly jailer beside him nudged him with a wicked grin, narrowing his eyes. "You must admit, those ladies have quite the figures." Laughter erupted among them. Xie Ling, arms crossed, stood by with a cold smirk. If they enjoyed watching so much, she thought, she might as well gouge their eyes out. A flurry of silver needles shot forth, tracing a chilling arc straight for their eyes. A chorus of horrified screams erupted as Xie Ling remained unfazed, her expression indifferent as she passed by them. Such scoundrels deserved even worse than having their eyes plucked out. Upon returning to the prison, the others were still in a deep slumber. Unbeknownst to her, as soon as she returned, Gui's long eyelashes fluttered slightly. Just as dawn broke, the faint sunlight streamed through the narrow window, revealing swirling motes of dust in the air. The inmates slowly began to awaken. How strange, they thought. How could I have fallen asleep in such cold and slept so soundly? I've never slept this well at home. Ruer pouted, snuggling up to Pei-Shi, "Mother. Ruru is hungry." Pei-Shi sighed, "Be good, Ruru, the food will be here shortly." Ruru, with red-rimmed eyes, buried her head in Xie Ling's arms, clutching at her clothing, looking utterly pitiable. After a brief nap in Xie Ling's embrace, Ruru seemed to have taken a liking to her, frequently requesting to be held and clinging to her tightly. Unable to resist, Xie Ling feigned pulling something from her inner garments, when in fact she retrieved 2 exquisite pastries from her spatial storage, which she had pilfered from the prince's kitchen the night before. "I happened to collect these unfinished pastries while I was eating during the raid yesterday. One for you, Ruer. And one for you, Gert." Guli stubbornly turned his head away, declaring, "I want to eat. It's all for Ruer." Xie Ling had no choice but to reiterate her earlier reasoning. "You're the only male left as we are about to be exiled. How can you care for us if you do not eat?" Pei-Shi also gently patted Guli's shoulder. "Sister-in-law has prepared this for you. Just eat it." Reluctantly, Guli took a half of the pastry, leaving the other half for Songshi. "You should have half for the little nephew as well." His obedience was painfully endearing. The others around them began to shout as well, some even banging on the bars, demanding to know why the food had not yet arrived. Xie Ling lowered her gaze, pondering that the jailers must have been taken to receive treatment and the replacements had yet to arrive. The members of the second house, upon seeing Guli and Ruer eating, were filled with envy, their eyes turning red with jealousy. Zhongshi, still unrepentant after being whipped, shamelessly banged on the bars. "That new bride, do you have any pastries left? Bring one for your dear grandmother. After all, I am your beloved biological grandmother." No one paid her any heed. Xie Ling mused to herself, "This old hag has a face thicker than city walls." Receiving no response, Zhongshi began to hurl insults, centering her tirade around how Gui's actions had led their family to such a predicament, lamenting the unfilial conduct of the first house, and how the old master had explicitly named her as the legitimate wife before his death, extending her tirade for a lengthy quarter of an hour. After some time, a couple of the weaker women had fainted from hunger, and only then did the jailers finally arrive. One jailer carried a wooden bucket, another a stack of bowls, and yet another swung a bamboo basket filled with dark, unappetizing steamed buns. "Where's Xie Ling?" one jailer inquired. Xie Ling's heart skipped a beat. Surely, she had been invisible the entire time? Her abilities could not possibly leave traces. How could this be? The jailer smiled warmly at her and handed her a package. "Your family sent this for you. They said it was from the Yin family." Xie Ling's heart finally settled. The jailer's amicable demeanor indicated that her uncles must have provided him with substantial incentives. A bittersweet sensation washed over her, and she pondered. So this is what it feels like to be cared for by others? Once the provisions were distributed, the jailers departed. A bowl of watery porridge and a hard, unyielding bun constituted their meal. Many inmates sobbed as they ate. After all, what else could they do? Starve to death? They were to be exiled in the afternoon, and if they did not eat, they risked collapsing from exhaustion on the journey. Xie Ling opened the package her uncle had sent, revealing a warm blanket wrapped around 3 large wooden boxes. Upon opening the boxes, a rich aroma of food wafted out, revealing tender, stewed chicken beneath the rice. Its broth delectable and steaming, glistening with droplets of oil on the surface. The enticing scent drew the attention of many, their gazes fixated on her. Xie Ling recognized that this meal was not meant solely for her. It seemed her uncles had prepared sufficient food, perhaps out of concern that she would not fare well at the Gu family, demonstrating their thoughtfulness. Peisher's gaze softened. Linger, you have a wonderful uncle and a loving mother. The family shared the chicken soup together. The chicken was likely a free-range mountain bird, its meat tender and flavorful, the skin clinging to the bones, exuding a delightful aroma. Xie Ling savored the last sip of soup with happiness. As a true foodie, this was the first delectable dish she had tasted since her arrival in this world. She resolved firmly that once she settled in Lingnan, she would bring Anton along. As for her two uncles, she would also invite them to join her if they wished. While others might see Lingnan as a desolate land, Xie Ling had grown up there and felt confident she could thrive in that environment. The little grandson of the second house, Gu Chong, watched Xie Ling and the others with his fingers in his mouth, drooling as his eyes turned green with envy. The others from the second house were no different. Their cell was closest to the Gu family, and the aroma wafting from there was the most intense, causing them to itch with desire. Their stomachs seeming to twist with hunger, yearning to dash over and snatch the Gu family's meal. Lu Shi, knowing full well that the Gu family would never share with her, shot them a resentful glare and spanked her beloved youngest son. Eat, eat, eat. That family has hearts as dark as coal. Do you think they'll share with you? Gu Cheng wailed, I want to drink chicken soup. I want to eat black buns. I want chicken soup, not buns. The sound of the child's cries echoed throughout the prison, a cacophony of despair. After another meal in the afternoon, an officer entered, leading the prisoners out of their cells. Having spent so long in confinement, the blinding sunlight was overwhelming. The entire world appeared white, and it took a moment for them to adjust to the brightness. It was the depths of winter, and the cold wind felt like knives against their skin, while the sunlight offered no warmth. Xie Ling wrapped the blanket sent by Uncle and around Song Shi and bundled Ruer within it as well, with Ruer obediently clinging to Song Shi's leg. Xie Ling felt increasingly grateful for the thoughtfulness of Uncle An's family. In such frigid weather, clad only in a prisoner's garb, Song Shi, a pregnant woman, and Ru Jie, still in the bloom of youth, are surely susceptible to the chill. After a brief interval, a throng of over a dozen families, mostly composed of officials who have fallen from grace, began to gather in the open space before the prison. Xie Ling gazed over, noting the diverse assembly, men and women, young and old, each adorned in tattered prison attire, their hair disheveled. Once the crowd was gathered, the escorting officers drove the group towards the outskirts of the capital with an air reminiscent of herding livestock. Their task was to transport these prisoners beyond the borders, while another cohort of officials would handle their banishment. More than 100 souls trudged through the biting wind toward exile, some weeping bitterly, prompting the officers to take action with the crack of their whips. Thus silence reigned, as none dared utter a word, paralyzed by fear. In such weather, a strike from the whip could almost be equated to a death sentence. Outside the capital, the vast, verdant mountains loomed like slumbering beasts, and along the wide, muddy official road stood many pallid-faced individuals, family members come to bid farewell to the exiles. The officials charged with escorting the prisoners were imposing figures, brandishing long blades, emanating a fierce aura. After all, the distance from the capital to Lingnan stretched an arduous 5,000 li, fraught with wild beasts and untamed wilderness. Only those of robust constitution would dare undertake such a task. The leader among the escorting officials, surnamed Shin, possessed a broad brow and piercing eyes, presenting an imposing figure. He announced loudly, "Today marks your final afternoon in the capital. Those with family may bid farewell, while those without should prepare. We shall depart in 15 minutes. No sooner had he spoken than the officers relaxed their grip on their blades, and the mournful families surged forward. Almost every family had relatives present to see them off. The Gu family was no exception, with Pei's mother and siblings in attendance, conversing in hushed tones, while Song's parents wept as they embraced her. Even the second branch had a few relatives present. The official road was enveloped in a pall of sorrow, with sobs echoing throughout. The years ahead were uncertain, with no knowledge of when they might reunite. The officials, however, remained unperturbed, their expressions cold and indifferent, having witnessed such scenes annually, rendering them numb to the suffering before them. Xie Ling's eyes fell upon her two uncles and aunt. with a slender woman draped in a veil standing among them, likely her aunt. Before she could approach, Anton rushed over, breathless, tears streaming down her face. She enveloped Xie Ling in her arms, exclaiming, "My precious child, my dear Xie Ling. It is all the fault of that wretched Xie Yuan for marrying you to that lifeless man. Fear not, my dear. Should I not turn the Xie residence upside down for your vengeance, I shall no longer bear the surname," and Aunt Anne's words were not mere bluster. Xie Yuan had always regarded her with a different eye, for she was indeed beautiful and his childhood companion. Her previous compliance stemmed from disinterest in Xie Yuan, but she had not anticipated that decades of forbearance would lead her daughter to such a plight. Xie Ling, having lost her mother at birth, felt an inexplicable bond with Anton, a unique connection between mother and daughter. Her heart softened, and she tenderly wiped away Aunt Anne's tears. "Aunt, please remain well within the residence. Do not act rashly. Once I have settled in Lingnan, I shall come to bring you away. Worry not. The Gu family treats me like their own." Upon hearing Xie Ling speak well of the Gu family, Aunt Anne's anxious heart began to ease. Trembling, she produced a letter of severance, her gaze filled with malice. "That scoundrel Xie Yuan has dared to sever ties with a Ling. It infuriates me. It serves that Xie residence right for its misfortunes." Xie Ling finally grasped the chaos that had unfolded within the Xie residence today and understood why Anton was able to come forth. Xie Yuan, seeking to ingratiate himself with the crown prince, had to sever ties with Xie Ling, now the wife of Gu Wei. She pondered what Aunt Anne's reaction would be if she knew that the thief was her own beloved daughter. Taking the letter of severance, Xie Ling inquired, "You obtained this to come out? Did the matriarch give you any trouble?" Originally, Xie Yuan intended to send the steward, but the chaos within the residence was overwhelming. "With everyone occupied, hence I came myself. As for that old crone, rest assured, she cannot withstand my will." Anton, fearing Xie Ling's distress, hastily declared, "Severing ties is for the best. That filthy family is better left behind. After all, you are not of Xie Yuan's blood." Xie Ling scoffed, "Indeed, I could not wish for anything more." Just as she spoke, realization struck her. "Mother, what did you just say? I am not of Xie Yuan's blood?" Anton raised her chin with pride. "Why would I bear a child for someone I loathe so deeply, especially someone as loathsome as Xie Yuan? Besides, you are far too beautiful to resemble him." Her expression then darkened as she continued, "Your biological father is from Beijing. He promised to come for us. Yet for reasons unknown, all these years have passed without a word. I cannot help but wonder if he has perished." She wiped her tears, adding, "But it matters not. We have a Ling, an aunt, and uncles to care for us." The two uncles, hearing Aunt Anne's astonishing revelations, stared wide-eyed. "Sister, what other surprises might there be that we are unaware of?" Anton shot them a scornful glance, huffing, "There are countless matters you remain oblivious to." Xie Ling sighed in awe, considering her biological mother a paragon of ancient women breaking free from feudal constraints, audacious enough to cuckold even a high-ranking minister. Contemplating her lack of blood ties to Xie Yuan filled her with an unexpected lightness. Yet, words of farewell were inevitable. Anton began to weep anew, and both aunts' eyes glistened with tears. The two uncles presented gifts to each officer, bowing humbly, pleading for them to care for Xie Ling, particularly to the leadership. The eldest uncle smiled broadly, stealthily slipping 2 gold bars into his hand. "Sir, my dear Ling is the most beautiful young lady. I implore you to look after her. Upon our return to the capital, I shall prepare a grand gift in gratitude." Leader Shin weighed the gold bars in his hand, acknowledging the family's prowess in etiquette, and replied with a smile, "Certainly." The journey from the capital to Lingnan was long and arduous, and such kindness was indeed appreciated. He flashed a bright grin at Xie Ling. Observing this, Xie Ling felt a bittersweet pang in her heart, grateful for such a wonderful family. Anton handed Xie Ling a sturdy pair of cloth shoes. "A Ling, this journey will be long and treacherous. These soles I stitched myself. Take good care of them. And do not lose them. Even if they wear out, keep them as a memento." As she spoke of the soles, Anton tightened her grip on Xie Ling's wrist. In that moment, Xie Ling understood. Anton must have concealed something for her. As the quarter hour drew to a close, an officer bellowed, "Time's up. We must depart." Regardless of unfinished farewells, the moment had come. The prisoners, under the officer's urging, reluctantly parted from their families. Anton and the others accompanied them for 6 li, halting only when they reached a desolate stretch. "A Ling, take care of yourself. Aunt will be waiting for your return." Xie Ling shouted back in affirmative. Turning to glance over her shoulder, she saw Anton and her uncles shrink into mere specks, vanishing amidst the dense woods. In her heart, a question lingered. Who was her true father? Unbeknownst to Xie Ling, Anton indeed possessed the ability to entangle the Xie residents in turmoil. Having traveled only a few li, fatigue began to set in among the group, for they had once lived in luxury. Xie Ling's throat was parched, and her head spun dizzily. As she swayed unsteadily, the sharp crack of a whip sliced through the air, accompanied by the officer's furious shout, "What do you mean you can't go on after just a few li? Stop pretending to be dead and get up." Those individuals, disregarding their dignity, knelt upon the ground, pleading, "We beseech you, noble sir, grant us a moment's respite. We can scarcely move any longer." Unable to move? The official's countenance darkened with malice, and with a crack of his whip, he lashed out at the one feigning unconsciousness. The man sprang up like a carp, his back a grotesque tapestry of blood and flesh, shrieking in agony. The official sneered. "Now tell me, can you move?" "A pack of lazybones," he thought. His gaze swept over the others. "See? This is the price of sloth." Seizing the moment while all eyes were diverted, Xie Ling discreetly withdrew a water pouch filled with spiritual spring water from her space. She took a small sip. It was refreshingly sweet, leaving a lingering aftertaste that banished her fatigue. Observing the pallid faces of the Gu family, she extended the pouch to them. "Have some water to replenish your strength." Once everyone had quenched their thirst, Xie Ling approached Gu Wei, feigning to feed him water while secretly adding medicine to it. She then checked his pulse. With the aid of the spiritual spring water, Gu Wei's recovery was remarkably swift. It seemed that in a few days, he would regain full use of his limbs. As they continued on their arduous journey, news from the capital reached them, igniting fervent discussions among passers-by and exiles alike. The minister's residence, the crown prince's palace, and the imperial palace had all been robbed. It was said that the emperor and crown prince were so enraged they had not attended court for several days. The concubines of the harem, accustomed to a life of luxury, were now forced to tighten their belts, struggling to secure even a meal. The minister was so infuriated he fell into a lingering illness, reliant on others for his basic needs, barely managing to keep his temper in check. The emperor issued a fierce proclamation. The perpetrator must be captured and subjected to dismemberment by 5 horses, their remains fed to dogs. The nation was in shock. What kind of audacious thief could plunder a royal family? Chapter 11. The Scoundrel. The biting wind howled, icy shards piercing through the lungs, exhaling into frost. Xie Ling's face was chapped by the frigid gusts, her hands numb and swollen like carrots, mottled with hues of red and purple. Though the original owner of this body was not particularly favored within the minister's residence, she had nonetheless led a sheltered life. This morning alone, she felt as though she had traversed the entirety of her past existence. A sharp pain shot through her feet. Glancing down, she discovered that the blisters had burst, oozing pus and blood, congealed and sticking to the soles of her shoes, a ghastly sight. Indeed, it had been a relentless ordeal since parting ways with Anton, and retrieving a pair of sneakers from her space was no easy task. "Hurry along. Once we reach Yunpan Mountain, we can take a break. There's a small town at the foot of the mountain where you can procure supplies," shouted the leader, Shin, his face pale with cold. Some had already succumbed to the freezing temperatures, being carried by their families. The Gu family, having consumed the spiritual spring water, appeared to be in better spirits than the other exiles. Gu Li, in particular, was invigorated, energetically pushing Gu Wei's cart. Ru Jie was being carried by Qiao Yu, who, though taciturn, was diligent and capable. When Ru Jie complained of fatigue, Qiao Yu promptly stepped forward to lift her without a second thought. After another half hour, the adults were still able to endure, but the children could no longer bear it, beginning to wail and protest, refusing to continue. Xie Ling, noticing the ashen complexion of Songshi, felt an urgent pang of concern. If they did not rest soon, Songshi might suffer a miscarriage. Swiftly, she approached Sir. "There is a small grove ahead. Let us rest there. My sister-in-law is pregnant, and if we do not stop soon." For the first time, the second household voiced their agreement with Xie Ling, while others began to cry out, "Please, noble sir, let us rest. If we do not, someone may perish." Shin furrowed his brows, surveying the ailing prisoners. "Considering it is your first day of exile, I shall grant you a moment's reprieve. However, you must adhere to my plans moving forward. There shall be no further breaks." No sooner had Shin finished speaking than someone collapsed onto the icy ground. Indifferent to the chill, utterly incapable of moving, wishing to lie upon the frozen, muddy path until the end of time. Xie Ling's keen eye spotted a dilapidated thatched hut nearby. Though modest, it was sufficient to shelter her family, providing a refuge from the elements, and allowing her to retrieve supplies from her space. She strode purposefully towards it, intent on calling the pace over, only to see Lu Ruhan sashaying toward her. Lu Ruhan cast a disdainful glance at Xie Ling and then turned to loudly beckon her own family. "Aunt, over here. There's a thatched hut to shield us from the wind." Xie Ling frowned. Was this family truly bereft of shame? She coldly replied, "Miss Lu, I arrived here first." Lu Ruhan, unperturbed, countered, "I did not see you when I arrived. You are quite adept at distorting the truth. Do move aside and do not obstruct our path." With that, she scrutinized Xie Ling from head to toe, condescendingly adding, "I must say, Miss Xie, you ought to be mindful of your words. Do not presume you still hold the status of a lofty minister's daughter. Having fallen into the mire, do not flaunt your airs." Xie Ling smirked, effortlessly piercing through Lu Ruhan's facade with a few pointed words. It was evident she hailed from a humble background, lacking any sense of decorum. "Keep your distance. I can already detect the stench of the marketplace on you." With that, she marched past Lu Ruhan, leading Songshi and Xiaoyu into the thatched hut to sit down. Pei and Guli had gone to gather firewood. Lu Ruhan, incensed, turned pale with rage. "You are but a lowly illegitimate daughter. What makes you so special? We are all equals now. There's no need to act superior." At that moment, Gu Dong's eldest son, Gu Zhiwei, happened to arrive, carrying Zhengshi on his back. Lu Ruhan, tears welling in her eyes, clutched Gu Zhiwei's sleeve, sobbing, "Cousin. The new daughter-in-law of the Gu family has usurped my place and insulted me, calling me a lowly commoner. Does she not look down on our second household? You must teach her a lesson." Lu Ruhan, possessing a hint of charm, clung to Gu Zhiwei, who was accustomed to the company of courtesans, his resolve weakening. He unceremoniously tossed Zhengshi to the ground. Caught off guard, Zhengshi landed painfully on the stones, aggravating her whip wounds, grimacing in pain. "Wei Gur, you reckless fool. Do you wish to injure me?" Gu Zhiwei, however, was oblivious to Zhengshi, his focus solely on Lu Ruhan, yearning to display his gallantry. Zhengshi glared at Lu Ruhan, who leaned against Gu Zhiwei with a shameless demeanor, a flicker of malice flashing in her small eyes as she spat, "Little hussy." Meanwhile, Pei and Guli encountered the second household and arrived at the thatched hut's entrance simultaneously. Upon seeing her son and daughter-in-law, Zhengshi began to berate them. "Look at the fine son you raised, enchanted by that vixen. He has lost his wits and left me here." In truth, Zhengshi could have left. Her legs were perfectly fine, but she relished the opportunity to exert her authority. Lu, though a distant niece of Zhengshi, had not escaped her tyranny and feared her greatly. Glancing at Gu Dong, who remained silent, she hurried over to hoist Zhengshi onto her back. "Mother, Lu Ruhan is a good girl. They must have had their reasons for setting you down." Gu Dong, having been spoiled by Lu since childhood, felt utterly drained after such a long trek. He would rather Zhengshi carry him than the other way around. Pei cast a cold glance at the second household, stepping into the thatched hut. Zhengshi, witnessing Pei's actions, glared furiously. "What are you doing? This is our second household's hut. Such shameless behavior. Do not linger here." Pei did not even glance at her, while Guli was as furious as an irate little leopard. "What nonsense are you spouting? It was clearly my second sister-in-law who discovered it first." Upon witnessing this, Gu Dong shoved Guli's shoulder and began to reprimand him. "What do you mean your second sister-in-law discovered it? What I say is ours, and yours is yours. Your father and brother are dead, leaving behind a bunch of old, weak, sick, and disabled people. Don't push your luck or I'll be forced to strike you." Guli's eyes reddened with anger as he released the cart and picked up some small stones from the ground. With a fierce grip, he hurled a small rock like an arrow released from a bow, striking Gu Dong in the armpit with tremendous force. Gu Dong let out a cry of pain and collapsed to the ground, wailing, "You little brat, how dare you assault your uncle in public?" Pei wrapped her arms around Gu Li and mocked, "Respect me, and I shall likewise respect you." "Xie Dong, which of your words just now bore any resemblance to that of an uncle? Gu Li was correct to strike you. Don't think that just because Gu Wei is unconscious, you can bully us at will. My Gu Li has been practicing martial arts since he was 3. Dealing with you is as easy as squashing an ant." With that, she stepped into the house. Zhang Shi trembled with rage, striking Lu Shi forcefully. Why don't you hurry and see about your husband? Oh, my donger, that vile Pei Shi. Inside, Gu Zhui glared furiously at Xie Ling. You took my family's place and now you insult my cousin? Upon hearing this, Xie Ling raised her head and cast a dismissive glance at Gu Zhui. Does this thatched hut bear your family's name? Is all land beneath heaven owned by the king? What? Does the second branch's eldest son think he is more formidable than his majesty? Gu Zhui, a large and imposing figure, was not one to care for Xie Ling's words. He brought his massive hand down, exclaiming, You filthy woman, I'll kill you. Chapter 12. Punishing the Rascals. Xie Ling lifted her slender wrist and seized Gu Zhui's large, clumsy hand, executing a swift shoulder throw that sent him crashing to the ground. Logically, given his robust physique, such a throw should not have harmed him, however. After a long day of travel, he was already exhausted and lay on the ground, unable to rise. Looking down at him from her elevated position, Xie Ling scoffed. Don't provoke me, or you won't even know how you met your end. Humiliated before a woman, Gu Zhui glared at her with fierce eyes. Xie Ling flashed a warm smile. If that's not enough, just say so. With that, she slapped Gu Zhui repeatedly, her hands moving like lightning, rubbing her wrist. She sighed, honestly, why is your skin so thick? My hands are sore from slapping you. Lu Ruhan, frightened by Xie Ling's glare, shouted, You madwoman. Xie Ling furrowed her brows slightly, raised her other hand, and delivered a crisp slap to Lu Ruhan's face, leaving a bright red imprint. Now that's what I call madness. I didn't want to hit you, but you insisted on provoking me. Lu Ruhan screamed and lunged at Xie Ling, shrieking. You dare strike me? I'll fight you. Yet, she was no match for Xie Ling, who left her hair disheveled and her clothes in disarray after the encounter. Fear finally flickered in Lu Ruhan's eyes as she hastily dragged Gu Zhui away. To survive in a post-apocalyptic world, mere medical knowledge was insufficient. Xie Ling had trained extensively in close-quarters combat, more than capable of dealing with someone like Gu Zhui, whose physical prowess was merely superficial. Pei Shi, observing Lu Ruhan dragging Gu Zhui away, was somewhat puzzled. Linger, what is going on? Did Gu Zhui come to trouble you? Xie Ling replied sweetly. He wanted to cause trouble, but I have no idea how it happened. They just suddenly fell to the ground. It seems that the heavens are punishing them for their misdeeds. Witnessing the entire scene, Zhang Shi asked, He dared to bully you? Gu Li, wanting to rush out, was stopped by Xie Ling Li Gur. A gentleman uses words, not violence. They likely won't dare trouble us again for a while, so let us not provoke misfortune. It's south disgusting being close to such people. Xie Ling said this without a hint of discomfort, completely forgetting her earlier display of slapping others. Gu Li, contemplative, finally calmed down and nodded obediently. Pei Shi also realized her youngest son had become like a firecracker since the family troubles began, easily igniting at the slightest provocation. While protecting his family is commendable, his quick temper made him susceptible to manipulation. Pei Shi regarded Xie Ling with increased admiration and gently reminded, Do you remember your second sister-in-law's words? Li Gur, our Gu family is not a bunch of brutes. While the young boy was being educated, the second branch was engulfed in sorrow. Zhang Shi, upon seeing her precious grandson's face swollen like a pig's head, fainted on the spot, while Lu Shi wept bitterly, pounding her thigh in anger. With the men of the family beaten so severely by the main branch, the second branch remained temporarily subdued, retreating to a distant corner to rest. After a short while, dark clouds gathered overhead. A fierce wind howled past, followed by torrential rain that stirred up clouds of dust. In such weather, being drenched would inevitably lead to catching a cold. The prisoners scattered, seeking shelter from the rain in nearby caves. The guards, clutching their long knives, looked anxious, hoping the rain wouldn't last too long. If night fell in these wild mountains, what would they do if they encountered wild beasts? Another guard shivered. There's no other choice. If the rain is too heavy, we'll have to brave the storm. It's better than being devoured by a beast. Conditions in the thatched hut were hardly better. While it poured outside, it dripped inside as well, forming small puddles on the ground. A group of people huddled in a small corner. After much contemplation, Xie Ling decided to reveal her space. She trusted her judgment. The Gu family would not harm her. Xie Ling's philosophy was that living timidly was uninteresting. If one could live comfortably, then one should. She retrieved a small copper basin hidden beneath her clothing and rose from her warm spot, heading toward the door. Pei Shi was alarmed. Linger, what are you doing? You'll catch a cold in the rain. Xie Ling squatted at the door, saying, "Don't mind me, I'm collecting water." Pei Shi sighed. This child had a good heart. If only my son Shurjin were still alive. Mentioning Gu Wei darkened Pei Shi's expression. Gu Li had already rushed over to help Xie Ling collect water. The principle among the Gu men was that no woman should labor alone. Gu Li looked at the small copper basin in Xie Ling's hands with curiosity. Second sister-in-law, is this a copper basin? How can it be so small and light? The copper basins I've seen are always heavy with thick walls. How is this made, and where did you buy it? Encountering something novel. Gu Li finally revealed a hint of youthful curiosity, bombarding her with questions. Xie Ling deflected. My uncle is a merchant. He brings back interesting things from his travels. I don't know where this came from. Gu Li's enthusiasm waned. If this item were to be used on the battlefield. As he pondered, Xie Ling had already walked away with the water. Gu Li hurried after her, exclaiming, "Second sister-in-law, let me help." Xie Ling set down the basin, gathered 2 stones to make a stove, pulled some thatch for kindling, and retrieved a few pieces of charcoal from her space, then quietly took out a lighter. With a flick of her thumb, flames ignited. Xie Ling placed the small copper basin on the stones. What are you all staring at? Come over and warm yourselves. But be careful not to set the house on fire. Xie Ling first held her items in her hands before retrieving them from the bundle Anton gave her. To everyone's eyes, it appeared as though she had pulled them directly from the bundle. Pei Shi, Qiuyu, Gu Li, Songshi, and even little Ru Jia all stared in astonishment at the lighter in Xie Ling's hands. Xie Ling touched her nose, lying without a hint of embarrassment. This is called a lighter. My uncle gave it to me. The charcoal gradually glowed red, enveloping the thatched cottage in a warm embrace. The company finally regained their warmth. Their faces aglow from the flickering flames, greedily soaking up the heat. Once the water was boiled, Xie Ling retrieved 3 of her least desirable face cloths from her space, one for Gu Li, one for Madame Pei, and the last for herself and Qiuyu. You should dip these cloths in hot water and apply them to your feet and legs. I will fetch some medicine shortly to soothe your soles, Xie Ling instructed. After quickly wetting her own cloth, she began to remove her shoes. The soles of her feet had become thoroughly stuck to the insoles, and with a grimace, she gently pried them apart. She then wrapped her sore, aching little feet in the warm, damp cloth. Feeling the heat diminish, Xie Ling dipped the cloth in hot water once more to also soothe her knees before passing it to Qiuyu. Qiuyu appeared flustered, shaking her head repeatedly. Miss, I am but a servant. That cloth is far too fine for me, it would surely become soiled. Xie Ling sighed, if you do not wish to apply it yourself. Shall I assist you? With that, she feigned an intent to help Qiuyu, prompting her to accept the cloth with trepidation, carefully applying it to her feet. Little Ru Jia, with her tiny feet wrapped in the cloth, clung to Madame Pei's neck, giggling, "Mother, it tickles." Gu Li wet the cloth and approached the cart to tend to his elder brother. As he removed Gu Wei's shoes, he felt a familiar large hand brush against his head. In disbelief, Gu Li looked up to find his brother's eyes open, gazing at him with warmth. Overcome with emotion, tears welled up in his eyes, but he saw Gu Wei gently shake his head. Gu Li had no choice but to stifle his overwhelming joy, his stubborn eyes brimming with tears. Gu Wei, witnessing his younger brother's state, let out a soft sigh. His injuries would take time to fully heal, and awakening now would only burden his family. Meanwhile, Xie Ling feigned sleep, secretly concocting medicine in her space. Once prepared, she emerged with a large bag of spiritual spring water. This is for applying to your feet. We will take turns. The water pouch contains enough for everyone. And remember to drink some afterward, she instructed before making her way to Gu Wei's bedside. For the past few days, it had been Xie Ling caring for him. Sensing her familiar presence, Gu Wei opened his eyes, his beautiful peach blossom-like gaze shimmering. Feeling uneasy, Xie Ling turned her head away, muttering to herself, "Why must a man be so handsome? Truly a curse." Swiftly, she placed a pill in Gu Wei's mouth and offered him a generous sip of spiritual spring water before returning to the warmth of the stove to tend to her own wounds. With the remaining water, Xie Ling drank deeply, feeling the fatigue wash away, her body becoming notably lighter. The Gu family mirrored this revitalization. Their feet no longer ached, their legs no longer weary, and they appeared invigorated. Outside, the sound of raindrops diminished, and voices of the officials could be heard in the distance. It's time to set off. Xie Ling lamented slightly, wishing she had time to prepare a meal. Witnessing the Gu family donning their tattered shoes, she took decisive action, swiftly fetching 7 or 8 down jackets and snow boots from her pack. Faced with the astonished gazes of the Gu family, Xie Ling shrugged. These are for my uncle. Madame Pei was the first to respond. Linger's uncle is truly a good man, providing so many fine items for us. Remember, this kindness comes from Linger's uncle. Let us not forget this debt of gratitude. The others understood and quickly changed into the snow boots, slipping the down jackets over their prison garments, relieved that the loose prison trousers concealed the boots well. Lu Ruhan stood behind a tree, her cold gaze fixed on the Gu family's thatched cottage, her small hands tearing at scraps of cloth in frustration. Xie Ling, sooner or later, I will ensure that you find yourself in a position where death is preferable. Chapter 13. The Viper. The rain had completely ceased, revealing a foggy landscape where only the peaks of distant hills were visible. The air, imbued with the unique scent of damp earth, was refreshingly invigorating. The yellow mud official road, washed by the rain, was riddled with potholes and puddles. After a brief respite, the officials announced it was time to continue on their journey. The prisoners appeared more spirited after resting, though they still bore signs of evident weakness. In contrast, the Gu family stood tall and proud, exuding a vitality that even surpassed that of the officials, drawing the attention of many prisoners. The members of the second house had noticeably quieted, refraining from further curses towards the first house, yet their glares remained fixed in hostility, particularly that of Gu Zhouwei, whose bovine eyes seemed to burn with a desire to consume Xie Ling. The collateral members of the Gu family observed in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. After traveling nearly 5 miles, Xie Ling too raised his hand to signal a halt before hurriedly darting into the nearby woods, revealing his need to relieve himself. Xie Ling too sought a moment of privacy and inquired if anyone from the Gu family would accompany her. Only Ru Jia nodded in agreement. The little girl insisted on being carried, and Xie Ling obliged, bending down to lift her. A soft bundle, she had spent so long in confinement that she exuded a faint scent of milk. Wrapping her arms around Xie Ling's neck, her cool, chubby little face resting against Xie Ling's cheek, Xie Ling felt her heart melt. Unable to resist, pulling out a small cake from the old house's fridge, feeding it to Ru Jia piece by piece. Once finished, Ru Jia buzzed around Xie Ling like a little bee, licking her fingers and beaming, "Sister-in-law, Ru Jia likes you." Xie Ling's heart softened further. Fearing the wind might chill Ru Jia, she sought shelter behind a large rock before hurriedly attending to her needs. In the original memories, the Prime Minister's household employed bamboo slips for personal hygiene, and due to the Prime Minister's miserly nature, they were often washed and reused. The thought of those bamboo strips scraping against her skin made Xie Ling wince, and she quickly retrieved a few sheets of paper from her space, ensuring both herself and Ru Jia were left clean and tidy. As she emerged, still with Ru Jia in tow, they encountered an elderly woman weeping beside a young woman lying on the ground. The young woman's complexion was ashen, her lips pale, curled up as if lifeless. The elderly woman sobbed, "My poor Wanyu, your husband was promoted only a few months ago, and now you've been exiled. How could this happen? And now you've been poisoned by a snake?" Nearby, a young man crouched, his face etched with anxiety as he grasped the woman's hand, his eyes reddening. Xie Ling inquired, "What happened to the woman lying there?" Madame Pei sighed, "That is Wang Shi, the new bride of the Qin family." While relieving herself, she inadvertently disturbed a hibernating venomous snake, and it bit her in that area. "That area?" Xie Ling echoed, puzzled. Madame Pei hesitated, finally confessing, "Well, that area." Understanding the embarrassment of the situation, Xie Ling realized how awkward it was to be bitten in such a place. Onlookers would hesitate to inspect the injury. After observing for a few more minutes, the young man took a deep breath as if resolved to act. "Mother, there's only one way now. I must help Yunyang extract the venom." The elderly woman paused, her silver hair swaying in the wind as she hunched over. "It seems we have no other choice. Yunyang is suffering because of us. The Qin family owes her this." The young man bowed deeply, his voice hoarse as he called out, "Mother." Surrounding onlookers recognized the weight of his hesitation, knowing he sought to give his mother time to ponder. If he assisted his wife in extracting the venom, it was likely he would succumb to it as well. Should both he and his wife perish, the elderly woman would be left alone on this road of exile. In the presence of the criminals, no physician could be found. Should they delay until reaching the town, The woman would likely succumb to her affliction with no remedy in sight. At this moment, the only hope lay in the man's willingness to extract the poison from her body, thus granting her a slender chance of survival. The elderly woman regarded him with gentle eyes and encouraged, "My son, pursue what you wish to do." The man rose and approached the constable, requesting a moment's grace. The group of constables exchanged astonished glances, each reflecting the shock mirrored in the other's eyes. One constable turned to Xin, the leader, and inquired, "What should we do, Chief?" Xin nodded, cautioning, "Do not tarry for too long." Their remuneration depended on the number of prisoners they delivered to the place of exile. The more souls they transported, the greater their reward, hence they were keen to avoid any fatalities on the journey. What astonished the constables was the depth of this man's devotion to his wife. The gazes of all present shifted towards him, imbued with newfound respect. Some men scoffed, regarding it as a disgrace for a man of stature to assist a woman in such a manner, while women looked on with envy, pondering the worth of having a husband so devoted. One woman, caught up in her thoughts, inadvertently voiced her admiration, only to be met with disdain from her own husband. "You can go to hell. I shall not engage in such demeaning acts," he retorted. In a society where women occupied a subordinate status, this man truly stood as an anomaly. He cradled his nearly lifeless wife in his arms and bowed to those around him, apologizing for the delay he was about to cause. Lu and Zhang, who had never known love, shared a disdainful glance at the man. Lu, with a darkened expression, spat in contempt. How could she have been bitten by a snake unless she was entangled with some man? Heaven must be punishing her. Zhang, equally indignant, protested. "Why should we be delayed for one person? Must we all wait for you?" Suddenly, the elderly woman on the ground slapped Lu across the face. "You foul-mouthed wretch! My Yunyang is innocent. Why do you insult her?" The man, unperturbed, replied, "We have sought permission to delay. Do you wish to challenge the authority of the chief?" Xin, hearing the commotion, cast a sharp gaze in their direction. He had no patience for gossips and barked, "Those who wish to leave may do so. But they will be treated as fleeing criminals. Their descendants will be enslaved." The surrounding women regarded the pair with scorn. A kind-hearted woman stepped forward, casting a derisive glance at the Lu and Zhang duo. "Young sir, hurry and save your wife. Do not waste time on these uncouth creatures. You do not wish to attract their ire." Upon hearing this, the man expressed his gratitude and carried his wife away. Lu and Zhang seethed with rage. How dare that wretched woman call them beasts? As they plotted their revenge, the woman's stern look summoned the men of their household, 6 or 7 of them. All tall and imposing, their expressions dark. With the 2 male members of the Lu and Zhang families injured, they dared not speak further, swallowing their fury. Xie Ling observed the man's retreating figure, exchanged a brief nod with Pei, and quietly followed. A healer's heart cannot stand idly by in the face of suffering. Realistically, this family was composed of upright individuals, and the man bore an air of distinction that marked him as worthy of acquaintance. Xie Ling circumvented through a different route, feigning a search for something she had dropped, reluctant to reveal her medical prowess. She was a physician, not a saint. She feared that should word of her skills spread, she would be inundated with requests for help, ultimately leading to her own exhaustion. Unbeknownst to her, Gu Sanlang from the Gu family S branch observed her every move. Chapter 14. By Shui Town, Xie Ling hurried along, anxious that the man might indeed bend down to extract the poison, thereby entangling herself in the rescue of 2 lives, a troublesome predicament. Behind a massive stone, the man offered an apology to his wife before beginning to unfasten her trousers. Seeing him bowing his head, Xie Ling called out urgently, "Please wait." The man quickly grabbed a nearby garment to shield his wife's modesty, glancing around to find a young girl standing nearby, his expression shifting to one of concern. "What do you want, young lady?" Xie Ling succinctly declared, "I possess medical knowledge and can save your wife." Upon hearing this, the man's eyes sparkled with gratitude, devoid of any doubt. Why would a young girl deceive him? He stammered, "I beg your pardon, thank you." "If you truly can," Xie Ling interrupted, "say no more. Just stand back and observe. I wish to protect your wife's reputation and do not wish to reveal my abilities." The man cast a reluctant glance at his wife before moving aside to allow her space. Once assured he could not see her, Xie Ling retrieved her medical kit from her belongings, cleaned the woman's wounds, and administered an antidote. Gradually, the woman's complexion returned to normal. After a moment's thought, Xie Ling resolved to assist further and prepared a scar-removing ointment. Women, particularly in this era, would undoubtedly dread the permanence of scars, which might leave lasting psychological impacts. Having completed her work, Xie Ling called for the man. He had been vigilantly watching, and upon hearing her voice, he dashed over, breathless, and leaned down to examine his wife. Upon witnessing her improved color, he was overcome with emotion, his eyelids reddening as he stammered. Yunyang, he paid no mind to her youth, bowing deeply in gratitude. "Thank you, young lady. May I know your name?" "Su Xingji will forever remember your kindness and will repay you in kind." Clad in tattered prison garb, he nonetheless emanated grace, akin to the elegance of a bamboo swaying in the breeze. Xie Ling recognized the name from her memories of the original owner. Even a sheltered young lady knew of him, suggesting his prominence in the capital. The youngest scholar to achieve the highest honor, he hailed from humble beginnings, living with his widowed mother, embodying integrity and virtue. He had even spurned offers of marriage from princesses to remain true to his childhood sweetheart. It seemed this woman, bitten by the snake, was indeed that cherished sweetheart. Xie Ling felt a surge of genuine respect for him and nodded slightly. "I am Xie Ling, the daughter of the former duke. Your gratitude is too weighty. It is merely that your husband is unwell, and the women of the Gu family may find it inconvenient to act without assistance. I may seek your help from time to time." Xingji was aware of the duke's circumstances and had once lamented their plight, intending to plead on their behalf. However, fate intervened before he could complete his petition, landing his own family in similar straits. With a wry smile, he replied, "It is only right. I too hold great respect for the duke's family. We are merely fellow travelers on this path of misfortune." After exchanging pleasantries and handing over the scar-removing ointment, Xie Ling returned to the group. Reflecting on Xingji's words, she contemplated the reasons for his family's exile. Surely, the crown prince had sought to win him over, only to be rebuffed, leading to his family's downfall. Meanwhile, Xingji waited a while before carrying his wife, Yun, back to the group. Upon seeing her restored complexion, the crowd assumed it was due to his efforts in extracting the poison. Only Gu Sanling narrowed his eyes, contemplating the slender figure of Xie Ling with intrigue. The procession resumed, and before sunset, they finally beheld the majestic and sprawling Yunpan Mountains. As the sun descended behind the mountains, the evening glow painted the broad surface of the Baishui River, shimmering like scattered fragments of gold. At the foot of the Cloud Disk Mountain lies a river named Baishui, and beside it, a quaint town known as Baishui Town. Nestled between the mountains and the water, Baishui Town serves as a crucial thoroughfare for merchants and travelers from various provinces en route to the capital, rendering it a hub of prosperity and abundance. Beyond Baishui Town, one would be completely out of the capital region. The official road outside Baishui Town is wide enough for 5 or 6 horses to gallop side by side, with the carriages flowing like water and horses soaring like dragons, while pedestrians move in a bustling throng, perfectly embodying the phrase shoulder to shoulder. Shin, the leader, expressed a hint of surprise. Having escorted exiled prisoners for many years, he had witnessed the prosperity of Baishui Town, but had never encountered such a multitude. He even spotted some sedan chairs belonging to high-ranking officials arriving in the capital. Was there some grand personage visiting Baishui Town? The exiled prisoners pondered the same. Once belonging to noble families in the capital, they recognized several sedan chairs belonging to esteemed clans. Pei gazed at one such chair departing, her expression puzzled. It belonged to the Minister of Rights, whom she had seen during the celebration of Ru's first month. Why would they come to Baishui Town? Xie Ling replied, "Perhaps a significant figure has arrived in Baishui Town." Pei nodded in agreement. However, regardless of the magnitude of the visitor, it held no relevance to them. The day the emperor issued the decree of punishment marked the departure of the capital's splendor from the duke's mansion. Over 100 exiled convicts, clad in tattered prison garb, stood out conspicuously on the bustling streets. Almost every passerby turned to cast disdainful glances at them, some even wishing to distance themselves, fearing the taint of association. Fortunately, the lodging was not far, just on the outskirts of Baishui Town. Upon reaching the inn's entrance, even with a foreboding sense of what awaited, Xie Ling's brow twitched at the sight of the dilapidated thatched huts, which appeared on the verge of collapse. Shin raised his hand, gesturing towards an adjacent inn, suggesting that those who preferred not to stay at the post could find accommodations there at their own expense. Xie Ling suddenly realized the reason behind the shabby state of the post. It was a strategy to drive business to the inn. Shin continued, "You are commoners in exile, and the rules are not overly strict. Tonight, You may venture out to procure clothing and food, simply inform the officials. Tomorrow at noon, you shall set out. And once outside the capital region, there will be no need to wear prison garb. Those with means may even hire a carriage. For the journey ahead is long and arduous. Please make your own assessments. With that, Xin eagerly led his two trusted aides away, yearning for the exquisite wines of Feihong Tower that he had long craved. The remaining officials wore expressions of discontent, muttering amongst themselves, "Head, remember to bring us a few jars of fine wine and a few dozen pounds of roasted beef." The Gu family, unburdened by financial constraints, headed directly to the fortune inn beside the post. Upon arrival, a cheerful attendant greeted them warmly, showing no sign of condescension despite their prison attire. Esteemed guests, today Baishui town is particularly bustling. Our rooms are fully booked, leaving only the top-tier room available, priced at 10 times the usual rate. Would you like to stay? Xie Ling thought to herself that this inn was rather opportunistic, but begrudgingly nodded. After all, it was better to stay comfortably. They had the means. The attendant beamed, "Splendid. I shall assist you in carrying your belongings upstairs." As they ascended the staircase, Xie Ling couldn't help but inquire, "May I ask which great person has come to Baishui town today to attract such a crowd?" The attendant raised an eyebrow, brimming with enthusiasm. "The visitors are living deities. It has been a decade since such beings graced the kingdom of North River. The last time was in the capital of Chuyu. Who would have thought that upon arriving in North River, they would come to our Baishui town? This signifies something. Our Baishui town possesses good fortune. Living deities?" This concept was foreign to Xie Ling's memories. Noticing her confusion, Pei explained, "They belong to Mingwei Island, one of the 4 great sects. These sects exist independently of the 7 kingdoms, and Mingwei Island is renowned for its miraculous medical skills, capable of resurrecting the dead and mending broken bones. The inhabitants of the island are elusive, thus they are referred to as living deities." Xie Ling nodded in understanding, feeling a spark of interest. Medical skills? She indeed wished to discover what differences existed between the medicine of this era and that of her own time. She grasped the attendant's sleeve, asking, "Where can I find the people from Mingwei Island?" The attendant waved his hand dismissively. "Miss, do not harbor such hopes. There are countless individuals seeking their counsel. You will not succeed." "I merely wish to observe the commotion," Xie Ling clarified. The attendant scratched his head. "Very well. The living deities are currently residing in the tallest building in Baishui town, the Westwind Tower. On the official road leading from the capital to Baishui town, a sedan chair emblazoned with the character for Xia slowly made its way forward. Within, Xia Yunyan, veiled and visibly sullen, clutched her wig tightly, vowing to obtain the aid of the Mingwei Island practitioners to restore her face and hair. Chapter 15. Settling into the inn, enjoying spicy hotpot. The top-tier room at the inn was indeed spacious, yet the bed was unbearably hard, merely a wooden board covered with a few layers of fabric. It seemed that cotton had yet to become widely available in this era, reserved only for the nobility. Xie Ling retrieved her down comforter and mattress from her old residence, along with 2 additional blankets from the wardrobe to prepare for the others. Gu Li and Gu Wei shared one bed. Shou Yu took the soft couch, while Song, Pei, Xie Ling, and Ru Jia squeezed into the large bed. Once the bedding was arranged, Ru Jia climbed onto the bed without removing her prison attire, burying herself in the soft blankets. Seeing this, Pei hurriedly assisted in removing her prison garb, leaving her in the down vest provided by Xie Ling. The Gu family members observed in silence as Xie Ling produced a comforter seemingly out of thin air, their expressions betraying their astonishment, but they pretended not to notice. Xie Ling, unwilling to explain, kept her silence. After a while, the attendant brought hot water. Xie Ling set up a screen for privacy and proceeded to bathe. As steam enveloped her, she closed her eyes and entered her space. In her sanctuary, the ambience was always reminiscent of a warm spring day, neither cold nor hot, with peach blossoms fluttering gently, landing by the spiritual spring, creating a picturesque scene. Having procured so many items without cost, Xie Ling had yet to organize them, leaving everything piled in the courtyard. The food and vegetables sourced from the imperial kitchen remained pristine, not a hint of spoilage. She attempted to manipulate them with her consciousness and found it effective. In less than 5 minutes, everything was sorted. While organizing her clothes, Xie Ling discovered several modest outfits she intended to offer to the Gu family. Once everything was arranged, she gazed at the misty white fog outside the courtyard. Lost in thought, she wondered when her mountain peaks would manifest. The resources in her old residence were limited, while her stockpiles and weaponry were still on the mountain. Emerging from her space, Xie Ling changed into a red and blue ensemble, her long hair casually adorned with a jade hairpin, presenting an elegant and graceful appearance. Pei and the others either sat or stood, hesitant to approach the bed for fear of dirtying Xie Ling's blankets with their prison attire. With daylight still lingering, Xie Ling handed some clothing to Pei before stepping outside, intending to borrow the kitchen from the innkeeper. The attendant happened to be at the door, and Xie Ling called out, "Could we have some hot water exchanged? Also, may we borrow your kitchen?" "Of course. The kitchen is in the backyard. I shall lead you there." The attendant's eyes lit up, not expecting such beauty to emerge from the prison garb, and he eagerly guided her. Who wouldn't be charmed by a lovely lady? In the kitchen, the chefs were bustling with activity, the aroma of food wafting through the air amidst swirling smoke and mist. The attendant pointed to an empty stove. "You may use that one. Just remember to pay the chef for the ingredients." Xie Ling nodded slightly, offering a radiant smile to the waiter as a gesture of gratitude. The waiter, utterly captivated by the beauty before him, became enraptured and wandered away in a daze. Xie Ling surveyed her surroundings, examining the ingredients available: eggs, cabbage, and both pork and mutton. Unfortunately, the spices were scarce, limited to only salt and Sichuan pepper. This era lacked chili peppers, and the cooking methods were rather rudimentary, consisting solely of steaming, boiling, or stewing. Xie Ling resolved to prepare a simplified version of hotpot. Upon searching, she discovered, to her dismay, that there was no suitable pot for hotpot. The pots of this time were made of heavy aluminum, and due to the primitive iron smelting techniques, they were excessively thick and unwieldy. After pondering for a moment, she recalled that there might be an alcohol lamp in the old residence. Thus, she decided to prepare the base ingredients and process the food, taking them back to her room to enjoy. Fortunately, the stove was discreet, allowing Xie Ling to quietly retrieve the hot pot base, Sichuan pepper, MSG, and various seasonings from her space. She began by creating a spicy broth, heating oil and adding scallions, garlic, cilantro, and chili peppers to saute until fragrant. Then, she introduced bay leaves, cinnamon, and star anise, finally incorporating the hot pot base and gently frying it until melted. An aromatic, multi-layered spiciness instantly permeated the kitchen, enticing and making one's mouth water, instinctively prompting the onlookers to swallow. The kitchen staff began to seek out the source of this tantalizing aroma, gathering around Xie Ling. As she was preparing the base, she looked up, startled to find so many people surrounding her. One chef inquired, "Young lady, what is this red concoction? And why does it smell so delightful?" "This is chili pepper, brought back by my family from the western regions," Xie Ling replied. The chef rubbed his hands together. "Dear lady, might you consider selling me a bit? I would pay a handsome price." Xie Ling shook her head. "This item is rare. My family possesses only a small quantity, and it is not for sale. If you desire it, you should inquire with the merchant caravans headed to the western regions." All the surrounding chefs expressed their disappointment, reluctantly casting one last longing glance at Xie Ling's hot pot base before returning to their duties. After washing the pot, Xie Ling commenced preparing a clear broth. The steps were similar, but without the chili, she used a clear hot pot base instead. The flavor of the clear broth was much more conventional. In truth, Xie Ling could create a broth even more fragrant than the base she had prepared. But as the hour was late, she intended to join the festivities at the West Wind Tower after dining. Once she had prepared the 2 hot pot bases, Xie Ling began to process the ingredients, washing the vegetables and marinating the meat. She worked deftly, and by the time she returned to her room, the hot pot base was still warm. As soon as she entered, Guli rushed over, exclaiming, "Sister-in-law, you went to the kitchen without calling me to assist?" The entire household, upon catching a whiff of the spicy aroma from the hot pot base, couldn't help but swallow in anticipation. Xie Ling replied, "I wanted you all to have a proper bath first." At that moment, the entire family had changed out of their prisoner garments, appearing refreshed. Xie Ling retrieved the alcohol lamp and the yin-yang pot from her space, rummaging through the cabinets to find a metal stand for support. In the apocalyptic world, one could ignite a fire anywhere, and Xie Ling possessed many outdoor cooking tools, which now proved to be quite useful. Even during her later exile, she could continue to prepare meals. Peisher gazed curiously at the fresh vegetables and meat in Xie Ling's basket. "Ling, are you cooking?" "Allow me to assist. My culinary skills are quite commendable at home." Upon hearing her mother's claim of culinary prowess, Guli immediately interjected, "Sister-in-law, do not believe our mother. Last time, after eating the porridge she made, my brother and I suffered from stomach troubles for 3 days." Even Songshur, usually rather dull, exhibited a glimmer of understanding, acknowledging their mother's cooking skills. Peishur blushed. "That is not true. It was merely that you two have sensitive stomachs." Xie Ling chuckled. "Let me handle it. You do not understand how to prepare this hot pot." Igniting the fire, she placed the 2 distinct broth bases into the yin-yang pot, adding spring water. Before long, the pot began to bubble enthusiastically. The air was filled with the enticing aroma of spiciness, igniting a hunger that stirred the very cores of their beings. Xie Ling retrieved unfinished beef meatballs and ham sausages from the refrigerator, placing them into the pot first. Following that, she added the marinated lamb and pork belly. The bubbling red oil, which had been frothing energetically, began to simmer down, becoming calm and silent. After a minute or two, the red oil resumed its bubbling, dyeing the ingredients a vibrant hue as they rolled in the broth, and the rich, spicy fragrance enveloped the entire guest room. Observing the others swallow eagerly, Xie Ling cheerfully announced, "Let us eat. I haven't finished adding all the ingredients. You may add whatever you wish. The tripe can be cooked for just a moment before consuming. Prolonged cooking will make it tough." Everyone eagerly scooped out a piece of food from the pot, quickly sending it to their mouths. Delicious, utterly delightful. The lamb, sliced thinly, bore no gamey taste, being tender and juicy, while the beef meatballs offered a unique texture, bursting with a layer of sauce upon biting. The tripe possessed a delightful chewiness, and the boiled cabbage and potatoes, softened to perfection, soaked with the spicy broth, released a torrent of flavor with every bite, flooding the mouth with warmth and spice. A sensation that tingled from tongue to throat, compelling them to consume more. Everyone devoured their food with flushed faces and glistening eyes, the spicy aroma filling the entire guest room. Even Songshur, who had struggled with her appetite during pregnancy, managed to eat 3 bowls of rice. Rujia, unable to consume spicy food, could only eat rice with the clear broth, watching longingly. The most unfortunate was Gu Wei, who felt the spicy flavor beckoning him, drilling into his heart and stomach, his mouth continuously salivating. Had he not possessed exceptional self-control, he would have joined them in feasting. However, the complexity of Baishui town made him wary. There could easily be the prince's spies nearby, and he dared not be careless. What puzzled him further was why the people from Mingwei Island had come to Beijiang country. Could it possibly be for him? After a moment's contemplation, Gu Wei dismissed the notion. His identity should not have been exposed. Yet, it was indeed peculiar for the haughty individuals of Mingwei Island to suddenly appear in a small town in Beijiang country. While he pondered, a familiar rhythmic chirping echoed from outside the guest room. Startled, Gu Wei glanced out the window, catching a fleeting glimpse of a figure clad in blue. Seizing the opportunity while his family indulged in hot pot, Gu Wei tore a corner from the bedsheet, pricked his fingertip to draw blood, and inscribed a peculiar symbol on the fabric, then forcefully cast it from the windowsill. Chapter 16. The West Wind Tower, a reunion with Xie Yunyan. Later that night, after the Gu family had fallen asleep, Xie Ling stealthily slipped out. There was no curfew in Beijiang country, and Baishui town thrived with activity at night. The buildings were adorned with colorful lights, the streets bustling with pedestrians, and the shouts of various vendors filled the air, with enticing scents wafting for miles. Contemplating her next move, Xie Ling purchased a veil to obscure her figure and, after inquiring a passerby for directions, made her way directly to the West Wind Tower. From a distance, she spotted a tall building adorned with large red lanterns swaying in the cold wind. The deeper she ventured, the more crowded it became, an ocean of dark heads filling her view. Being petite, Xie Ling was jostled about, nearly crushed. And yet she could not even see the entrance of the West Wind Tower. Resolutely, she squeezed her way out and circled around to the back of the West Wind Tower. There, she found a river where many individuals stood by the water's edge, waiting for a boatman to ferry them across. It seemed she was not the only one with such an idea. Why should this young lady, born of noble lineage, not go first? A familiar voice drew Xie Ling's attention. She lifted a corner of her veil to peek in the direction of the sound. A slender maiden, adorned in luxurious silks, stood imperiously at the riverbank. Is that not our old acquaintance, Xie Yunyan? As her gaze swept over Xie Yunyan's hair and veiled face, Xie Ling instantaneously discerned her purpose for visiting the West Wind Pavilion. Xie Yunyan, arms crossed, cast a cold glare at the middle-aged man before her, her beautiful eyes radiating disdain. The man, equally unyielding, retorted angrily, "At Mingwei Island, all are treated the same, be they noble or common. I arrived at the riverbank before you, thus I shall pass first. You, young lady, are being utterly unreasonable." Xie Yunyan scoffed, signaling to her guard, who, in an instant, seized the man and hurled him into the river. "That is my reasoning." The winter waters were frigid and biting. The man struggled in the river, finally managing to clamber back to the bank, shivering and too cold to utter a word, trembling fingers pointing accusingly at Xie Yunyan. She paid him no heed, gracefully lifting her skirts to board the boat. Though the vessel could typically accommodate 7 or 8, Xie Yunyan's guards stood menacingly at the bow, determined to dominate the entire boat. The onlookers at the bank dared not voice their anger. As the boat was about to depart, Xie Ling sprang aboard with alacrity. The 2 guards at the bow were taken aback. How could this girl be so oblivious? Just as they were about to throw her overboard, Xie Yunyan impatiently waved her hand. "Do not toss her out. Let this little wretch accompany us. Today, many nobles frequent the West Wind Pavilion, and I am uncertain how many sons of distinguished families are present on the bank. Let us not escalate matters." With that, she cast a cold glance at Xie Ling, tauntingly remarking, "You certainly possess audacity." Xie Yunyan failed to recognize Xie Ling. The heavy veil draped from the brim of Xie Ling's hat concealed her figure entirely, rendering her unrecognizable even to Anton. At that moment, as the small boat drifted to the center of the river, Xie Ling chuckled softly, lowering her voice. The legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister's residence certainly exudes great authority. Xie Yunyan's countenance paled. This woman had recognized her. Her cultivated image in the capital had always been that of a gentle and dignified young lady. Today, she had dared to be a touch haughty only due to her veil. Who is this woman? Without needing Xie Yunyan's cue, the 2 guards advanced towards Xie Ling, their eyes brimming with malice. Xie Yunyan scoffed inwardly, never having seen someone so foolish as to openly declare such things, effectively ensnaring herself. Simultaneously, a pang of fear gripped her. Fortunate was she to encounter such a simpleton. Since this woman could recognize her, it was certain she belonged to the ranks of noble ladies in the capital, or at the very least, a maidservant thereof. If word of today's events spread back to the capital, would her father not strike her down? Not to mention her prospects of marrying into the Eastern Palace. Observing the hulking figure of the guard, Xie Ling had already prepared her silver needles. Initially intending merely to teach her a lesson, the unexpected encounter had galvanized her resolve. A flash of silver, and Xie Yunyan and her handmaid collapsed to the ground. With disdain, Xie Ling dispatched them into the river. The boatman, filled with terror, glanced back only to see a figure shrouded in a veil, while all others had succumbed to the depths. Xie Ling pressed a silver ingot into his hand, coldly instructing, "Stay out of matters that do not concern you. It may prolong your life." The boatman swallowed hard, speechless. After Xie Ling departed, his conscience pricked him, and he returned to fish Xie Yunyan and her subordinates from the water. They awoke the following day, but upon regaining consciousness, Xie Yunyan ordered her guards to eliminate the boatman to protect her reputation. One might wonder if, in his final moments, he recalled Xie Ling's ominous warning, "Stay out of matters that do not concern you. It may prolong your life." Setting aside the fate of the boatman, Xie Ling reached the entrance of the West Wind Pavilion, only to discover entry required a fee. 1,000 taels of silver. Such an exorbitant sum would indeed dissuade many commoners. Otherwise, the threshold of the West Wind Pavilion would surely be trampled. Reluctantly, Xie Ling retrieved 1,000 taels from her space and handed it over, hoping her visit would prove worth the price. Upon entering the first door, she encountered a second. A man resembling a steward explained, "Ladies and gentlemen, the 1,000 taels merely grants you entry. Should you desire a seat closer to the front, additional payment is required." Xie Ling had come primarily to glean insights into the medical expertise of Mingwei Island, without microphones in this era. Sitting at the back would render her unable to discern the faces clearly. Thus, she begrudgingly extracted another 500 taels to secure a relatively forward position, while the most advantageous seat remained beyond her means. As Xie Ling settled into her seat, she observed a diverse array of individuals surrounding her. Not only nobles, but also figures from the martial world. Initially concerned that her veil would draw undue attention, she soon realized her attire was rather ordinary in comparison. Just as she had taken her seat, a hauntingly ethereal melody from a flute resonated from the elevated stage. Petals drifted gracefully through the air, while white silk cascaded from the rooftop. Two figures clad in white glided down the silk, exuding an ethereal aura, albeit with a chilling air of menace. Following them, several more individuals dressed in matching white garments emerged from the silk. The onlookers gasped in awe, marveling at the otherworldly nature of Mingwei Island. Xie Ling felt a sense of vexation, muttering under her breath, "What pretentiousness! To make such a spectacle, scattering flowers and playing flutes as they emerge." Indeed, the young lady speaks truly. But what does pretentiousness entail? A melodious voice inquired beside her. Turning her head, Xie Ling beheld a striking figure clad in black and gold robes. His tall frame languidly reclined against the back of his chair. Even behind a mask that obscured his entire face, his noble demeanor could not be concealed. His elongated, narrow eyes swept over the surroundings, exuding an air of unparalleled elegance. Feeling somewhat embarrassed at being caught in her disparaging remark, Xie Ling felt a tinge of awkwardness. The term pretentiousness indeed described the celestial and extraordinary presence of Mingwei Island, truly akin to living deities. The man chuckled softly, his laughter reminiscent of mountain springs cascading over cold stones, crystal clear and magnetic, his gaze imbued with intrigue. The young lady is truly amusing. At that moment, a woman clad in a red gauze dress approached, distributing wooden tokens to each individual. With a gentle smile, she explained that the tokens bore numbers and shortly, the esteemed physicians of Mingwei Island would draw lots, allowing those with matching numbers to seek their counsel. As her gaze fell upon the man in black, there was a subtle pause. Having encountered countless individuals, she recognized that few possessed the same assertiveness as this man. His aura was sharp, and the cold indifference of his glassy eyes seemed to survey the world with the detachment of a deity gazing down upon mortals. Such a man was perilous. The woman dared not linger in her scrutiny and quickly averted her gaze. After taking a few steps, she couldn't resist glancing back, only to find the previously aloof man now adorned with a smile, his gaze warm as he looked toward the figure beside him, obscured by a veil. The woman was taken aback, astonished that such a frosty demeanor could harbor such tenderness. Yet in the next instant, the man's cold gaze shifted toward her, imbued with an oppressive weight that rendered her breathless, compelling her to hastily depart. Chapter 17, Inheriting My Legacy. My lady, what brings you to Baishui town? Are you here alone, my lady? My lady. Xie Ling found herself thoroughly exasperated by the incessant inquiries of the man beside her. Despite his seemingly aloof appearance, he was surprisingly loquacious. Directly addressing him, she replied, "Sir, I am a married woman. My husband is quite strict and disapproves of my conversing with other men. Please excuse me." Upon hearing her words, the man's almond-shaped eyes curved slightly, revealing a glimmer of surprised delight. Even through layers of veils, Xie Ling could feel the radiance of his gaze. She turned her attention back to the elevated stage. One by one, 5 or 6 individuals had already taken the stage to seek counsel, while Xie Ling strained her ears, feeling an overwhelming sense of ennui. The practitioners attending to the patients were all youthful, garbed in ethereal white robes. Their skills, she mused, were akin to those of her own disciples acquired during the apocalypse, and by comparison, they were woefully inadequate. Xie Ling speculated that these young practitioners were likely regarded as junior disciples on Mingwei Island. Yet, why such grandiose promotion? Could it be that their true intentions lay elsewhere? For morning sickness, a concoction of Xiangsha Lujunzi decoction would suffice. 1 tail of ginseng, 2 tails of white atractylodes, 2 tails of poria, and 3 tails of pinelia. The young female physician cast a cursory glance at the expectant mother before perfunctorily taking her pulse and proceeding to prescribe the remedy. Xie Ling, standing close by, overheard the prescription with clarity. 3 tails of pinelia? Such a quantity could indeed jeopardize the fetus. The pregnant woman, her belly round and full, expressed her gratitude profusely. "Thank you, living deity. Thank you, living deity." The physician, visibly irritated, waved her hand dismissively, signaling for the woman to leave. Xie Ling furrowed her brow, but stood up nonetheless, approaching the pregnant woman. While she preferred to avoid unnecessary conflicts, her heart ached for the woman's plight. The woman appeared to be 7 or 8 months along, nearing her time of delivery. If the prescribed remedy were to induce a miscarriage, it would be a tragedy indeed. Dear sister, your prescription contains an error. It could lead to a miscarriage. Allow me to write you a new one. If you doubt me, feel free to consult any physician outside. The pregnant woman, upon seeing a figure draped in a veil approach her, took 2 steps back warily. You sound like a young lady. How dare you question the prescription from Mingwei Island? Surely, you wish to see the prescription they wrote for me. It was only natural for the woman to think thus, considering the value of Mingwei Island's prescriptions. Xie Ling sighed, having said her piece. If she did not believe her, so be it. However, the pregnant woman was relentless, seizing Xie Ling's hand and pulling her toward the physician. The woman's grip was undeniably strong. Had Xie Ling attempted to break free, it would surely cause her harm, leaving her no choice but to follow. She pointed at Xie Ling and exclaimed, "Living deity! This young girl dares to question your prescription." The physician, already irritable from attending to so many patients, rolled her eyes at the pregnant woman's words and scornfully retorted, "This prescription was personally compiled by my master, Jiang Yunzi. Who is this jester to make a mockery of it?" Xie Ling replied calmly, "Penelia is warm and pungent. It should be used sparingly to avoid harming the fetus. The 3 tales you prescribed will undoubtedly endanger the child." The physician raised her brows dismissively. "I am a direct disciple of Mingwei Island. I have been familiar with herbs since birth. You, young lady, have merely learned a smattering of knowledge and now seek to flaunt it before me. Do you know how difficult it is to obtain a consultation at Mingwei Island? Every moment you delay means another patient is left unattended." The crowd behind them glared at Xie Ling, pointing fingers and hurling disdainful remarks. "You young girl, cease your prattle and do not waste our time. What audacity to show off before the likes of us." Even a man clad in gray rushed forward, intending to drag Xie Ling away. Yet, before he could reach her, a bony hand clasped firmly on his shoulder, causing him to cry out in pain and half-kneel. It was the masked man in black who had been seated beside Xie Ling earlier. He glanced at the gray-clad man with a measured gaze. Then, his cold eyes turned toward the physician as he spoke in a calm voice. "A slight error in a prescription can lead to catastrophic consequences. As a physician, upon hearing a challenge, should you not first reflect on your own competence instead of inciting the surrounding populace to vilify this young lady? Is this truly the medical ethos of Mingwei Island?" The physician's face flushed red with anger. As a direct disciple of the island master of Mingwei Island, how could I possibly err in my prescription? 3 tales of Penelia is entirely appropriate. 3 tales of Penelia is indeed problematic. An aged and resonant voice echoed through the hall. Xie Ling turned to see an elderly man in a white Taoist robe, his hair white yet youthful in appearance, stepping forth from the inner chamber. At his appearance, all disciples within the Western Wind Pavilion seemed to sense his presence and bowed in unison, including the previously haughty physician. The elder strode with purpose, swiftly arriving before Xie Ling. He cupped his hands in greeting. "May I inquire as to your esteemed lineage?" Xie Ling hurriedly returned the gesture, stating, "I do not dare to claim such honors. I have no master and rely solely on self-study." Upon hearing that Xie Ling had no master, the elder's eyes gleamed with interest. Turning to the physician, he asked, "Miaoyin, recite the Xiangsha Lujunzi decoction for me." Miaoyin bit her lip, struggling to speak. The elder then called upon a male disciple nearby. "Shanliang, recite the Xiangsha Lujunzi decoction for your senior sister." The youth named Shanliang, upon being called, turned crimson with excitement and began to recite, 1 tale of ginseng, 2 tales of white atractylodes, 1 tale of Penelia. Miaoyin's face paled, her gaze stubborn. "Junior brother, you must have made a mistake." Shanliang defiantly replied, "Impossible." The elder stroked his beard, his tone stern. "Had I not arrived in time today, a small life would have been lost because of you. How could one possibly prescribe 3 tales of Penelia? Even from a pharmacological standpoint, such an error is unfathomable." Miaoyin, still in denial, glared at Shanliang. "Junior brother, you are closest to me. Why did you not inform me? You have made me the subject of ridicule before outsiders." Just as Shanliang prepared to defend himself, the elder interjected. "As a healer, one must be wholly dedicated to the task at hand. How could one be distracted by external matters? Return and transcribe the compendium of Materia Medica 500 times to submit to the island master." Miaoyin, her eyes brimming with tears, stormed out in anger. Shanliang rolled his eyes, muttering that she should not have come in the first place, nearly tarnishing Mingwei Island's reputation. The elder waved his hand dismissively. Enough of this bickering. Return to your duties and continue with the consultations. The pregnant woman, having witnessed the entire exchange, threw the prescription away in terror. Emboldened, she seized Xie Ling's sleeve, pleading, "Miss, could you please write me a new prescription? I was blind to your wisdom." Xie Ling's gaze remained calm as she shook her head. "To assist you is an act of kindness, not an obligation. Your earlier outburst has exhausted any sympathy I had for you." With tears streaming down her face, the pregnant woman collapsed to the ground, wailing. Xie Ling remained unmoved. The elder observed her demeanor with appreciation. "I do not know your origins, nor your intended path, but I have an unusual request." Knowing it was indeed an unusual request, Xie Ling mused to herself. Yet recognizing the elder's integrity, she offered him a way out. "Oh? What is it?" The elder's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Become my disciple." Xie Ling's eyes widened in disbelief, and the man in black behind her shared a look of astonishment. Together, they exclaimed, "Absolutely not." Chapter 18, Jiang Yunzi. Xie Ling turned to the elder, her expression laced with confusion. "Why do you say that?" The man spoke gently. "Did you not just mention having a family? One cannot marry before departing from Mingwei Island, which is why I intervened." Xie Ling narrowed her eyes, momentarily accepting this rationale. The elder, upon hearing the man's words, grew frantic like a child, leaping in front of Xie Ling. "Young lady, do not heed his nonsense. While the island rules state so, as a disciple of Jiang Yunzi, I am not bound by such trivial formalities." Xie Ling chuckled in disbelief. "That is not the reason. I have always lived freely and unrestrained. I do not wish to be confined to one place, preferring a life of ease and grace." The man in black raised his brows slightly. The elder, hearing Xie Ling's sentiments, looked at her with even greater fervor. Grasping the corner of her veil, he insisted, "Truly, you are the most agreeable person I have encountered in my life, second only to my master. I must take you as my disciple to carry on our traditions, otherwise I shall not rest easy in death." Xie Ling could not help but chuckle, "But I truly do not wish to go to Mingwei Island." The old man's eyes sparkled with delight. "Ah, so you do not wish to go to Mingwei Island? That is easily resolved. I shall accompany you. After imparting my medical knowledge, I shall take my leave." With that, he tightened his grip, puffed out his beard, and assumed a posture that suggested he was determined to follow Xie Ling. The man in black spoke in a calm tone. "Why does the esteemed sir not take on disciples within Mingwei Island? Your medical skills are unparalleled across the 7 nations, and your reputation is celebrated far and wide. I suspect the people of Mingwei Island would be eager to become your pupils." Jiang Yunzi stroked his beard thoughtfully. "I place greater value on fate and the Tao of medicine. If there is no affinity, even if one kneels before me, I would not be inclined." He turned to Xie Ling. "My dear girl, do you truly not wish to become my disciple?" Unfamiliar with who Jiang Yunzi was, Xie Ling gathered from the man in black that he must be a highly esteemed physician in this world. She gently shook her head. "I am sorry. It is not that I look down upon you, esteemed sir, but I simply do not have the time to learn right now." Jiang Yunzi sighed deeply, his brows furrowing with disappointment. "Very well then. Accompany this old man for a stroll." Xie Ling nodded, and the man in black followed suit. The trio exited the Fengyu Tower and arrived at the bustling marketplace of Baishui Town. The moonlight shone like silver, and Jiang Yunzi walked ahead with his hands clasped behind his back. Lost in thought, he gazed at the flowing waters of the Baishui River, his mind adrift with memories. "In my youth, I listened to the rain in the singing tower, with red candles casting a dim light upon my canopy. In my prime, I listened to the rain aboard a boat, the river wide and clouds low, as wild geese called in the western wind. Now, I listen to the rain beneath the monk's abode, my hair now speckled with gray. Come, let us purchase some wine." With that, he led Xie Ling and the man in black to a tavern. Jiang Yunzi slammed his hand on the table. 10 jars of Liu Yaqing. The tavern keeper, who had been on the verge of sleep, rubbed his eyes and shuffled over to serve them. Yet, the appearance of the 3 patrons struck him as rather peculiar. One was entirely enveloped in white gauze, making it impossible to discern their gender. Another wore a black robe and a golden mask, obscuring their face. The only one who appeared normal was the elderly man with a youthful visage. Neither Xie Ling nor the man in black drank a drop, while Jiang Yunzi, inebriated, leaned over the table like a mischievous child, shouting, "Master, your tomb is hidden so far away and so discreetly, yet they have still found it. They wish to dig up your grave, and the disciple cannot stop them, cannot stop them." As he wailed, he suddenly grasped Xie Ling's arm. Little girl. Just consider me your master. My sole wish in this life is to have someone inherit my medical arts. If the people of Mingwei Island or the royal elites who had sought Jiang Yunzi's medical counsel saw him in such a state, they would surely be taken aback. The proud and aloof Jiang Yunzi, who had turned down countless requests for discipleship, now pleaded in such a humble manner. Xie Ling felt somewhat helpless, wondering why it had to be her. Surely anyone with even a modicum of pharmacological knowledge could discern the error in that prescription. Jiang Yunzi shook his head. I see beyond that, your understanding of medicine is clearly more profound. Most importantly, you live with such ease and grace, which resonates with me. He cast a glance of feigned grievance at Xie Ling. What a pity you are unwilling. Witnessing the elderly man throwing a tantrum before her, Xie Ling's heart softened. And with a sigh, she relented. I can agree to be your disciple. Jiang Yunzi's eyes lit up like lanterns, but she continued. I require 3 years to settle my affairs. After 3 years, I will send a letter to Mingwei Island to discuss how to proceed with my training. Absolutely, absolutely. That poses no issue at all. Jiang Yunzi's face flushed with excitement, a color not solely attributed to his inebriation. Having accepted him as her master, Xie Ling did not hesitate to lift the curtain and perform a respectful bow. Master, please accept this bow from your disciple. Jiang Yunzi hastily pulled her up. I have already stated that I do not care for such formalities. Only those from Mingwei Island revel in these elaborate rituals. Xie Ling, puzzled, queried. Are you not from Mingwei Island? Jiang Yunzi's expression turned somewhat sardonic. Mingwei Island is fraught with undercurrents that cannot be succinctly explained. I shall elaborate on that in due time. His gaze lingered on Xie Ling's face, and he exclaimed in surprise. I assumed from your voice that you were merely a young girl, yet I did not expect you to be so youthful. How old are you? Xie Ling replied, 15. Jiang Yunzi nodded. Youth is advantageous. Have you ever read the Huangdi Neijing or the Benqiao Gongmu? Xie Ling affirmed she had. Thus began an impassioned discussion between the two regarding medical practices. Jiang Yunzi grew increasingly animated, realizing he had stumbled upon a treasure. Xie Ling, too, felt elated. Although the medical knowledge of this world did not flourish as vibrantly as that of her era, it still possessed its merits. This journey had certainly not been in vain. It was only when the man in black rapped on the table that the two were brought back to reality. The man lounged lazily against his chair, his elegant demeanor apparent, his long fingers as white as snow, and he gently reminded, the tavern keeper is nearly asleep. Jiang Yunzi cleared his throat and turned his attention to him. What is your name, young man? What is your relationship with my disciple? Xie Ling interjected. We are merely passing acquaintances. The man in black raised his gaze to Xie Ling, his expression complex, then turned to Jiang Yunzi, saying, Sir, my name is Jing Xian. Jiang Yunzi's eyes widened in realization. You are that little Jing Xian from Tingshula. How you've grown. No wonder you look so familiar. What brings you here? Xie Ling was increasingly baffled. What is this Tingshula? A sudden spark of memory ignited. She recalled Pei mentioning the 4 major sects, and it seemed that Tingshula was one of them. Jing Xian nodded slightly, not concealing his identity. I happened to pass by and, upon hearing of Mingwei Island's emergence, came to join in the excitement. Jiang Yunzi, lost in thought, looked up at the sky after a while, as if having made a decision, and solemnly stated, Would you be willing to assist this old man with a task? Xie Ling furrowed her brows. Master, please speak freely. I will certainly assist to the best of my abilities. Jiang Yunzi took a deep breath. Grave robbing. Xie Ling's eyes widened in disbelief. Grave robbing? Jiang Yunzi produced a map and a key from his robe, handing them to Xie Ling. Glancing at the sky, he urged, It is still early before dawn. You must hurry, lest the people of Mingwei Island seize the opportunity. All treasures within the tomb shall belong to you, provided you help me retrieve half a medical book. Chapter 19. Emptying the tomb. In the peach blossom forest of Baishui town, the blossoms stretched for over 10 miles, shrouded in thick mist, separated from Baishui town by a turbulent river. It is said that wild beasts and venomous snakes abound within, and, during the full moon, eerie cries can be heard. Thus few dare to tread there. At this moment, amidst the bare branches of the peach trees, a dozen figures clad in white flitted about, nearly blending into the dense white fog. Brother, we have been wandering here for quite some time. Apart from peach trees and white mist, when shall we find the entrance? Su Qinghe, well-versed in formations, replied, Let us continue searching. If all else fails, we shall consult the island master. We must obtain that medical book for Mingwei Island. Faint voices carried from beneath the trees. Xie Ling and Jing Xian perched upon a tree trunk, gazing down at the swirling mist of the forest, which exuded an air of mystery. Once the group had passed, Jing Xian, graceful as a willow, leaped down from the 7-meter-high tree, with arms folded. He resembled a jade tree, his ponytail creating an elegant arc as he looked up at Xie Ling. With a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his lips, he asked, "Miss Xie Ling, are you not coming down?" Xie Ling squinted her eyes. Her current persona was that of a competent yet unarmed young physician. Thus, she bluntly replied, "I cannot come down," not receiving the girl's request. Jing Xian felt a tinge of regret. A light figure gracefully leaped before Xie Ling and, after uttering a rather audacious remark, encircled her waist, whisking her away. Xie Ling marveled at this display of lightness, pondering whether this was indeed the legendary skill of agility that allowed one to traverse rooftops and walls. It bore resemblance to her own unique abilities, yet hers manifested as ethereal winds, far too conspicuous for public exhibition, lacking the subtlety of such agility. Unacquainted with this Jing Xian, she had no desire to reveal her powers. Given the uncertainties and potential perils of their journey, it was prudent to feign ignorance. She had no intention of rushing into the fray. The art of disguising one's strength while appearing weak was paramount. Suddenly, a brisk gust of wind swept through, violently lifting the canopy above, enveloping them in a dense mist that revealed a delicate, peach blossom-like visage. With willow-shaped brows and cherry-red lips, she radiated beauty akin to the first bloom of spring, exuding a fragrant allure. Jing Xian, casting a glance at Xie Ling's face, remarked, "I wonder who Miss Xie's husband might be, to possess such a captivating beauty, truly enviable." Xie Ling, tidying her loose strands of hair, fluttered her long lashes, silently thinking, well, it's certainly not you. Jing Xian stood with his hands clasped behind him, his peach blossom eyes reflecting the luminous moonlight, smiling yet silent. The map given by Jiang Yunzi led to the tomb chamber, but the entrance remained for Xie Ling and her companions to discover. Jing Xian strolled leisurely through the peach grove, occasionally etching markings with a small knife. As the peach trees dwindled, the path widened. Abruptly, he halted. "Miss Xie, do you notice something peculiar about the moon?" Following his gesture, Xie Ling gazed upward. The sky was a deep blue, the moon a crescent, shrouded by a dark cloud. She furrowed her brow. Had the moon diminished? Jing Xian nodded, his voice gentle, astute observation. At the moment the cloud dispersed, Jing Xian swiftly severed a nearby peach branch, thrusting it towards a distant peach tree in the northeast. The clear moonlight cascaded down, illuminating Jing Xian's golden mask with an icy gleam. He tilted his head slightly, observing the celestial movements, continuously marking the surrounding trees with the severed branches. Before long, the trees parted, unveiling a rugged path. Without allowing any time for contemplation, Jing Xian's well-defined hand clasped Xie Ling's waist, guiding her swiftly into the opening. As they crossed the threshold, the dense mist dispersed, the peach trees gradually closing in, leaving only a slender crescent moon. Though they merely entered a narrow path, Xie Ling felt as if she were plummeting into an endless abyss, the surroundings spiraling downward. Clinging tightly to Jing Xian's waist, she lost track of time until her feet finally met solid ground. Regaining her senses, she surveyed her surroundings. The peach blossoms were in full bloom, fragrant grasses thrived, and petals danced through the air. A crystal-clear brook meandered through the grove, filling her nostrils with floral scents, occasionally accompanied by the melodious chirping of birds. Outside, it was the cold of winter, yet within, it felt like perpetual spring. Could this be a basin? With a lower elevation than the outside, it would explain the early blossoming of the peach trees. This also clarified the disorienting sensation of falling earlier. The formations of this era were truly exquisite. Had she ventured here alone, even with her abilities, finding the entrance would have been impossible. She silently vowed to learn more about formations. Jing Xian soon discovered a small wooden boat nearby, and the two of them boarded, drifting along the current. After an indeterminate passage of time, they arrived at the source of the water, where a majestic stone door stood tall. Xie Ling produced the key given by Jiang Yunzi and unlocked the lock. The stone door swung open, shedding layers of dust, revealing a pitch-black corridor. "Miss Xie, may I borrow your hairpin?" Jing Xian inquired. Xie Ling removed the wooden pin and handed it to him. He tossed the hairpin into the corridor, And upon confirming the absence of any traps, he took Xie Ling inside. Xie Ling mused that Jing Xian's actions were indeed quite cautious. The path ahead grew progressively narrower, the walls of the corridor adorned with moss. Jing Xian appeared casual, yet he meticulously safeguarded Xie Ling beneath his protective wing. Should danger arise, he would bear the brunt before she did. After an unknown duration, the corridor widened, revealing a faint glimmer of light ahead. With a few more strides, the dark surroundings were suddenly bathed in brightness. Xie Ling blinked. Dozens of massive luminous pearls hung around, illuminating the chamber as brightly as day. At the center, a raised platform was piled high with chests overflowing with gold, silver, and jewels, nearly blinding her with their brilliance. Jiang Yunzi's master, Su Qinghe, was renowned as the most exceptional physician of the era, outshining even the now famous Jiang Yunzi. The nobility and royalty of the Seven Kingdoms had offered countless priceless treasures in pursuit of his healing. Su Qinghe, with a clear conscience, left these valuables haphazardly stacked. The total wealth Xie Ling had scavenged from the residence of the Prime Minister, the Duke, and the Crown Prince combined did not even amount to a third of what lay before her. Miss Xie, these treasures belong to your sect. I have no right to gaze upon them. I shall only open my eyes once you grant permission, Jing Xian's clear voice rang out. Turning to look, Xie Ling found Jing Xian indeed had his eyes closed, standing respectfully in place. She hurriedly stashed the gold, silver, and jewels into her space, cramming them in until even the refrigerator overflowed with exquisite gems. After a flurry of activity, only a third remained. Xie Ling, her heart steady and face composed, declared, "All right. You may open your eyes now. My master requested I seek out some secret treasures for our sect, thus I cannot allow you to see them. The remaining treasures shall be divided equally between us." The division of the remaining treasures proved to be an immense fortune, enough for Jing Xian to live for 10 lifetimes. Jing Xian raised an eyebrow. Who said I wish to share with you? I have no fondness for such mundane items. All of this is for you, my dear. Xie Ling's eyes widened in surprise. Really? Jing Xian nodded, his demeanor serene, not even casting a glance at the jewels, instead scrutinizing their surroundings. Indeed. Dawn approaches. We must find the medical text swiftly. Xie Ling felt she had underestimated his character. The corridor ended here, with only a platform laden with countless treasures. The two surveyed their surroundings. The ceiling loomed dark above them, while the walls were decorated with elegant inkwash paintings depicting the life of Su Qinghe. Jing Xian casually selected a sword from the pile of treasures, beginning to examine the murals. Time slipped away as he observed, and suddenly, with a flourish of his sword, he struck the eye of a soaring white crane. Blood tears trickled from the crane's eye, causing the walls to crack open, revealing an endless passageway. Just as they prepared to enter, faint voices echoed from the corridor behind them. Could it be the people from Mingwei Island? How could they possess a key? Without time for further contemplation, the two dashed into the corridor. However, this passage could only open and not close. Chapter 20. I gift you a wooden hairpin. The footsteps drew ever closer, and while Jing Xian was preoccupied with the wall, Xie Ling seized the moment to gather the remaining treasures outside into her space. She would not allow the people from Mingwei Island to claim even a single trinket. Miraculously, the instant the valuables vanished, the stone door began to close slowly. Jing Xian remained oblivious to Xie Ling's swift actions, believing he had discovered the mechanism himself. Without delay, he firmly grasped her hand and advanced further into the corridor. This passage was broader than the one they had initially entered, with large luminous lanterns hanging on either side. Over time, the walls had grown overrun with moss. With every few steps, they encountered stone doors and diverging paths, resembling a labyrinth. Thankfully, Jiang Yunzi's map guided them, otherwise Xie Ling and her companions would have been lost for an eternity. As the two were on the verge of exiting the labyrinth, a tremendous sound of collapse echoed from behind them. It seemed that the people from Mingwei Island had been unable to open the stone door and had instead brought down the walls. They exchanged a glance and quickened their pace, navigating through several more junctions until they finally arrived at the vast main tomb chamber. A water channel, approximately 7 or 8 meters wide, encircled the suspended coffin at its center, beside which stood a towering green tree that could be embraced by 5 individuals. The water in the channel was dark, swirling with a toxic hue that was unmistakable. Xie Ling casually tossed a stone into the water, which astonishingly dissolved instantly. As she surveyed her surroundings, she noticed faint inscriptions on the wall behind her. It was an epitaph penned by Su Qinghe himself, a sprawling composition of several thousand characters. She surmised that this document must hold great significance and committed it to memory. Time was of the essence. Jing Xian instructed her to wait, then deftly leaped towards the dark river. Midway, a sudden barrage of thousands of arrows erupted from all directions, encircling him like a dense net. Xie Ling watched in trepidation. Outside, the treasures lay unguarded, while the medical tome was surrounded by intricate traps. Just how mysterious was that book of medicine? Amidst the storm of arrows, Jing Xian moved with the grace of a swallow, effortlessly navigating through the onslaught until he landed elegantly in front of Su Qinghe's coffin. He bent down and retrieved the coveted medical book, passing it to Xie Ling without a glance, before skillfully wrapping an arm around her waist and soaring towards the treetops. Outside the tomb, the first light of dawn was breaking, casting golden rays across the horizon. At that very moment, the grand tomb chamber began to collapse, the immense green tree crashing down and stirring up clouds of dust. Simultaneously, the white mist that had lingered in the peach blossom forest for decades began to dissipate. The people from Mingwei Island, having narrowly escaped, emerged from the ruins bewildered. In the tavern, Jiang Yunzi anxiously awaited, constantly pinching his brow. He knew that Xiao Jing, the disciple of Xue Tower, must possess formidable skills. He regretted his youthful folly in neglecting to diligently study martial arts. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had to rely on two young individuals to brave such dangers. His master was renowned for his martial prowess and expertise in formations. He wondered if Jing Xian would successfully navigate the traps. The more he pondered, the more his heart filled with worry, becoming a tangled mess. At last, when he saw the silhouettes of a tall and a short figure appear at the entrance, Jiang Yunzi breathed a sigh of relief. He strode forward, scrutinizing the two with a tense expression, and asked, "Are you injured?" Xie Ling shook her head and handed him the medical book she held. She then borrowed paper and ink from the innkeeper to transcribe the epitaph from the wall. "Master, I believe you would want to see this." Jing Xian observed Xie Ling's fluid writing with raised eyebrows, taken aback by her remarkable memory. Jiang Yunzi took the epitaph, and as he read, tears suddenly streamed down his cheeks. "The world is at odds with me. Where shall I seek solace? Wealth and honor are not my desires, and the Emperor's land is beyond my reach. Master, you truly departed with such grace." Saying this, he pulled out half of the medical book from his pocket, combining it with the other, and handed it to Xie Ling. "Child, this book is yours. Return home and study it well. If you have questions in 3 years, seek your master." Xie Ling's eyes widened in disbelief. "For me?" Jiang Yunzi nodded. "The contents of this book are of no benefit to me. It is most suitable for you. Just remember these 4 words, follow your heart, and you shall grasp its essence." Stroking his beard, Jiang Yunzi gazed at the rising sun and sighed, "The shackles on my heart have finally been unbound. I shall embark on a journey across the 7 kingdoms starting today." Lost in thought, Jiang Yunzi pulled out a meticulously carved jade plaque. "Keep this safe, within the 7 kingdoms, whether from noble families or royal lineage. This jade will earn you some respect. Master, you are far from wealthy, yet you give me so much. Until we meet again in 3 years." Xie Ling mused, finding her master to be quite the carefree old rogue. Just as Jiang Yunzi took 2 steps out, he turned back with a mischievous grin. "Oh, remember to pay for the wine." Xie Ling chuckled, waving her hand. "Thank you, master. Until we meet again in 3 years." After watching Jiang Yunzi's figure vanish, Xie Ling crossed her arms and looked up at the youth towering over her. "Now that everything is settled, where shall we go next, young master Jing Xian?" Jing Xian smiled and replied, "I wish to present you with a token, if you would kindly wait a moment." Xie Ling felt a tinge of confusion but nodded, recalling how much he had assisted her thus far. Jing Xian led her to the banks of the Baishui River. The sun had fully risen, casting shimmering reflections upon the water's surface, glistening like gold. Jing Xian paused by a poplar tree, holding the long sword he had retrieved from the tomb chamber, his tall figure exuding an air of elegance even from afar. With a graceful flick, he gathered several slender roots from the tree. His eyes, gentle as flowing water, spoke softly, "Please choose one, Miss Xie." Xie Ling, puzzled, selected a branch. Jing Xian produced a small knife from his sleeve and began to peel and carve the chosen branch. After nearly half an hour, the previously rough branch transformed into a beautifully crafted wooden hairpin in the deft hands of the young man. He presented the hairpin to Xie Ling with a light-hearted smile. "Earlier in the tomb, I borrowed your hairpin. Now, I return the favor with this. Xie Ling received the gift stunned. She had not expected that Jing Xian had asked her to wait merely for this. When she glanced up, she found that he had already turned away. His tall silhouette melding into the bustling crowd, his voice resonating with casual elegance. Miss Xie, may we meet again by fate. On her way back, Xie Ling passed through the morning market and bought breakfast. At the entrance of the inn, she spotted a young boy squatting there. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was Guli, who was washing snow boots in a basin of water. As Xie Ling approached, he looked up, his previously indifferent face breaking into a smile. Sister, did you go to buy breakfast? Xie Ling nodded, feeling a pang of sympathy for Guli's reddened hands. You silly boy, it's so cold. Why are you cleaning shoes? They'll just get dirty again once you go outside. Guli scratched his head. I had nothing to do, and I saw everyone's shoes were dirty, so I got up to clean them. Xie Ling grasped his collar. No more cleaning. Let us go eat. After breakfast, I'll take you shopping. Guli pointed at the snow boots, exclaiming, Sister, there's still one pair left to clean. Inside the inn, the Pei family had already risen, and Xiaoyu was just bringing in a basin of hot water. After washing up, the family began their breakfast. Pei's eyes lit up as she noticed the wooden hairpin in Xie Ling's hair. Linger, where did you get this hairpin? After a moment's thought, Xie Ling replied, a friend gave it to me. Pei's gaze softened. This craftsmanship looks very familiar. When the general was still alive, he often carved wooden hairpins for me. Not only did he carve them for himself, but he also insisted that Shurjin and Li learn, saying it would be good to carve unique ones for their wives in the future. Xie Ling's eyes widened in surprise, causing the meat bun in her hand to drop to the floor. You mean, Gue can also carve wooden hairpins? Chapter 21, The Market. Pei nodded, yes. But his skills cannot compare to his father's. If he awakens in the future, I will have him carve a one-of-a-kind piece for you. Xie Ling glanced toward the bed where Gue lay quietly. She asked, has Gue always stayed indoors? Pei nodded, yes. Xie Ling set aside her suspicions, pondering that it was likely just a coincidence. As she lifted her gaze, Guli's piercing eyes were fixed upon her. It was then that Xie Ling recalled her promise to take Guli out for a shopping excursion. Thus, she spoke, Mother. I shall take Guli to purchase some items. Rujia rushed over, throwing herself into Xie Ling's embrace, and Ruru insisted on joining as well. Pei smiled gently and encouraged, go ahead, take Qiuyu along as well. You young ones should enjoy a stroll. Oh, and do buy some nourishing medicine for your sister-in-law. While speaking, she placed a gold ingot in Xie Ling's hand, inquiring, is this sufficient? Xie Ling accepted it, nodding vigorously. Yes, it's more than enough. Pei seemed poised to offer further instructions, but Rujia nudged Xie Ling's waist, exclaiming, we are leaving now. Pei chuckled helplessly. Such a mischievous bunch. Their first stop was the horse market. Guli, possessing a profound knowledge of horses, engaged in serious discussions with the horse traders. After much haggling, they settled on a dappled chestnut steed, its large, bright eyes betraying its excellent pedigree. Adjacent to the horse sellers was a vendor of carriages, and they ventured over to procure one as well. Considering their large family, they ultimately decided on the most spacious carriage, and arranged for a soft cotton mattress to ensure comfort during their travels. After confirming with the proprietor to have it delivered to the inn, they proceeded to the food stall they had eagerly anticipated. Though the snacks of Baishui town could not rival the vast array available in the capital, they were nonetheless exquisite and delectable. The selection of pastries, candies, and treats was abundant. Upon their return to the inn, each person carried several large food boxes, while only Rujia clutched 2 candied hawthorns in her small hands. Once home, she clung to Pei, eagerly recounting the delightful and delicious items Xie Ling had procured for her. Pei playfully tapped her nose, saying, then you should quickly thank your sister-in-law. Laughter filled the air when a sudden knock interrupted them. Guli went to answer the door, revealing a young couple standing outside. The man was tall and slender, while the woman was charming and graceful. Guli, slightly puzzled, inquired, who are you looking for? Xie Ling immediately recognized Su Xingji and his wife, urging Guli, step aside, let them in. Upon entering, the couple bowed deeply to Xie Ling, who hurriedly assisted them to their feet. Su Xingji spoke warmly that day. We were in such a rush that we failed to properly express our gratitude to you, Mississippi. Today, my wife and I have come to offer our thanks. Yunyang. Appearing somewhat bashful, sincerely added, "We are truly grateful, Mississippi. I have prepared a small token of appreciation. Should there be any need for our family in the future, please do not hesitate to ask." As she spoke, she handed a box to Chiuyu. The Gu family was not naive. They quickly deduced the circumstances. Previously, Yunyang had been afflicted by snake venom, which Xie Ling had likely treated, prompting their visit to express gratitude. Xie Ling chuckled lightly. "It was but a small effort on my part. The road of exile is long. We must support one another along the way. Our family, being elderly and unwell, cannot accept such gifts. It would be a burden for us. Please take it back." Considering the Su family's limited wealth, Xie Ling was reluctant to accept their finely crafted gift. After some persuasion, Su Xingji and Yunyang finally consented to retract the offering. In the inn's west wing, the third master of the Gu family's collateral line was intently observing the entrance. Upon seeing Su Xingji emerge, he quickly averted his gaze and hurried back inside. Seated at the high table was an elderly lady with graying hair, her demeanor simple yet shrewd. As soon as the third master entered, he spoke hastily, "Mother, I just saw Su Xingji come out from the main door. It seems highly probable that the new wife of Gu Wei is skilled in medicine." Lady Li lifted the tea lid slightly. To possess medical skills is indeed remarkable, particularly on the arduous path of exile. You must summon eldest brother and fourth brother to curry favor with the main house. The third master hesitated. On the day of our imprisonment, apart from fifth brother's family, we have all spoken ill of the main house to some extent. Will Peisher accept our goodwill? Lady Li nodded, her eyes filled with certainty. Rest assured. The entire Gu clan has suffered due to Gu Wei's imprisonment. It is only natural for you to voice some grievances. Peisher will not hold that against you. Before departing, the third master turned back. "Mother, should we not call fifth brother as well?" Lady Li shook her head. "What purpose would that serve? He is merely a bastard child." With Lady Li's directive in mind, the third master, known for his impulsive nature, hurried toward the rooms of Gu Darlong and Gu Xiling. The collateral line of the Gu family comprised 5 sons, 4 legitimate and 1 illegitimate, each with distinct personalities. Second brother had passed away young, leaving behind a posthumous daughter. At that very moment, within the quarters of second brother's wife, she opened a small window and stared intently at the retreating figure of the third master. With a cold smile, she spat, "Humph, the heartless scoundrel. Ever since your father passed, they have neglected us entirely. Come, let us join in the commotion." Gu Xiu, possessing a beauty that could rival blooming flowers, was seated beneath the window, meticulously applying makeup before a bronze mirror. She paused at her mother's words. "Mother, I do not wish to go." Second brother's wife, perplexed, queried, "Why not? Their visit to the main house surely brings benefits. If we do not attend, we shall miss out." Gu Xiu smiled gently, her delicate hand caressing her exquisite face. "Mother, our future does not lie with the Gu family, nor with the main house." Just as she finished speaking, a white messenger pigeon descended from the sky, landing gracefully in her palm. A sparkle of delight appeared in Gu Xiu's eyes. "Mother, our opportunity has arrived." Chapter 22, A Gesture of Goodwill from the Collateral Line. Second brother's wife, lacking in intellect, possessed only her beauty, which remained captivating even past 30. Gu Xiu perfectly inherited her mother's charm, augmented by the Gu family's unique grace, rendering her both enchanting and delicate. At that moment, her trembling hands finished reading the letter, her eyes closed as she inhaled deeply, her cheeks flushed with excitement. "Mother, we shall also go to the main house." Second brother's wife, bewildered, exclaimed, "Didn't you say you wouldn't go? Why the sudden change?" Gu Xiu, with a soft smile, replied evasively, "Do not worry, mother. Soon we shall no longer be exiles, but return to the capital." Second brother's wife, even more puzzled, knew her daughter to be cunning. Yet the thought of not being exiled seemed implausible. After all, it was an imperial edict. Leaning closer, Gu Xiu whispered a secret into her ear. Her mother's eyes widened in disbelief, followed by a hearty laugh. "Indeed, my clever daughter. Finally, I shall have my moment of glory. I shall show those wretched Li and Zhang families that I am destined for wealth and nobility." As she spoke, her gaze fell upon Gu Xiu's face. "In that case, you must take good care of your beauty. Our future prosperity depends on it. And what of your virtue?" Gu Xiu bit her lip, shyly nodding. The delight in her mother's eyes intensified. "If you could conceive at once we return to the capital, I shall teach you the ways of the bedchamber to ensure that your husband cannot resist you and will be ever eager for your company." Gu Shiyu's face turned crimson. Let us go to the main house first. As the mother-daughter duo stepped out, they encountered Gu Yunshu and Gu Yunhuan, the legitimate daughters of Gu Darlong. Gu Yunshu, with her proud demeanor, was as graceful as an orchid, and despite being from the collateral line, she held a notable reputation in the capital. Gu Shiyu had harbored jealousy towards her since childhood. At this moment, having received confirmation from that individual, she could not help but feel a surge of arrogance. As she passed by Gu Yushu, she deliberately jostled her shoulder with considerable force. Gu Yunshu's delicate brows furrowed slightly, yet she remained silent. Gu Yunhuan seized Gu Shiyu's sleeve. Her brows raised in indignation. Was that intentional? Gu Shiyu raised an eyebrow with a cold smirk, and if it was? Enraged. Gu Yunhuan lifted her hand as if to strike her, but was restrained by Gu Yunshu. Yunhuan, I am fine. Do not stir up unnecessary trouble. Gu Shiyu let out a disdainful scoff and turned away. Gu Er's wife followed her, turning back to hurl insults. What an uncultured little girl. Gu Yunhuan, infuriated, pointed at her retreating figure and spat. You shameless vixen, even in exile, you dress to impress. Twirling around in that skirt, plastered with gaudy flowers. You resemble that cousin from the second household, utterly nauseating. Gu Yushu, unable to contain herself, tapped Gu Yunhuan's forehead gently. One should not speak ill of others. She cast a glance at Gu Shiyu's departing silhouette, recalling the scene she had inadvertently witnessed by the lake at the Gu residence. Gu Shiyu had always been cautious and reserved. How could she suddenly reveal her true nature? Could it be that? As that unsettling possibility crossed her mind, Gu Yunshu's brows knitted together, her delicate hands nervously fidgeting with her garment. In the main hall of the Gu residence, the atmosphere was crowded and tense. Barely had they seen off Su Xingji when the collateral branches of the Gu family arrived en masse. Pei Shi, aware of their intentions, feigned ignorance. Oh, what a rare visit. What wind has blown you here? Gu Sanlang stepped forward to pay his respects, smiling. We come to greet our elder sister-in-law. It is only right. Pei Shi raised an eyebrow slightly. Just a few days ago, you did not seem so inclined to remember me as your elder sister-in-law. What has prompted this sudden change? Her gaze shifted to Xie Ling. Linger, fetch me a cup of water. Once the water arrived, Pei Shi remained coolly indifferent, occasionally swirling her teacup without uttering a word. The air grew taut, as if a drawn bowstring, and the atmosphere became suffocating. Xie Ling, observing from the side, marveled at Pei Shi's ability to command the room. A true daughter of a prestigious family, expertly manipulating the emotions of those around her. Simply by sitting there, drinking her water, she had rendered the Gu brothers restless and agitated. After a brief period of silence, the collateral branches of the Gu family finally conceded. Gu Dalong stepped forward. We have wronged you, elder sister-in-law. Gu Sanling chimed in. Indeed, the collateral branches have grievances due to Gu Wei's exile. Who would not be discontent? Pei Shi had merely intended to issue a gentle rebuke and had no desire to strain relations. If Gu Wei remained unconscious, the main household, comprising numerous women and children, would still need to rely on the collateral branches. Though each member of the collateral branches had their own schemes, they at least acted with integrity, unlike the second household, which was purely malevolent. As for why the collateral branches suddenly sought reconciliation, it was clear that they had learned of Linger's medical skills after Su Xing had come to express his gratitude. Stealing a glance at Xie Ling standing nearby, Pei Shi sighed inwardly, realizing how indebted the Gu family was to Xie Ling. With an outward appearance as warm as spring, she smiled. I do not hold any grievances against you. Before Gu Wei awakens, we shall rely on the support of all of you brothers and sisters-in-law. The tension in the hearts of the Gu brothers finally eased, and they collectively sighed in relief. They all thought to themselves that, even if the new bride of the main household lacked medical knowledge, she could never be adversarial towards them. Pei Shi, this woman, was truly formidable. After a round of dry, perfunctory pleasantries, as the brothers prepared to leave with their gifts for the main household, a sudden burst of laughter erupted at the entrance. Everyone turned to see Gu Er's wife strolling in, laughing. What? You all come to the main household as guests and do not invite me? Upon reaching the center of the room, she covered her mouth and chuckled. Ever since my husband passed, it seems like nothing is communicated to our second household. One might think there is no second son in the Gu family. Second son. Open your eyes and see how your brothers treat us, a widow and her child. Gu Dalong attempted to pull her away, fearing the embarrassment of a public scene, and snapped, Wu Shi, what are you saying? This truly was akin to a dog biting El Dombin, unable to recognize a benefactor's kindness. Old Lady Li had not summoned Xie Ling to fetch Gu Er's wife, knowing it would be improper to visit the main household empty-handed and that gifts would be necessary. Given that Gu Er's wife was a widow with little money, it was best not to call her, as the presence of the Gu brothers would suffice to represent the collateral branches. Little did Old Lady Li know how Gu Er's wife had secretly thought of her. It would surely infuriate her. Gu Er's wife cast a sidelong glance at Pei Shi and boldly seated herself, her expression smug. Elder sister-in-law, all of us from the collateral branches have suffered exile because of your family. You appear quite untroubled, while we are nearly worn out. Do you not realize? Gu Sanlang yanked her up, tossing her aside. What nonsense are you spouting? The elder sister-in-law did not invite you to sit. Why are you sitting here uninvited? He cautiously observed Pei Shi's expression, fearing that the fragile rapport they had just established might be muddied by Gu Er's wife's antics. Pei Shi was genuinely taken aback by the absurdity of this individual from the collateral branches. Just then, a young girl of about 18 or 20 entered the room, pulling Gu Er's wife outside. It was unclear what she said to Gu Er's wife, but she soon returned with a smile, apologizing to Pei Shi, elder sister-in-law. I am just a straightforward person, with a sharp tongue but no ill intentions. Please do not take offense. Pei Shi lifted her eyelids, casting a cold glance at her. Let us speak with a bit more courtesy. I am not as understanding as you might think. The young girl immediately chimed in, smiling sweetly. Auntie, I am Gu Xiu. My mother is just like this. No one in our family appreciates her tongue, but she means no harm. You, being magnanimous, should forgive her. Not wishing to rebuke a smiling face and considering Gu Xiu was merely a younger generation, Pei Shi relented, nodding no matter. Gu Xiu glanced around the room before smiling and asking, May I inquire which lady is Gu Wei's wife? I have long admired her and wished to make her acquaintance. Chapter 23. Continued Exile. Startled by the unexpected address, Xie Ling looked up to see the girl gazing at her with a sweet smile, appearing soft and gentle, as if she truly only wished to know her better. If one were to overlook the fleeting jealousy that flickered in her eyes upon seeing Xie Ling's visage, Xie Ling felt a hint of amusement. Admiring her? The original owner had never stepped outside her home, though she was beautiful. She had never graced the gatherings of noble ladies in the capital. Such a lie was effortlessly spoken. Xie Ling quickly formulated a judgment in her mind. She was a white lotus of slightly higher status than Lu Ruhan. Gu Xiu approached and took Xie Ling's hand. Her voice light and airy. Cousin Gu Wei is as handsome as a jade tree, and his wife is equally stunning, looking like a fairy from a painting. Charming and graceful, truly not resembling a daughter of a concubine, but rather like one born of the main line. This subtly backhanded compliment implied that Xie Ling was indeed a concubine's daughter, yet her tone was so innocent that it was difficult to pinpoint any fault. Pei Shi's expression darkened instantly as she scrutinized Gu Xiu from head to toe. Xie Ling, with a slight smile, remarked, Miss Xiu is truly gentle and well-spoken. Much like your mother, yet, in truth, you bear no resemblance to her. As she spoke, Xie Ling's eyes sparkled. You resemble a daughter raised by a father. Not one lacking such upbringing. Xie Ling felt a rush of delight. Was she trying to be cryptic? Pei observed that Xie Ling had not been bullied and had responded with remarkable eloquence, a hint of mirth glimmering in her eyes. Gu Xiu's long lashes fluttered incessantly, clearly indicating her extreme vexation. With a fierce expression, Gu Erxi walked over, her lips parting to speak, only to be seized by Gu Xiu, who grasped her wrist firmly. When Gu Xiu raised her gaze once more, her demeanor transformed into one of gentle warmth. She spoke softly, though Xiu lacks a father. She is blessed with 3 genuine uncles who have guided her in navigating the complexities of life since childhood. I fondly recall when cousin Gu Weiding was well. He often imparted wisdom to me. I wonder when he will awaken. As she uttered these words, Gu Xiu's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and she delicately retrieved a small handkerchief to dab at the corners of her eyes, glancing around in search of Gu Weiding. Cousin, he is over there. Gu Li responded quickly. Following Gu Li's gesture, Gu Xiu's sorrow deepened. Just as she was about to approach Gu Weiding, Xie Ling interposed herself, blocking her path. In a calm tone, Xie Ling remarked, Miss Xiu, your cousin Gu Weiding is not dressed. Gu Xiu had briefly glimpsed Gu Wei clad in his garments, and it was clear that Xie Ling was intent on preventing her from getting near him. Yet, with Xie Ling's statement, it would be inappropriate for her to insist further. Suppressing her indignation, Gu Xiu conceded, "What unfortunate timing. I shall visit cousin another day." No sooner had she spoken than the sound of gongs and drums echoed from outside the inn. "We are setting off. Rest and regroup. We embark now." The members of the Gu family's collateral branch dispersed. Xie Ling gazed at Gu Xiu's retreating figure, puzzled. What could her true intentions be? A quarter of an hour later, all the prisoners had gathered outside the inn. The officers were meticulously counting heads. A rotund officer, surveying the line of over a dozen horse-drawn carriages, barked, "With so many carriages, do you think you're off to Jiangnan for leisure? Only 4 families may keep their carriages. The rest must be sold or discarded." Leading officer Shin scanned the crowd and pointed to 4 individuals, declaring, "You 4 may keep yours. The rest must proceed on foot." The individuals he indicated included Xie Ling, Gu Sanlang from the Gu family's collateral branch, and 2 other households, all of whom had offered him bribes. Xie Ling thought to herself, fortunate that her uncle knew how to navigate such matters, having given Officer Shin a gold ingot. A wave of lament erupted as one officer, stepping forward to play the sympathetic role, said, "We understand your plight, however. You are being exiled, not enjoying a holiday. If the authorities in the capital were to learn of your leisurely demeanor, it would not bode well for you. Moreover, with bandits rampant along the route, such an abundance of carriages makes you easy targets." One individual stepped forth, indignantly protesting, "Why do those 4 families get to keep theirs? We have packed numerous goods in our carriages. Officer Shin, what do you propose we do?" Officer Shin pointed towards Xie Ling, explaining, "Their household has a pregnant woman. That family has 2 elderly, and this one has many children. In any case, he had his reasons." The prisoners recognized Shin's blatant favoritism towards those 4 families. Observing the agitated crowd, Shin sighed, "Very well, I will allow you 15 minutes to procure flat carts. We depart promptly in a quarter of an hour. Those who fail to arrive will be considered as having fled." Perhaps by coincidence, the owner of the horse market happened to be nearby and had brought along dozens of flat carts. The prisoners surged forward, eager to buy carts. Xie Ling harbored deep suspicions that Officer Shin and the market owner were colluding, with Shin receiving a cut for each cart sold. The second branch of the Gu family was incensed, their faces contorted in anger, with Zhang sitting on the ground, beating her thighs and crying, "Scoundrel merchants. We spent 500 taels on our cart, and now it can only buy a single flat cart? Is that flimsy thing made of a few broken boards worth 20 taels?" The horse market owner scoffed, "If you think it's too expensive, then don't buy. The next town is 500 miles away. If you think you can make it before you drop dead, then by all means don't buy." With that, those who had hesitated resolved to purchase flat carts. Previously, Officer Shin had mentioned buying horse-drawn carts and supplies, hence every family had acquired vast quantities of rice, flour, and provisions. Without flat carts, relying solely on their backs would be an arduous endeavor in the biting cold. Su Xingji, astute as ever, had anticipated this predicament, thus refraining from purchasing a horse-drawn cart. Once the Gu family procured a cart, they transferred Gu Wei onto it. Consequently, the flat cart became unnecessary, and Xie Ling instructed Gu Li to deliver it to Su Xingji's family. Su Xingji and Yunyang graciously accepted the cart, expressing heartfelt gratitude. Su's aged mother would find it nearly impossible to reach Ling and without a cart. After loading all their belongings onto the cart, the family climbed aboard. Xie Ling retrieved a rechargeable small solar heater from her space, placing several pieces of rice cakes on top to warm, filling the cart with a cozy ambience and the fragrant aroma of rice. Gu Li, clad in the warm undergarments Xie Ling had provided, donned a hat and gloves as he sat outside, guiding the cart. Xie Ling lifted the cart's curtain, and Bai Shui town faded into a distant speck. Suddenly, her keen eyes caught sight of their cart scattering tiny specks of gold dust as they traveled. Perplexed, she shifted her gaze back inside the cart, where her rather unremarkable husband's fingertips shimmered with the same golden glimmer as that which fell from the cart. Was Gu Wei revealing their whereabouts? To whom? His subordinates? Xie Ling lifted a corner of the curtain again, fixating her gaze outside. Indeed, amidst the vast green mountains, she discerned several dark silhouettes. They were fleeting, yet she managed to capture their presence. At that moment, Gu Wei, attuned to the familiar chorus of insects outside the cart, mused that he would soon awaken to protect his family. Chapter 24. Su Xingji's Resolution. On this day, Xie Ling and the others had traversed approximately 40 kilometers until the sun dipped below the horizon and the night breeze began to blow. It was then that Officer Shin set up camp beside a river. The evening air carried a chill, and Sister Ru from the Song family remained inside the cart while Xie Ling, accompanied by Qiuyu and Pei, disembarked to prepare food. Not far away, officers approached, distributing 2 steamed buns and half a taro to each person. Gazing at the dark, coarse rice buns, Xie Ling could already envision the unpleasant sensation they would leave in her throat and hastily stuffed them into a small bag beside the cart. Guli scavenged some dry firewood from afar, and the family started a fire. Xie Ling noticed a patch of bamboo not far off. Fetching a sickle from her space, she headed over, selecting a wider bamboo stalk and picking out the finest sections. Just as she turned to return, her sharp eyes spotted a small cluster of bamboo shoots. The winter shoots, plump and short, prompted her to rush over and gather 5 or 6 to cradle in her arms. Upon seeing Xie Ling emerge from the bamboo grove with her bounty, the other families were envious, rushing to seize their own share of shoots, fearing they would miss out. The bamboo grove buzzed with commotion, with some elderly women squabbling and children crying. As soon as Xie Ling returned near the cart, Yunyang approached, holding a ceramic jar. "Miss Xie, this is a fish caught by Su Xingji. I brought you one." Xie Ling graciously accepted it, offering Yunyang a couple of bamboo shoots in return. With the fire crackling just right, Xie Ling instructed Guli to prepare the fish while she set about making rice in bamboo tubes. First, she cut off a section of bamboo, then retrieved glutinous rice, sausages, peas, and corn from her space, proportionately placing them into the segments of bamboo, adding soy sauce, salt, and other seasonings, sealing the ends with bamboo leaves. She then placed the prepared bamboo tubes into a large iron pot to cook. Guli had also finished preparing the fish. The fragrant aroma of bamboo tube rice wafted through the air, causing Guli's stomach to rumble audibly. Xie Ling chuckled lightly, retrieving a piece of pastry from her storage space for him and Ru Jia to enjoy. She then searched for a thin stone slab nearby, intending to use it for frying fish. Her flat-bottomed pan, meticulously shaped and exquisitely designed, would surely astonish the ancient onlookers. After frying the plump fish until both sides turned a delightful golden brown, she added a spoonful of her secret sauce and placed it in a small earthen pot to simmer gently. Meanwhile, the bamboo tube rice was also ready, its fragrance of bamboo leaves mingling with the scent of rice and permeating the entire campsite. Everyone peered curiously, eager to discover the source of the tantalizing aroma. Guli reached out to grab some, but Xie Ling lightly swatted his hand, reminding him that it still needed roasting. After a moment's contemplation, she decided against preparing bamboo shoots, reserving them for the next meal. While everything was organized on this side, chaos reigned in the Gu family's second branch. Zhang, twisting Lu's ear, reprimanded her sternly. "Didn't you come from a farming family? How can you not even cook? Just look at what you've done to the rice." Inside the earthen pot, the white rice had become a sticky, charred mass, exuding a burnt odor. Lu lamented, "Mother-in-law, since marrying into the Gu family, I haven't cooked at all and have forgotten everything. Weren't you also from a farming background?" Zhang shot her a glare, declaring, "I am not like you, I am of noble birth." Lu silently retorted, "Before you were sold, you were worse off than I am." At that moment, the delightful aroma from the main household wafted over, stirring appetites and causing tongues to salivate. Gu Dong swallowed hard and, embracing his concubine, slapped Zhang's face, barking, "Get back to cooking. If you can't do it well, watch out." The second branch's little grandson, Gu Yaofeng, also smelled the deliciousness and, in a fit of anger, mimicked Gu Dong, slapping Lu's face, "I want to eat. Hurry up and cook." Witnessing the disarray, Lu Ruhan approached, taking the earthen pot in hand. "I have some culinary skills, let me handle this." Lu was moved to tears, thinking that her 2 biological daughters were not as capable as a mere niece. However, Lu Ruhan felt disdainful. Her intentions were not for Lu but simply to avoid burnt food. Meanwhile, the collateral branch fared better, as Gu Xiling's wife was skilled in the kitchen, and their family dined on porridge. Those without sufficient funds for ingredients had to settle for dry cornbread. Back to the main household, Xie Ling used 2 sticks to extract all the bamboo tubes. The burnt blackened bamboo shells revealed steaming glutinous rice, sweet and fragrant as she peeled back the leaves. The rice inside was glossy and plump, releasing an inviting aroma. Taking a generous bite, she savored the rich rice flavor complemented by the fresh scent of bamboo, soft and sticky. She then tasted the fish that had been simmering for half an hour. The bones were tender, the flesh soft and succulent, enveloped in a well-seasoned sauce. so delicious that one could almost wish to swallow their tongue along with it. Xiao Yu hurried to the carriage to call for Song and Ru Jia. After a few days of interaction, Song had become a bit more lively, smiling. You truly are a bother, second sister-in-law, preparing such delicious meals every day. Once I have my child, I'll come to assist you. Xie Ling handed Song a nourishing medicine, instructing her to take it after her meal. She then grabbed a segment of bamboo tube, scooped up some fish, and lifted the curtain to enter the carriage. Gu Wei, familiar with Xie Ling's presence, opened his enchanting peach blossom eyes and sat up. When the tall man rose, his commanding presence became evident, his broad shoulders and long legs accentuating his noble demeanor, which even the simplest attire could not conceal. Although it was not her first encounter with this man, Xie Ling was still taken aback. The ancient saying about autumn waters being divine and jade as bone could not describe him more aptly. Gu Wei's elongated eyes brushed over the wooden hairpin in Xie Ling's updo, his voice warm as he said, "Thank you." Xie Ling extended the bamboo tube to him, but he gently shook his head, a few strands of hair falling charmingly at his temples. "My lady, my hands cannot move." The way he called her my lady was deep and magnetic, stirring something within her. Thus, Xie Ling had no choice but to feed him bite by bite. After finishing, she voiced her curiosity. "Do you have subordinates? Did they come with you?" Gu Wei nodded, candidly admitting yes, but only a portion should have arrived. Therefore, I released our exclusive signaling powder. Xie Ling was somewhat taken aback by Gu Wei's honesty. She then took his pulse. His hand, resting on the cotton blanket, was whiter than snow, his eyelids lowered, silent as she examined him. He was recovering well and should be able to move in 2 or 3 days. However, "But your hand doesn't appear to be immobile, does it?" Gu Wei's lips were pale, his expression cold yet clear, though he truly could not move. Xie Ling's gaze held skepticism. "Very well. May I have a kiss, if that is permissible?" Gu Wei's eyes curved. "My lady, you certainly have a way with words." Xie Ling frowned. "What? You want tea?" Gu Wei quickly shook his head, clarifying that he meant no such thing. Xie Ling raised an eyebrow and leaned in for a kiss. Just as she intended to pull away, Gu Wei unexpectedly captured her lip. As she sought to retreat, his strong hand firmly gripped the back of her head. Their eyes met. Gu Wei's calm, deep peach blossom eyes seemed to hold countless stars, captivatingly beautiful. Their lips brushed, tongues intertwined. Gu Wei's other hand rested on Xie Ling's slender waist, making her feel like a gentle stream in spring. His raven-black lashes concealed his eyes, deepening the kiss. When they finally parted, Xie Ling gasped for air, stammering, "You." Gu Wei's gaze grew darker, his voice hoarse. "Wasn't it you who said to kiss me?" Xie Ling flung back the curtain in a huff and stormed out. Gu Wei's eyes sparkled with amusement as he effortlessly pulled the blanket over himself, shedding any trace of vulnerability he had shown before Xie Ling. When Xie Ling emerged, Pei and Xiao Yu had already tidied up the pots and utensils, even preparing a basin of warm water for her to soak her feet. Reflecting on the peculiar sensation left by the kiss, Xie Ling's cheeks flushed, and she reassured herself, "It's nothing, just a kiss." Monsieur? A gentle voice called her back to reality. Turning her head, she saw Yunyang standing beside her, looking as though she wished to ask something. "What is it?" "Yunyang?" Xie Ling inquired. Yunyang, appearing somewhat bashful, said, "When you made that bamboo tube rice today, my husband remarked on its delightful fragrance. So I wanted to ask if you could teach me how to make it?" She quickly added, "But if it's not possible, that's perfectly fine, after all. It's your unique skill, and I won't think too much of it." Xie Ling smiled, reassuring her, "It's no trouble at all. I'll teach you. This isn't some secret technique. I learned it from others." She proceeded to instruct Yunyang on the preparation of bamboo tube rice, casually gifting her some ham and soy sauce. While it may not match her own, it certainly wouldn't be far off, as the essence of bamboo tube rice lies in its fragrant bamboo aroma. As Xie Ling spoke, Yunyang discreetly glanced at Xie Ling's slightly swollen lips. Upon returning home, Yunyang pondered for a moment before deciding to share this discovery with Su Xingji, believing it significant for him. "Husband, I suspect the heir isn't unconscious." "He is awake." Su Xingji raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "What makes you say that?" Yunyang hesitated to reveal her observation of Xie Ling's swollen lips, opting instead to say, "That's simply my conjecture." Su Xingji was well aware of his wife's temperament and chuckled softly, "Very well, I trust you." Upon finishing his words, he concealed the thoughts swirling in his mind. If the young lord were indeed lucid, then it seemed that the North River was on the brink of a tempestuous transformation. Just as a wise bird selects its perch, he too ought to contemplate his own path. With resolute determination, Xie Ling cast the letters he had received from various factions into the flames. The black ink on the paper curled and dissipated into ashes. With your remarkable talents, why persist in clinging to the North River? Would it not be better to enter our realm and serve my sovereign? In these chaotic times, talent was a rare commodity. Xie Ling, endowed with exceptional intellect and strategic prowess, was certainly not an inconsequential figure. Since news of his exile had spread, various powers had begun to covet his allegiance. The rising flames illuminated Xie Ling's crystalline pupils, and a refreshing scent of bamboo wafted through the air. He raised his gaze and exclaimed in delight, "Xie Ling, how is it that you have prepared this bamboo rice?" Xie Ling replied with a gentle laugh, "It was taught to me by Miss Xie. She mentioned that it is not called bamboo rice, but rather bamboo tube rice, and she even gifted me some condiments, this dark liquid called soy sauce, and this long one called ham sausage. Miss Xie is truly a good person." Xie Ling's brows lifted slightly, and thoughts surged within his long, expressive eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, "Xie Ling, do you hold affection for Miss Xie?" Xie Ling joyfully responded, "Indeed. Miss Xie is a person of cold demeanor but warm heart. She reciprocates kindness with kindness." Xie Ling inhaled deeply, solidifying his resolve. "Then let us follow Miss Xie henceforth, shall we?" "Very well," Xie Ling agreed. Little did she know that her words had determined the fate of the Xu family and countless others. Xie Ling stood with his hands clasped behind his back, wide sleeves fluttering, gazing toward the indigo sky where the bright moon ascended. From that moment onward, Xie Ling chose to follow Gu Wei. Historians of later generations would affectionately refer to the illustrious statesman Xie Ling as the product of a bamboo tube destiny. Chapter 25. Heavy snow seals the road. Ascending the mountain. Meanwhile, at the Gu family's main residence, after extinguishing the fire, the family climbed into the carriage to rest. Despite the officers having erected a canvas tent, the Gu family chose not to sleep inside it. The tent was merely a thin layer of fabric, insufficient to shield against the wind and rain, and the ground was damp. Furthermore, with so few members in the Gu family, they would surely be arranged to sleep alongside others. A communal sleeping arrangement could hardly compare to the comfort of their own carriage, which was spacious enough for the entire family, leaving one or two spaces even after they lay down. Yue had initially been adamant about not sleeping with them, insisting that as a servant, she should remain outside to keep watch. It was only after Pei's authoritative insistence that she was coaxed inside. Even once inside, she curled up into a small ball, attempting to occupy as little space as possible, keeping her distance from the others. Xie Ling, a light sleeper, opened her eyes in the middle of the night and noticed Yue wrapping her feet in her outer robe, securing them snugly. No wonder Xie Ling felt her feet were no longer cold. A mix of emotions welled within her, and with a soft sigh, she retrieved a small blanket from her belongings to drape over Yue. Just as she was about to drift off to sleep, Xie Ling heard a rustling sound from outside the carriage. She immediately perked up her ears. "Mother, are you certain this is Gu Wei's carriage?" "Yes. I have checked several times today. I cannot be mistaken." Moments later, the heavy curtain was gently lifted, and a slender reed pipe was thrust inside. Xie Ling scoffed coldly and suddenly threw a handful of chili powder out the window. There were two cries of anguish, and upon lifting the curtain, she found it was Gu Xiu and Gu Er's wife. The two were now red-faced and teary-eyed from the spices. Xie Ling quickly grabbed two tattered burlap sacks from her belongings, covering their heads, and proceeded to deliver a flurry of blows. Gu Xiu and Gu Er's wife writhed in pain on the ground, unable to utter a sound. Xie Ling's voice was icy. "Who are you ruffians? You better scram. If you dare return, it won't be so simple next time." With that, she gracefully lifted the curtain and stepped back into the carriage. As she entered, her gaze met Gu Wei's cool, piercing eyes, which glimmered in the darkness, fixated on her. Gu Wei leaned in closer and whispered, "Do not worry. We have hidden guards surrounding us." His tone softened, imbued with tenderness. "Now sleep well. Should anything like this occur again, rest assured." Xie Ling did not respond, turning to face away, leaving Gu Wei with a nonchalant view of her back. In the dead of night, the sounds of wind and snow whispered ominously. The following day, the world outside transformed into a blanket of white, with snowdrifts rising to the height of a calf. The snow continued to fall, thick and dense, swirling like goose feathers, obscuring the distant landscape. Ru Jia and Gu Li, still children at heart, donned their shoes and hats and rushed into the snowy expanse to play. Pei observed the pristine scene and sighed. This will surely be difficult to traverse. Similarly, Headmansion frowned as he lamented, having never witnessed such a heavy snowfall. It appeared they would need to rest for 2 days until the snow ceased before continuing their journey. The snow-laden roads were treacherous, easily leading one astray. And advancing was perilous. Should an illness arise from the cold, the exiled would meet their demise or fall ill, rendering their efforts in vain. The officers beat their gongs, proclaiming, "Listen well, we shall seek the nearest cave to rest for 2 days until the snow abates." Upon hearing this, the majority rejoiced, praising the heavens for their kindness. It was indeed preferable to remain stationary than to travel in such conditions. In the Gu family's side branch, Gu Xiu and Gu Er's wife lingered, reluctant to emerge from the tent. Old Madame Li's face turned cold as she scolded, "Which lazy daughter-in-law or girl is still not awake? If the exiled party leaves without you, you'll be left here as wolf fodder. Yunshu, go summon them." Just as Gu Yunshu reached the door, Gu Xiu and Gu Er's wife emerged, covering their faces. Upon seeing their faces, everyone gasped in shock. What had happened to them? Not only were their faces bruised, but their eyes were swollen like walnuts. Being family, old Madame Li's eyes softened with concern. "What on earth happened to you two?" Gu Xiu gritted her teeth. "Last night, while going to relieve ourselves with Mother, I accidentally fell." Old Madame Li continued, "The new bride from the main house has medical knowledge. I will prepare some gifts for you to take to her, so she can examine you." Both women shook their heads vigorously, hastily insisting, "Grandmother, there's no need. We'll be fine in a few days. There's no need to trouble her. If we fall seriously ill in the future, we'll seek her out then." Old Madame Li sighed. "Very well. The eldest branch should provide some silver for the second daughter-in-law to buy some wound medicine. The officers have been out here long enough and should have some on hand." The eldest daughter-in-law begrudgingly fished out 2 taels of silver from her pocket, muttering to herself about how these two were truly troublemakers. The snow had piled too high, and the horses were reluctant to move forward. Headmansion instructed each household to send out a male member to clear the snow. The Gu family had no adult males, and just as Pei was about to volunteer, Gu Sanling approached. "Knowing that my elder sister's family lacks men, I have come to help." Observing Gu Sanling's earnest expression, Pei gratefully accepted his assistance without further refusal. Thus, each household sent out a male member to clear the snow on the road leading to the nearest cave. The cave was situated halfway up the mountain. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, the crowd used sickles to cut weeds and chop shrubs, clearing a path, with even the elderly and children joining in to help, managing to get all the carriages up the hill. 100 or so people stood in the clearing before the cave, unaware that atop the mountain, a pack of famished wolves, having gone months without food, stared down at them with their eerie green eyes, fixated with intent. Chapter 26. Oh no. We've fallen into a pit. The scene unfolds within a dense forest where towering trees abound, with large trunks as thick as buckets and white birches as wide as bowls adorning the landscape. The melodious chirping of birds fills the air, while delicate snowflakes, shielded by the foliage, settle softly upon the ground, forming only a thin layer. Before a cave, a clearing emerges, where Shin, the leader, rides his horse and calls out loudly for a few individuals to accompany him into the cave. A handful of constables, brandishing torches, forge ahead, each household following with a member in tow. Xie Ling, grasping Gu Li's hand, ventures inside, eager to discover the cave's mysteries. The interior of the cave is shrouded in darkness, its walls cloaked in moss, and a chilling aura seeps from the ground, penetrating to the very core of one's being. At that moment, Xie Ling resolutely decides that she shall sleep in the cart, firmly rejecting the prospect of resting within the cave. The constables surveyed their surroundings and retrieved powder from their bags, dispersing it evenly about the area. Xie Ling surmised it to be realgar powder, intended to ward off snakes and insects. A tall, lean constable stood at the cave's entrance, calling out, "Those with carts, please spare some hay to lay upon the ground for the horses." The women set off in search of water, while half the men ventured to chop wood, the other half assisting in the erection of tents. The children were not to remain idle. They were tasked with gathering firewood. With a single command, the crowd sprang into action. Aside from the constable's designated spots, all remaining space was evidently up for grabs. Zhang stood her ground within the cave, chastising Lu for her sluggishness while berating her household's concubine to keep her eyes peeled, lest their belongings be pilfered. Meanwhile, Old Lady Li was not to be outdone. Engaging in a heated argument with the matriarch of the Qin family. "Qin matriarch, I arrived here first," she asserted. With hands on her hips, Chen retorted. "Just because you twist your rear doesn't mean this place belongs to you. My second daughter-in-law had her eye on this spot first and arrived long before you." A clamor erupted within the cave, contrasting sharply with the industriousness outside. The prisoners, predominantly from affluent families, included commoners like Su Xingji. The rhythmic sound of axes striking shorter tree trunks rang out incessantly. Once felled, sturdy men bore the logs into the cave, stacking them neatly upon the ground. A young gentleman led the children in search of pliable twigs, fashioning them into makeshift bedding atop the logs. Others, under the constable's direction, unfurled a large piece of black oil paper, securing its corners with cloth ties to the surrounding trees, shielding them from the flurry of falling snow. Xie Ling, along with Qiu Yue and a group of similarly aged young ladies, scavenged for firewood near the forest's edge. The young women, clustered in small groups, gravitated toward their kin, feeling alienated from the others. Weeds reached knee-height and underbrush flourished. A young lady surnamed Wu hiked up her skirts, wielding a sickle, boldly leading the charge to clear a path for the others. The forest, fraught with peril, compelled the group to remain close, gathering kindling not far from the cave while also on the lookout for edible wild greens. Observing the haphazard foraging, Xie Ling noted their reckless gathering, which included some inedible poisonous plants. She spoke up, "I possess some knowledge of botany. Allow me to teach you how to identify edible greens." The young women immediately encircled her, peering intently. Crouching beneath a tree, Xie Ling pointed to a bright red fruit, declaring, "This is known as snake fruit. It is not safe for consumption." One young lady gasped in horror, exclaiming, "Not safe? I've just eaten 2 of them." She hurriedly reached for her throat, fearing she might be ill. Xie Ling grasped her hand and reassured her, "It's not dire. While it's true that the fruit is coated in a waxy layer and may cause diarrhea, you'll be fine." Upon hearing the mention of diarrhea, the young lady clutched her stomach, while the surrounding girls couldn't help but chuckle at the situation. "This is called folded ear root, best enjoyed in a cold dish. This is shepherd's purse, which is delicious when boiled. And this is dandelion, also delightful when cooked." The towering trees of the forest shielded some of the snowfall, allowing these wild greens to survive, albeit wilted. A group of young women followed closely behind Xie Ling, gathering the greens she identified and placing them into bamboo baskets. Before long, each basket brimmed with their finds. Upon reaching a particular spot, Xie Ling furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss with the ground beneath her feet. As she had suspected, the earth suddenly gave way, and the entire group tumbled into a 3-meter-deep pit, an apparent trap set by hunters for wild beasts. Fortunately, 2 slower individuals remained on the edge, peering down with expressions of horror, asking how to proceed. The younger girls were thrown into a panic, most bursting into tears. Xie Ling, her voice steady, remarked, "Fear not, there are still 2 individuals outside who can fetch help." One voice quavered through tears, I'm lost." The girls in the pit inquired, "What about the other one?" "We are twin sisters," equally directionally challenged. Their words sparked a flurry of discussion among those trapped. "What shall we do? I'm so frightened. Had I known, I wouldn't have come to gather firewood. What if a wild beast comes? It's all Xie Ling's fault. If she hadn't led us to forage for wild greens, we wouldn't have fallen in." Gu Tiwei, from the Gu family's second branch, pointed an accusatory finger at Xie Ling. Her sister, Gu Tingjing, immediately chimed in, casting a resentful glance at Xie Ling. "Yes, it's her fault. If it weren't for her, we wouldn't have ended up here." Yet, not everyone shared this sentiment. A young lady with an elegant high bun stepped forward, arms crossed, her gaze dripping with sarcasm. "She was kind enough to teach us how to identify wild greens. How is this her fault?" The nearby young women echoed her sentiments. "Indeed, it's not Xie Ling's fault. This pit was already here, we merely had bad luck." A round-faced girl scrutinized the Gu sisters, disdain etched across her features as she remarked, "Aren't you both from the Gu family? Why are you blaming your own kin? I've never seen such heartless sisters." In a family that valued brotherly love and sisterly harmony, their behavior was looked down upon. Xie Ling, uninterested in the antics of the 2 unruly sisters, turned to the twin sisters at the pit's edge and asked, "Can you climb trees?" The taller of the 2 replied, "I'm not particularly skilled, but I should be able to manage." Xie Ling nodded and reached into her bamboo basket, discreetly retrieving a 4-meter-long hemp rope. Addressing the sisters above, she instructed, "We'll throw this rope up to you. You need to secure it to a tree. And then lower it down for us to climb back up." As soon as she finished speaking, the young lady surnamed Wu eagerly volunteered, "I'm strong. I'll throw it." Xie Ling handed her the hemp rope. Wu took the rope, coiling it tightly, and with a mighty heave, launched it skyward. The rope landed squarely at the feet of the twin sisters. Without delay, they set down their bamboo baskets and began to climb the tree to secure the rope. After about 15 minutes, a long, sturdy hemp rope swayed gently as it descended into the pit. Gu Tingwei elbowed her way through the crowd, seizing the rope and attempting to ascend. The others regarded her with disdain. How shameless, they thought. The rope belongs to Miss Xie. How can she be so brazen as to claim the first chance? However, Gu Tingwei was unfazed, grasping the rope and attempting to climb. Unfortunately, her lack of strength caused her to tumble back down, landing clumsily on the ground. Wu shot her a cold glance and asserted, "Those with less strength should go first. Those stronger will support them from behind. I am the strongest, so I will bring up the rear." Under her guidance, the group exerted their utmost effort and, at long last, managed to ascend one by one. A minor incident occurred with the Gu sisters. None of them wished to rely on the two. And it was only through their dramatic display, rolling on the ground in a fit of desperation, that anyone was moved to assist them. Once they emerged from the pit, a bond of camaraderie was forged among the group of young ladies, who grew close through shared adversity. Their faces smeared with mud, they laughed radiantly, linking arms and engaging in cheerful conversation. Of course, this camaraderie did not extend to Gu Ting and her sister. The others deliberately distanced themselves from them. Someone remarked, "My mother-in-law is particularly wicked. All she does is torment me, making me wash clothes and prepare meals every day, leaving me with calluses on my hands." The young ladies rallied to comfort her. Another chimed in, "I must tell you, but you must keep it secret. My sister-in-law is having an affair with my third brother. I saw it last time." The young ladies all vowed to keep her secret. The conversation eventually turned to Xie Ling, not least because she was blessed with the most handsome husband in the capital. Truly, you cannot comprehend how striking the heir is. I dare say that all the men of Beijing combined do not equal a third of his beauty. Yes, indeed. The last time he returned victorious from battle, astride a magnificent steed in full military regalia, I nearly swooned at his visage. If only he were not a mere shell of a man. Xie Ling would be a perfect match for him. They both are as ethereal as celestial beings. However, the tone turned to one of sympathy. The heir, though undeniably handsome, was but a living corpse. What a pity it was that Xie Ling was so extraordinarily beautiful. One young lady boldly suggested, "Xie Ling, why not marry into my family? My third brother may not be as striking as the heir, but he is still quite the gentleman. Moreover, there are no concubines in our household. And he is exceptionally talented, having triumphed in the imperial examinations." This comment opened a floodgate of ideas among the others. "Come to my home, come to my home. My brother. Enough, come to my home. Please, Xie Ling, come to my home." It had abruptly transformed into a matchmaking event. Xie Ling felt helpless, wishing for Gu Wei to awaken soon, otherwise, his wife might find herself betrothed against her will. As the young ladies chattered away, they passed a large boulder, faintly hearing voices of a man and a woman. One girl widened her eyes and whispered, "Do you hear that?" "It feels as though." The group fell silent, straining to listen. The sounds from behind the boulder grew louder, filled with indecent language. The young ladies flushed with embarrassment. Soon after, the unmistakable rustle of clothing being shed followed by the sultry moans of a woman and the low growls of a man erupted, creating quite a commotion. Clearly, the pair was lost in their own world, oblivious to the presence of others. The girl with the high bun spat in frustration. "Which young master and lady are so shameless? While others toil away, they are." Most of these young ladies had yet to be married. Their faces flushed as they hurried away. Xie Ling glanced back and caught a glimpse of a pale pink hem. She felt a peculiar familiarity with that woman's voice. But who could it be? Meanwhile, the cave was nearly set up. Families had begun lighting fires in the open space, gathering around the flames, either sitting or standing. Some had even fashioned stools and tables from half logs and were already cooking. When Xie Ling and Qiu Yu returned, Pei had prepared the fire and filled 2 hot water bottles. As they sat down, Pei handed them the bottles. "Quickly, sit down, warm your feet, and heat your hands." Hugging the warm bottle, Xie Ling tossed a few sweet potatoes into the fire. This weather was perfect for roasted sweet potatoes. Gu Li approached with a bucket of water, setting it down before wanting to drink. Wait, Xie Ling called out. What is it, sister-in-law? Gu Li was exhausted from chopping wood, climbing trees to tie oiled paper strips, and traversing half a mountain to fetch water. She longed to bury her head in the bucket. Xie Ling produced a small iron kettle, explaining, the water must be boiled before drinking. There are many invisible bugs in it that will cause diarrhea. Gu Li obediently sat down, though she continuously swallowed, clearly parched. Xie Ling retrieved a bottle of cola from her space and handed it to him. Drink it quietly, lest others see. Gu Li's eyes brightened. What is this? He looked around, shaking it. Is it water? Realizing he didn't know how to open a cola, Xie Ling opened it for him. Gu Li carefully took a sip, his eyes widening in disbelief as he smacked his lips. What kind of water is this? It feels like it's dancing in my mouth. How marvelous. And so sweet. Xie Ling laughed lightly. This is called cola. Don't discard the can after drinking. It may come in handy. Ru Jia, with her large, dark eyes, clearly wanted some too but remained silent. After taking a sip, Gu Li offered the rest to Ru Jia, saying, you drink the remainder. I've had my fill. Ru Jia shook her head seriously, replying, brother is very tired today. You drink it, I don't want any. The two exchanged polite refusals. Seeing that there was nothing else to occupy her, Xie Ling leaned against Pei's leg, saying she would take a small rest and entered her space. She had kissed Gu Li again yesterday. She wondered what upgrades the space would undergo. In Chapter 27, as a wolf attack ensues, Gu Wei awakens. Upon entering, she was met with a mountain of gold, silver, and jewels, gleaming brightly, almost reaching the ceiling. Xie Ling cautiously created a passageway, fearful of being buried in riches. Outside in the yard, similar heaps of treasures awaited her. With her hands clasped in prayer, she fervently wished for an upgrade. Nervously, she pushed open the yard's fence gate and gazed into the distance. The white mist surrounding the area gradually dissipated, revealing a glimpse of green mountains. Xie Ling recognized that the hill was piled with supplies, containing various resources: paper, soap, shower gel, sanitary napkins, instant noodles, grain seeds, and an array of spices, rice, and flour. It seemed she would need to kiss Gu Wei once more to fully unveil this treasure trove. Having organized all the gold and silver from the old residence into the yard, Xie Ling proceeded to the kitchen. There was still an abundance of salt, MSG rice, and flour, along with a dozen or so pounds of sweet potatoes and potatoes. However, snacks and drinks were rather scarce. There was only that one can of cola for Gu Li. She discovered 4 or 5 bags of biscuits, bread, and chips, and even unearthed 2 packs of instant noodles. After inspecting the kitchen, she ascended to the second floor and rummaged through the storage room for a piece of black plastic sheeting. This material, reminiscent of ancient oiled paper, could be draped over a cart to shield it from rain, being sturdy and durable. Exiting her space, Xie Ling enlisted Xiaoyu to help her cover the cart. The cart was draped with a thick layer of plastic, ensuring it remained dry and shielded from the wind. Considering the dampness of the forest, Xie Ling also brought out several moisture-proof mats to place under the bedding. As the sun set behind the mountains, the smoke from cooking fires began to rise from every household, creating a lively atmosphere. In total, 11 families were exiled, including the 3 from the Gu family, the Su family, and several scattered exiles, along with 7 other households: the Chen family, the Wang family, the Li family, the Gao family, the Lu family, the Wu family, and the Shi family. These 7 families were all prominent clans, each with numerous offspring, comprising 10 to 20 members. As they passed the Wu residence, a young lady from the Wu family approached Xie Ling, offering her a white flour bun. Xie Ling, my mother made this. It's exceptionally delicious. Please accept it. The Wu family is a prestigious lineage of military generals, with General Wu having 3 sons and only 1 daughter, Wu Zhenqing. From a young age, Wu Zhenqing was nurtured with care, yet she exhibited no airs of arrogance. Her equestrian and archery skills rivaled those of any male, exuding an aura of spirited vitality. When Madame Wu observed Wu Zhenqing presenting a gift to Xie Ling, she was filled with joy. Zhenqing, is that your friend? Why have you only given her a plain bun? Come back and fetch some dried cured meat. Wu Zhenqing, whose temperament resembled that of a boy, had few close companions, and Madame Wu felt great comfort witnessing her daughter making friends. Xie Ling accepted the bun but declined the cured meat, recognizing the burdensome weight it represented on their arduous journey of exile. Nevertheless, Madame Wu insisted, compelling Xie Ling to take it home. Upon discovering that Xie Ling was the young bride of the Gu family, she also presented a bag of rice, warmly saying, "Take this as well, do not worry. It is uncertain when the young master will awaken, and your family has had a hard time. Hurry along now." Reluctantly, Xie Ling accepted the cured meat, contemplating reciprocating with a gift later, as is customary in social exchanges. Wu Zhenqing brushed off her garments and swiftly took the cured meat and rice, declaring, "I shall escort you. You are too slender to carry such burdens." Though Xie Ling wished to assert her ability to manage, Wu Zhenqing had already hastened ahead, leaving Xie Ling no choice but to follow. Upon arriving at the Gu household, Pei joyfully exclaimed upon seeing Wu Zhenqing, "Linger, is this your friend? Come, sit down. It's just in time for dinner. Let us dine together." Much like Madame Wu, Pei felt elated to see Xie Ling forging friendships. Wu Zhenqing courteously replied, "No, auntie. I must return to assist my mother with the cooking." Pei had to relent, inviting her to visit again another time. After Wu Zhenqing departed, Xie Ling began to prepare the meal, which consisted of bamboo shoots stewed with cured meat. The cured meat provided by Madame Wu was of exceptional quality, with a delightful balance of fat and lean, its vibrant colors enticing. Once cooked, the aroma wafted temptingly, with the fatty portions glistening and the lean parts a bright red. The broth a rich, creamy white. Xie Ling sprinkled a few scallions on top. Even without tasting, the visual appeal was enough to whet anyone's appetite. Next, she opened the bamboo basket, instructing Gu Li to wash the wild vegetables they had foraged that day and place them inside. Along with leftover fatty beef rolls, tripe, ham sausages, and potatoes from the old residence, they created a simple yet hearty cured meat hotpot. The bubbling broth mingled the savory scent of cured meat with the sweetness of winter bamboo shoots, creating an aroma that wafted for miles. Other households soon found their evening meals lacking, casting envious glances towards the Gu family, envious of their culinary prowess embodied in their young bride. Before the meal commenced, Xie Ling prepared a takeaway box of winter bamboo shoot and cured meat soup and retrieved several skewers of sausage from her storage to send to the Wu family, for sausages could be preserved for a long time. The Wu family enjoyed a harmonious atmosphere. All three brothers were handsome, their two sisters-in-law gentle and kind, while the children displayed remarkable manners, sweetly calling out sister incessantly. Wu Zhenqing's youngest brother, her twin, was currently embroiled in a dispute over who would wash the dishes. Upon spotting Xie Ling, Wu Zhenqing dashed over excitedly, "Xie Ling, have you eaten yet? Come dine with us." Xie Ling replied with a light laugh that she had already eaten, nodding amicably at Wu Zhenqing's third brother. Initially stunned, he was taken aback by the sight of Xie Ling's delicate, peach blossom-like visage, his handsome face flushing a vibrant red. After a round of pleasantries, Xie Ling hurriedly went to deliver food to Gu Wei. Meanwhile, the Wu family savored Xie Ling's winter bamboo shoot and cured meat, relishing it to the point of tears. It was simply exquisite. The cured meat was tender yet not greasy, perfectly seasoned, and the sweetness of the winter bamboo shoots tempered its richness. The bamboo shoots absorbed the broth, bursting with flavor and exuding a delightful sweetness. Even the creamy broth was so delicious that one could easily consume 3 or 4 bowls of rice alongside it. Was this truly the same dry and overly salty cured meat they usually prepared? The family's hearty appetites only intensified, leading to a frenzied competition for food, devouring every last drop of broth with their buns. On Gu Wei's side, after Xie Ling waited for him to finish his meal, she unexpectedly kissed his lips, this time without any inquiry. After the kiss, she swiftly pulled back the carriage curtain and fled, fearing he might surprise her as he had previously. Gu Wei watched Xie Ling's flustered retreat, his typically aloof gaze softening with a hint of mirth. As the moon ascended the willow treetops, households finished their meals, extinguishing their fires in preparation for sleep in the caves. Suddenly, a terrified scream shattered the night's tranquility. Everyone turned to see a woman being torn in half by a dark shadow, blood splattering everywhere. Her body collapsed, quickly consumed, the grotesque sounds of flesh being torn echoing in the still night. Behind her were numerous pairs of cold green eyes, glimmering ominously in the darkness, sending shivers down the spines of those who beheld them. "My Lanner, that is my Lanner." She merely stepped out to relieve herself. The woman's family recognized her, and her mother immediately fainted from shock, while the others wept bitterly. A cold wind howled, the moonlight casting a desolate glow as the trees appeared to dance menacingly. Fear gripped everyone, a chill creeping up from their feet. A vibrant young woman, in an instant, had become a gruesome heap of blood and flesh. Peisher quickly covered Ru Jier's eyes. Guli climbed atop the carriage, drawing the iron sword purchased in by Shui Town. He then leaped down, adopting a protective stance in front of his family, poised like a coiled leopard, sharp and ready. Everyone trembled in fear, some faint-hearted individuals even soiling themselves. Shin, the leader, felt his legs weaken but shouted, "Do not scatter. Do not scatter. Gather in the center." Elderly, children, and women to the middle, men on the outside. Those with weapons ready. Before he could finish his sentence, the wolf pack launched their attack. Though these officials were greedy and ruthless, they remained on the periphery, unsheathing their knives to battle the wolves. Famished from hunger, the wolves fought fiercely, driven by a relentless ferocity. In an instant, 1 or 2 individuals fell. Some officials could no longer withstand the onslaught, their movements slowing. Guli spread his arms, the iron sword in his hand unwavering, facing off against a solitary wolf. The wolf growled at Guli, poised to attack. However, in a swift motion, it feinted and lunged towards Xie Ling, taken by surprise at the wolf's cunning. Xie Ling found herself in a dire moment when a powerful arm extended from within the carriage, shielding her. The wolf's sharp fangs sank into Guwei's wrist, creating 2 deep gashes that exposed bone. Blood gushed forth, flowing into the wide sleeves of his snow-white robe. As if oblivious to the pain, Guwei flipped his hand and grasped the wolf's head, brutally twisting it until its neck snapped with astonishing force. His expression was cold and fierce as he emerged from the carriage, now wielding a bow and arrow. The moonlight illuminated his handsome features, his dark, alluring eyes partially veiled. Clad in a flowing white robe that exuded an air of regal elegance, he effortlessly walked and shot arrows, each motion fluid and graceful, sending one wolf after another to the ground. In no time, only 5 or 6 wolves remained. Realizing the threat posed by Guwei, the remaining wolves huddled together, emitting a chilling growl that reverberated through the air. Guwei lowered his gaze to the quiver, drawing a long sword from a nearby official, his robes billowing as he leaped into action. A flurry of blades and shadows, and the remaining wolves met their demise. Guwei, his sharply defined features now marred by traces of blood, returned slowly to the Gu family carriage, his expression one of icy indifference. The onlookers regarded him as if he were a deity, their gazes unwaveringly following his every step. This was the prodigious young man hailed throughout the capital, the illustrious heir of the Duke of Donghua. He was also the youngest war god of the North River, once wielding power that struck fear into the hearts of enemies as the King of the North. Yet, at this moment, he stood as a banished prisoner. Nevertheless, the mere sight of him evoked memories of his youthful valor on the battlefield. A shared thought coursed through the minds of the crowd. The Emperor's decision to exile Guwei was undoubtedly a grave mistake. Guwei was not a man to be tamed. He was destined to shine brilliantly, to stand above the masses. Chapter 28. Setting the trap. Guwei turned his gaze towards Xie Ling, his brow slightly arching as his voice merged with the cool moonlight. "Were you frightened?" Upon Xie Ling's headshake, Guwei pivoted, lifting his robe and kneeling before Madame Pei. "Mother, I have returned late." Madame Pei immediately collapsed into Xie Ling's embrace, the tension she had held for days finally unraveling. She cast aside the decorum expected of a noblewoman, tears streaming down her face as she lamented, I thought you would never awaken." Guwei helped her to her feet, his tone gentle. "That will never happen again." Captain Shin approached, greeting Guwei with respect. "Your Highness, oh no, I should now address you as Master Gu. Your bravery remains unmatched, truly leaving us in awe." Guwei offered a faint smile, replying, "You flatter me. Master Shin, your care along the journey has been invaluable." A shiver ran through Captain Shin as he realized how fortunate he had been to treat the Gu family well. Otherwise, Guwei might have ended him on the spot. In these tumultuous times, a prisoner today could easily rise to power tomorrow. Captain Shin, ever astute, engaged in pleasantries before turning to organize the upcoming tasks. Xie Ling approached, inspecting Guwei's injuries. Guwei sat passively, allowing her to examine him, a stark contrast to the formidable man he had just been. "Fortunately, your meridians remain unharmed. The wounds will heal with care," she stated, feeling his pulse and exclaiming, "Your hand hasn't fully recovered. How did you manage to slay those wolves?" Guwei's dark eyes softened with a hint of lazy amusement. "It is of no consequence. Slaying 10 wolves is trivial. I merely startled my wife. I carry a lingering guilt in my heart. Such alluring words would stir any young lady's heart, leaving them in a daze. However, the steadfast Xie Ling could only think to herself, Gu Wei is truly terrifying. After such events, no one could rest easy. Families worked tirelessly to dispose of the bodies and clean the blood. Captain Shin approached Gu Wei again, inquiring about the next steps. Gu Wei, lazily seated by the carriage, despite his noble demeanor, spoke softly, I believe we should dig a pit near the clearing tomorrow, install wooden stakes within, and surround it with offensive trees. If you find this suggestion agreeable, please proceed. Captain Shin nodded vigorously, setting off early the next day with his men to gather timber and set the trap. With the shadow of the previous night looming over them, everyone worked with fervor, felling the sturdiest trees and sharpening the stakes. Gu Wei, having stained his clothes with blood, took it upon himself to wash them that evening. The following day, he donned a crimson round-collared robe that Xie Ling had retrieved from her space. The garment fit him splendidly, accentuating his broad shoulders and narrow waist, exuding elegance and gallantry, with the remaining allure of his remarkable handsomeness. It was a universal truth that beauty commands attention. The moment he appeared, all eyes gravitated toward him, as if the very sun inclined to favor his presence. As Xie Ling awoke, she beheld the striking young man leaning against the carriage, holding a wooden basin. In the past, it was always my duty to serve you, my wife. From now on, let me serve you, he said gently. It must be said, beauty begets admiration. In that fleeting moment, Xie Ling's rarely stirred youthful heart quivered with a hint of emotion. Madame Pei, having risen early, smiled warmly at the harmonious interaction between her son and daughter-in-law. Believing that no one, aside from her son, deserved Xie Ling together, they were a sight to behold, a perfect match of talent and beauty. The young ladies nearby observed with envy as Gu Wei personally attended to Xie Ling's morning rituals, whispering to one another how fortunate she was to have such a husband. After assisting Xie Ling, Gu Wei turned to join Captain Shin and the others. At that moment, a figure lurking in the shadows, having watched Gu Wei emerge, stealthily followed him. Captain Shin greeted Gu Wei with enthusiasm upon his approach, and the workers paused to gaze in his direction. The young man stood tall in the morning sun, his expression stern yet godlike. A shared thought crossed the minds of all present. How could one person be so flawless? Not only was he endowed with both wisdom and martial prowess, but his striking appearance left no room for other men to compete. Gu Wei did not seek special treatment. He rolled up his sleeves and joined the laborers in felling trees and setting traps, exerting himself with fervor. As they worked, families began to arrive with meals. Spotting Xie Ling, Gu Wei rushed over, calling out with a clear voice, my wife. The deep, magnetic tone of my wife sent a shiver of delight through Xie Ling, prompting her to swiftly set down the food box. Upon opening it, the aroma of Gu Wei's meal wafted through the air, instantly capturing everyone's attention. While others brought simple fare, steamed buns and plain rice, Gu Wei's food box, crafted from an unknown material, gleamed in the sunlight, divided into 3 tiers. The first layer contained tenderly stewed pork knuckle, the second layer held spicy stir-fried meat, and the third layer was a rich, fragrant bone broth. The moment it was unveiled, it dazzled the eyes of all present. General Wu, standing beside Gu Wei, inhaled the delightful scent of his meal, lamenting his own meager portion of dry rice. Why must he be seated next to Gu Wei, tantalized by the aroma yet unable to partake? As they dined, a stranger approached Gu Wei, urging him to follow into the nearby woods, stating someone sought him. Gu Wei frowned, carefully placing down the food box and covering it with layers of cloth. He took a short sword from beside him and followed cautiously. Once in the forest, the stranger vanished. Gu Wei's cold gaze swept the surroundings until he spotted a slender figure amidst the thick greenery. Instantly recognizing the situation, he turned to leave. But the figure called out urgently. Chapter 29. A conspiracy unfolds. Gu Wei, there is no one around, the person exclaimed. If you dare to leave, I shall accuse you of impropriety, and you will be forced to marry me, bearing a tarnished reputation. The urgency in her voice rang clear. Gu Wei, hearing this, couldn't help but smirk, his narrow, almond-shaped eyes glimmering with indifference. He had already extended her an opportunity. Gu Wei turned back, playing with the short blade in his hand. What makes you think that because you have undressed in this undignified manner, I am obliged to marry you? Lu Ruhan swallowed hard, her tone softening as she spoke. Your Grace, I seek merely to be a concubine, even if it means being a mere maid. I would willingly accompany the Gu family's second branch into exile. All for your sake. Gu Wei, interrupting her with impatience, retorted, "Who are you? I have never laid eyes on you before." Shock flooded Lu Ruhan's gaze. "I am a distant cousin of the second branch. 2 months ago, I accompanied my aunt to the Duke's residence. Have you truly forgotten me?" Gu Wei remained silent, his fingers deftly twisting a dagger, which he thrust forward, grazing Lu Ruhan's face before embedding it in the tree behind her. Lu Ruhan's long hair was severed in a single stroke, leaving a deep gash across her cheek. She screamed, instinctively covering her face, tears streaming down from the pain. But even more so from the terror of having her beauty marred. Gu Wei's eyes glinted with a predatory coldness. "I only remember your voice. It seems you quarreled with my family's Xie Ling, did you not?" The mountain wind howled incessantly, swirling around Gu Wei as he stood adorned in a crimson brocade robe embroidered with golden patterns. Leaves fluttered down, crushed beneath his polished boots. His tone was casual, as the area was devoid of witnesses. "You claim I would kill you, who would ever know?" He paused, and even if someone did discover it, who could possibly challenge me? Lu Ruhan, clutching her face as if confronted by a demon, stumbled away in a panic, terrified that Gu Wei might lose his temper and take her life. The delicate pink hem of her garment vanished into the dense forest. Gu Wei's dark eyes narrowed, his murderous intent still palpable. He stepped forward to retrieve the dagger, which had sunk deeply into the tree, wiping the blood from its blade with disdain. He was indeed serious about killing. Having grown accustomed to the brutality of the battlefield from a young age, how could the man known as the cold-faced war god be so easily manipulated? His warmth was reserved solely for his family. As he approached a birch tree, 2 figures clad in black suddenly appeared, kneeling before him and addressing him as master. Gu Wei regarded their unexpected presence with surprise and inquired, "Have there been any recent developments?" One man stepped forward, presenting a white dove to Gu Wei, stating, "This is a message sent by the collateral branch, Gu Xiu." The other handed him a military command token, saying, "General, the strategist has sent word, inquiring when the Gu family general shall be recalled from the northern frontier." After perusing the message from the white dove, Gu Wei's eyes grew cold. Gu Xiu has found an opportunity to take action. As for the Gu family general, we shall discuss it upon reaching Lingnan, otherwise it would draw too much attention along the way. Here is a letter for the strategist, let him read it in times of crisis. The 2 men responded with a bow, swiftly vanishing into the woods, leaving no trace behind. Upon returning to the Gu family's second branch territory, Lu Ruhan collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud, drenched in cold sweat from fear. She covered her face, her eyes filled with hatred, her visage the most precious aspect of herself. How could Gu Wei be so cruel? Lu Ruhan's icy gaze fell upon the Gu family grounds, where Xie Ling was playfully entertaining Ru Jie. Xie Ling, with her hair elegantly styled, lifted Ru Jie onto her shoulders, running about with exuberant laughter, radiant as the morning sun, captivating all who beheld her. Lu Ruhan clenched her garment tightly, questioning why Xie Ling was deserving of such a handsome and devoted husband, while she herself had been so grievously harmed by Gu Wei. Gu Dong caught sight of Lu Ruhan's return, and a lecherous glint flickered in his eyes as he approached her, gripping her waist. "Ah, Ruhan. Why are you sitting here in tears? Let your uncle lift you up." Lu Ruhan felt an overwhelming revulsion and forcefully shrugged off his hand. "I can stand on my own." With that, she turned and walked away. Gu Dong watched her retreating figure with a smirk, akin to a rat floundering in a cage. Time was on his side. Lu Ruhan would ultimately be his possession. Lu Ruhan concealed her face, her eyes brimming with hatred. Gu Dong, that lecher, was becoming increasingly audacious. Her aunt was of no help. She must quickly extricate herself from the Gu family's second branch. If Gu Wei was not an option, then she would have to turn to the Qin family. At that moment, Qin Daoyu, the second son of the Qin family, was under a tree, meticulously adjusting his exquisite robe. Even in exile, he maintained his elegance, washing his hair with warm water daily and donning the finest attire. Renowned in the capital as a notorious playboy, he spent his days in elegant establishments, indulging in fine wines and revelries. With a charming visage and considerable talent, he excelled in poetry, music, and various arts, embodying the phrase golden exterior, tattered interior. Upon seeing Lu Ruhan approach, he smirked and wrapped his arm around her delicate waist. "My beautiful one, where are we off to today? Last time, behind the stone, it seems someone caught a glimpse of us." Lu Ruhan blushed crimson at his flirtatious tone. covering her wounded face and exhaling softly. "My lord, when will you take me into the Qin family?" Her eyes glimmered with a flicker of hope, contemplating that if she could not be with Gu Wei, Qin Daoyu would be an excellent alternative. The Qin family was affluent, even in exile. They feasted on sumptuous delicacies every day. Though Qin Daoyu was a libertine, he was not unattractive and had a knack for charming women. Few could resist his advances. And she was no exception. Thus, she had half-heartedly surrendered to him that day. Upon hearing Lu Ruhan's words, Qin Daoyu released her, his phoenix eyes flashing coldly. "My dear little beauty, we were merely playing, a fleeting dalliance. Do you truly believe I would take you into the Qin family?" Lu Ruhan's eyes widened in disbelief. "What are you saying?" Qin Daoyu stepped back, distancing himself slightly, his tone icy. "Our relationship ends here. Do not seek me out again." Lu Ruhan felt as though she had become a puppet, drained of anger. "I gave you my most precious treasure, and you dare to utter such words." Qin Daoyu smirked mockingly. "A woman who can so easily share her body with men? Do you truly think you are a novice? Moreover, if I were to take every woman I slept with into the Qin family, the courtyard would be overflowing." With that, he turned away, leaving Lu Ruhan in stunned silence. She covered her face and after a moment began to laugh maniacally, her eyes filled with madness. She had not received a letter in half a month, which was why she had hurried to find Gu Wei. Her heart still favored him, and she wished to aggravate Xie Ling. Yet, she had not anticipated Gu Wei's heartlessness, nor Qin Daoyu's cruelty. Casting a glance at the opulent carriages of the Qin family, she resolved that she must enter their ranks. She would live a life far superior to Xie Ling's. Meanwhile, at the Gu family's main branch, Gu Wei returned home after a long day, greeted by a sumptuous dinner. Looking over the table laden with delicacies and then at his beautiful wife and loving family, he felt like the happiest man in the world. After dinner, Su Xingji arrived with Xie Ling for a visit. Gu Wei and Su Xingji hit it off immediately, engaging in lively conversation. The two men soon retreated into the woods, their discussion veiled in secrecy, leaving Xie Ling to converse with the women of the Gu family. Xie Ling was a gentle and warm-hearted woman, quietly listening while others spoke. Even the usually reticent Songsher found herself able to converse with her. Having noticed Songsher's melancholy since her husband's disappearance, Xie Ling grasped her hand, expressing her intent to visit and chat more often in the future. After a while, Gu Wei and Su Xingji returned, their expressions slightly grave, but still exuding a sense of ease. Xie Ling observed them, deducing from her experience that the two had likely forged an alliance. The next day, while washing vegetables, Xie Ling was unexpectedly visited by Gu Yushu, a distant relative from the Gu family. She wiped her hands and, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Miss, have you come to find me?" Gu Yunshu nodded, drawing her into the shadows as she recounted the events surrounding Gu Shiyu. Xie Ling furrowed her brows upon hearing this. "Are you saying that Gu Shiyu has been relaying messages to the crown prince and seeks to harm Gu Wei?" Gu Yunshu affirmed, "Miss Xie. Every word I speak is the truth. I have witnessed Gu Shiyu in the company of the crown prince by the lake at Gu Manor." At this point, she hesitated, continuing with difficulty. "Regardless, please ensure that cousin Gu Wei remains vigilant against Gu Shiyu." Xie Ling nodded. "I will inform him." "Thank you." During dinner that evening, Xie Ling disclosed this matter to Gu Wei. He felt a sense of helplessness. He had originally intended to eliminate Gu Shiyu discreetly, but now that Xie Ling was aware, he could no longer proceed with that plan. He feared that Xie Ling might perceive him as cruel and cold-blooded, and he did not wish to frighten his delicate beloved. In the dead of night, he stealthily ventured into the forest, summoning two of his subordinates. "For now, do not act against Gu Shiyu. A mere scare will suffice." The two men were utterly perplexed. Just this morning, they had been instructed to kill her, and now the order had changed. What could be the reason? Remembering Xie Ling, Gu Wei's previously indifferent eyes softened. He thought, "You are not yet wed, so you wouldn't understand." Observing Gu Wei's content demeanor, the two men felt as if he were boasting. Gu Wei continued, "As for my elder brother's affairs, continue sending people to search. The corpse retrieved by the crown prince's men cannot possibly be his. Regarding the individuals from Tingshuala, they are my subordinates just like you. I shall not show favoritism. You must collaborate harmoniously and avoid internal strife." The two men replied solemnly, "Understood." The brook babbled, and the snow weighed down the branches. Su Xingji and Gu Wei sat across from one another. Su Xingji held a map of Lingnan, smiling, "I have awaited your arrival." Gu Wei lifted his robe and sat down, getting straight to the point. "Gu Shiyu, a distant branch of the Gu family, is an informant for the crown prince. But I suspect the crown prince has more than one informant. This is not his style. Su Xingji nodded. The crown prince must have already learned of your awakening and will undoubtedly send assassins after you. What are your plans? Gu Wei stated plainly, I have my people. Su Xingji was taken aback by Gu Wei's forthrightness, feeling a surge of emotion. Trust is paramount in an alliance. He pointed to the map. Lingnan is mountainous. Easily defensible yet difficult to attack, it is rich in minerals, and we have access to the sea for salt production. What do you think, my lord? Gu Wei smiled. My thoughts align with yours. To hunt down the world. The northern Jiang royal family has shown him no kindness. Why should he treat them well? His elder brother's disappearance is undoubtedly the work of the crown prince. His father's sudden death on the battlefield was also spurred on by the emperor. He would settle these grievances one by one. Gu Wei has never been a blindly loyal person. On the contrary, he is fiercely ambitious. The founding emperor of northern Jiang had shown great favor to the ancestors of the Gu family. After generations of loyalty and patriotism, with countless sons lost on the battlefield, it is time to repay that debt. Gu Wei felt no shame. Su Xingji's heart surged. Who among scholars does not wish to influence the world and achieve great deeds? He restrained his excitement. My lord, there are many talented individuals among the exiled. If we can win their allegiance, it will benefit our grand cause. The Wu family is a family of generals, and the Gao family had once served in the Ministry of Revenue, while the Shi family. Chapter 30. Emptying the deep mountain of medicinal herbs, encountering a little tiger. In the blink of an eye, they had been in the mountains for 4 to 5 days. This morning, Xie Ling looked at the tiny snowflakes drifting in her hands, thinking that in just a few days, everyone would be able to descend the mountain. During this time, Gu Xiyu, from the distant branch of the Gu family, had become erratic, screaming at the sight of people. Xie Ling had a lingering suspicion that this was the doing of Gu Wei. She felt a sense of relief that Gu Wei had not shown mercy merely because Gu Xiyu was a member of the Gu family. Such a person would make a worthy ally. Xie Ling even felt a tinge of regret that Gu Wei had not simply eliminated Gu Xiyu to avoid prolonged complications. Yet, she hesitated to ask, fearing Gu Wei might think her too cold-hearted for a woman. After breakfast, Xie Ling prepared to venture into the mountains to gather medicinal herbs. A few days prior, while foraging for wild vegetables, she had discovered that this mountain was rich in natural beauty, harboring many precious medicinal herbs recorded in the medical texts provided by Jiang Yunzi. Although she had perused the text, her understanding of the medicinal properties of this era remained shrouded in mystery. She estimated that it would take 3 more years until she met Jiang Yunzi again to fully comprehend it. Today, as Gu Wei had gone hunting on a small hillside to the west, Xie Ling hurriedly donned her mountaineering boots and a windbreaker. Entering the mountains, Gu Wei, observing the solitary figure of a man who, despite his cold demeanor, was actually quite clingy, would certainly follow her if he knew she was venturing into the mountains alone. However, Xie Ling preferred to act independently. Being alone also afforded her greater ease in utilizing her abilities. With a swift use of her wind-based powers, Xie Ling found herself deep within the mountain. Here, the trees towered higher than those on the outskirts, their branches forming a canopy that blocked out the sun. The underbrush grew waist-high, adorned with thorns that could easily draw blood if one were not cautious. This untouched wilderness retained its primal essence, teeming with snakes, insects, and beasts. Just speaking of wolves, Xie Ling had already encountered several, each boasting sharp fangs and imposing stature, capable of tearing a person to shreds. Had Gu Wei encountered such wolves that day, even he would have likely met his match. Fortunately, Xie Ling was invisible, and these creatures could not see her. She wielded her blade to carve a path, crouching to meticulously identify which herbs were usable, then employed her powers to transplant them into her spatial realm. After that fateful kiss with Gu Wei, her space had expanded. Although the Qingshan repository had yet to fully reveal itself, the fertile black soil at the foot of the mountain was now usable. Xie Ling attempted to plant the wild vegetables, which thrived into tall, robust, and sweetly crisp morsels. Consuming them revitalized her spirit, akin to the cleansing effects of a spiritual spring. With a flurry of activity, she gathered medicinal herbs, sweeping through the depths of the mountain, preparing to return home. Just then, she heard a faint whimper, a sound reminiscent of a young beast, pitiful and helpless. Having a slight understanding of animal language due to the mutations in the apocalypse, Xie Ling followed the sound to a tall tree, where a small white tiger was forlornly circling a massive tiger. "Wah, mother, please don't leave me alone. I'm scared." The enormous tiger was bleeding profusely, its blood nearly staining the ground crimson. The bond of motherhood was palpable, and the little white tiger's cries grew louder, resonating painfully in Xie Ling's ears. After a few moments of inner conflict, she decided to reveal herself. The little white tiger, upon seeing Xie Ling, was curious, its big, adorable eyes wide open, tilting its head and letting out a few soft growls. "Who are you? I've never seen a creature like you before. You're so small." The little tiger's gaze was innocent, devoid of any wariness, utterly oblivious to how it had survived to this age unscathed. Chapter 31. The Adorable Little Raleigh. Xie Ling knelt to examine the large tiger lying on the ground. It was a female tiger, massive in size with sharp claws, and it was easy to imagine how regal she must have been in life. Clearly, the little tiger had been sheltered under her protection, which explained its innocence and naivety. Alas, she had now passed away. Xie Ling sighed. "Your mother has been gone for 3 hours now." The little tiger asked, "What does gone mean?" Xie Ling replied, "It means she can no longer stand up or open her eyes." The little white tiger began to cry once more, nuzzling its large head against the lifeless body of its mother, yearning for her to open her eyes and gaze upon it. "Mother, please look at me," it whimpered. Xie Ling was taken aback by how similar the tiger's cries were to those of a human, its pitiful whimpers tugging at her heartstrings. Without the protection of its mother, this cub would scarcely survive a day in the wilderness. Gently, Xie Ling stroked the fluffy head of the little tiger and asked, "Would you like to come with me?" The cub raised its watery, expressive eyes, fixated on Xie Ling with unwavering attention. It found this human to be quite appealing. Moreover, without its mother, it would surely be torn apart by other tigers in the clan, or the fierce beasts of the forest. The little white tiger inquired, "Will there be meat to eat if I follow you?" Xie Ling held up 3 fingers, declaring, 3 meals a day. The cub responded with an enthusiastic, "Oh, splendid." Thus, a pact was forged between the girl and the tiger. Once the little tiger had wept enough, Xie Ling approached and patted its head gently. "Let us lay your mother to rest." The little white tiger sniffled. "What does it mean to lay her to rest?" Xie Ling explained, "If we leave her here, other animals may devour her. By burying her in the earth, we grant her peace." The cub nodded, and using its large paws, it began to dig fervently, soon creating a sizable grave, nudging its mother into the earth. After entombing its mother, the little white tiger looked up, bewildered, shaking its head to fling off the dirt. "Where are we going now?" "To the edge of the forest." "Where is the forest's edge? Will I be fed? Do you have kin? Will they dislike me?" "My own kin do not like me." Xie Ling gently ruffled its fur, soothingly assuring, "Do not fear, you shall eat well, and they will all come to love you." The little tiger perked up its ears, its eyes sparkling with innocence. "That is wonderful. You are as gentle as my mother. And I like you." Xie Ling chuckled, pinching the cub's plump flesh. "Since you're so chubby, I shall call you Raleigh." Misunderstanding. The little tiger thought Xie Ling was telling it to roll, and it promptly rolled over twice on the ground. Tilting its head, its big, dark eyes gazed innocently at Xie Ling. She maintained her composure while her heart raced with delight at its adorableness. The girl and the tiger sped through the forest, arriving at the cave just as the sun set. Everyone was astounded to see Xie Ling had brought back a tiger. All activities ceased as they gawked and pointed at her from a distance. "Isn't that the young bride of the Gu family? How did she return with a tiger? She must be mad, possessed by a spirit. A tiger is the king of the forest. How could it obey her?" Pei Shi dropped the items she was holding in shock. "Linger, why are you with a tiger? Are you hurt?" Ru Jia and Li Gu stared curiously at the round little white tiger. Xie Ling patted its head, signaling it to be charming. Understanding. Raleigh let out a couple of playful growls and blinked its big, round eyes. Its intention was to be endearing, but the sound sent a shiver down the spine of everyone in the cave. After all, this was a tiger, one that could devour a person whole. Xie Ling reassured Pei Shi, "Do not be afraid, it is very well behaved." Gathering her courage, Pei Shi approached. Raleigh recognized her as Xie Ling's kin and affectionately rubbed its furry head against her, letting out a gentle mewl. Initially anxious, Pei Shi's heart softened upon witnessing Raleigh's demeanor, and she spoke tenderly, "Why, it's just like a big cat." Ru Jia and Li Gu could no longer contain their excitement and rushed over, taking turns to pet Raleigh's head. In the tiger clan, Raleigh had never been favored, as other tigers deemed it too gentle and weak to be the offspring of the previous Tiger King. This was the first time it experienced such warmth and friendship from so many. Delighted, it pranced around, exuberantly growling. Soon enough, Raleigh became familiar with Ru Jia and Li Go, proudly carrying both children on its back as it strutted about. Others in the camp, intrigued by this unusual tiger, approached cautiously, though they kept their distance. Whenever Raleigh let out a call, they would jump in fright. Oh dear, the king of the forest has spoken. Goodness. It terrified me. Wait, is that tiger trying to be cute? It just winked at me. When Gu Wei returned, he was taken aback to find his younger siblings riding a large tiger. Alarmed, he rushed over. Ru Jia, Li Ge, get down. Where did this tiger come from? Ru Jia tugged at Raleigh's ear, giggling, brother, this is sister-in-law's little pet. It's so well-behaved. Gu Wei frowned, his gaze scrutinizing, subtly positioning his bow and arrow for defense should the tiger become aggressive. Raleigh obediently lowered its head, letting out a couple of soft growls. Just then, Xie Ling arrived and restrained Gu Wei's bow, assuring him, it truly is very gentle. You need not worry, I can handle it. Reluctantly, Gu Wei lowered his weapon and cautiously extended his hand. Raleigh, sensing the affection, leaned its head toward him. It realized everyone enjoyed petting its head, easing Gu Wei's apprehension. Yet, he still inquired, where did you acquire this little tiger? Xie Ling sheepishly rubbed her nose. I encountered it while venturing into the mountains. Gu Wei's brow knitted with concern. Into the mountains? You, a girl, ventured there alone? The wilderness is perilous. Why did you not call for me to accompany you? A barrage of questions followed, and Xie Ling hastily concocted an excuse, claiming she was off to play with Wu Zhenqing. Later, Xie Ling visited the Wu residence. After a while two girls were engaged in conversation, Gu Wei casually strolled over, smiling softly, wife, it's time to return home for dinner. Xie Ling felt a pang of nostalgia, akin to a child caught playing by their parents. She followed Gu Wei home. That evening, Gu Wei prepared a chaotic stew for dinner, and Xie Ling concluded that cooking was best left to her in the future. Since Gu Wei had awakened, Pei Shi arranged for the two to share a tent. In a half-dreamy state, Xie Ling was suddenly met with a strikingly handsome face. The young man spoke in a low voice, wife, please refrain from wandering about recklessly. The world outside can be dangerous, and sure Jean will worry for you. Xie Ling nodded sleepily. Chapter 32, Descending the Mountain. Welcome to the Central Plains. Days passed, and Raleigh had fully integrated into the Gu family's lives. Even the most timid members, Pei Shi and Xiaoyu, had grown utterly fond of it, even bestowing upon it the affectionate nickname, Little Treasure Raleigh. Besides Xie Ling, Raleigh's favorite was Gu Wei, as its meals depended entirely on him. With Raleigh's presence, Gu Wei now faced increased pressure during hunts. He returned with hares, pheasants, and wild boar, which he would prepare for Raleigh, plucking feathers, removing entrails, and roasting them before serving. Each day, as Gu Wei approached the camp from a distance, Raleigh would catch his scent and scamper joyfully to greet him, tail wagging, circling around him like a devoted puppy. The rest of the exiled group gradually accepted the reality of having a tiger companion. Occasionally, they would tentatively toss Raleigh a piece of meat, and upon its acceptance, they would exclaim in excitement, the Gu family's little tiger ate my meat. Xie Ling gazed at Gun Gun, initially believing she had brought back a tiger, only to discover it was merely a large cat. Now it seemed to have transformed into a husky. On the 7th day, the snow had completely ceased. The group descended the mountain. While ascending was relatively effortless, the descent proved challenging, with the thawed mountain path exceedingly slippery. Gu family's horse stumbled several times, prompting everyone to disembark from the carriage, leaving only Songshi inside. The trail was a quagmire, and after just a few steps, Xie Ling found her pant legs splattered with mud. She treaded lightly, yet still ended up soiled. Gun Gun was seated with Li Gur and Ru Jia, and she felt reluctant to join the children. Just then, she was suddenly lifted off the ground, feeling someone embrace her from behind. She gasped softly and turned to see Gu Wei, one arm cradling her leg while the other securely wrapped around her waist. Xie Ling tugged at his sleeve, exclaiming, "What are you doing? I can walk on my own." However, Gu Wei tightened his hold, leaning closer to her ear and whispering, "It's all right, I will carry you." The people around them took note of Gu Wei's actions, and the young ladies gazed upon him with envy. Several young men attempted to imitate Gu Wei, lifting their own wives, but after just a couple of steps, they stumbled clumsily on the rugged path. In contrast, Gu Wei moved with grace and steadiness, even managing to run while holding Xie Ling, leading the way ahead of the group. After a morning of exertion, they finally made their way down the mountain. The exiled party resumed their journey. As winter gradually receded, the weather warmed, and the barren trees along the roadside began to sprout fresh buds and delicate blossoms, heralding the arrival of spring. The group shed their heavy winter coats for lighter spring garments. They had completely exited the capital's boundaries and entered the Central Plains, a region notorious for its bandits. Xin, the leader, repeatedly urged the group to exchange their luxurious garments for coarse, homespun clothing, and to remove all adornments from their carriages to disguise themselves as impoverished convicts in order to avoid attracting trouble. While the exiled officials were under the jurisdiction of the court, ordinary bandits generally refrained from targeting them. However, there was always fear of encountering desperate outlaws who disregarded the law. Everyone complied, with the exception of the Qin family, who continued to maintain their ostentatious display. Their carriage was adorned with sheets of tin foil and crystal-beaded curtains, shimmering under the sunlight, producing a melodious chime as the jewels clinked together. Inside sat the matriarch of the Qin family, old Madame Qin. Once a princess, her haughty demeanor remained intact even in exile, and she demanded daily worship from her younger kin. In this era, filial piety was paramount. Even if family members harbored grievances, they dared not voice them. At that moment, as the exiled party rested, Qin Hongming, the head of the Qin family, knelt before his mother and inquired, "Mother, Leader Xin mentioned the prevalence of bandits in the Central Plains. Should we not also change out of our luxurious garments and remove the embellishments from our carriage?" Old Madame Qin replied with displeasure, "Hongming, do you think those bandits would dare rob convicts under the jurisdiction of the court? Besides, there are officials accompanying us. There is no need for concern." Qin Hongming sighed softly, replying, "As you wish, mother. Today, I wish to eat ginseng. Have the maids prepare some for me." The Qin family was unique in that even in exile, they were attended by maids and servants. Before their downfall, they were a prestigious family in Beijing, with generations of officials and deep familial wealth. The crimes committed by the Qin family were not particularly severe. The emperor had not confiscated all their assets, and their collateral relatives still held significant positions in the court. The emperor's decision to exile the Qin family was merely a facade to appease his ministers. It was likely that after a year or two in Ling'an, the Qin family would return to the capital to reclaim their status as dignitaries. Upon turning, Qin Hongming spotted his wayward son, who was dressed flamboyantly, parading about like a peacock, seemingly intent on charming some young lady. His expression darkened. "Your grandmother is an elder. Must you also indulge in such folly? Dressing like this only invites trouble, as if you wish to broadcast our wealth to any lurking bandits." Qin Daoyu smirked, "Father, what are you worried about? Nothing will happen. Which bandit would be foolish enough to confront officials?" Unbeknownst to him, such reckless bandits indeed existed. Meanwhile, on the western hillside, a burly man with a brutish visage watched the exiled convicts resting at the foot of the mountain, narrowing his eyes. Beside him stood a tall, slender man, the second in command. Who questioned, "What are you planning?" "Those are convicts." The second in command sneered, "Look at that family. Even in exile, they have servants attending them, adorned in gold and silver. In the Central Plains, far from the emperor's reach, who would know if they were to be eliminated and buried in the ground?" The slender man glanced at the ostentatious family and nodded in agreement. "When shall we act?" The second in command, stroking the hilt of his long knife, calculated, "Tonight, we will strike. Starting from the river. Prepare the brothers." At this moment, the Qin family remained oblivious that their ostentation had caught the attention of bandits. Chapter 33, Spicy Beef with Prawns and Silver Ear Soup. The convicts' resting area was a flat expanse of grassland, devoid of any undulations, with a few petite trees sporadically dotting the landscape, sprouting fresh shoots. As spring grass began to sprout, the surroundings turned lush and green, while the distant hillside burst into a riot of colors with camellias blooming vibrantly across the mountainside. On the Gu family side, Rujier and Li Gur frolicked in the grass alongside Gun Gun. Pei Shi and Song Shi, finding themselves with idle hands, busied themselves with making shoe soles. With the weather warming up, winter boots were no longer suitable, necessitating the creation of lighter, more practical footwear. Song Shi, skilled in her craft, had already fashioned several pairs of delicate cloth shoes. Having been in exile for so long, Xie Ling felt less restrained and boldly pulled out modern cooking utensils from her space to prepare a meal. At that moment, She retrieved a large iron pot from her old home kitchen, intending to cook spicy beef with prawns. The Central Plains featured a flat landscape but bore strong winds, extinguishing her flames multiple times, causing her frustration. In response, she brought out a small gas cylinder from her old home. Once set up, the stone stove provided ample cover, rendering her actions less conspicuous. Just as Xie Ling finished preparing the beef, potatoes, onions, and lotus slices, Gu Wei returned, carrying a bucket of fresh shrimp. It was unclear how he had caught them, but the lobsters were large and succulent, nearly the size of his palm, bouncing energetically in the water. As Xie Ling deftly deveined the shrimp, she remarked without looking up, "There are so many shrimp, we won't be able to eat them all. Let's invite the Su family over for dinner tonight." Gu Wei nodded and, reaching out, tucked a beautiful peach blossom behind Xie Ling's ear, smiling. "Your beauty rivals the peach blossoms." Xie Ling cast a sideways glance, dismissing the frivolous gesture. "Stop dawdling and come help me devein the shrimp." Gu Wei mimicked her, carefully deveining the shrimp, but appeared puzzled. "My lady, fish and shrimp have a strong odor. It may not taste very good." Xie Ling replied, "You'll see soon enough." Noticing that Xie Ling intended to prepare a meal for so many, Gu Wei felt a pang of sympathy. "Let me take over the cooking, you can just guide me." Xie Ling recalled Gu Wei's previous attempt at cooking, which had only been palatable to Gun Gun. The memory of that culinary disaster sent a shiver down her spine. And she quickly shook her head. "I'd rather not. I'm afraid of your cooking." The tall, cold-featured man paused, revealing a hint of grievance as he glanced at Gun Gun, who was busy licking his paws. "Gun Gun, surely my cooking is quite delicious, right? Recently, rolling has consumed the essence of the spiritual spring, significantly enhancing its intellect, rendering it comparable to an 8- or 9-year-old human child." Upon hearing Gu Wei's words, it eagerly nodded, affectionately nudging Gu Wei's arm, its intentions unmistakable, pleading for an extra serving. Xie Ling coolly remarked, "If you believe the meals you prepare for rolling are delectable, then perhaps you should share a meal with it today." Gu Wei shook his head, declining the suggestion. Rolling protested with a series of adorable howls, circling around Gu Wei, its eyes seemingly imploring, "Join me for a meal, join me for a meal." Xie Ling, in preparing the dishes, did not utilize the river water that Gu Wei had fetched from the riverside. Countless individuals had bathed and washed their clothes there, and some had even spat and urinated in the water. Even boiling it would not sit well with her. Instead, she employed the pure essence of the spiritual spring from her spatial realm, which was sweet and refreshing and also beneficial for enhancing vitality. With Qiu Yue assisting, Xie Ling took the lead in the kitchen, and after half an hour, the delightful dishes of spicy beef and succulent prawns, accompanied by a sweet and fragrant white fungus soup, were ready. Lacking a grand table, Xie Ling arranged the food on a flat stone about waist-high. The evening breeze was gentle, and the setting sun hung low on the horizon, casting a resplendent glow. The Gu and Su families stood gathered around the stone, partaking in the feast. Within the vast iron pot, an array of ingredients enveloped in vibrant red chili oil mingled together, each garnished with white sesame seeds, creating a feast for the eyes that left everyone momentarily unsure where to begin. The tantalizing aroma of the spicy dishes wafted through the air, igniting appetites and causing mouths to water. Lotus root slices were both fresh and fiery, leaving a lingering sweetness after the spice dissipated. The potatoes, soft and fluffy, had thoroughly absorbed the flavors of the chili and Sichuan pepper, making them incredibly savory. Remarkably, the lobster meat surpassed even the beef in taste, offering a unique texture that was both tender and slightly chewy, fully infused with the essence of the spices and chilies. The saltiness was pronounced, necessitating immediate bites of white rice to balance the flavors. The oil from the shrimp seeped into the rice, creating a delightful blend of sweetness and spiciness that lingered on the palate. Xie Ling inquired of Gu Wei, "What do you think?" Gu Wei, with lips tinged red and a sheen of perspiration glistening on his fair complexion, sighed in appreciation. "It's truly delicious." Before them lay a mountain of lobster shells, evidence of their indulgence. To cleanse the palate, they took sips of the refreshing white fungus soup, which alleviated any heaviness, allowing them to enjoy 2 or 3 more bowls of rice. Yun Yang offered her praises, saying, "Ling, your culinary skills are simply extraordinary. While I possess some knowledge of cooking, I am utterly outclassed in comparison to you." Sumu nodded in agreement, recalling, in the past, before Xingji took office, "We lived near a river teeming with these shrimp, yet I had no idea they could be so delicious in dishes." Haha, I only know a few unusual recipes. But if you wish, I can teach you when you visit Lingnan. After she finished speaking, Xie Ling glanced down to find her bowl brimming with an assortment of dishes, with the shrimp expertly shelled. A sideways glance revealed Gu Wei, sitting upright, methodically peeling shrimp, his long, pale hands contrasting beautifully with the vivid red of the lobster. A sight most pleasing to behold. Once he finished, he placed the peeled shrimp into Xie Ling's bowl, his demeanor calm and indifferent. Xie Ling mused. Only Gu Wei could manage to peel shrimp with such an ethereal grace. After the meal, Su Mu and Yun Yang eagerly volunteered to tidy up, washing the dishes and handling the remnants. Both women, industrious and disinclined to take advantage, thought it only fair to reciprocate the Gu family's generous hospitality with a splendid meal in the near future. They mentally tallied their resources, contemplating what feast to prepare for the Gu family. As the moon ascended above the willow branches, every household had set up their tents, and the 3 members of the Su family bid farewell to the Gu family and returned home to rest. In the dead of night, Xie Ling was jolted awake by the sound of footsteps. She opened her eyes to find herself locked in a gaze with Gu Wei, whose dark pupils mirrored her surprise. Gu Wei extended his icy hand to cover her mouth, whispering, "Do not speak." Xie Ling nodded gently. Outside the tent, shadows flitted by, each figure tall and imposing, with fearsome long knives sheathed at their waists. They were mountain bandits. Third Master, the sedative placed in the river has taken effect. This group of offenders has succumbed. Shall we execute them? A voice queried. The official road is nearby. Have you lost your mind? We'll take them back to the mountain first. The eldest brother plans to construct a moon viewing pavilion for the beauty they have captured. These men will serve as laborers. Their conversation faded into the distance. Gu Wei furrowed his brows. He was unafraid for himself, but he was uncertain about Pei's side. Not knowing how many individuals awaited outside, he refrained from acting recklessly, as most of his subordinates were dispatched to find the eldest brother. Xie Ling noted Gu Wei's anxiety and whispered, "Mother is quite astute. She must have surmised the situation. Since these bandits are unlikely to kill us for the time being, let us play along and wait until we ascend the mountain with them before devising a plan." Pei was already awake, desperately suppressing her panic, rousing the others within the carriage and instructing them to remain silent. She listened intently to the sounds outside. Despite the raucous chatter and footsteps of the bandits, none of the others in their party stirred from their slumber. It was evident that some means had been employed to render the others unconscious, leaving only them awake. Taking a deep breath, Pei understood that they could only play along for now, avoiding provoking the bandits. Chapter 34. Abducted to the mountain by bandits. By heavens, there's a large tiger here, one man exclaimed, pointing at Rolling. All the bandits turned their gazes toward it. Rolling, having also drunk from the river today, blinked its big eyes, attempting to stand but failing miserably. One man approached skeptically, "Third Master, this tiger is unconscious. It seems to have fallen victim to the sedative as well." The Third Master's eyes sparkled with delight. "Bring it back. What a magnificent tiger. It would be quite the spectacle in a cage." Pei Chouyue and the others were all unceremoniously transferred into iron cages by the bandits. Everyone feigned unconsciousness, displaying no signs of resistance. In the shadows, Gu Wei's subordinate inquired of another. "Xu Jian, what should we do? The young master's family has been taken. Should we reveal ourselves? With our skills, taking them down would be effortless." Xu Jian delivered a punch to him. "Do you think the people from Xuelo are that foolish? While defeating them might be easy. What if the bandits retaliate and harm the young master's family? The official road is nearby. They should be too afraid to act brazenly. We will follow them up the mountain. Remember, the assassins sent by the Crown Prince are lurking in the shadows. We are the young master's last card. We must not reveal ourselves until the very last moment." Meanwhile, Xie Ling and Gu Wei, pretending to be unconscious, were also confined to a cage and hoisted up the mountain. The bandits indeed gathered everyone in a single location. Once the bandits departed, the Gu and Su families opened their eyes. Only the 2 families remained awake. The others were still in a deep slumber, as if they were dead pigs. Su Xingji's expression was one of indignation. Although the Central Plains were rife with bandits, the court sent officials and troops annually to eradicate them. How could such a situation persist? Surely, it was a case of collusion between officials and bandits, wreaking havoc upon the common folk? Gu Wei scoffed. The officialdom in Beijiang is precisely this way. As the two were deliberating their strategy, Xie Ling fiddled with a piece of wire on the lock of the cage for a considerable time before it clicked open. Everyone was taken aback, astonished that Xie Ling possessed such a skill. She pushed open the cage door and made to exit. I just heard Rolling was injured. I must go save it. Gu Wei grasped her hand. I will go with you. Su Xingji, his expression grave, reassured them. Fear not. I will protect your family with my life. After imparting his assurance, the two of them quietly pushed open the wooden window and stealthily slipped out of the thatched hut. It is likely that they believe the others have succumbed to a potent drug, rendering them incapable of stirring up any commotion, as there are no guards stationed outside. Gu Wei pressed her hands to her lips, allowing a delicate sound to escape. Two striking figures promptly descended before her. My lord, young master, what are your commands? You too, keep a vigilant watch over those within the premises and ensure their safety. Understood. Before them stood a towering green mountain, its terrain rugged and trees lofty, with paths crisscrossing the landscape. The prison for the captives was situated halfway up the slope, where a broad mountain path wound its way to the summit. Not a soul could be seen along the path, while faint sounds of silk and bamboo instruments wafted down from the peak. Gu Wei used her lightness technique to ascend a grand tree, surveying the mountain's entirety. She descended and informed Xie Ling their stronghold is likely at the summit, probably hosting a celebratory feast. With that, she lifted Xie Ling into her arms and soared into the air, deftly navigating through the branches and foliage, until they soon arrived at a massive mountain gate. Xie Ling leaned against Gu Wei's chest, feeling an odd sense of familiarity. The last time in Su Qinghe's tomb, Jing Xian had similarly cradled her while weaving through the peach forest. At the entrance stood two bandit guards, engrossed in conversation. When will we be allowed to enter the inner mountain gate? The folks inside are currently indulging in food and drink while we are left here guarding the gate. Indeed. Who would come at this late hour? As soon as the words left his lips, a heavy blow struck the back of his neck, sending him crashing to the ground in a daze. The other bandit, witnessing the tall and handsome figure behind his companion, felt a surge of terror and was about to yell, only to feel a sharp pain at his throat before everything faded to black. Xie Ling brandished the tranquilizer syringe. Standing at a distance from Gu Wei, they swiftly stripped the two minions of their outer robes, retrieved their badges from their waists, and dragged them into the forest before proceeding into the mountain gate. After taking a few steps, Xie Ling glanced at Gu Wei's cold, pale face under the moonlight. She retrieved some cosmetics from her spatial pouch, tiptoed to deepen his brows, and smeared some mud across his face, nodding in satisfaction. She followed suit, and together they resembled two figures just pulled from a coal mine. Not long after they entered the mountain gate, they were intercepted by a middle-aged man. Gu Wei furrowed her brow and tightened her grip on her short sword. Xie Ling thought to herself, are they that poorly disguised? How could they be recognized so quickly? The man glanced at their badges and hurriedly exclaimed, You two from the outer gate? The kitchen is short 2 people. Come with me. Without waiting for a response, he grabbed their sleeves and rushed toward an eastern building. The kitchen tower was grand, adorned with rows of red lanterns, and from the outside, it radiated light, with wisps of white smoke rising from the roof. The man ushered them inside, directing, You two, help with the dishes, quickly. The bosses are waiting to eat. He then patted Gu Wei on the shoulder, adding, Work well and there will be rewards. Exchanging a glance, Xie Ling and Gu Wei lowered their heads and entered. Inside the kitchen, the air was thick with smoke, bustling with people moving back and forth, either serving dishes or passing water, seamlessly working in unison. The chefs were so busy they seemed to hover above the ground, fervently stirring and preparing meals as if wishing for extra limbs. As soon as they entered, a plump chef grabbed them. Come, over here. A tall, slender figure nearby scowled. Old Huang, that's not fair. These two were sent by Steward Wang to help me from the outer gate. The fat chef, hunched over, pretended not to hear, saying, Just do as I say when I tell you. Be quick about it. In unison, they nodded. The culinary methods of this era were quite simple, primarily boiling or stewing, with few stir-fried dishes, and the colors of the cooked food often left much to be desired. Xie Ling instructed Gu Wei to keep watch while she stealthily approached the water vat. Glancing around to ensure others were busy, she quickly sprinkled in 2 large bags of tranquilizer. This drug was specifically designed for incapacitating mutated beings in the apocalypse, potent enough to ensure that once they consumed a dish, they would fall into a deep slumber. Fearing she might miss a spot, Xie Ling circled the entire kitchen, discreetly adding a sprinkle of the tranquilizer to every dish as she went. Surely, These bandits who had used the drug on the exiled prisoners never imagined they would fall victim to it themselves. Having completed her task, Xie Ling returned to the side of the plump chef. Gu Wei leaned in, asking softly, "What were you up to?" Xie Ling smiled slyly. "Returning the favor with their own methods. Once they are all incapacitated, how will we inquire about the whereabouts of the captives?" Gu Wei inquired. "No worries. I have the antidote. It will wake them up swiftly." Just as they were conversing, the fat chef slapped Gu Wei on the back, grumbling, "You lazy bum. Once we finish, I'll deal with you. Hurry up and help serve the dishes in the main hall." A cold glint crossed Gu Wei's elongated eyes as he shot a frosty glance at the plump chef before picking up a platter. The chef felt an inexplicable shiver at that moment and muttered under his breath, "Dare to glare at me? I'll have your eyes for that." The kitchen personnel, each carrying a dish, hurriedly flowed like a stream toward the main hall. The so-called main hall was a spacious platform converted from a martial arts training ground. Xie Ling raised her head to take a look. Rows of low tables flanked both sides, filled with people drinking and snacking. The central area was covered with a red carpet, where scantily clad dancers performed while several musicians played. At the forefront, a formidable-looking man sat upon a high dais. To his right, a delicately crafted chair of gold and jade hosted a stunning beauty in red, who languidly rested her chin on her hand, her alluring phoenix eyes captivating. With a lazy yawn, she drawled, "What kind of music is this? It's utterly dreadful." The fierce-looking man immediately bowed his head submissively, waving his hand, "All right. I'll have them leave at once." The music abruptly ceased, and the dancers and musicians, bowing deeply, crawled away in a daze. Gu Wei set down the jade platter and whispered to Xie Ling, "This mountain king is more flamboyant than the emperor. These dancers and musicians were likely taken by force." Xie Ling nodded in agreement, her eyes sparkling with excitement. It seemed this mountain king was quite wealthy. Her spatial pouch had just upgraded, and once these bandits were unconscious, she would sweep up a fortune in supplies. As they were about to exit the main hall, a man seized Gu Wei by the shoulder with a vice-like grip. Narrowing his eyes, he coldly remarked, "Aren't you the little guard from the mountain gate? You've grown quite tall." At this, everyone nearby set down their cups and turned to scrutinize Gu Wei. "I remember the guards at the mountain gate were quite short. He certainly wasn't this tall. Perhaps someone has infiltrated our ranks? Ask him some questions about the mountain and see if he can answer." The man stated sharply, "Tell me, how many leaders are there in Qinglong Mountain, and what are their names?" Gu Wei narrowed her eyes, placing a hand on her waist where she concealed a soft sword. Xie Ling's heart raced as she stealthily retrieved a German-style pistol from her spatial pouch. "Can't answer, can you?" The man sneered, drawing a machete from beside him, poised to strike. A voice, languid and indistinguishable, sliced through the tense atmosphere. "No need to guess." The woman in the red dress languidly propped her chin on her hand, declaring that if that brat guarding the mountain gate offended her, she would have him killed and replaced. "So that's how it is, second brother. Quickly put down the knife," commanded the man on the high seat with a wave of his hand. A flicker of anger crossed the brow of the second-in-command. "My comrades from Qinglong Mountain. She can kill as she pleases and replace as she wishes? Brother, have you lost your senses? Women are like garments, whereas brothers are akin to flesh and blood. Why can you not comprehend this? You treat this woman with such kindness, yet has she ever shown you a semblance of goodwill?" The leader's expression turned icy in an instant. "Second brother, I have repeatedly overlooked your disrespect towards the lady due to your numerous contributions to Qinglong Mountain. However, in front of all our brothers today, I do not wish to let this matter slide. You must decide how to proceed. There is no need for punishment." The second-in-command replied, lowering his gaze. With a swift motion, he drew his long knife and severed a corner of his garment, allowing it to flutter to the ground. He then raised his eyes to the assembly. "When we pledged brotherhood, it was I who misplaced my trust. Brothers of Qinglong Mountain, should fate permit, we shall meet again in the martial world." With that, he rose gracefully, his silhouette vanishing into the enveloping darkness of night. The leader stood aghast, staring at the fallen fabric, his lips parted in a silent struggle to articulate his thoughts. The atmosphere grew tense, as all eyes were fixed on the spot where the second-in-command had just disappeared, the earlier mirth dissipating like mist. "How dull. I shall return to my quarters." "You may amuse yourselves," the woman in red remarked, attempting to rise. The leader immediately rushed to placate her. "My lady, it was the second brother's fault. He acted impulsively and frightened you." All present looked on, their expressions filled with indignation, fists clenched in anger. The second-in-command had been coerced into leaving, severing his ties. And yet, in the leader's words, it was merely a trivial matter of impulsiveness. What enchantment did this woman possess? In the leader's eyes, she seemed more significant than the brothers who had faced life and death together. However, before they could ponder further, a wave of drowsiness washed over them. And they collapsed onto the ground, including the leader on the stage. Only 3 individuals remained conscious: the woman in red, Xie Ling, and Gu Wei. The woman in red disdainfully pushed the leader's hand away and lightly approached Xie Ling and Gu Wei. "You have come seeking that tiger, haven't you?" Xie Ling nodded, somewhat perplexed as to how she knew. She marveled at the woman's height, realizing only upon her descent from the platform that she towered over most women, nearly matching Gu Wei's stature. Understanding human anatomy well, Xie Ling noted that the woman appeared less feminine and more masculine, though the ancient garments obscured her true form. Noticing the confusion in Xie Ling's eyes, the woman stated, "The captives you seek are located halfway up the mountain. If what you are searching for were at the summit, you would not have come here. Besides the tiger, there is nothing else at the peak." With that, she led the way forward. The 2 followed her into a resplendent courtyard. She pushed open a door and pointed to a corner, saying, "There it is." Rolling, the tiger, was being exceptionally well treated by the mountain bandits, indulging in the raw beef they had prepared, devouring it with abandon, appearing utterly carefree. It seemed that the saying, "Fools have their fortunes," held true for the tiger as well. "Rolling?" Xie Ling called out. The tiger lifted its head and promptly discarded the beef. Its large, round, black eyes nuzzled against the iron bars towards Xie Ling roar. "Master, I miss you so much." Xie Ling administered the antidote to Rolling. It was evident just how potent the sleeping drug was, capable of incapacitating even a tiger. Rolling was unable to move for the time being, likely needing an hour to recuperate. The bandit's drug had a duration of 3 days, so they would wait for Rolling to recover. Gu Wei nodded in agreement. "All right." At that moment, the woman, who had remained in the background, suddenly spoke up. "The sleeping drug used on those halfway up the mountain is no ordinary potion. If not resolved, they will become emotionless fools. Only I know the antidote." Gu Wei immediately grasped her intent, regarding her with a sharp gaze. "What is your purpose?" The woman in red's voice was devoid of inflection. "I wish to accompany you." "That is impossible," Gu Wei replied, his tone icy, leaving no room for negotiation. Xie Ling, however, was intrigued. Was there truly a poison she could not unravel? She was skeptical. The woman seemed to perceive the doubt in Xie Ling's heart. "If the lady does not believe me, she may verify for herself whether she can find the antidote." Chapter 36. The Ambiguous Medicinal Being. The 3 proceeded toward the halfway point of the mountain, arriving at a thatched cottage where prisoners were held. Upon opening the door, Pei and Su looked at them with urgent expressions. "How is it? What of Rolling? Are you injured?" Gu Wei approached them, succinctly explaining the situation. Xie Ling casually seized the hand of one of the captives and began to take their pulse, preparing the antidote. 2 qian of perilla, 3 qian of nightshade, 5 qian of angelica. With her eyes closed, she fluidly recited the names of the herbs. However, when she reached the final ingredient, she hesitated, furrowing her brow as names of various herbs flashed through her mind. From Compendium of Materia Medica to Huangdi Neijing, she mentally traversed all known herbs in the world, only to find none that were suitable. Opening her eyes, Xie Ling's gaze turned frosty. "Very well, I will agree to your terms. But you must tell me what the last ingredient is. Is it not a herb, but rather human blood or perhaps organs?" The woman lifted her eyelids, a flicker of surprise glimmering in her eyes. "Yes, the final ingredient is my blood." Xie Ling scrutinized her from head to toe, her expression cold and unyielding. "You're a medicinal being?" The woman frowned, remaining silent. She possessed a pair of extraordinarily beautiful eyes, reminiscent of the misty rain of Jiangnan in March. At that moment, those eyes ignited with a fiery light, the corners tinged with a faint blush. Throughout her short life, due to her appearance and status as a medicinal being, every person who encountered her gazed upon her with a peculiar or avaricious glint. She had long since seen through the ugliness of human nature. Yet this woman remained so calm and indifferent, truly viewing her as a person rather than merely an exquisite object or a rare medicinal material. There was even a hint of sympathy. The woman clenched her fist, her eyes reddening. Could she also be an object of sympathy? In the medical text compiled by Su Qinghe, medicinal beings were mentioned. They could be male or female, worth their weight in gold, and could not be bought even with wealth. They were the finest medicinal materials refined by Yaoshan Valley. They required a naturally gifted constitution, immersed from a young age in a cold spring infused with myriad herbs, enduring the pain of needles piercing their skin day and night. Very few succeeded in this refinement. Those who failed would rot and die. Surviving was no easier, as they had to bear excruciating pain daily. Such bizarre entities did not exist in the modern world. And when Xie Ling flipped to that page, she hastily passed it over. She had no fondness for things that disregarded humanity. Who would have thought she would encounter a living medicinal being today? Initially, Xie Ling had harbored some hesitation about keeping this androgynous individual around. But upon discovering they were a medicinal being, her doubts vanished completely. Even if the medicinal being did not express a desire to follow them, Xie Ling would find a way to ensure they accompanied her. For she was a medical enthusiast, eager to investigate why the blood, organs, and flesh of medicinal beings possessed such curative properties. At that moment, Xie Ling regarded the woman in red as if she were a lively little white mouse. She produced a bowl and a small knife, her eyes gleaming with intensity. "Let us begin." The enchanting beauty grasped the blade, rolled up her sleeves to reveal arms marred by countless scars, and without a moment's hesitation, she made her incision upon an old wound. His blood was not a vivid red, but rather a delicate shade of pink. The instant it flowed into the bowl, an intoxicatingly sweet aroma wafted through the air, irresistibly tempting, as if inviting one to take a taste. After receiving the bowl, Xie Ling discreetly preserved a small amount in her space, intending to conduct further research later, before she commenced the concoction of the antidote. After a brief interval, she distributed the antidote to Pei Shi, Su Xingji, and others, requesting their assistance in administering it to the unconscious. When they reached the cage of the second household, an unspoken understanding led them to silently bypass it. Upon ingesting the remedy, everyone soon awakened, bewildered to find themselves confined within a cage. Su Xingji succinctly recounted the events that had transpired, and a wave of realization swept over the crowd, their gazes towards Gu Wei and Xie Ling brimming with gratitude. However, Xin, the leader, furrowed his brow, contemplating Qinglong Mountain, the largest bandit clan in the Central Plains. How could they have targeted us? I ensured everyone changed into coarse garments. As these words fell, all eyes turned towards the Qin family. Inside their cage, every member was extravagantly dressed, the women bedecked in jewels. Who else would the bandits kidnap if not them? The resentment in their gazes towards the Qin family was palpable. Were it not for Gu Wei and Xie Ling, they might have already met a dire fate. The Qin family, known for their humanity, saw their patriarch, Qin Hongming, bow in apology, expressing regret for the predicament they had caused. Once freed, he vowed that the Qin family would strive to compensate everyone. Qin Laodai, her lips trembling, felt a twinge of shame for her previous arrogance. Among the Qin family, only Qin Daoyu remained unperturbed, his gaze fixed on Gu Wei and Xie Ling with a penetrating curiosity. Just how many secrets did these two conceal, enabling them to rescue so many from Qinglong Mountain? It seemed he would have to discuss this with his associate. While everyone animatedly debated their lost possessions and wealth, no one noticed a woman concealed behind the Qin family's illegitimate son. On the Gu family side, Pei Shi pulled Xie Ling aside into a corner, expressing her discontent about the woman accompanying them. Look at her appearance. What if she harbors intentions to seduce? Xie Ling chuckled softly, pondering how they were still uncertain whether that potion was even brewed by a woman. Nevertheless, she felt a flicker of warmth towards her mother-in-law's protective instincts. Do not worry, mother. I am well aware of my boundaries, and besides, do you not trust your own son? Pei Shi immediately countered, I dare not speak for others. But when it comes to Shijin, he is truly a paragon of virtue, immune to the allure of beauty. Since childhood, he has shunned the company of girls, never acknowledging any young lady's affections. The engagement was arranged out of concern that he might remain a solitary figure, secretly arranged while he was away at war. I once thought he would never encounter a woman who piqued his interest until he met you. Xie Ling interrupted Pei Shi's lengthy discourse. All right, mother. I have faith in my husband. Pei Shi cast a glance at the beautiful woman in red, still wishing to speak, but Xie Ling swiftly turned and exited. Inquiring about the bandit storeroom from the woman in red, she ventured into the forest and hastily utilized her abilities to reach the storeroom. Chapter 37. Emptying Qinglong Mountain. Xie Ling's sole thought upon entering the storeroom was the sheer wealth of the bandits. They resided atop the mountain, seizing whatever they desired from travelers. Gold and silver were piled high, forming small hills, and fine silks and ancient artifacts littered the ground. After clearing the storeroom of its contents, Xie Ling lifted a floorboard and descended into the cellar, her eyes widening in astonishment. The bandits had hoarded tons of rice and an arsenal of weapons. They seemed intent on rebellion. Yet, in these chaotic times, it was understandable. With nations fragmented and turmoil reigning, which warlord did not dream of unifying the realm? Recently, Xie Ling had been idle and had felled several trees to construct a sizable dwelling capable of accommodating all the supplies. After transferring the grains and weapons into her space, she proceeded to the kitchen. The kitchen was abundant with various ingredients and spices, and she decided to take them all. After sweeping through each courtyard, she approached the formidable beast, Gun, who had nearly fully recovered. As she mounted Gun and climbed halfway up the mountain, she contemplated the need to train him. Several bandits had managed to subdue him. Where was the majesty of the king of the forest? Her affection for Gun was not solely due to his cuteness. She envisioned him as a protector for her family. Passing by a wooden cabin, she casually glanced inside and discovered a collection of carts and supplies from various households, the bandits having yet to organize them. Selecting the Gu family's belongings, she continued her descent. A gentleman values wealth acquired through just means. Xie Ling was not a gentleman. Yet, she had not descended to the level of greed that would compel her to seize others' property. As she traversed halfway down, she spotted a tall figure from a distance. Gu saw Xie Ling and rushed over, a hint of exasperation in his voice. "My dear, where have you gone? I just turned my back for a moment. And you vanished again." Xie Ling affectionately patted Gun's head, replying, "I went to fetch him." Gu scrutinized Xie Ling from head to toe, visibly relieved. "We are unaware of the full extent of the bandit numbers. What if there are still some who have not been drugged? How would you manage alone?" "Thankfully, you are unharmed." Chuckling, Xie Ling led the way. "See? No harm done." In the desolate forest, Gu summoned his two subordinates and instructed, "Deliver this item to the governor of Luoyang, stating it is a significant gift from someone." In his hand was a piece of ivory, a personal ornament of the bandit leader. Xu Jian accepted it and swiftly disappeared into the woods. Upon returning to the mountainside, Xie Ling informed the exiled group of the whereabouts of their belongings, urging them to retrieve them. Each person expressed profound gratitude towards Xie Ling, hastening to reclaim their possessions, fearful that if they delayed, others might pilfer them. After organizing their supplies, the group descended the mountain. The Qin family indeed sent generous gifts to each household, dissipating the lingering discontent among the people. Meanwhile, the Gu family's second household was left forgotten on the mountain. Even if someone noticed, no one would offer a reminder. The character of the Gu family's second household was well known, few held any affection for them, and no one wished to be exiled alongside them. Leader Shen had initially contemplated requesting Xie Ling to concoct more antidotes, as the number of heads sent to Ling and was tied to his salary. However, after receiving 2 silver notes from Gu, he fell silent. The Gu family's second household had only one fish that slipped through the net, Lu Ruhan. At that moment, she, with her head wrapped in a scarf, trailed at the end of the exile group. Qin Bai, the illegitimate son of the Qin family, glanced back and hurried over. Grasping her hand with evident concern, "You truly will not remind Leader Shen that your family has fallen behind?" Lu Ruhan feigned tears. The antidote was concocted by Xie Ling, and Gu shares a close bond with Leader Shen. Xie Ling holds a grudge against my aunt's family. She would never assist them, so it is futile to speak. In truth, Lu Ruhan felt a twinge of gratitude towards Xie Ling. The Gu family's second household would forever be a burden on her path. Qin Bai sighed, "Fortunately, you were with me that day, not with your aunt. Otherwise, you two would have been intentionally forsaken by that ruthless woman, Xie Ling." As Lu Ruhan cried, she fell into Qin Bai's embrace. The warmth and softness enveloped him, prompting his thoughts to wander. "Ruhan, come with me. I shall never treat you poorly. You, a woman. How do you traverse this interminable road?" Lu Ruhan's body stiffened as she raised her gaze to Skenchin Bopeng's unremarkable features, a surge of disdain blossoming within her heart. She thought to herself, were it not for the salve to remove the scars from my face, I would not be in your company. Truly, a toad aspires to dine with a swan. Softly, she uttered, "Brother Qinbo, now that I am with you, it is certain to stir up gossip. For the sake of your reputation and mine, perhaps it is best to reconsider." Qinbo, perceiving Lu Ruhan as an exceptionally cultured and reasonable woman, found his affection for her deepening. "Fear not, upon our return to the capital, I shall immediately welcome you into my household." Return to the capital? Lu Ruhan's eyes widened in disbelief. Were they not headed to Lingnan? A smile played upon Chenbo's lips as he clasped his hands behind his back, revealing a profound grin. The North River is on the brink of transformation. Within 3 months, the Qin family shall assuredly return to the capital. Lu Ruhan's heart fluttered with excitement. The Qin family could indeed reclaim their status as nobility. She rested her hand upon her abdomen, her eyes sparkling with uncontainable joy, as if envisioning herself as the esteemed Madame Qin, with Xie Ling kneeling at her feet. At that moment, within the Qin family's carriage, Qin Daoyu lifted the curtain, revealing a charming visage, his gaze coldly sweeping over the surrounding scenery. Lu Ruhan immediately turned away, concealing her face from Chen Daoyu's sight. Shadows flitted by on either side of the road. Chen Daoyu discarded the item in his hand and drew the curtain closed once more. Meanwhile, at the residence of the Luoyang prefect, in the dead of night, Prefect Lu Inli was diligently working in his study, immersed in official documents. With sleeves unencumbered by the wind, he was industrious in governance, well regarded by the citizens of Luoyang. Just as the brush tip inscribed a character for bandit, a shadow suddenly flitted past the windowsill. Lu Inli swiftly unsheathed the sword concealed nearby. His brow furrowed with vigilance as he rose to approach the window. The ledge was vacant, save for a letter left behind. Upon opening it, he discovered merely the words Qinglong and an ivory piece. This ivory was familiar to him. It belonged to the chief of the Qinglong mountain bandits. How could it be here? Thoughts raced through Lu Inli's mind as he opened the door to summon his aides. After a midnight discussion among 3 men, they ultimately resolved to lead 1,000 elite soldiers to ascend Qinglong Mountain under the cover of darkness. At the 3rd watch, while the citizens of Luoyang slumbered beneath a crescent moon, Lu Inli, accompanied by his troops, hastened to Qinglong Mountain. The sight of the unconscious bandits astonished all present. Lu Inli stood with hands clasped behind him, his gray garments billowing in the night breeze, his gaze somber. In the Central Plains, 2 major cities reigned, Yuzhou and Luoyang. Qinglong Mountain lay at the intersection of these 2 regions, where the bandits plundered with impunity, leaving the citizens of Luoyang in perpetual fear. Since his appointment, Lu Inli had yearned to eradicate the bandits of Qinglong Mountain entirely. Yet Yuzhou had consistently refused to cooperate. The voices of discontent among the populace had kept him preoccupied for many years. Yet now, how is it that all the Qinglong Mountain bandits had been rendered unconscious and delivered to him? This accomplishment could elevate his status 2 ranks, from the 4th grade official to the 2nd. Yet as he held the evidence, unease gnawed at him. Lost in thought, a subordinate approached, presenting him with a stack of letters. "Sir, we have discovered correspondence in the Qinglong Mountain chief's quarters, revealing his collusion with the Yuzhou prefect, Xin Rui." Lu Inli had anticipated this. Taking the letters with a calm demeanor, "You may leave." The night breeze rustled his ample sleeves. A storm was brewing. 3 days later, news reached the throne that Lu Inli had obliterated the bandits of Qinglong Mountain and exposed the nefarious dealings between Yozhou's prefect Xin Rui and the bandits. The citizens of Luoyang and Yuzhou rejoiced, bestowing upon him the title of just and honorable. Gu nodded, gazing towards the distant, unending mountains. What were the movements of the 2nd prince? He was conscripting troops, likely preparing for rebellion. Su Xingji spoke in a low voice. Lu Inli is a man of integrity, ruthless and unyielding. His promotion to the capital will surely put him at odds with the Crown Prince's faction. Moreover, with the turmoil surrounding the 2nd prince, the Crown Prince will likely be preoccupied, affording us a lesser share of his attention. In permitting Lu Inli into the capital, Gu had ulterior motives. Years later, Su Xingji would come to a profound realization. Each time he reflected on this scenario, he felt compelled to applaud. He praised Gu's strategic prowess, likening it to a masterful game of chess, turning clouds into rain and vice versa, a born strategist. Recently, Xie Ling had observed a growing number of refugees on the roads. Typically, whole families or entire villages traveled together. The resting spots along the official roads were few, and most times, the exiled prisoners shared their respite with the refugees. Yet, these refugees were quite considerate, keeping their distance, resting quietly before departing without disturbing the others. In these times, the common folk dared not oppose the officials. Even when faced with exiled officers, The primary reason was the overwhelming presence of the tiger, a formidable beast lying in wait. Who would dare approach? Today, the group rested at a relay station. Wu Zhiqing leisurely paid a visit. As they conversed, the topic of the refugees came up. Being the scion of a military family, Wu Zhiqing had a keen understanding of the situation. She glanced out the window and spoke softly. I heard from my father that the second prince has rebelled and is conscripting troops, which has driven these people to flee. Xie Ling nodded, understanding the plight. In prosperity, the common people suffer. In demise, the common people suffer. Taxes and corvée can strip the ancient populace bare. Xie Ling's gaze shifted to the yellow, muddy road outside the relay station. The vagrants resembled dark specks, heads bowed as they hurried along. At that moment, Gu stood by the water basin at the relay station, washing his hands. In the frosty moonlight, he appeared graceful and poised. A familiar aura of murderous intent emanated from behind him. The chilling energy of a drawn sword stirred the hair at his side. Without bothering to turn around, Gu swiftly seized a nearby branch and, in one fluid motion, deflected the blade aimed at him, plunging it into the throat of the assailant. The black-clad figure collapsed heavily. Xu Jian appeared from the shadows, dragging the corpse away for disposal. As Su Xingji had remarked, after handling this batch of assassins indeed, no new threats had arisen. Yet, Qin Daoyu, upon receiving a letter from the capital, furrowed his brow in concern. They had recently departed from Qinglong Mountain, and the former prefect of Luoyang, Lu Yinli, had just so coincidentally been promoted through Qinglong Mountain. What a remarkable stroke of fortune! Qin Daoyu's expression hardened as he scrutinized the letter, pondering the next course of action. A few words sent a wave of distress through him. Lu Yinli was a formidable opponent, who had carelessly tossed such a sticky thorn into the capital. At this juncture, the members of the Gu family's second branch, having been in a stupor for 3 to 4 days, gradually came to their senses. The effects of the sleeping draft lingered, leaving each individual dazed, almost senseless, so starved that they began to consume the dirt at their feet. Once all edible matter was exhausted, they turned upon one another in a frenzy. Months later, only a pool of blood and bones remained, washed away by the water. Chapter 38. The Initial Signs of Pestilence. As the weather grew increasingly warm, the group exited the Central Plains, arriving in the region of Jiangnan. Jiangnan is a picturesque land, familiar in its beauty. The morning sun paints the river flowers redder than fire, and with spring comes the river waters, green as blue. The spring breeze caresses the bones. The willow tips dusted with verdant waves, while misty rains envelop the landscape, and the apricot blossoms sway gently by. It was undeniably a stunning vista, if one could overlook the pallid faces of the refugees by the roadside. Unbeknownst to when it had begun, the number of refugees on the road had swelled. At times, an entire road would be lined with them, tattered and grimy. Their eyes, fierce and bloodshot, seemed to threaten an imminent attack, as though they might surge forward to devour them at any moment. Fortunately, with the lead of Officer Shin and his companions, who wield long knives to carve a path ahead, and the imposing presence of a great tiger, the situation felt somewhat more secure. Otherwise, Xie Ling feared that the desperate refugees would truly tear them apart. The river they encountered along the way grew increasingly shallow, at times. It was impossible to scoop even a drop with a wooden ladle, forcing them to resort to a small spoon for minute amounts. Spring and summer are typically the seasons of abundant rain, yet this past month had yielded not a single drop. The earth was parched and increasingly arid. Upon encountering a river, families scrambled to gather water, utilizing every available vessel, wooden buckets, basins, and any tool that could hold liquid, fearing the possibility of impending drought. Adding to their trepidation was the unsettling rumor that an epidemic had surfaced in the west. The second prince's army faced relentless defeat, with countless soldiers perishing, their bodies piled together. The sweltering heat gave rise to disease. The cities in the west had descended into a hellish nightmare, and it remained uncertain whether the contagion had spread southward. Infected individuals faced certain death, and the disease was highly contagious. In that tumultuous moment, both the exiled group and the refugees were gripped by anxiety. The official road was still crowded with numerous displaced individuals. Those in better circumstances rode on mule carts, while others, in dire straits, limped along with canes, leaving bloodied footprints with each step. Xie Ling lifted the curtain of their carriage and spotted a family of refugees nearby. The woman, no older than 20, cradled a child in her arms, carried another on her back, and held the hand of yet another. while her husband bore a sack of husked rice. Their faces were devoid of expression, a portrait of numbness. The children's eyes, bright yet soiled, gazed at Xie Ling with innocent curiosity. Overcome with compassion, she swiftly drew the curtain closed. Faintly, she could hear voices outside. Mother, are they deities? Sister Fairy. There is also a handsome brother deity outside. He is so beautiful. The woman's voice was weary. What does it matter if they are deities? Can they provide us with food or water? Xie Ling surmised that the handsome brother deity mentioned by the child must refer to the striking figure she had brought back, known as Jiang Shui. At that moment, he sat outside the carriage in his resplendent red attire, guiding the horses, his profile illuminated by the cold moonlight, resembling exquisite jade. A beauty that seemed almost ethereal. Every healer possessed an unparalleled beauty, and Jiang Shui was no exception. Xie Ling then turned her gaze to Gu Wei, who held a torch aloft in the distance, his black robe accentuating his slender waist. His exposed wrists were long and delicately formed. Just then, he glanced back, his high nose and slightly pursed lips exuding a cool, ascetic demeanor, while his eyes, like pale glass, conveyed an air of detachment. As he caught Xie Ling's gaze, the frostiness in his expression softened, revealing a smile, a sight that could be described as soul-stirring. Xie Ling felt herself more captivated by Gu Wei's allure. To this day, she remained uncertain whether Jiang Shui was male or female, though it leaned heavily towards the former. The Gu family was not oblivious. Over time, they too had discerned that the stunning beauty they had assumed was a woman appeared to be a man. The children affectionately called him brother, and he made no objection. Jiang Shui was notably quiet, yet he eagerly took on any task, as if fearing the Gu family might dismiss him. At that moment, he was strenuously managing the carriage. Xie Ling raised her eyes to observe Pei Shi, Song Shi, and Xiuyu. Each bore expressions of deep sympathy, reluctant to face the chaos outside the carriage. In contrast, Jiang Shui remained impassive, his eyes devoid of emotion. Xie Ling pondered that perhaps the suffering he endured as a healer had rendered him somewhat numb to the agonies of the world. Bodhisattva, kind-hearted Bodhisattva, please grant us some sustenance. My family has gone 3 days without food. Even a sip of water would suffice. Suddenly, the curtain of Pei Shi's carriage was drawn aside, revealing an elderly woman with a face etched in wrinkles, pleading with Pei Shi. Pei Shi glanced at the throng of refugees behind the woman, swiftly pulled the curtain shut, and tied it securely to prevent anyone from entering. Though her eyes reflected pity, her voice was stern. Remember my words, no matter who asks for food, do not give them anything. You can only save them for a moment, not a lifetime. And how could anyone possibly save so many? Xie Ling shared this sentiment. No sooner had Pei Shi finished speaking than a commotion erupted from behind. Xie Ling peeked through the curtain, witnessing the Gu family's carriage besieged by refugees. Those inside were being grasped and torn at, their garments ripped, hair disheveled. And some even attempted to bite. The refugees wailed and cried, with some kneeling outside the carriage, prostrating themselves, bloodied yet undeterred. Please, grant us something. We haven't eaten in 7 days. Like a spark igniting a wildfire, the refugees suddenly surged forward, overwhelming the Gu family's carriage, attempting to seize their supplies. The sheer number of refugees was overwhelming, making it difficult for Xie Ling to discern the faces of the Gu family members. The officers quickly intervened, brandishing their long knives, and executed 2 refugees to instill fear, causing the crowd to disperse. Upon regaining their composure, the Gu family realized that the chaos had been triggered by Gu Shiyu's momentary act of kindness in offering a bun to a refugee, which incited a frenzy of demand from others. Officer Shin's expression hardened. He declared that such behavior could not be tolerated again. If anyone wishes to play the role of a living bodhisattva, they can join the refugees. As night fell, in order to reach the next relay station, Officer Shin led the group onward through the darkness. Each family held a torch, creating a serpentine line of flickering flames along the rugged mountain path. In the turmoil, the Gu family's supplies had been completely looted, and they blamed Gu Shiyu. Xie Ling could vaguely hear Gu Shiyu's voice. Tomorrow, when I become a consort, you all will have to beg me. She snapped back to attention, disinterested in their family's farce. Officer Shin, we truly cannot continue. If we do, our legs will fail us and the horses can bear no more, someone called out. Officer Shin assessed his weary steed, nodded, and said, very well, we shall camp here. Not far ahead was a flat area, where the crowd made their way. Just then, a refugee nearby suddenly collapsed, groaning in pain, his face pale. Moments later, he lay lifeless on the ground, emitting a foul stench. Abdominal pain, vomiting. Panic swept through the crowd, faces turning ghastly pale. Officer Shin shouted, "It's an epidemic. Run! Run!" His words struck like thunder in a still lake, and those who had been nearly incapacitated sprang into action, fleeing as if pursued by demons. The official road echoed with the sound of countless feet, the chaotic clatter of hooves, and frantic cries. As darkness enveloped them, the torches were extinguished by the wind. Amidst the confusion, people stumbled over one another. Xie Ling hastily retrieved the masks she had prepared, distributing them to the Gu family and to Jiang Shui, who was driving the carriage. She then jumped down, intending to reach Gu. In the oppressive darkness, she inadvertently stepped upon something, glancing down to find a decayed corpse, crawling with maggots. Her foot had crushed its chest, splattering gore, and she quickly shook her foot to rid her shoe of the writhing insects. Despite her profession as a physician, she was overwhelmed by nausea and could not suppress a dry heave. Forcing herself to overcome the queasiness, she looked up, only to find that Gui's figure was nowhere in sight. Hadn't he just been ahead, holding the torch? At that moment, the Gu family's carriage passed by, and Pei lifted the curtain, hurriedly exclaiming, "Linger, what are you doing? Get into the carriage quickly, it's dangerous outside." Jiang Shui reached out, intending to pull Xie Ling onto the vehicle. However, from a diagonal position, a long and powerful arm suddenly stretched out, discreetly blocking Jiang Shui's hand and encircling Xie Ling's waist, lifting her onto the horse. Gu had somehow procured a magnificent steed, sitting elegantly atop it, with Xie Ling nestled against his chest. When his cold gaze swept over Jiang Shui, it bore a hint of warning. Jiang Shui remained unfazed, her expression indifferent. Gu, gripping the reins with one hand, bent down and leaned close to Xie Ling's ear, whispering, "What is that on your face?" Xie Ling quickly turned and placed a mask on Gu, explaining that it could prevent infectious diseases. Gu accepted her words with trust, his gaze sweeping over her shoes as he gently inquired, "Did you step on a corpse just now? Are you afraid?" Xie Ling shook her head, stating that while she wasn't afraid, it was indeed somewhat disgusting. Gui's eyes softened as he patted her head in a gesture of comfort. This road was the only official route south to Jincheng, teeming with refugees. Even in the dead of night, a throng of people filled the path, as if bustling for a market. An officer returned on horseback, leading everyone to a small path. After traversing a dark and eerie forest, a dilapidated temple came into view. The temple was gloomy and evidently deserted, surrounded by an unsettling silence. Shin, leading the group, dismounted, noting that the relay station was still 20 kilometers away, and it was clear they would not reach it today. They would rest here for the night. Each household was instructed to send a male member to scout for nearby water sources, with strict warnings not to engage with outsiders. Gu dismounted first, glanced at Xie Ling's short legs, and picked her up. Xie Ling felt somewhat helpless, as she was merely 15 years old and still growing. After ensuring the Gu family was settled, Gu insisted on taking Xie Ling with him to search for water. Confused, she asked, but Gu patiently replied, "Just follow me." The men from the other families, witnessing Gu's actions, teased him, suggesting he could not bear to be apart from his little wife for even a moment. Ahead, a small lake appeared, with numerous refugees gathering water or washing clothes along the shore. As the group prepared to approach, Xie Ling cautioned, "Hold on, let us not rush. If possible, we should seek flowing water, as lakes are more prone to contamination. Where there is a lake, there should also be a stream." After the events at Qinglong Mountain, everyone was aware of Xie Ling's medical skills and trusted her judgment, turning to continue their search for a river. After walking a short while longer, they indeed discovered a river, though the water level was low, revealing a parched riverbed. Though the Gu family did not require water, they still needed to maintain appearances. Gu followed suit, pretending to gather water. After a brief charade, he took Xie Ling downstream. Xie Ling felt puzzled. Just as she was thinking, Gu suddenly lifted her off the ground and placed her on his lap, her feet swinging in midair. With wide eyes, she exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Gu sat on a large rock, unbothered, and removed Xie Ling's blood-stained shoes, carefully peeling off her stockings. He then washed her shoes and stockings in the river, followed by cupping water to wash her feet. Embarrassed, Xie Ling squirmed, wishing to get down, insisting, "I can wash myself." "Is that why you brought me here? Couldn't we do this over there?" Gu Wei, shedding his usual gentleness, held her firmly in his embrace, ignoring her struggles. Leaning closer, his long hair cascaded down, some strands obscuring his forehead. His intense gaze bore into hers, his warm breath brushing against her ear. "You are my wife." Xie Ling jolted back to reality, momentarily forgetting that Gu Wei, with his cold demeanor, was nonetheless a man of ancient times. Would he not be displeased to see his wife's feet exposed to other men, or perhaps consider taking concubines? Truthfully, Xie Ling held a favorable view of Gu Wei, admiring both his appearance and character. Although she was not yet infatuated, cohabiting with him posed no issue. However, Xie Ling had her own principles regarding love. She could not accept concubinage and believed in a lifelong, monogamous commitment. Should Gu Wei wish to take a concubine in the future, she would decisively seek a divorce. Love, in her eyes, must remain pure and unshared. With her stockings still damp, Gu Wei unhesitatingly tore a piece from his own garment, placing it inside Xie Ling's embroidered shoes to make them more comfortable. He then lifted her effortlessly, with a bucket in his other hand, rising to his feet. Xie Ling frowned, declaring, "I can walk on my own." Gu Wei, undeterred, secured her against him, his deep-set eyes shadowed and voice languid. "The shoes and stockings are still wet. It's not easy to walk." "Stop fussing, I'll carry you." Gu Wei's strength was remarkable. Xie Ling felt no jostling as she sat in his arms. Along the way, both refugees and other exiled families turned to stare at the pair, some bold women unabashedly appraising Gu Wei's handsome face and tall, elegant figure. The road of exile was arduous. Naturally, people sought any semblance of amusement. Gu Wei's expression remained aloof, seemingly oblivious to the curious glances directed at them. Xie Ling buried her face against his chest, mortified at the embarrassment she had endured. Upon returning to the dilapidated temple, the Gu family turned to them expectantly. Pei wore an expression of satisfaction, while Qiuyu and Song were somewhat bashful. Jiang Shui's gaze was heavy, betraying no discernible emotion, though she quietly snapped a twig in her hand. Just as the two arrived, Shen approached with a somewhat ingratiating demeanor. "Miss Xie, I have heard you are skilled in medicine. I would like to inquire if you have any methods to prevent the spread of disease." The illness posed a threat to the entire group, and Xie Ling, not one to withhold knowledge, replied candidly, "Yes, gather everyone together." Chapter 40, Journey to Jincheng. Soon, each household had sent a representative. Xie Ling produced a homemade mask and proclaimed, "The disease spreads through saliva, air, and insects. This is called a mask. It can be made from cloth and worn on the face to prevent the transmission of illness. It is imperative to wash hands before meals, as they harbor numerous germs, potentially concealing the disease. Those with access can use scented soap for better results. Never drink untreated water. It must be boiled first, as boiling kills contaminants in the water." Xie Ling endeavored to explain in clear and simple terms. Afterward, she distributed the masks for everyone to examine. Gratitude emanated from all, while Gu Xiu diligently committed Xie Ling's words to memory. The plague would undoubtedly persist for some time. Upon their return to the capital, she could present Xie Ling's south advice to the court. As this thought crossed her mind, she felt a surge of excitement. If she could help curb the plague, it would be enough to earn her the title of a county princess. That night, none of the families slept, industriously crafting masks. By the time Xie Ling returned home, it was quite late, and she opted not to cook, instead retrieving several packets of instant noodles for the family to enjoy. The next day, everyone donned masks. In a corner, Lu Ruhan grumbled about Xie Ling, accusing her of stealing the spotlight and flaunting her mediocre medical skills. The body, however, was quite honest, prompting Qin Bai to quickly don a mask. Qin Daoyu cast a glance at his unremarkable half-brother, inquiring, "Why do you always linger at the back of the group lately?" Qin Bai, intimidated by Qin Daoyu, stammered that he had a friend there. Qin Daoyu's gaze swept coldly over the crowd, failing to recognize Lu Rohan, who was wrapped in a headscarf and clad in tattered clothing. His voice turned frosty. Qin family members refrained from causing unnecessary trouble. Qin Bai, resembling a quail, shrank his neck and nodded, and as soon as Qin Daoyu turned away, he hurriedly delivered a mask to Lu Rohan. Once everything was organized, the group resumed their journey. Xie Ling was taken aback by how swiftly the plague spread. In just one night, The bodies along the official road multiplied exponentially, some lying sprawled, others kneeling, each visage marred by agony, clutching their bellies, their forms smeared with filth, exuding a foul stench. Even having endured the apocalypse, Xie Ling felt a chill in her heart. They could only hasten their pace, striving to reach Jin City before the impending lockdown, for that was their only chance to catch their breath. The heat intensified with each passing moment. The corpses along the road began to decompose, releasing an unbearable stench. After 3 or 4 more days of travel, every household had depleted their water supply, necessitating a stop to gather more before continuing. Leading the way, Shin announced a break by the roadside. After a while, those sent to find water returned with faces etched in disappointment. They had scoured a radius of 10 miles. There was not a drop to be had, not even a puddle. The sun scorched the earth mercilessly, while the hearts of the people felt as if plunged into an icy abyss. Shin swallowed hard, wiping the beads of sweat cascading from his forehead with a handkerchief, suggesting, "Let us endure for now. If thirst becomes unbearable, we can dig at tree roots and grass. Just 3 more days, and we shall reach Jin City." At that moment, the sun was at its harshest, and having walked all morning, the group found a patch of woods where they could rest. While humans could imagine refreshing plums to quench their thirst, animals were not so fortunate. The livestock of every household refused to move any further. A clever lad from the Gao family proposed, "Let us urinate in a pit and let the horses drink." Upon hearing this, the others deemed it a feasible idea. Those with horses led them deep into the woods to dig a pit for this purpose. Xie Ling, accompanied by her family, found refuge behind a large tree, retrieving a case of chilled cola from her cooler. The icy beverage was so refreshing that they hesitated to indulge, first rolling the bottles over their faces and necks to cool down before daring to take a sip. Assuring them that there was plenty, they finally relented, gulping it down as the icy liquid cascaded down their throats, instantly dispelling the heat that had enveloped them. Casting a glance towards the Su family, Xie Ling filled 3 water pouches with spring water, adding a bit of glucose for energy, and entrusted them to Jiang Shui for delivery. Though Xie Ling had water of her own, she preferred not to reveal it, choosing instead to assist only those she trusted. With merely 3 days until they reached Jin City, she would extend her help if anyone truly found themselves unable to endure. Over the days spent together, aside from Gu Wei's continued cold demeanor towards Jiang Shui, the Gu family had come to place their complete trust in him. Jiang Shui, astute as ever, waited for a moment when no one was around, discreetly slipping into Su Xing's embrace and departing unseen by the others. Su Xing took the water pouch and first offered it to his wife and mother. Upon tasting it, their eyes lit up with surprise. It was sweet. Moreover, the fatigue and heat that had plagued them vanished almost instantly. The Su family was filled with gratitude, realizing this was a timely gift in their moment of need. With summer's mosquitoes rampant, the Gu family bore numerous welts on their skin, particularly Ru Jie, whose little arms were a vivid red. Xie Ling rummaged through her old residence and unearthed a bottle of floral water, spraying it liberally. Gu Sanlang, a distant cousin of the Gu family, approached with a troubled expression. His lips were chapped and his throat raspy. "Sister-in-law, do you have any water left? Could you spare a bit for my family? Just enough for 1 sip each would suffice." Pei Shi immediately glanced at Xie Ling, gauging her willingness to share, as the water belonged to her. Xie Ling nodded and handed over the water Gu Wei had gathered by the river. Gu Sanlang, seeing the quantity, was tempted but quickly waved his hands, saying, "This is far too much, just half would be fine." Xie Ling placed it at his feet, speaking softly, "We still have plenty. Your family is large, so take it." Gu Sanlang's eyes sparkled with gratitude, and after thanking her profusely, he hurriedly took it away. Xie Ling then began preparing lunch for the day. The verdant mountains in her space had fully revealed their bounty, with an abundance of fruits ripe for the picking, watermelons, mangoes, grapes, everything one could desire. Xie Ling plucked some to store in the freezer, deciding to make fruit ice powder, a refreshing and sweet treat for the sweltering heat. After preparing a few bowls, she quietly delivered them to the Wu family. The Wu family, being straightforward folk, shared the delicacies among themselves, ensuring that others remained oblivious. After their meal, Xie Ling filled a plastic bag with water and hung it from a tree, making several small holes, allowing her family to wash their hair one by one. After using Xie Ling's shampoo, their hair smelled delightful and flowed elegantly, starkly contrasting with the disheveled appearances of others. As the sun's intensity waned, they resumed their journey. Suddenly, a woman shrieked, "The Gao family's little grandson has contracted the plague. Quick, look." The mention of the plague ignited alarm among the surrounding crowd. The speaker was Lu Rulan, the eldest daughter of the Lu family, her lips flapping as she pointed at the Gao family's eldest daughter-in-law, who cradled a child in her arms, exclaiming, "I just saw this child's face flushed red, and he was vomiting and having diarrhea." With a piercing gaze directed at the Gao family matron, she continued, "This wicked woman was trying to hide it. Thankfully, I discovered it early. Or it could have implicated us all." Tears streamed down the Gao family matron's face as she clutched her child tightly, shaking her head. "No. My child is not afflicted by the plague." Lu Rulan reached out to snatch the child, asserting, "Then show everyone. I wouldn't be mistaken. What are you hiding?" The entire Gao family formed a protective barrier around the matron, refusing to let her be separated from her child. Gao Wanhua, the Gao family young lady, spread her arms wide, glaring at Lu Rulan. "You have always clashed with my sister-in-law. You must be deliberately trying to harm us." Enraged, Lu Rulan shouted at the surrounding people, "If one person has the plague, we all face death. Why are you not helping me throw this troublemaker out?" The others began to voice their support, demanding that the Gao family matron relinquish her child. "If there's nothing wrong, let everyone see," they clamored. "Indeed. We would never wrong you. The plague is a grave matter. If the child is truly infected, he must be disposed of." Trembling, the Gao family matron reluctantly unveiled the cloth wrapped around her child. The sight of the child's flushed skin and vomit at his lips sent a wave of terror through the crowd. "It truly is the plague." Lu Rulan's expression morphed into one of satisfaction, her cold gaze fixated on the Gao family matron. "I told you this child was afflicted. She must be infected too. We must expel them from our group to prevent further calamity." Anger radiated from the crowd, their eyes directed fiercely at the Gao family, demanding they leave. The Gao family matron was in tears, insisting, "It's not the plague. My son only has a high fever. He has often been like this since before the exile. He is merely unwell, not infected." The Gao family encircled her and her child protectively, yet the fervor of the crowd, stoked by Lu Rulan, suggested that they would not relent until the pair was abandoned by the roadside. With gritted teeth, Gao Wanhua rushed to the Gu family's cart, shouting, "Xie Ling, Xie Ling. Please save my sister-in-law." Chapter 41. A kick to his groin. Xie Ling held a rather favorable impression of Gao Wanhua. Gao Wanhua was forthright, humorous, and warm-hearted, a rather endearing young lady. Thus, Xie Ling promptly lifted the car curtain and inquired, "What happened?" Gao Wanhua, trembling like a bean, recounted the entire sequence of events to Xie Ling, nodding in understanding. Xie Ling replied, "I will accompany you to take a look." With tears brimming in her eyes, Gao Wanhua exclaimed, "Thank you." Xie Ling patted her shoulder reassuringly and urged, "No time for that. Let us hurry before your little nephew gets abandoned." Meanwhile, a commotion had erupted nearby, with people shoving and clamoring, attempting to cast Gao's mother and child aside like refuse. The Gao family was on the verge of losing control. "You dare follow us despite being infected? How shameless can you be? Are you trying to condemn us all? My son is not infected. He is merely running a fever. You call a fever just a fever? You two should get lost. Gao family, vacate the premises, and if there's a fever, toss them out." A tall, athletic young man, akin to a fish slipping through the nets, darted into the enclosure constructed by the Gao family, seizing the child and preparing to hurl him onto the roadside. The Gao family matron screamed in despair, "No." Just then, a piercing whistle erupted, startling everyone and momentarily halting the young man's actions. Noticing the crowd's attention shift towards her, Xie Ling swiftly concealed her whistle within her sleeve. In that urgent moment, she had brandished it to intimidate them. She approached with brisk steps, her voice icy. "Whether it is an infection or not, only a doctor can ascertain. Is this not excessive?" The young man, Lu Jinyi, brother to Lu Rulan, scrutinized Xie Ling with a roguish gaze. "Where did this little maiden come from? Quite a pretty face. Are you a member of the Gao family?" Lu Rulan's expression shifted to one of alarm as she slapped Lu Jinyi's shoulder, pinching him fiercely, whispering, "Fool, are you seeking death? She is Gu Wei's precious little wife." At the mention of Gu Wei, a flicker of fear crossed Lu Jinyi's eyes, and he reluctantly adopted a more serious demeanor, realizing she was Mrs. Gu. In this era, doctors commanded respect. especially since Xie Ling was the only one with medical skills in their group. The crowd gradually quieted down, showing her due respect. Someone inquired, "Miss Xie, the child clearly has a high fever and is vomiting. How can it not be an infection?" "That remains to be seen after an examination," Xie Ling replied, extending her hand towards Lu Jinyi, her expression frosty. "Give me the child." Lu Jinyi scoffed, tossing the child into her arms. Fortunately, Xie Ling caught him adeptly. Had he fallen, it could have been disastrous. Lu Jinyi waved dismissively. "If you wish to keep this infected brat, then so be it, after all. It's all up to Mrs. Gu's word. I think if anyone in the back of the line contracts the infection, you should come after the Gao family." His words were cruel. The Gao family glared at him in outrage. Gao Wanhua, unable to endure the insult, erupted, "You spout nonsense. My nephew is not infected. Why should our family be blamed if others fall ill?" Lu Jinyi shrugged exaggeratedly, arching an eyebrow. "I don't know, you two families are close. And if Xie Ling says yes, fine, then this brat can stay, right?" Xie Ling held the child, her gaze icy. "Whether this child is infected or not requires thorough examination. As for you, Master Lu." She paused, raising her voice, her complexion pallid, dark circles under her eyes. Her hair thin and frame frail, an unmistakable sign of a man suffering from impotence, destined to remain childless. No wonder he was so ruthless towards an innocent child. Lu Jinyi, known for his violent temper, turned pale, his blood boiling. He no longer cared about Gui's reputation. With a clenched jaw, he swung his hand towards her, hissing through his teeth, "You insolent girl, what nonsense are you spouting? I'll kill you. And let us see if you dare to say otherwise." Xie Ling, swift as the wind, landed a precise kick to his groin. So Master Lu is a eunuch. No wonder. The kick was both forceful and accurate. The men in attendance instinctively clutched their groins. Lu Jinyi had been born with a singular testicle, his self-loathing culminating in a venomous disposition. At that moment, with his shame exposed, he wished to rend Xie Ling into 1,000 pieces to vent his wrath. Lu Rulan helped her brother up, her eyes red. "Xie Ling, you have gone too far." Xie Ling chuckled coldly. "Should I just stand here and let him hit me? Besides, I merely stated his condition. Do you know how many people have sought my medical assistance in vain?" After saying this, she ignored the pair of siblings, bending her head to examine the child in her arms. The surrounding crowd fell into an eerie silence. This Mrs. Gu was indeed formidable. Though she appeared delicate, her spirit was unyielding. How could a lady exhibit such vigor? Only the Gao family seemed pleased, with Gao Wanhua's eyes sparkling with admiration. Delightful. Absolutely delightful. Lu Jinyi is a sharp-tongued, spiteful man who constantly seeks trouble with our family. I've longed to see him put in his place. Xie Ling was simply magnificent. After a brief moment, Xie Ling lifted her head and proclaimed, "I, Xie Ling, swear in my name that this child is definitely not infected with the plague. It is merely a common cold. Infants have poor adaptability in such heat. A fever is quite normal." Upon hearing this, the crowd sincerely apologized to the Gao family. It was understandable. The plague was terrifying, evoking dread in all. The Gao family matron embraced Xie Ling, tears streaming down her face. "Thank you, Xie Ling, thank you." Xie Ling patted her back, imparting some methods to reduce fever, and provided a few cooling patches. For such a small infant, physical methods were preferable. Medication should be avoided if possible. The Lu siblings continued to glare at Xie Ling. She crossed her arms, looking down upon them. "Seeking trouble with me? Wishing to retaliate? Wanting to make me suffer?" Lu Jinyi ground his teeth in frustration. "What else?" Xie Ling smiled wickedly, an icy disdain in her eyes. "Then let us see if you can withstand Gue." Upon hearing this, Lu Jinyi instantly deflated. Xie Ling continued, "Your ailment is not difficult to treat. A few doses of the medicine I provide will render you just like any other man. However, who told you to provoke me? A fitting retribution indeed." With that, Xie Ling turned on her heel and departed with grace. That evening, indeed, the Gao child's fever subsided, and he no longer vomited. The entire Gao family came to express their gratitude. Only then did Gue realize what his beloved wife had accomplished in his absence. Once the Gao family departed, Gue summoned his two subordinates to inquire about the events that transpired. They vividly recounted Xie Ling's heroic deeds. "My lord, you have no idea. That kick from Madame was truly earth-shattering, a sight that would bring tears to the eyes of all men." Gui's gaze deepened with coldness. "Not enough. What was that fellow's name?" Lu Jin. Gue nodded and turned towards the Lu family's camp. The next morning, it was discovered that Lu Jin had become a sight to behold, bruised and battered, unable to rise from his bed. Carried out by members of the Lu family on a wooden plank. Yet, the Lu family dared not voice their anger or make a scene. Who was the perpetrator? It was all too evident. The crowd sighed inwardly. Indeed, Gue was fiercely protective of his beloved wife. Chapter 42, Huan Town. The plague surged with ferocity, rendering the entirety of Beijing nearly a wasteland, claiming countless lives, akin to a descent into hell. As the epidemic was instigated by the Second Prince's insurrection, the populace naturally gravitated towards the imperial court. The Second Prince, facing relentless setbacks, was on the verge of collapse. After 2 days of arduous travel, the exiled convoy finally arrived at a small town on the outskirts of Jincheng, known as Hujian Town. Exhausted, no one could move further, without water. They risked perishing on the road. Ultimately, they unanimously resolved to rest for a day in Hujian Town before proceeding to Jincheng. Nestled near Laohu Gully, Hujian Town had seen fewer cases of the plague, as refugees dared not approach. The sun beat down mercilessly upon the earth. At the entrance of Hujian Town, a corpulent constable lounged in the shade of a tree, fanning himself with a palm leaf. In the distance, he spotted a throng approaching, a dark mass, their faces obscured by some cloth. He sighed and hurried forward. During the plague, entry to Hujian Town is strictly forbidden. Leading the group, Shin dismounted and produced a document, stating, "We are officials tasked with escorting exiled prisoners. Might we be permitted to enter and recuperate?" The corpulent constable scrutinized the document, then surveyed each individual before inquiring, "None among you are afflicted with the plague, I presume?" Shin shook his head firmly, "Absolutely not." The constable waved them through. Though he harbored doubts about how such a large group could be entirely free of disease, truly peculiar. The town was sparsely populated, the streets desolate, and the group made their way to an inn. "Innkeeper, bring us 20 buckets of water," they requested. The innkeeper rushed out, his face a mask of shock. "Even in all of Hujian Town, we cannot muster 20 buckets of water. Surely you jest?" At this, the flicker of hope in their hearts plummeted into despair once more. No water in Hujian Town? What then would they do? Some crumbled, collapsing to the ground. Heaven help us. To perish on the road before even reaching Ling and the innkeeper sighed, "You are outsiders, I take it? This year has seen a severe drought. Rivers and lakes have all dried up, and only wells retain a modicum of water. Yet, who can say if even the well water will one day run dry? I am sorry, but I cannot sell you any water." An elderly woman stepped forward, her weathered lips cracked and stained with blood. "Kind innkeeper, please sell us some. Without water, this 100-strong group will perish." The innkeeper was visibly distressed. "I truly cannot. In times of chaos, every life matters." Just then, a lion's roar echoed from outside. The innkeeper's eyes rolled back, and he fainted from fright. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself staring into the gaping maw of a tiger, letting out a scream before losing consciousness again, this time alongside his wife. After a while, they both awoke. The innkeeper, still trembling, exclaimed, "How could you possess a tiger?" Not far from Hujian Town lies Hujian Gully, home to a pack of tigers that descend the mountains at will, wreaking havoc. They have stolen chickens, devoured sheep, and, most alarmingly, taken numerous human lives, leaving families shattered and bodies untraceable. The townsfolk of Hujian Town were understandably terrified of tigers. Xie Ling explained that it was her pet. The innkeeper, astonished, thought, to keep a tiger as a pet, this girl is no ordinary person. He then shifted his gaze, "My dear girl, would you happen to be in need of water?" Xie Ling replied, "What do you mean?" The innkeeper continued, "There is a natural stream in Hujian Gully. But due to the presence of tigers, the townspeople dare not venture there. Since you can tame a tiger, you must not fear them. If you seek water, that would be the place to go." The others, upon hearing this, felt a stir of hope, yet fear of the tigers lingered. Someone asked, "Is there water in Jincheng?" The innkeeper shook his head. Not a single river flows through Jincheng. Some even come to Hujian Town to purchase water. Everyone instinctively turned to Xie Ling, seeking her counsel. After all, she was the one capable of taming tigers. Xie Ling pondered for a moment, addressing the gathered crowd. "Do you wish to seek water in Hujian Gully?" "Shin." The leader nodded first. "The next relay station is still far off. We cannot survive without water." "Let us go," Xie Ling added. "Then we shall rest and set out the following day. However, innkeeper, we are but outsiders. We will only draw water and leave." You townsfolk are the true beneficiaries of Hujian Gully's water. Could you help us spread the word? Tomorrow, we will venture into Hujian Gully to confront the tigers. The innkeeper's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes. Those vile tigers should have been dealt with long ago. I shall assist you in spreading the news. By afternoon, the entire town was abuzz with the announcement. Many were eager yet hesitant. Upon seeing the mighty tiger, however, their fear dissipated. If this group could tame such a formidable beast, what was there to fear? On the following day, the inn's entrance was thronged with young men. Many had lost loved ones to the ferocious tigers and harbored deep-seated hatred towards them. Among the exiled prisoners, every household had sent someone. Jiang Shui tugged at Xie Ling's sleeve, her gaze downcast. Take me with you. Xie Ling frowned. You are in such a fragile state. A mere gust of wind could knock you over. Why would I take you? Jiang Shui pressed her lips together. I know you wish to seek the ice blue flower in Hujian Gully. I can guide you. Xie Ling's eyes widened in surprise. Her intention to explore Hujian Gully was not merely for water. She possessed an unending supply from her space, and had no need to take such risks. Her true motive was to find the ice blue flower mentioned in Su Qinghe's medical texts, said to have the power to revive the dead. Since she was already in the vicinity, it was only prudent to investigate. Moreover, Su Qinghe's tone had grown notably grave when he referenced that page. Xie Ling, perplexed, felt an irresistible curiosity. Jiang Shui gestured. I possess the ability to locate rare herbs and treasures. Xie Ling nodded thoughtfully. Very well, but do not hinder my progress. In Chapter 43, the tiger hunting squad formed. Gu spotted Jiang Shui pulling at Xie Ling's sleeve from afar, seemingly engaged in conversation. He swiftly approached, pushing aside Jiang Shui, and with a gentle smile, addressed Xie Ling, my dear. Xie Ling acknowledged him, recalling Shen's earlier words about gathering personnel, and turned to assess the situation, leaving the two in a standoff. Gui's demeanor was icy. Why must you insist on following us? I could offer you a sum of money and send guards to protect you. You could go wherever you please, as long as you leave. Jiang Shui lowered her gaze, clearing her throat softly. You are the young master of Tingshala, aren't you? Gui's eyes narrowed, a flicker of murderous intent flashing across his face. How do you know this? Jiang Shui replied, 3 years ago, during the 100 Flowers Festival at Yashan Valley, you attended as the young master of Tingshala. My greatest talent is an impeccable memory. She regarded him coolly, her voice devoid of emotion. My life has been one of insignificance, indifferent to life and death. Yet now, I seem to have found a reason to live. Rest assured, I comprehend boundaries and harbor no ill intentions. I will not interfere with your feelings. Gui's eyes narrowed further, a cold snort escaping him. You would do well to remember that. He toyed with a dagger in his hand, its glint catching the light. I suggest you keep your mouth in check, or else Miss Xie. Everyone has assembled, Shen called, gesturing towards the crowd gathered at the inn's entrance. 15 individuals from Tiger Gorge Town arrived, each family in the exiled group contributing 2 able-bodied men, along with all the official guards, summing to a total of 55. The tiger hunting squad was officially assembled, each member wielding iron weapons, their expressions solemn. Xie Ling cast a glance around and nodded. It was time to depart. The townsfolk of Tiger Gorge took the lead, marching forward with heads held high. A formidable procession made its way towards Tiger Gorge Hollow. Tiger Gorge Hollow is situated several miles beyond Tiger Gorge Town, atop a verdant mountain. By midday, the group reached the foot of the mountain. Amidst the undulating hills, a striking white waterfall stood out against the varying shades of emerald green. Even at the base of the mountain, the onlookers could already feel the overwhelming mist, the humid vapor causing them to involuntarily swallow. Rolling, the leading scout, advanced cautiously, with the group following suit. Xie Ling whispered to him, How many tigers do you estimate are inside? About a dozen, he replied confidently. Can you defeat them? Rolling lifted his head proudly. Of course. The tigers here are likely the lowest rank of the spotted variety. Mother told me that their temperament is particularly fierce, which is why they can only dwell with their kin. At that moment, Xie Ling realized that the tiger clan was hierarchically structured. As they ascended to the mountainside, the thunderous sound of the waterfall became distinctly audible. Occasionally, a fierce tiger's roar would reverberate through the forest, causing the trees to tremble, and all the birds perched above would take flight in alarm. The townsfolk of Tiger Gorge collectively shuddered, while the exiles remained unfazed, accustomed as they were to rolling calls. Before entering the tiger's territory, Rolling affectionately licked each person, imparting a strong scent of tiger to avoid alarming the beasts. Prior to their journey, Xie Ling had already briefed the group on their strategy. At this juncture, she retrieved meat from the backpack behind Gu Wei, her voice cool and clear, reiterating their plan. Qin Daoyu fixed his gaze on the self-assured Xie Ling, intrigued by her demeanor. He had never encountered a woman like her, calm, formidable, and confident. She was not a delicate flower nurtured in the boudoir, but rather a soaring eagle of the northern skies. Could such a rare gem truly exist in the Prime Minister's residence? Once Xie Ling concluded, two agile young men placed the vibrant red meat beneath a large tree. The pork, previously treated by Xie Ling, was infused with a scent irresistible to carnivorous creatures. This was a product of humanity's ingenuity during the apocalypse, sufficient to lure the tigers. The remaining individuals concealed themselves among the branches. The two youths, having set the meat, nimbly ascended the trees. A profound silence enveloped the area, broken only by the rustling leaves in the wind. All hearts were taut with anticipation, eyes fixated on the alluring red meat below. Before long, a distant rustling sound could be heard, reminiscent of a predator treading upon fallen leaves. Instinctively, everyone turned to the source of the sound. A massive shadow darted toward them, its speed rendering it merely a blur of color. The vibrations from the ground were palpable to all atop the trees. "It's coming," someone shouted. In an instinctive reaction, everyone hurled their spears, striking the shadow with precision. A mournful howl echoed, leaving the group puzzled. It hardly resembled a tiger. Peering down, they were surprised to find a wild boar, its body punctured with spears, rolling about as if it were a porcupine, its tusks gnashing at the ground. It seemed the boar, driven by greed, had arrived prematurely. The young man who had shouted about the approaching danger scratched his head sheepishly. "My bad, everyone. I thought it was a tiger." It was Shi Xian, the youngest son of the Shi family. With a hint of embarrassment, he leapt down from the tree, intending to drag the boar aside. "I'll take care of this boar first and then pass the weapons to you all." Gu Wei frowned. "I think I hear the tiger pack approaching." Xie Ling's almond eyes glinted with cold resolve as she shouted, "Get up the trees." Shi Xian looked up at her in confusion. "Huh?" Before he could finish, a pack of 7 or 8 tigers, their eyes ablaze with hunger, charged toward him. Rolling sprang from the side, sinking his teeth into one tiger's neck. However, another tiger rushed in from the flank, and as Shi Xian raised his arm to block, he felt a searing pain as a chunk of flesh was bitten from his arm, leaving only a few tendons intact. His ring finger on the right hand was severed. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he quickly picked up a spear from the ground and engaged the tiger with his left hand. Rolling growled deeply, his roar echoing through the trees, instilling fear in the approaching tigers. "Why do you, a descendant of the Tiger King, consort with humans?" one of the tigers demanded. "Mind your own business. My master treats me the best." Rolling retorted fiercely, "You are all wicked tigers." Xie Ling furrowed her brows and shouted at the surrounding group, "What are you all waiting for? Get down and assist him." Before she finished, Gu Wei had already leapt from the tree, casting a glance back at Jiang Shui, silently instructing her to keep an eye on Xie Ling. The others felt helpless, lamenting their lack of weapons. Gu Wei moved with agility, evading the tigers effortlessly, and swiftly retrieved every weapon from the ground, tossing them to those still in the trees. In the ensuing chaos, everyone joined the fray, a whirlwind of blades and spears. Seizing the moment when all attention was diverted, Xie Ling drew a silenced pistol from her sleeve, squinting her eyes, and with precision, shot down a tiger. Her marksmanship had been honed by the finest sniper during the apocalypse. Even amidst such tumult, her aim remained unfaltering, each bullet finding its mark. Once all the tigers lay slain, Xie Ling blew gently on the barrel of her gun, twirled it with her middle finger, and holstered it with remarkable poise. She gazed at the glaring sun, reminiscent of the days spent fighting alongside her comrades during the apocalypse. Shi Xian, still bleeding profusely, caused Xie Ling to leap down from the tree, rushing toward him. Realizing the tigers had been vanquished, Shi Xian collapsed to the ground, his face pale with pain, lips tinged with blue, and lost consciousness. Xie Ling retrieved his severed finger, instructing Gu Wei to drag him behind the great tree. She then produced a medical kit to staunch the bleeding and disinfect the wound, administering a few antibiotics to prevent infection. The injury was severe, with significant blood loss and partial tissue detachment. Surgical intervention was necessary for suturing and skin grafting. Having formulated a medical plan, Xie Ling cleaned Shi Shaoxian's severed finger and placed it in a medical cooler within her spatial storage. Just as they emerged from behind the tree, the crowd surrounded them, clamoring for answers. Shi Shaoxian's jovial nature and hard-working attitude had endeared him to many during their journey, and concern for him was palpable. Shi Shaoxian, his elder brother, approached with urgency, his eyes red with worry. "Miss Xie, how is my brother? He won't die, will he?" Xie Ling replied calmly. "He won't die. You all should descend the mountain. I will find some medicinal herbs shortly. His finger can be reattached, so there's no need for concern." Shi Shaoxian's eyes widened in disbelief. "You can reattach a severed finger?" The surrounding crowd echoed their astonishment. How could a severed finger be reattached? Wasn't that akin to retrieving spilled water? Xie Ling nodded with a serene gaze. "If I say it can be done, then it can be done. Rest assured. I promise you will have a complete brother back in a few days." Observing Xie Ling's unwavering confidence, the surrounding individuals were enveloped in profound astonishment. Throughout their lives, they had never encountered a physician who claimed the ability to reattach severed fingers. Chen Daoyu stroked his chin, his gaze heavy with contemplation. He was aware of Xie Ling's medical prowess, yet he was astounded to discover the extent of her capabilities. What a remarkable absurdity. "Brother Wuji, I never anticipated we would witness such a spectacle," a youthful and charming voice echoed from a distance. The crowd turned to see a pair emerging from behind a massive rock, a man and a woman. The man, adorned in a jade crown and white attire, possessed sharp, striking features that, despite their inherent severity, radiated a gentle and approachable demeanor. Beside him stood a girl clad in a soft yellow dress. Her innocent and delightful appearance belied the disdainful words that escaped her lips. "Hey, you there, how dare you boast so brazenly?" Even the most renowned physician, Jiang Yunzi, would not claim the ability to reattach severed fingers. "What gives you such audacity?" The man maintained a tranquil expression, his elaborate and dignified robes devoid of any pretentiousness. His long brows slightly furrowed, exuding an air of caution. "This group killed the tiger before we arrived. We ought to express our gratitude to them." The pair was dressed in attire not befitting the Northern River region, prompting Chen Daoyu to narrow his elongated eyes and inquire, "You two are not from Northern River, are you? What brings you to Tiger Gorge Town?" The man offered a courteous bow. "I am Lu Wuji, and this is my sister, Lu Linglong. We are herbal merchants from Weizhou Kingdom, here to gather medicinal herbs." Upon hearing this, Chen Daoyu and Gu Wei immediately concluded he was lying. The man could not possibly be a mere merchant. Aside from his lavish attire, his refined and ethereal demeanor could only belong to a family of long-standing prestige. Chen Daoyu feigned surprise, his smile not reaching his eyes. "You two dare to venture into Tiger Gorge, unafraid of the rampant plagues in Northern River? Your courage is commendable." Lu Wuji responded with calmness, "You flatter us." Lu Linglong crossed her arms, sizing up Xie Ling with a dismissive snort, likely perceiving her as a charlatan masquerading as a physician. Lu Wuji glanced at the scattered corpses of the rats and remarked with a smile, "As a merchant, I have little to offer, but allow me to present each of you with 1,000 taels of silver as a token of gratitude for ridding us of these tigers. Would that suffice?" His gaze lingered on Gu Wei for a moment, a depth of emotion concealed within his eyes. Gu Wei met his gaze, and their eyes clashed, neither willing to yield. The onlookers pondered the windfall of 1,000 taels. They nodded in agreement. Lu Wuji produced silver notes from his pouch, bestowing 1,000 taels upon each person. When he reached Gu Wei, he said kindly, "This young gentleman bears an uncanny resemblance to the renowned young general of Northern River, Gu Xiaojun." Gu Wei accepted the silver note, playing with it in his hands, his brow slightly raised, his eyes reflecting the lush greenery around them, exuding an air of exceptional charm. "Oh, that is indeed a stroke of fortune for me. I have heard that General Gu has conquered 3 cities of Weizhou with unyielding force. Do those of Weizhou also admire him?" Lu Wuji maintained his composure, merely lamenting that such a prodigious talent would have been a boon for Weizhou. As they conversed, Lu Linglong abruptly dashed forward, clinging to Lu Wuji's arm and imploring, "Wuji brother, we must hurry and find the ice blue flower to return to Weizhou." Lu Wuji sighed, "Very well." He then turned to Gu Wei, his words laden with significance, "You possess remarkable grace, and I am certain our paths will cross again." Chen Daoyu observed their cryptic exchange, his mind racing with questions. What was Lu Wuji's intent in engaging Gu Wei in conversation? Lu Wuji and Lu Linglong soon disappeared into the depths of the forest, the latter casting a cheeky face at Xie Ling before departing. "Xie Ling, too lethargic to respond, ignored the childish antics. However, beside her, Jiang Shue's expression darkened in an instant, her countenance, typically radiant, now evoking an unsettling chill, as if she were being scrutinized by a predatory beast. Startled by her intensity, Lu Linglong hastily turned away, thinking how frighteningly captivating the beauty before her was. The group hastily constructed a makeshift stretcher from nearby trees, gently lowering Shi Shaoxian onto it. Shi Shaoxian, recalling Lu Linglong's earlier remarks, furrowed his brows and finally inquired, "Miss Xie, is it truly possible to reattach my brother's finger? Comforting the families of the afflicted is indeed a vital skill for a physician." Xie Ling patiently reassured him, "Rest assured, it is entirely feasible." With that, Shi Shaoxian felt a wave of relief wash over him, marveling at Xie Ling's extraordinary capabilities. After bidding farewell to the others, Xie Ling, Gu Wei, and Jiang Shui turned to venture into the forest. Jiang Shui led the way, and at a cold spring, they fortuitously encountered the Lu siblings once more. Lu Wuji was holding a vividly colored snake, expressing mild surprise. "What a coincidence, we meet again." Chapter 45, The Jade Bone Clan. Gu Wei ignored Lu Wuji, not even lifting his eyelids. He grasped Xie Ling's hand, assisting her over a precarious rock. Lu Wuji, unperturbed, chuckled lightly and followed behind the trio. Gradually, they all realized they were headed to the same destination. Xie Ling wondered how Lu Wuji could possibly know where the ice blue flower was located in the dense forests of Tiger Gorge. The three deliberately took an extensive detour. Yet at the next fork in the path, they encountered Lu Wuji and his sister once again. Lu Linglong peeked out from behind Lu Wuji. "Why are you following us?" Lu Wuji frowned. "Linglong, do not speak carelessly." Xie Ling interjected, "Are you also searching for the ice blue flower?" Her gaze fell upon the snake in Lu Wuji's hand, suspecting he was using it to navigate. Lu Wuji nodded. "A family member is gravely ill and requires this flower for medicine. We are indeed in pursuit of the ice blue flower. May the best finder prevail." Lu Wuji smiled lightly, "Certainly." After traversing a valley adorned with blooming flowers, they arrived at a crystal-clear spring where delicate white flowers flourished. The petals were white with a hint of ice blue, exuding an air of mystery and purity, their fragrance wafting through the breeze. Before they could approach, Lu Wuji and Lu Linglong scaled the opposite side of the valley. Lu Wuji gently cautioned, "Be wary. There are many snakes surrounding the ice blue flower." No sooner had he spoken than Gu Wei's sword flashed, severing a vividly colored venomous snake, identical to the one in Lu Wuji's grasp. The area was abundant with ice blue flowers, and Xie Ling, as if foraging for wild vegetables, collected a basketful, roots and all. Lu Wuji demonstrated admirable restraint, only gathering what lay before him, ensuring their paths did not cross. Noticing the plethora of other medicinal herbs, Xie Ling also gathered a few, knowing they would thrive in her space. Jiang Shui approached and whispered, "Xie Ling, the gallbladders of these venomous snakes are quite valuable." Xie Ling nodded, "Then let us catch a few more." Gu Wei, heeding her words, dispatched another 7 or 8 snakes. Xie Ling collected them all, tossing them into her basket. Gu Wei grasped one snake by its midsection, his brows knitting together slightly. "These snakes are formidable foes, without martial prowess like mine. One would surely face a fatal bite, as the venom is exceedingly potent. There are but a handful of individuals in the world who possess martial skills akin to Gu Wei's." Xie Ling finally comprehended the reason behind the ice blue flower's rarity. Glancing back at her overflowing basket, she resolved to return home. As he beheld the scene, he found Jiang Shui submerging both hands into the icy spring, her long brows slightly furrowed, revealing a hint of agony, with fresh crimson stains adorning the corners of her lips. Lying at her feet were the lifeless bodies of 3 or 4 venomous snakes. Xie Ling widened her eyes, inquiring, "What are you doing?" Jiang Shui withdrew her pale, almost translucent hands from the cold waters, wiping the blood from her lips, her enchanting eyes glimmering with a bewitching allure. "I am employing poison to counteract poison. My body is riddled with toxins, and the 7-ring snake is the deadliest of them all. I intentionally allowed them to bite me." As she spoke, she revealed several vibrant wounds on her palm. "I didn't perceive any toxins within you." Jiang Shui lowered her gaze. "That is because I am a poison myself. But it will not be long before I recover. These toxins will soon be expelled." Xie Ling, seeming to grasp Jiang Shui's words partially, tilted her head. "If you encounter any difficulties, you may seek my assistance." Jiang Shui smiled, her eyes curving delightfully. "Very well. Subsequently, the trio descended from the mountain. Throughout their descent, Jiang Shue's body swayed unsteadily, her typically soft pink lips slightly paling. Only she knew the extent of the torment she endured as two types of toxins battled within her, nearly tearing apart every nerve fiber. The agony she had faced since childhood paled in comparison to this suffering. Success meant she would live, while failure would lead to her demise. The secret arts inherited from the Yugu clan were indeed tyrannical. The siblings, Lu Wuji and Lu Linglong, followed closely behind as they made their way down the mountain. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Lu Wuji handed the ice blue flower to his concealed subordinate, instructing him to deliver it swiftly to the Wei Zhao Imperial Palace, emphasizing that Mr. Jiang Yunzi despised lingering in one location for too long, lest they provoke his impatience. Lu Linglong's almond eyes widened. What about us? Lu Wuji glanced thoughtfully at the retreating figures of Gu Wei and the others. We shall remain in Beijing for a few more days. I refuse. Lu Linglong exclaimed. Beijing is a desolate wasteland, utterly unappealing. I wish to return to Wei Zhao. I aspire to apprentice under Jiang Yunzi. What if he departs before I return? Lu Wuji's gaze remained tranquil, yet his words brooked no argument. You were the one who insisted on accompanying me, and now you demand to return with such obstinacy. Staying in Beijing will afford you a splendid opportunity to temper your spoiled and willful nature. As for Jiang Yunzi, his standards are exceedingly high. He would not take an interest in you. Lu Linglong understood that once Lu Wuji made a decision, it was seldom altered. Drawing in a deep breath, she stormed ahead in a huff. Lu Wuji paid her no mind and continued to relay instructions to his subordinate. Xie Ling and the others walked briskly, returning before dusk. Upon reaching the town's entrance, a large crowd surged forward, each household bearing eggs and pork, eager to present their offerings to Xie Ling. You must be Miss Xie. It is said that you led the expedition to Hujian Gorge. We are immensely grateful. This is a token of appreciation from my family. And from mine, here. Let us present ours first. Xie Ling, exasperated, accepted a small token from each household. Upon entering the inn, the Shi family rushed towards her. Xie Ling set down her burden and quickly instructed, prepare a clean room for me, and heat several basins of clean water, carry Shi Shaoxian inside. The Shi family sprang into action, and soon the preparations were complete. Xie Ling opened the wooden door and stepped inside, donned gloves and a mask, and retrieved her medical kit. Dozens of small knives, varying in length and thickness, gleamed coldly. With a steely gaze, Xie Ling commenced the surgery on Shi Shaoxian. 3 hours later, she pushed open the wooden door, her expression showing a trace of fatigue as she addressed those outside. For the next few days, no one is permitted to enter except me. With that, Xie Ling returned to her quarters and fell into a deep slumber. In the adjacent room, Jiang Shui lay with a pure white snake coiled around his snow-white, slender neck. Had it not been for the vibrant red tongue, it would have nearly blended with his skin. The snake's head was fan-shaped, adorned with 2 small diamond-like protrusions, its eyes a crystalline blue, its scales shimmering with a jade-like luster. This was the leader of snakes, the Yujiao. Only those of the purest bloodline from the Yugu clan could locate it, and it could only be tamed by the direct heir. Jiang Shui had deceived Xie Ling. Not every healer possessed the ability to seek out rare herbs. His discovery of the ice blue flower stemmed from the countless corpses of Yugu clan members buried beneath that land. The flower had taken root among the dead, while the 7-ringed snake served as its guardian. 100 years were required to nurture a single Yujiao. Jiang Shui closed his eyes, as if envisioning his long-forgotten homeland. At the distant peak of Tianshan, vast fields of ice blue flowers blossomed, perpetually blanketed in snow. The flowers bore a beautiful name, Songshan flowers. His grandmother had told him that after death, the members of the Yugu clan transformed into these flowers to protect their kin. In his youthful ignorance, he had asked his grandmother if all the Yugu clan were buried there. The pity in her eyes was beyond his comprehension. Later, blood stained the entirety of Tianshan. He was taken to the Medicine God's Valley. The world knew little of the Yugu clan, only recognizing them as a source of medicinal materials from the Medicine God's Valley. A century ago, the clan leader had fortuitously saved a member of the Medicine Goddess Valley while foraging on Tianshan. Unbeknownst to him, this act brought perpetual calamity to the valley. Every 30 years, the people from the Medicine Goddess Valley would ascend Tianshan to capture Yugu clan members. Those who successfully transformed into healers, like him, could cling to life, while those who failed were shattered and discarded in distant places. For the people of the medicine god-S Valley deemed the Yugu clan to be cursed, believing proximity would bring misfortune. At that moment, the Yu Jiao bit down on Jiang Shue's chest, sinking its fangs into his heart. A slight pain jolted Jiang Shue from his reverie. He clenched his teeth, his icy, elongated eyes betraying a flicker of sorrow. No matter how bitter or treacherous the circumstances had been, even when imprisoned by mountain bandits and treated as a woman, he had never resorted to using the secret arts of the Yugu clan. Fortunately, he had survived. With the toxins receding, his body felt light and vigorous. He would no longer be the fragile healer whom others could easily bully. Jiang Shue's gaze gradually transformed into a clear, translucent azure, reminiscent of a sky washed clean after a rain. Chapter 46, Jin City. The following morning, Xie Ling completed her morning routine and proceeded to Shi Shaoxuan's ward. Upon opening the door, blinding sunlight flooded in. The young man slowly opened his eyes, bewildered as he noticed the tubes attached to his hands and the iron frame beside him. Xie Ling observed that the bag was empty and replaced it with a new one. Shi Shaoxuan's lips were parched, and in a hoarse voice, he asked, "Sister Xie, what is all this?" He instinctively glanced at his hands, vividly recalling that his fingers had been bitten off the previous day. As this thought crossed his mind, his eyes filled with anguish. Despairing, he looked down, and the sight before him nearly shattered his sanity. He screamed, "Ah!" A gaping wound had marred his abdomen, and his hand was inside it. Shi Shaoxian could scarcely believe he was awake. He closed his eyes and reopened them, only to find Xie Ling's cold visage before him. Xie Ling had anticipated his shock and crossed her arms. "Are you done being frightened?" Shi Shaoxuan's complexion turned pale. What is happening?" Xie Ling rubbed her temples, unsure how to explain modern medicine to someone with no knowledge of it. After a moment of contemplation, she said, "It's akin to letting the flesh in your abdomen nurture your fingers. I can reattach your severed digits. But you must promise me not to disclose the events of the past few days to anyone." Upon hearing the words that his severed finger could be healed, a glimmer of hope illuminated Shi Shaoxuan's eyes. Were it not for one hand connected to N4 and the other resting on his abdomen, he might have sworn an oath to the heavens. "Sister Xie Ling, rest assured, the heavens know, the earth knows, you know, and I know." Xie Ling nodded, offering him a sip of water before stepping outside. Guli stood at the door, assuring him that if he needed anything, he could call for him, and he would seek him out. Due to Shi Shaoxuan's injuries, the group paused in Hujian town. Initially, it was expected that his hand would take several months to recuperate. However, with the infusion of herbal remedies from Xie Ling's spatial realm, his recovery was astonishingly swift, nearly complete within just 7 days. Xie Ling removed the stitches, and upon completion, Shi Shaoxian gazed at his fingers, now whole and unblemished, his eyes wide with disbelief. He lifted his shirt to reveal a minor scar on his abdomen. Without it, he could hardly fathom that Xie Ling had indeed performed surgery on him. "Sister Xie Ling, I almost suspect I'm dreaming. Your medical skills are simply celestial." Xie Ling patted his head gently, reminding him that his family must be worried about him and suggesting he go show them. With a cheerful acknowledgement, Shi Shaoxian threw off the covers and dashed outside. Awaiting him were the anxious members of the Shi family, who, upon seeing Shi Shaoxian vibrant and full of life, finally exhaled in relief. He proudly displayed his restored fingers, proclaiming, "Sister Xie Ling is truly remarkable." Many curious onlookers from nearby families gathered, intrigued by his miraculous recovery. Shi Shaoxian wished to announce to the world just how extraordinary Xie Ling was, enthusiastically showcasing his hand to everyone around while extolling her medical prowess. Yet, when questioned about how Xie Ling had healed him, he merely laughed it off, attributing it to divine medicine. Even when his family inquired, he kept his lips sealed tightly, as if they were clamshells. In a single night, news of Xie Ling's miraculous healing of Shi Shaoxuan's severed finger spread like wildfire throughout the inn, deepening the respect people held for her. The following day, the exiled group prepared to continue their journey. Meanwhile, in another inn, Lu Linglong leaned her chin against her hand, her countenance waning as she gazed out the window at the 100-odd individuals not far away. "Brother Wuji, when can we leave? I have learned that they are exiled criminals. Are we to remain tethered to them indefinitely?" Her gaze fell upon Shi Shaoxian, and her eyes widened in astonishment as her mouth dropped open. No. Brother Wuji. Come see, I can't be mistaken. That young man's severed finger has truly regrown. Lu Wuji cast a cool glance in her direction, his eyes slightly widening in surprise. Indeed. That woman possesses remarkable skills. Could the royal uncle also? Lu Linglong found it hard to believe, stubbornly insisting, Brother Wuji. Could I have misremembered which hand it was, or is it perhaps another hand? Just then, Shi Shaoxian turned, revealing his other hand, equally intact. At that moment, Lu Linglong was left utterly speechless, twisting her fingers and pouting, her eyes filled with disbelief. Lu Wuji's gaze sparkled with fervor. Linglong, the royal uncle's legs may yet be saved. Initially, Lu Linglong had not considered this aspect, but her eyes now reflected a glimmer of excitement. The siblings procured a carriage and trailed behind the exiled prisoners. During the week they spent in Hujian town, the outside world had grown increasingly dire. The North River Kingdom, unable to control the plague, enacted a ruthlessly cold policy. All villages and towns were sealed off, forbidding outsiders from entering. They seemed to imply that the dying from the plague would bring an end to it, for those who had fled their homes to escape war. This was a devastating blow, akin to declaring, "The court desires your demise." The exiled individuals donned masks as they arrived at the gates of Jincheng, still untouched by the plague. Observing the white cloth covering the faces of the crowd, Lu Wuji felt puzzled, speculating that the masks were likely protective against the illness. And he and Lu Linglong fashioned similar ones for themselves. Jincheng does not permit outsiders to enter. At the city gates, soldiers wielding long spears barred the path of the exiled prisoners. Captain Shin furrowed his brow, producing a document issued by the court. Brother, I am an official tasked with escorting the court's exiled prisoners. Are we not allowed to pass? The soldier's expression was as cold as iron. Exiled prisoners are still considered outsiders. You may pass only once the plague is eradicated. Captain Shin ground his teeth in frustration, knowing that by the time the illness was resolved, they would likely perish outside. He pressed on, none among us are infected. Could you make an exception? The soldier shook his head firmly, no exceptions. Chapter 47. The young man from the Yu family. The two sides remained at an impasse. Suddenly, Qin Daoyu stepped forward, presenting a note to the gate guard. This is for your superior to see. The guard examined the gilded seal on the note, accepted it, and hurried up to the city tower to deliver it to the commanding general. The general glanced at it briefly, his expression freezing in place before he dashed down to mount his horse and gallop toward the governor's office. In less than 15 minutes, the gate general returned, breathless, and hastily dismounted, respectfully welcoming Chen's family inside. Others, benefiting from the Qin family's influence, were also granted entry into Jincheng. The members of the Qin family strutted with their heads held high, while the matriarch, exuding arrogance, proclaimed, "Our Qin family was once a prestigious lineage, even in exile. Our prestige remains." Captain Qin inquired of Qin Daoyu the nature of this turn of events. Qin Daoyu humbly replied, "The governor of Jincheng was once a student of the elder Mr. Qin." At the rear of the exiled group, Lu Ruhan observed everything with keen eyes, her hand resting on her abdomen, a fierce determination igniting within her. She was resolute in her desire to enter the Qin family. Meanwhile, the Lu siblings were not granted such favorable treatment. They were firmly halted by the gate soldiers. Lu Wuji's attempts to bribe them proved fruitless. Lu Linglong rolled her eyes dramatically. "Brother Wuji, this is the North River Court. They treat the lives of common folk like mere weeds." Lu Wuji was equally astonished, unable to believe the North River Court's callousness. If this were Wei Zhao, such a thing would never occur. As the heir to the most prosperous empire among the 7 nations, Lu Wuji quickly devised numerous strategies to combat the plague, certain that no one would be as absurd as the North River Court. The two were compelled to remain outside the city, with nothing to occupy his time. Lu Wuji penned a letter to his royal uncle, mentioning that he had encountered a divine physician who might be able to heal his legs. Lu Linglong leaned in, chattering away, urging him to add more. "Brother Wuji, please send my regards to the royal uncle and tell him I will bring him delicious candied hawthorns. Also, let him know how many lovely dresses I have bought." The siblings had been raised by their royal uncle, with a bond deeper than that of their own fathers. Lu Wuji sighed in resignation, acknowledging her requests. He couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. Since 15 years prior, when his royal uncle had sacrificed his leg and endured disfigurement to protect his father, he had become reticent, often staring blankly toward the North River, lamenting an unfulfilled promise. Yet, whenever questioned, he remained tight-lipped. Lu Wuji had nearly forgotten the spirited demeanor of the former Prince Yang. This journey to the North River was not only to seek the ice blue flower and investigate the kingdom's conditions, but also to uncover the truth of what had transpired 15 years ago. Thus, at the letter's conclusion, he inscribed, "Royal Uncle, Ling Long and I have arrived in the North River. Would you care to reveal the identity of the person you let down, so we may assist you in your search?" The city of Jin has fallen into a state of desolation, with few pedestrians gracing the streets. The wind sweeps through the fallen leaves, and the crisp sound of hooves echoes upon the cobblestones. The procession of exiles has captured the attention of many townsfolk. As they gaze, their eyes wander to the wooden barrels outside the homes. These barrels brim with water, crystal clear and reflecting the azure sky, eliciting envy and longing as they instinctively swallow. Jin has been devoid of water for quite some time. Whence did this group acquire such a bounty? Meanwhile, the head of the noble Song family happens to be nearby. Observing the abundance of water among these outsiders, a dark scheme gradually takes shape in his mind. He hastens back to his residence, instructing the steward to summon the heads of the other noble families. The exiled prisoners wandered through the city for most of the day before finally locating an operational inn. This inn, though dilapidated, charged exorbitant fees, 10 taels of silver for the most basic accommodation. The innkeeper, with his greedy, beady eyes, shouted, "If you don't wish to stay, then leave. It's a privilege just to accommodate your ragtag group." Faced with the prospect of sleeping on the streets, the group reluctantly agreed to stay. Those with wealth, like the Gu family, occupied the better rooms, while the less fortunate settled in the storage and side rooms. After dinner, Xie Ling borrowed a wooden tub from the innkeeper, heated water herself, and allowed the women of the family to indulge in a comforting bath. The Song family was now facing increasing difficulties, with only 2 or 3 months remaining until delivery. Xie Ling remained vigilant regarding her condition. In such sweltering heat, and with the constant travel, the possibility of premature labor loomed. Recently, the matriarch of the Song family had been lost in thought more frequently, often unresponsive even when Xie Ling called her name multiple times. Upon inquiring with Pei, Xie Ling discovered that it was the birthday of the eldest son of the Gu family. Surely, the matriarch must be missing him. Recalling the conversation she had overheard between the crown prince, Xie Ling sighed deeply. The eldest son of the Gu family was, regrettably, no longer among the living. Yet, Xie Ling dared not share this with the matriarch. The family was doing everything possible to bring her joy. Upon hearing the matriarch express a desire for sour plums, Xie Ling scoured her belongings, but found none. Thus, she resolved to venture out to procure some. Ruer, eager to accompany her, insisted on going along. The duo made their way to the eastern market of Jin. As evening approached, many shops were closing, and despite searching through various dried goods and fruit vendors, Xie Ling could not find any sour plums. Ultimately, she stumbled upon a pharmacy. Xie Ling planned to make a cooling soup and happened to need a specific herb. So she casually inquired, "Do you have licorice?" The pharmacy's proprietor, without lifting his head, retreated to the left side herb storage, muttering, "We just renovated yesterday, so I can't find it either." Xie Ling entered the herb storage, instructing Ruer to stand patiently by the side. However, the storage was in utter disarray, and it was only after much rummaging that she finally located the herb. When she glanced up, Ruer had mysteriously vanished. Her heart skipped a beat as she rushed outside, asking the shopkeeper, "Where's the little girl who was with me?" The shopkeeper remained in his daze, responding, "I don't know." In a fit of desperation, Xie Ling slammed a 1,000-tael silver note before him, demanding, "What about now?" The shopkeeper's eyes widened slightly as he swiftly pocketed the note, grinning. "If only you had mentioned you had money sooner. I would never have let you search for licorice alone. That little girl likely went off with that boy from the Yu family." Xie Ling furrowed her brow. "What Yu family? Take me to them." The shopkeeper scoffed. "Just a poor lad. He has no money and comes here to get medicine on credit. He lives in the Wutong Alley on the west side of the city. You can find your way there yourself." Xie Ling abruptly yanked his collar, her voice icy. "Having taken my money, you are obliged to assist me. Lead the way swiftly." Chapter 48, Wutong Alley. Wutong Alley lies behind the North Market, which is filled with livestock and foul odors, the streets rife with black, putrid water mingled with animal waste. Under the sun, the stench becomes so overwhelming that it clouds one's vision. The shopkeeper, having escorted Xie Ling to the North Market, pinched his nose and quickly departed. Xie Ling, pressed for time, paid little mind as she hurried into Wutong Alley. The alley was shaded by several tall sycamore trees, offering a refreshing respite. Xie Ling casually grabbed a passerby to inquire about the Yu family's residence. You mean Yuicho? His home is just ahead. I'll take you there. The helpful stranger guided Xie Ling to the doorstep of Yuicho's residence. Without hesitation, she pushed open the wooden door. The small courtyard was modest in size, yet remarkably tidy. The cobblestones were well laid, and the seams were clear and straight, reflecting the owner's penchant for cleanliness. In the yard stood a tall osmanthus tree, its branches poised gracefully, hinting at the bountiful blooms of autumn, even in the midst of March. Xie Ling's cold gaze fell upon Ruer, who was happily devouring a candied hawthorn skewer beneath the tree. Striding over in 3 quick steps, Xie Ling seized Ruer's collar, her tone stern. Was I not clear in instructing you to wait for me? How could you follow a stranger here? Startled by Xie Ling's fierce demeanor, Ruer, with a hawthorn skewer in her mouth, looked up with teary eyes. Sister, Ruer just wanted to save someone. Save whom? You are but a 3-year-old. Xie Ling started to scold her, but upon seeing her pitiful expression, she couldn't bring herself to be harsh. Instead, she gently pinched Ruer's chubby cheeks. Do you realize you nearly gave me a heart attack? Ruer, sensing Xie Ling's change in tone, quickly climbed up the railing and exclaimed, Sister, please help Big Brother Yu. Xie Ling frowned. What Big Brother Yu? As the words left her lips, a young man dressed in plain attire stepped out from the courtyard. He stood tall and straight, akin to a slender bamboo, with his hair bound by a jade crown, wearing a simple bamboo green robe devoid of ostentatious embroidery, washed to a pale hue. His pale eyelids and thin lips bore an air of cool detachment. Greetings, Mississippi. I am Yuicho. Please take your knees away. Xie Ling promptly interrupted him, crossing her arms defiantly. What is your intention? You would do well not to exploit a child. My Ruer is merely 3 years old. However, Ruer rushed forward, clinging to Xie Ling's leg, and urgently stated, Sister, I chose to follow Big Brother. There is another boy inside who is very ill. I came to help. Big Brother is not a bad person. He even bought me candied hawthorn. Xie Ling scrutinized Ruer's eyes, searching for deceit. Had she spoken the truth? Ruer nodded. Xie Ling was taken aback. At only 3 years old, Ruer displayed remarkable intelligence. She understood that if Yuicho had approached her directly, she would have refused to assist him. Yet, by following Yuicho, she ensured that Xie Ling would seek her out. Thus, there was room for negotiation. However, to assert that Yuicho had played no part in this was something Xie Ling found hard to believe. Ruer, sensing Xie Ling's piercing gaze, clutched her sleeve tightly and offered the hawthorn skewer. Sister, Ruer wanted to do this again. I even told the uncle at the pharmacy that I was going to Big Brother's house. Didn't he inform you? Sighing, Xie Ling ruffled Ruer's hair. This behavior cannot continue. Your mother taught you to be kind, but kindness must be wielded wisely. What if you were a villain? Tears brimmed in Ruer's eyes as she replied, I know, but Big Brother looks like a good person, like the elder brother who went missing. I believe he is not a bad person. An elder brother? You mean Gu Yunjin? Xie Ling scrutinized Yuicho's appearance carefully. Although she had never encountered Gu Yun, she noted that the man's eyes and nose bore a resemblance to Gu Wei, albeit with Gu Wei's features being more strikingly handsome and refined. Suppressing her contemplations, Xie Ling turned her gaze to Yuicho, pondering who was unwell. Yuicho was taken aback to discover that the sister-in-law, reputed for her remarkable medical skills, was merely a young woman. He gestured towards the interior, indicating his nephew. Just as Xie Ling intended to step inside, Yuicho obstructed her, stating that his nephew was suffering from a high fever, vomiting, and persistent diarrhea, leading him to suspect a contagious illness. He expressed concern for the young lady's safety, explaining why he had kept Ru Jia outside. Xie Ling raised an eyebrow, inquiring if he feared for his own safety. A bitter smile crossed Yuicho's face as he replied, He is my only relative. What is there to fear? He instructed Ru Jia to remain outside and donned a mask before Xie Ling entered the room. Inside, the sparse furnishings revealed a small boy, around 4 or 5 years old, sleeping fitfully on the bed. Xie Ling pried his mouth open for examination and took his pulse, confirming without a doubt that he was afflicted with a contagious disease. Upon hearing this, a flicker of animosity crossed Yuicho's eyes. Xie Ling calmly instructed him to extend his hand. Quickly regaining his composure, Yuicho complied. Xie Ling took his pulse, asking if he had been the one caring for his nephew these past few days. He nodded, visibly anxious, and queried if he himself might have contracted the disease. She shook her head and inquired if she could draw a small vial of his blood. Without hesitation, Yuicho extended his hand. Xie Ling produced a glass test tube and extracted a small amount of blood. During the apocalyptic era, the flu had ravaged society, mutating with each infection. Yet, some individuals possessed innate immunity, a natural defense against such pathogens. Xie Ling suspected that Yuicho might belong to this rare category. If this were indeed the case, a remedy for the disease could be within reach. Xie Ling discreetly placed the test tube into her sleeve, concealing it within her spatial icebox, and remarked that she needed to analyze the illness afflicting his brother. Yuicho interjected that his brother suffered from additional ailments. Xie Ling frowned and continued with the pulse examination, discovering that one of the boy's nerves was obstructed, a nerve connected to the brain. Could it be a brain tumor? In a cold voice, Xie Ling queried whether his nephew had experienced dizziness, blurred vision, instability while walking, or a diminished sense of smell. Yuicho's eyes widened in astonishment. His tone filled with excitement as he affirmed yes. Precisely. He implored her to examine his nephew in detail. Yuicho obediently stepped outside. Xie Ling retrieved a solar-powered X-ray device from her spatial storage. Once set up, the screen indeed revealed a tumor. It was confirmed, a brain tumor. This necessitated a craniotomy. Xie Ling's expression grew solemn. Given the current medical conditions, such a procedure was prone to infection, rendering it unsafe. However, without it, the boy might have only a year left to live. Sighing, she stored the device back into her space and opened the door, informing Yuicho that his nephew's condition was rather complex and that she needed to contemplate whether she could provide treatment. Yuicho hastily bowed in gratitude, expressing his appreciation. Xie Ling, lost in thought, gazed into the distance, mentally outlining the procedure's steps. At that moment, a sudden cry pierced the air. Sister-in-law! Sister-in-law, save me, Hua! Xie Ling's thoughts were interrupted as she looked up to see Ru Jia being held by a towering man. A dandy clad in fine garments sauntered into the courtyard, fanning himself nonchalantly while exclaiming, "Oh, Yuicho, I wasn't aware you had a wife." Upon noticing Xie Ling, his eyes lingered on her with unabashed desire, commenting on her beauty and suggesting, "My dear, why not come with me?" Yuicho clenched his fists, positioning himself protectively in front of Xie Ling. Zhao Yuanduan. "This young lady is innocent. I warn you not to lay a finger on her." Zhao Yuanduan sneered, his expression contemptible. "You dare to warn me? What is your status?" "I only spare you for my amusement. I could end you with ease. As for this lovely lady, I shall simply take her to my estate." Before he could finish, Xie Ling swiftly reached out, snapping his finger with a decisive twist. In a fluid motion, she drew a cold dagger to his throat, blood oozing forth. Zhao Yuanduan's eyes widened in disbelief, fear rendering him speechless. In an icy tone, Xie Ling commanded, "Release the girl, or I will count to 3. 3. Zhao Yuanduan screamed, "Zhaoda, release that child now." Zhaoda complied, allowing Ru Jia to rush back to safety, her eyes red-rimmed. Simultaneously, dozens of sharp blades fell from the osmanthus tree. Zhaoda was caught off guard and fell lifelessly to the ground, blood pooling around him. Zhao Yuanduan's eyes widened in horror, so frightened that he lost control of his bladder. Disgusted, Xie Ling frowned and kicked him to his knees. Just then, a cold fabric suddenly shrouded Xie Ling's face, obscuring her vision. Before she could react, a piercing scream echoed, and the cloth was torn away. The bluestone pavement was stained a glaring red with blood. Zhaoda lay sprawled on the ground, a sharp cleaver piercing through his back, his eyes wide open, devoid of life. Xie Ling swiftly turned to check on Ru Jia, only to find Yuicho shielding her eyes, cradling her in his arms to shield her from the gruesome scene. Xie Ling hesitated, questioning, "What is this?" Yuicho's expression remained calm, devoid of remorse. His narrow eyes were as deep as the ocean as he gently stated, "Zhao Yuanduan is the nephew of the governor of Jincheng. He harbors a deep-seated vendetta and will not let this go unpunished. I am unconcerned for myself, but you are different. I cannot allow you to be implicated. It is better to eliminate him to prevent future troubles." Xie Ling raised an eyebrow. "The governor's nephew? Aren't you afraid?" Simultaneously, she keenly observed the profound hatred that flickered in Yuicho's eyes upon mentioning the governor. Even in the face of the rogue Zhao Yuanduan, there was no such visceral loathing reflected in his gaze. Yuicho shook his head, gesturing towards a semicircular protrusion beside the wooden door. The blades beneath the osmanthus tree retracted in unison, and he expressed slight remorse. I apologize for frightening you. I will handle this. You should take Rugia home. After the blades retracted, the osmanthus tree returned to its original state, concealing the deadly apparatus. If Xie Ling's deductions were correct, this was a form of mechanical artistry. Such artistry employed mechanical forces to ingeniously control objects, achieving miraculous results. In this era, one of the four major sects, the Qin Feng Pavilion, was renowned for its mastery of mechanical arts. Reflecting on the apocalyptic era, she recalled that some reclusive families had also gained fame for their expertise in mechanical arts, with artisans known as yanshi. It was said they could create wooden birds that flapped their wings and lifelike puppets that could walk freely. Yuicho was far from the simple man he appeared to be. Xie Ling placed the carefully wrapped medicine into Yuicho's hands, instructing him to administer it at regular intervals to the ailing young boy afflicted with the plague. After receiving Rugia from his grasp, she gently covered the girl's eyes and stepped outside. Rugia appeared to be quite frightened, clutching tightly to Xie Ling's garment throughout their journey. At that moment, the street vendors had begun setting up their late-night stalls, bustling with lively shouts and calls, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Xie Ling purchased some snacks for Rugia, simultaneously imparting a gentle lesson that she must never accompany strangers in the future. Rugia obediently nodded, her tearful eyes filled with remorse. Her chubby little hands wrapped around Xie Ling's neck, lamenting that it was her fault and pleading for Xie Ling to punish her. Xie Ling playfully gave her a light pat on her bottom, eliciting a giggle from Rugia, who squirmed and exclaimed, "Sister-in-law, that tickles." In a moment of whimsy, Xie Ling began to tickle her again, causing Rugia to erupt into a fit of giggles, her cheeks flushing a rosy hue. Upon returning to the inn, the Pei family had yet to retire for the night. Having recently enjoyed a period of tranquility, Pei Shi, Song Shi, and Qiu Yue took pleasure in experimenting with new culinary delights. This evening, Su Jianyang was present as well, and the four of them were engaged in kneading something green and aromatic on a wooden board. As Xie Ling approached, Pei Shi promptly placed a small piece into her mouth, warm and soft, its delightful flavor wafting down to her stomach. Xie Ling exclaimed in surprise, "What is this?" Qiu Yue eagerly responded, "This is a specialty from Madame Su's hometown, called mianhaba, and it's simply divine." "Oh, I see," Xie Ling nodded, "I'll fetch you some more." Pretending to head towards the storage chest, she secretly summoned 5 cups of milk tea from her spatial realm, along with several bags of chips, spicy strips, and boneless chicken feet, cradling them as she returned. "Tonight, we feast on an exquisite late-night banquet." Observing Pei Shi's expression, Xie Ling suddenly recalled Yuicho and the similarities he shared with both Pei Shi and his family. She inquired, "Mother-in-law, do you have any relatives with the surname Yu?" Pei Shi pondered for a moment before shaking her head. "No, I do not." Xie Ling nodded, contemplating the curious resemblance. As everyone indulged in the snacks Xie Ling had brought forth, their eyes sparkled with delight at the exquisite flavors. A sip of the sweet, creamy milk tea brought unparalleled comfort. Qiu Yue licked the spicy strip packaging clean, savoring every morsel, and exclaimed, "Miss, what is this? It's absolutely delicious." "Spicy strips. I'll teach you how to make them tomorrow," Xie Ling replied. Just as she finished speaking, a commotion erupted outside the inn. "You are thieves. You are robbers. You uncouth outsiders. It is a privilege for you to be in Jincheng, and buying your water is a favor to you." Xie Ling pushed open the window, witnessing a group of unfamiliar individuals arguing with the exiled prisoners in the open space outside the inn. "I am the grandson of Qin Zhengxian." Wu Zheqing stood at the forefront, his youthful face set in a cold expression. "We have declared that we will not sell. Leave at once." The surrounding exiled prisoners echoed loudly in agreement. "We have painstakingly transported this water. We wouldn't sell it for a fortune." From the bustling crowd emerged a middle-aged man resembling a steward, stroking his long mustache, questioning, "Why not sell? You have so much water. Selling some to us would not be a burden." Nearby, several lavish carriages stood, their curtains lifted, revealing affluent individuals quietly observing the scene outside. Xie Ling scrutinized the occupants of the carriages, all appearing to be of noble birth. Within the largest carriage, someone made a discreet gesture, prompting the guards surrounding them to vanish from sight. Furrowing her brow, Xie Ling urgently declared, "Quickly, inform the others. They are employing a diversionary tactic. They likely intend to steal our water." No sooner had she spoken than Yun Yang sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "I must hurry home to check." Gu Li and Xiao Yue also hurriedly departed to notify the Gao, Shi, and Wu families. The steward, seeing the stubbornness of the group, grew cold in demeanor and mocked. "Where do these unruly people come from? Upon arriving in Jincheng, one must adhere to our local customs." At that moment, anguished cries erupted from the Wang family on the first floor of the inn. "They are stealing our water. They have taken all of our water." The exiled prisoners outside changed their expressions, hastily returning to their homes. To confront these intruders, the men of each household stepped outside, leaving only women, children, and the elderly within, providing the thieves with an opportune moment. Except for the second floor, nearly every first-floor household had been thoroughly looted. The group of servants leisurely carried the stolen water away, brazenly taunting those left behind. Should anyone attempt to resist, they would simply upend the wooden barrels, ensuring that even if they could not steal, the exiled prisoners would be denied their share. Such despicable and vile conduct. On the staircase to the second floor, the servants continued their ascent. Gu Wei stepped forward and delivered a series of punches, knocking the foremost servant to the ground. Standing at the top of the staircase, Gu Wei deterred anyone from advancing. Outside the inn, the noble occupants of the carriages observed as barrels of water were carted away. They all disembarked, men and women alike, eagerly scooping water from the barrels and consuming it ravenously, gulping down several mouthfuls. "Brother Song, thank you for considering us. These outsiders have indeed brought ample fruit. Enough for several families to last for months. We are all brothers, it is only right. The families of Jincheng must unite in times of need." The eyes of the exiled prisoners burned with indignation. The journey from Hujianga to Hujiatan was quite distant, and under the relentless sun these past few days, every household had worked tirelessly for this water. Now it was being snatched away. Leading Officer Shin, along with several constables, donned light armor and brandished long knives as they stepped outside. With a chilling voice, Officer Shin warned, "Return our water, or do not blame me for being impolite." The steward, who had just been reveling in his triumph, now displayed a look of shock upon seeing the fierce constables. Hadn't he, the head of the Song family, claimed these were just ordinary outsiders? The attire of these men clearly identified them as officers of the court. The head of the Song family turned to observe the dozen or so constables, equally astonished. He had seen this group as nothing more than common outsiders. It was no wonder. The officers had removed their light armor in the heat, blending in seamlessly with the common folk. Seeing the Jincheng residents' lack of reaction, Officer Shin and his subordinates rushed forward, intent on seizing the water. The exiled prisoners, infuriated, followed closely behind. "Return our water." In the chaos, the two groups clashed violently. Xie Ling and Gu Wei also descended the stairs, joining the fray, appalled by the audacity of the Jincheng residents. Just as Gu Wei intended to pull Xie Ling away, he was astonished to see her wielding a spatula with agility, striking the servants with precision. In no time, 7 or 8 servants were sprawled on the ground, clutching their heads. Gu Wei blinked, questioning his previous perceptions of his wife. At that moment, a small green sedan passed by not far from the inn. The occupant lifted the curtain to survey the tumult outside, his brow furrowed in concern. After a moment's contemplation, he instructed the driver to turn back, halting in front of the inn. As he disembarked, he witnessed the shocking scene of the head of the Song family being struck on the head by a young woman wielding a spatula. Shocked, he exclaimed, "Song, what are you doing here?" The head of the Song family, upon spotting Zhou Wai, cried out desperately, "Governor, save me." Upon uttering those words, he collapsed to the ground. Zhou Huai rushed over, his face awash with dark fury. He bellowed, "Stop this at once." As he drew closer, his astonishment deepened. Not only was the head of the Song family present, but also prominent figures from various esteemed clans in Jincheng. Yet now, the nobles and their subordinates were being mercilessly beaten. In the midst of the chaos, no one heeded his command. These clans were, after all, his benefactors. The assault on them was akin to an attack on his very parents. Moreover, they disregarded his authority. Where was the dignity of the governor? Zhou Huai's face flushed with rage as he handed his command plaque to a carriage driver, instructing him to return at the swiftest pace and summon the soldiers. Who dared to stir trouble under his watch? Were they courting death? After a brief interval, the sound of galloping hooves grew increasingly near. The armored soldiers of Jincheng swiftly encircled the exiles. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, Zhou Huai declared sternly, "Who dares to commit such violence in the streets?" Upon noticing the lightly armored officials, his ire intensified as he glared at them, demanding, "Which officials are you to wreak havoc in Jincheng?" Only then did the crowd recognize him. One of the exiles shouted, "My lord, it was these clans who attempted to seize our water. We were merely defending ourselves." Zhou Wai sneered, "I see only you ruffians assaulting others. Lock them all away." He ordered his subordinates to assist the injured scions of the noble families, offering them gentle words of comfort. The speaker was the eldest son of the Li family, bewildered by the turn of events. How can it be that we, the victims, end up imprisoned? Gu Wei narrowed his eyes. "We are citizens, are we not? You dismiss the facts and throw us into jail. How can you call yourself an official?" Zhou Wai surveyed him with disdain. "Does this governor need the likes of you to interject?" Qin Daoyu squinted at Zhou Wai, his expression icy, bearing the marks of recent violence. "So, you're the governor Zhou Wai of Jincheng?" Zhou Wai felt a sense of familiarity about him, though he could not place it. Chen Daoyu's piercing gaze unsettled him, and he scoffed, "You have the audacity to utter my name? Seize him and silence that insolent tongue." Two soldiers promptly stepped forward, restraining Chen Daoyu's arms and delivering a flurry of slaps, 10 or more before he could utter a word. The blows were swift and brutal, leaving Chen Daoyu's face swollen and bloodied. Seizing an opportunity while the soldiers switched positions, he summoned all his strength to shout, "Damn you, Zhou Wai. I am the grandson of Qin Zhengxian." Never before had Qin Daoyu felt such exhilaration in declaring his lineage. Zhou Wai's mind reeled as the name Qin Zhengxian resonated within him, merging with the visage of Qin Daoyu. The lightly armored officials provided further context. Zhou Wai felt as though he had been struck in the head with a heavy object, his insides churning with dread. This was catastrophic. The thought echoed in his mind, it was all over. Meanwhile, an unseen observer watched the unfolding chaos. Chapter 51. Father and Son, let us engage in something unusual. Zhou Wai screamed in panic, rushing to assist Qin Daoyu, only to trip over a large stone. His head struck the ground, inadvertently pulling down Qin Daoyu's trousers, exposing his pale thighs and tattered undergarments to the world. Zhou Wai's eyes widened in horror as he met Qin Daoyu's furious, bloodshot gaze. Qin Daoyu trembled with rage, stammering, "Zhou Wai, I will see you dead. I will see you dead." Zhou Wai hastily raised Qin Daoyu's trousers, kicking the two soldiers aside in a fit of fury, exclaiming, "How dare you strike young Master Qin? 50 lashes. No, 100. The bewildered soldiers protested, "My lord, did you not order us to strike?" Zhou Wai delivered a swift kick to send them away, fearful of further inciting Qin Daoyu's wrath. "Get lost. Do not soil young Master Chen's sight." With one eye blackened and the other bruised, Qin Daoyu's features were nearly lost in swelling. He pointed a trembling finger at Zhou Wai, gasping, "Well done, Zhou Wai. Well done." And with that, he fainted. Zhou Wai lunged toward Qin Daoyu, his expression one of sheer panic, screaming, "Someone fetch a doctor." Amid the turmoil, the soldiers stood frozen, unsure whom to apprehend. The scions of the noble families were hastily loaded onto carts for medical attention. The exiles seized the moment to reclaim their water barrels, glancing sorrowfully at the contaminated liquid. "What a tragedy. Our water was once so clear and sweet." Gu Wei observed Zhou Wai's demeanor toward Qin Daoyu, contemplating the implications. Zhou Wai, narrow-minded and devoid of compassion. Why would he show such deference to Qin Daoyu simply because he was Qin Zhengxian's grandson? Surely, their relationship was far more intricate than it appeared. After a short while, the most skilled physician in Jincheng arrived, still groggy, his eyes half-closed and wooden clogs on his feet, hair unkempt. "Who is the patient?" Zhou Wai, in a state of frenzy, barked, "Do you not see the one lying on the ground?" The physician awoke with a start and rushed to examine Qin Daoyu, his expression grave. "This may result in disfigurement." Upon hearing this, Lady Qin turned pale, for Qin Daoyu valued his looks above all. As a young nobleman, his appearance was paramount. How could he navigate society if disfigured? Zhou Wai, filled with dread, muttered, "If you cannot heal him, I will kill your entire family." The physician trembled. It is only a possibility. Nevertheless, he diligently cleaned and treated Qin Daoyu's wounds. Moments later, he spoke softly, "He will recover with proper care. But there is one more thing." He hesitated, cold sweat trickling down his brow, igniting panic among the Qin family members. Summoning his resolve, the physician blurted, "This young master has suffered damage to his lower regions. It may be difficult for him to engage in conjugal relations." At this revelation, Lady Qin and the matriarch fainted. Zhou Wai's legs buckled, and he fell backward. The sole legitimate heir of the Qin family, Qin Daoyu, could not be allowed to remain childless. If Lady Qin could not bear another son, the Qin lineage would face extinction. Yet, both she and the family head were already in their 50s. Qin Daoyu was carried back to the inn as the exiles, having consumed their gossip, dispersed in stunned silence. Thus, the farce came to an end. Upon returning to the inn, families continued to discuss the incident involving Qin Daoyu, recalling the governor's violent encounter with him, all murmuring in sympathy. What a painful experience. This evening, only one individual was consumed by excitement, Qin Bake, the illegitimate son of the Qin family. Apart from Qin Daoyu, he was left with two other half-brothers, both of whom paled in comparison to his remarkable intellect and cunning. Should Qin Daoyu truly suffer a grievous injury, he would rise as the heir to the Qin family, a veritable transformation from a humble crow to a resplendent phoenix. He was so exhilarated that sleep eluded him all night, envisioning his future of commanding the illustrious clan, wielding power, and surrounded by throngs of servants. In the dead of night, unable to endure his restless state, he stealthily made his way to Lu Ruhan's chamber. Lu Ruhan had always kept her distance, living off Qin Bake's wealth. Unaware of the day's events, she was jolted awake by his presence, her face etched with irritation. However, upon hearing Qin Bake's words, she trembled with excitement. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she pinched herself. Is what you say truly real? Qin Bake, mistaking her reaction for joy, beamed with delight. Of course. Everyone witnessed today's events. Feel free to ask anyone. Honor, if Qin Daoyu is indeed incapacitated, I shall become the future heir of the Qin family. Upon our return to the capital, I will elevate you to the status of a cherished concubine, showering you with affection. Lu Ruhan, suppressing her own fervor, thought to herself, who wishes to be merely a concubine? I aspire to be the legitimate wife and mother of the sole legitimate heir of the Qin family. She caressed her abdomen, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Now 3 months pregnant, her slender frame concealed her condition. As Lu Ruhan's mind raced with schemes, a hot hand suddenly reached for her. She frowned slightly, feigning shyness, and softly replied, "My lord, I am unwell tonight. Let us engage in other forms of amusement." With enticing glances and a swaying waist, Qin Bake inhaled sharply, thinking, this little enchantress knows how to provoke, more enticing than the courtesans. Lu Ruhan laughed coyly, a glimmer of malice flickering in her eyes. Though her condition precluded intimacy, she knew that if this continued, Qin Bake would inevitably grow suspicious. A permanent solution must be devised. Amidst the heated ambience, the 52nd chapter unfolds, the capture of exiles. As Zhou Wei awoke, the Jin City magistrate rushed in, tumbling to the ground beside his bed, lamenting, "My lord, the esteemed families of Jin City kneel outside, pleading for your justice. What shall we do?" Zhou Huai felt a wave of darkness envelop him, haunted by the vengeful gaze of Qin Daoyu. His hands trembled as he stammered, "Zhou Ping, I struck Qin Daoyu." Zhou Ping paused, bewildered. "Which Qin Daoyu, my lord? What shall we do about those families?" Zhou Huai roared, "Which Qin Daoyu?" "The one from the capital, the exiled Qin Daoyu." Zhou Ping seemed struck, exclaiming, "My lord, Qin Daoyu is cunning and holds grudges. We must first apologize to him. The families can wait." With that, Zhou Huai tossed aside the covers, donned his shoes, and hurried out. Outside, a throng of Jin City families awaited, and upon his arrival, they swarmed him, clamoring, "My lord, those ruffians are despicable, wreaking havoc without regard for the law. They deserve imprisonment." Zhou Huai clenched his anger. "Return for now. I will address your concerns." The Wang family patriarch insisted, "Do not forget your promise, my lord." Once the crowd dispersed, Zhou Huai paced irritably in the courtyard, a brilliant idea striking him. "Of course, I can randomly select a family from the exiles to serve as scapegoats." He promptly summoned Zhou Ping, urging him to gather men and head to the inn without delay. Zhou Ping narrowed his eyes. "My lord, let Lord Su accompany you. I must attend to my mother's illness today." Given the recent rise in affairs, Zhou Huai nodded, understanding, and Zhou Peng departed. In Wutong Alley, a figure cloaked in black rapped on the wooden door of Yu Ichou's small courtyard. Peering through the crack, Yu Ichou promptly opened the door to admit the visitor. The cloaked individual attempted to step inside, but was halted by Yu Ichou. "Qingyun has fallen ill. Do not enter, lest you be infected." "Ill?" the figure questioned. "How do you know?" Zhao Yuanduan threatened the doctors to prevent them from treating Qingyun. Yu Ichou gazed at the osmanthus tree, his expression inscrutable. A fortuitous encounter with a woman led to Qingyun's treatment. Her skills are remarkable. The cloaked figure nodded, coldness seeping into their tone. It seems Zhao Yuanduan is responsible for Qingyun's infection. Over the years, he has bullied you, obstructing your path to civil service and commerce. Yet to treat Qingyun thus, he is a wretch. This illness is untreatable. Yu Icho's eyes were calm, his tone dismissive. I shall kill him. Kill him? The figure gasped. Zhou Huai possesses some influence. He will not let this go unchallenged. Are you not afraid of being discovered? A faint smile graced Yu Icho's lips, confidence radiating from his gaze. The stage is set. Uncle Zhu, just observe. By the way, what brings you here? Zhou Huai has struck Qin Daoyu. He now seeks to find another family among the exiles to serve as scapegoats. I wonder if we might intervene. Yu Icho raised a hand, interrupting no. Uncle Zhu. I trailed Zhou Huai yesterday near the inn. The woman who treated Qingyun is among the exiles. She has done me a favor. The cloaked figure's tone grew grave. But Zhou Huai intends to eradicate that group to appease the families of Jin City. Yu Icho furrowed his brow. I must release my plan early. I require Uncle Zhu's assistance. Meanwhile, the Goof family had just finished their morning meal when a clamor of metal rang out. Xie Ling opened the window to find the same magistrate from the previous day leading a small contingent of soldiers to surround the inn. Soon after, a tall soldier outside their door barked, "You criminals, come down." Xie Ling furrowed her brow, questioning, "What do you mean, magistrate? What crimes have we committed?" Peering outside, she saw soldiers stationed at every household, save for the Qin family. Zhou Huai emerged from the Qin family's guest room, standing in the inn's lobby, proclaiming loudly, "You have assaulted the citizens of Jin City and expect to escape to Lingnan? Once I have imprisoned you, I shall report your crimes to the court." Xie Ling retorted, "Crimes? Is it not up to you, magistrate, to declare our fate? All I know is that our water was seized, our people were assaulted, and we were forced to resist." Zhou Huai narrowed his eyes at Xie Ling, recognizing her as the woman who had knocked out the Song family patriarch with a ladle the previous day. He gestured sharply, "Seize her first." The soldiers moved to apprehend her, but before they could reach her, a figure appeared behind them, snapping the soldier's arm with a swift motion, causing him to cry out in agony. Gu Wei stepped forth, positioning himself protectively in front of Xie Ling, confronting Zhou Huai. His peach blossom eyes glinted coldly. "Do you remember when I led 100,000 elite soldiers through Jin City at the age of 17? At that time, Zhou Huai was merely a lowly scholar by the side of the magistrate Zhao. What audacity grants you the nerve to lay hands on my wife?" Zhou Huai gazed at Gu Wei, recalling the young prodigy who had risen to prominence at such a tender age. As he passed through Jin City, during a banquet hosted by the newly appointed governor, Zhou Huai found himself in a position of insignificance, seated at the end of the table. Unable to discern the governor's features, a flicker of anxiety coursed through him, yet upon recalling the tragic fate that befell the duke's household, a sense of schadenfreude welled within him. With a crooked smile, he realized it was none other than General Gu Wei. But what of it? Now, you are but my captive. Zhou Huai, you scoundrel, come forth. A sudden roar erupted from outside the inn. Zhou Huai's mouth twisted in surprise as he turned to see an elegantly dressed woman, her hair styled high, storming toward him, her face aflame with fury. In her haste, her skirts billowed, nearly causing her to stumble. "Madam, what brings you here?" He began to inquire, but before he could finish, the lady struck him sharply across the face. "Bring that wretch here," she shouted, her voice echoing with rage. Moments later, a servant appeared, hoisting a woman clad in simple attire into the room. The woman was a bloody mess, her body battered beyond recognition, unable to utter a coherent word. Zhou Huai's eyes widened in horror as he knelt to assess her injuries. The lady's ire escalated, her chest heaving with indignation as she kicked Zhou Huai in the rear. "You take a mistress, and that's one thing. But to keep Tsinrue's wife? You mean to drive me to my grave?" At the mention of Tsinrue, Zhou Huai's eyes narrowed. Tsinrue, the former governor of Yuzhou, had been dismissed and was awaiting execution. How had he become entangled in this? "You speak nonsense." Tsinrue, aware of his impending downfall, sent Lu Qingqing to me. "Do not slander me," Zhou Huai shouted. The lady scoffed. "Tsinrue was dismissed 2 months ago, and Lu Qingqing has only been pregnant for half a month. Do you take me, Zharui, for a fool?" She surveyed the inn with disdain. "I wondered why you were so eager to rush to this desolate inn this morning. It seems you arranged for that wretched woman to have a residence right behind the inn." In her fury, she kicked Lu Qingqing again, who winced in pain as blood seeped from her lower body. Chapter 53, Miss Xie, you are that deity. Zhou Huai's eyes blazed with anger. You cannot bear children. So you deny others the chance to bear mine? Qingqing, are you all right? Zhao Rui's eyes gleamed with madness. Of all the people you could choose, why must it be Lu Qingqing? I was betrothed to Xin Rui since childhood. It was this harlot who stole him away. Do you think a governor's daughter would ever consider you? Now that Xin Rui is dead, she seeks to take you from me. I, Zhao Rui, wish nothing more than to consume her flesh and drink her blood. Xin Rui, oblivious to the chaos, focused solely on Lu Qingqing. Bring a doctor, fetch the best physician. Zhao Rui, in a fit of rage, screamed, I want you all dead. She brandished a dagger, plunging it mercilessly into Zhou Huai's abdomen. The soldiers around them were thrown into disarray. Just then, Zhou Ping, the assistant magistrate of Jin City, rushed in, his expression one of shock as he surveyed the tumult. Sir, a body has been discovered near the residence behind the inn, belonging to Zhao Yuanduan. It has already been sent to the Zhao residence. What? Zhao Rui seized Zhou Ping by the collar. Which Zhao Yuanduan? Madam, your nephew, Zhao Yuanduan. Zhou Ping stammered. Moreover, villagers claim they saw him harassing women at the residence behind the inn a few days ago. Zhou Ping's vague remarks utterly misled Zhao Rui. She lifted her skirts and fled, pale-faced and muttering, Zhou Wai, you dare to kill my nephew for that woman Lu Qingqing? He was the last male heir of the Zhao family. I shall inform my father and have him kill you. You all shall perish. Zhou Huai exerted the last of his strength to stop her, but his words came too late. Zhao Rui had already climbed into a carriage. Zhou Huai collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Zhou Ping's face shifted in alarm. What are you all standing around for? Hurry, take the magistrate to receive medical attention. A soldier inquired, Assistant Magistrate, should we apprehend these individuals? Zhou Ping's expression was frantic. The former governor's grandson has been murdered. If you do not pursue the culprit, what use are these arrests? Can you not distinguish between what is crucial and what is trivial? Move to the Zhao residence. The soldiers lifted Zhou Huai and Lu Qingqing. Dispersing in haste, the inn returned to its former state, as if the earlier chaos had been a mere illusion. Households retreated behind their doors once more. With a worried expression, Xie Ling announced, we must depart this evening. We must leave Jin City at once. It is too chaotic here. Xie Ling pondered deeply, feeling that everything was too coincidental. Moreover, had Zhao Yuanduan not been slain by Yu Yichou? What connection did this incident have with him? That night, as families gathered their belongings and arrived at the city gates, they were met with the news. Jin City was under lockdown. The grandson of the former governor, Lord Zhao, had been murdered, and the city was in pursuit of suspects. The authorities decreed that not even a single mouse could leave the city. The surrounding populace buzzed with gossip. That pest Zhao Yuanduan has finally met his end. What a relief. I heard from my sister's cousin's neighbor that Zhou Huai was responsible for Zhao Yuanduan's death. Upholding justice against kin? No, it was Zhao Yuanduan who coveted Zhou Huai's mistress and attempted to assault her, only to be accidentally killed by Zhou Huai. Rumors swirled throughout the city, asserting that Zhou Huai had slain Zhao Yuanduan. Meanwhile, a letter stating that Lu Qingqing was pregnant with Zhou Huai's child was stealthily delivered to the capital prison, finding its way into Xin Rui's possession. The noble family's clamor proved futile. The military forces were preoccupied with hunting for the murderer, leaving no manpower to address trivial matters. The exiles were unable to leave Jin City and sought refuge in another inn. On the third day, Qin Daoyu slowly regained consciousness. None of the Qin family dared to mention the matter concerning his lower body. If they did, Qin Daoyu would likely go mad. The physician indicated that there was a chance of recovery, so the Qin family decided to keep the truth from him for the time being. Qin Daoyu's first order of business upon regaining his strength was to confront Zhou Huai. Pressured by his father-in-law's family and consumed by his own fury, Zhou Huai, who had indeed awakened, feigned unconsciousness, lying trembling in bed for 3 to 4 days. During this time, Xie Ling tirelessly researched a remedy for the epidemic while analyzing the surgical procedure for brain tumors. A few days later, utilizing Yu Yichou's blood, she successfully developed a vaccine for the plague. However, it could only be administered via injection. She continued her research to create a pill form for wider distribution. The surgical plan for brain tumors was also finalized, and Xie Ling made her way to Wutong Alley. Upon seeing her, Yu Yichou appeared as if he had been waiting for her arrival. The two sat at a stone table in the courtyard, and before Xie Ling could speak, Yu Yichou began outlining his recent schemes. Xie Ling narrowed her eyes, realizing that it was indeed him. the death of Zhao Yuanduan, the discovery of Lu Qingqing, and the lockdown of the city all played into his carefully orchestrated game, each move anticipated. It was a flawless setup. Gazing into Yu Ichou's clear eyes, Xie Ling found it hard to fathom that such depth of cunning existed in the world. A heart as intricate as a 7-petal flower was no exaggeration. Tentatively, Xie Ling inquired, "You bear a grudge against Zhou Wei because of Zhao Yuanduan?" Yu Ichou shook his head. "No, Zhao Yuanduan was merely a fleeting annoyance. It was Zhou Wei who sought me out." Yu Ichou's gaze darkened, his fingers pressed so tightly that they turned pale, a deep-seated enmity boiling within him. Xie Ling, understanding the delicacy of personal matters, stated her purpose directly. "I can cure your nephew's plague and brain tumor. Once I do so, we shall be even." Yu Ichou's eyes flickered with surprise. "You can indeed cure the plague?" Xie Ling nodded affirmatively. Yu Ichou then inquired, "Would Miss Xie be willing to treat others afflicted by the plague? Do you have family or friends suffering from it?" Yu Ichou shook his head. "No. I speak of the common folk of the world." Xie Ling crossed her arms, surprised to discover that Yu Ichou harbored such a sense of responsibility for the world. While she did not possess the noble spirit of a savior, as a healer, she could not bear to witness the suffering of countless innocents succumbing to the plague. Hence, she had dedicated herself to researching vaccines. Nodding in agreement, she replied, "I am willing. What of it?" Yu Ichou gazed intently at Xie Ling, his eyes profound. "I wish to create a deity, Miss Xie, and you shall embody that deity." Meanwhile, the Lu siblings were outside the city, desperately seeking a way to enter. They had dug a dog hole and climbed the city walls, yet still found themselves barred from entry. Chapter 54. The Lu siblings enter Jin City. "Brother, let us return to Weizhou. We have been here for 6 or 7 days. Our provisions are nearly exhausted, and the guards of this wretched Jin City are excessively stringent. Additionally, when will we receive a response from our uncle? I miss him dearly." Lu Linglong's once splendid attire had become wrinkled, her hair disheveled, with several blades of dogtail grass tangled within. Lu Wuji was not faring much better. His expression grave as he replied, "Not yet. Do you not wish for our uncle to recover?" Mentioning their uncle caused Lu Linglong to relent, silencing her complaints about returning home. She spread her hands in exasperation, "But we cannot get in. The dog hole you dug yesterday was only half finished when we were discovered." As she finished speaking, the soldiers at the gate pointed and laughed at the two of them. After so many days, the guards had come to recognize them. Particularly after the incident with the dog hole. Lu Linglong had barely managed to crawl halfway through before being yanked back out, a source of immense embarrassment. Her face flushed with anger. She turned away, attempting to hide her humiliation. Lu Wuji remained calm and composed, his demeanor as serene as ever. Observing him, Lu Linglong felt an increasing sense of frustration. At times, she even questioned whether they were truly siblings. Despite emerging from the same womb, why was he so composed, seemingly unfazed by the crumbling world around them, while she perpetually felt like a child? Just as this thought crossed her mind, Lu Wuji furrowed his brow slightly. Lu Linglong's eyes widened. "Brother, you frowned," she exclaimed, reaching to tug at his sleeve playfully. Lu Wuji waved her off, his voice cold. "Stop your antics, look over there." Lu Linglong pouted. Lu Wuji was always like this. She envied those sisters whose brothers dote on them without a second thought. Following his gaze, she spotted a carriage quietly exiting through a side gate of Jin City. How can that person leave? It appears that the edict is designed to restrict the common folk while favoring the nobility. Wait, they will surely return. Lu Wuji assessed the situation calmly. The carriage was heading towards Hujian Gorge. The Lu siblings concealed themselves in a small grove outside the city. As dusk settled, a carriage slowly made its way back. Lu Wuji used his agility to land atop the carriage, pressing a dagger against the driver's throat, coldly commanding, "Take us into the city." Or else the driver trembled in fear and nodded. Before entering the carriage, Lu Wuji thrust a finger sharply, sending a flying knife slicing through the air, embedding itself into a nearby tree as a warning. "You'd best not attempt any tricks, for I could easily end your life within the carriage." With that, he lifted the curtain and stepped inside. What they beheld inside the carriage left them both astonished. It was filled with tightly sealed wooden barrels. Lu Wuji casually lifted a lid, revealing it to be filled to the brim with water. Lu Linglong, perplexed, asked, "Brother, what are they transporting water for?" Lu Wuji quickly deduced the reason. The North River was experiencing drought, Jin City was also without water, and given the city's lockdown, the water shortage must be dire. Hujian Gorge, however, had water, and it seemed the noble families of Jin City had secretly learned of this and were now covertly transporting water. Why was this not made public? Naturally, it was to profit. This batch of water would likely be sold at exorbitant prices. As long as Jin City remained sealed, news of Hujian Gorge's water would not spread. For survival, the common people would have no choice but to buy water at inflated prices from these noble families. As for the city's officials, they were surely aware of the situation in Hujian Gorge. Otherwise, how could they allow the nobles to leave? Lu Wuji furrowed his brow, letting out a deep sigh. The greatest hardship lay with the common folk. The carriage gradually rolled into the main thoroughfare, stopping before the largest noble family in Jin City, the Song family. Lu Wuji swiftly ushered Lu Linglong out of the carriage. Before departing, he glanced back at the Song family's sign, the governor's residence. Before entering, Zhou Ping knocked thrice on the door. Zhou Wai, recognizing Zhou Ping's voice, opened his eyes with a grimace. Damn it, that hurts like hell. Zhao Rui, that she-devil, really dared to stab me. Zhou Ping bowed slightly, ingratiatingly responding, Sir, the heavens favor the virtuous. You will surely recover swiftly. Zhou Wai waved his hand dismissively. Spare me the niceties. Has the Song family procured the water? Zhou Peng nodded. They have. The Song family stated it would be a 60-40 split. They take 4. We take 6. Furthermore, the head of the Song family insists that prisoners must be exiled to death. Zhou Huai smirked. Well done. Have them send more manpower to fetch water. The tiger in Hujian Gorge has been slain by someone. As for the exiled prisoners, I will handle that later. Zhou Ping nodded and inquired, what about the Zhao family? Should I tell them you are still unconscious and find a scapegoat? Zhou Huai snorted, his expression darkening. It seems we have no choice. The Zhao family is filled with fools. If I truly wished to kill Zhao Yuanduan, would I leave any evidence for them to discover? I wonder who orchestrated this. Even Lu Qingqing has been implicated. Very well, I shall play along. At this point, Zhou Wai narrowed his eyes. Had it not been for your ambiguous remarks at the inn, Zhao Rui would not have suspected me. Zhou Ping, filled with regret, immediately slapped himself twice. It was my clumsiness. In my haste, I spoke too freely. Sir, I have been with you since I was 15. You must not doubt my loyalty. Zhou Huai halted his actions. That was not my intent. If I cannot trust you, then I have no one else to rely on. The two continued their clandestine plotting. Zhou Ping slinked out, closing the door behind him. Zhou Huai's gaze remained fixed on his retreating figure, his eyes glinting with coldness. Was Zhou Ping truly trustworthy? He had his doubts. In the alley of Wutong, as the moonlight danced upon the willow branches, Xie Ling finally emerged from Yu Ichou's nephew's chamber. The craniotomy was a major operation, and she had completed it in less time than she had anticipated. Just as she removed her gloves, Yu Ichou hurried over. A look of urgency etched across his face. This was the first time Xie Ling had seen such an expression on him since their acquaintance. Miss Xie, how did it go? Did you not mention there was a chance of failure? Xie Ling replied, that statement was merely a professional caution. I never undertake surgeries without confidence. It was a resounding success, so fret not. Yu Ichou let out a deep sigh of relief, eager to enter, but Xie Ling blocked his path. In these past few days, no one is permitted entry except for me. Yu Ichou cooperatively retracted his foot. After pondering for a moment, he inquired, what have you thought about the matter I mentioned, Miss Xie? Xie Ling genuinely did not wish to assume the role of a goddess. She preferred to remain low-key and inconspicuous. Yet, she had always been one to leave her words half-spoken. Raising an eyebrow, she replied, I will consider it when I return. Yu Ichou nodded. Very well. Before departing, Xie Ling drew a vial of his blood, contemplating that it should suffice. As she opened the door, she noticed a figure clad entirely in a dark cloak standing outside. The cloaked individual nodded at Xie Ling and strode past her into Yu Ichou's courtyard. Before she could reach the inn's entrance, she spotted a tall, elegant silhouette in the distance. It was Gu Wei. The crescent moon hung in the treetops, and Gu Wei, dressed in a flowing white robe that seemed to shimmer with a celestial glow, held a lantern and smiled, nodding in her direction. Xie Ling asked, what brings you here? Gu Wei took her hand, expressing concern. I was worried you might be afraid of the dark, so I waited here for you. He did not question Xie Ling about her whereabouts or why she had returned so late, but instead chose to illuminate her path home with a guiding light in the enveloping darkness. His unwavering trust in her warmed Xie Ling's heart, leaving her momentarily speechless. She lowered her head and murmured an acknowledgement. Upon reaching the door to her guest room, she saw Xie Ling heading towards the room occupied by the Pei family. Gu Wei grasped the edge of her sleeve. With his long lashes casting shadows over his high nose and thin lips curving slightly, he asked, "My lady, how much longer must we sleep apart?" Chapter 55, Space Upgrade. The appearance of the medical vault. Xie Ling looked up at Gu Wei. "Let us begin tonight. We shall not sleep separately." With that, she boldly pushed open Gu Wei's door. "Come on, why are you standing there in a daze?" Gu Wei, somewhat incredulous, glanced at the petite figure on the bed. Why was Xie Ling so agreeable? What of all the lengthy drafts he had composed? He chuckled softly, stepped into the room, and lit a candle. Then he went to the kitchen, filled a basin with warm water, and brought it back. The candle cast a warm, golden glow, creating a cozy atmosphere. Xie Ling sat beneath the light, engrossed in researching the vaccine for the plague. How could she transform a syringe into a pill? How could the pill effectively exert its medicinal properties and diffuse into the bloodstream? Although Xie Ling excelled in pharmacology, she found herself puzzled at that moment. Lost in thought, she felt a warmth at her feet. Looking down, she saw Gu Wei crouching beside her, placing his other foot into the warm water. They say that a beauty appears even more enchanting when viewed from a distance. From her vantage point, Gu Wei's features appeared even more striking. His broad shoulders and the prominent Adam's apple in his neck exuded masculinity. The hands resting on her feet, however, lacked the delicate beauty of his face. They were long-fingered, with prominent veins and slightly calloused fingertips that sent a tingling sensation up her ankle. Feeling ticklish, Xie Ling quickly lifted her foot. "All right, I can wash myself." Gu Wei smiled, "Very well." He then removed his outer garment, draping it over a nearby hanger, revealing a thin undershirt that subtly showcased his defined abdominal muscles. He then approached and washed his feet in the water she had used. Xie Ling had already climbed into bed, but was still waiting for Gu Wei, who lay on the nearby couch, his long legs dangling off the edge. She had intended to get closer to Gu Wei, hoping to see if the space could upgrade. If Gu Wei was sleeping on the bed, then what was the point of her coming over? She had already mentioned the matter of sharing a room with Gu Wei. But this body had yet to undergo its first cycle, making it inappropriate for them to share a bed, at least until she matured. She trusted Gu Wei's character, believing he would not take advantage of her. Xie Ling called out, "Come sleep on the bed." Gu Wei, clearly not asleep, opened his eyes immediately, his expression a mixture of hesitation. Under Xie Ling's encouragement, Gu Wei slowly made his way over, settling into a corner of the bed. Xie Ling soon fell asleep, her gentle breathing filling the room. The faint scent of a woman lingered in Gu Wei's nostrils, a fragrance he had never encountered in the military, driving him nearly to madness. Gazing at the bed curtains, Gu Wei lamented, questioning why he had brought Xie Ling to share his bed, digging a pit for himself. Were it not for his remarkable self-control, he would have spent the entire night awake. The following morning, Gu Wei lowered his gaze and indeed noticed his younger brother, who had already risen and was standing upright, nearly lifting the blanket off. Gu Wei, feeling a rare sense of embarrassment, glanced at Xie Ling, who was still asleep. Just as he was about to throw off the covers and get out of bed, Xie Ling suddenly opened her cool, clear eyes, her gaze locking onto Gu Wei's lower half. Xie Ling's expression momentarily faltered, and she quickly turned away, thinking to herself that it was a natural physiological response. Although she had seen Gu Wei in his entirety before, he had been flaccid at that time. Now, even through the fabric, he appeared impressively substantial, nearly as thick as her wrist. Gu Wei's face reddened, his ears flushed, and he hurriedly exited the room to fetch washing water for Xie Ling from the kitchen. As if escaping, Xie Ling, being a doctor with a robust mentality, quickly regained her composure after only a few seconds of embarrassment. After washing up, she slipped into her space. The verdant hills remained unchanged, revealing only a single area stocked with supplies, while the rest appeared a blank expanse, devoid of change. The armory was nowhere to be seen. She only possessed 500 rounds for her pistol. She needed to make haste. As Xie Ling strolled along the mountainside, she found the fruits ripe, bending the branches under their weight, wafting a sweet aroma. She plucked a juicy peach, wiped it on her garment, and took a bite. It was sweet, succulent, and crisp, delicious. She made her way towards the herb garden. It looks good, vibrant, and full of life. But did her space truly upgrade? Xie Ling pondered. At that moment, she sensed a difference beneath her feet. The ground felt harder, almost like iron. Xie Ling's eyes widened in astonishment. It was her medical vault. Oh my goodness. Her medical vault had appeared. Nestled within the green hills, her medical vault served as a refuge, representing her ultimate trump card in the apocalypse. Should the world succumb to chaos and humanity face extinction, she could survive a lifetime within the vault. Not only was it stocked with a plethora of medical supplies and advanced surgical equipment, but it also contained ample food and weaponry. Xie Ling's eyes glistened with excitement as she hurriedly recalled the entrance mechanism. Moments later, the ground split open, revealing a twisted staircase. At the end of the staircase, a faint blue light glimmered. Xie Ling rushed inside. The medical vault was just as she remembered it, with test tubes filled with experimental materials on the workbench. As she stepped in, a sweet, youthful voice rang out. Master, 0188 has missed you so much. Where have you been? Xie Ling blinked in surprise. 0188. How did you come here? 0188 was the latest generation of intelligent AI, developed at the pinnacle of human technology, all-knowing and singular in the world. She had received it as a gift from a prominent American scientist whom she had once saved. 0188's voice brimmed with grievance, of course. I will be where my master is. Master, this body is not truly yours, is it? Thankfully, I am bound to your mental energy, otherwise 0188 would have been unable to locate you. Whoa. Xie Ling furrowed her brow. This AI was commendable in many respects, but exceedingly spoiled, resembling a petulant child. Considering the AI's vast knowledge, Xie Ling inquired, 0188, how can we transform the vaccine in a test tube into a pill form while preserving its medicinal properties? Upon receiving the query, the database began retrieving information from the Human Herbal Medicine Repository, merging scientific knowledge, with the progress reaching 70, 90, 100% master. The results have been compiled. Please extract. Chapter 56. The Merchant Selling Water. A complex sequence of codes appeared on the enormous display screen. Xie Ling commanded, extract. The codes instantaneously transformed into text, which Xie Ling meticulously reviewed. 0188 eagerly chimed in, Master, praise me quickly. Xie Ling nodded, yes, splendid. Then, with a mere thought, she extracted the blood sample of Yuicho stored in the old residence and promptly commenced the preparation of the pills. The pharmacy was equipped with numerous medical instruments, making the process especially convenient and swift. Several hours later, Xie Ling successfully concocted a batch of pills, thoughtfully adding a touch of powdered sugar. She recalled how, as a child, doctors would offer them sugar pills after vaccinations. However, uncertain of the pills' effects, Xie Ling resolved to test them herself. 0188 immediately applauded, Master is truly amazing. During your pill-making process, I have absorbed all human knowledge in this world and perused every tome. Am I not remarkable? The AI's capacity for learning was indeed formidable. Xie Ling sincerely complimented, remarkable. 0188 beamed with joy, akin to a small child. Upon exiting the space, Xie Ling noted that only a minute or two had elapsed outside. Glancing up, she spotted 3 furry heads peering curiously through the doorway. When they realized they had been discovered, they quickly withdrew their heads, as if caught in the act. Li Guo had just come to find Gu Wei, standing at the entrance, loudly inquiring, Mother, sister-in-law, Sister Qiu Yue, what are you sneaking around for? Pei Shi smacked Li Guo on the shoulder, her eyes narrowed. Why are you hitting me, Mother? Li Shi sighed heavily as the 3 awkwardly entered. Linger, we came to ask what you would like for breakfast. Xie Ling, puzzled, replied, you could have just come in. Pei Shi thought to herself, isn't it to avoid disturbing you and Shijin? But she said nothing. Considering the young lady's modesty, it would be inappropriate to make her blush deeply. She merely asked, where has Gu Wei gone this early in the morning? Xie Ling, feeling inspired to cook today, responded, Gu Wei went to practice swordsmanship. I will prepare breakfast. With that, she turned and headed toward the kitchen. Pei Shi felt a strong urge to reprimand Gu Wei, thinking, leaving his wife in the room to practice swordplay so early in the morning, how inconsiderate. She nudged everyone along. Pei Shi cast a sharp glance at the bed, stealthily lifting the covers to reveal a pristine mattress, tinged with a hint of regret in her eyes. Yet, it was of no concern. Linger was still young and likely unaccustomed to Gu Wei's affections. Gu Wei, too, was reasonable enough. Today, Xie Ling prepared jianbingguizi. The crepe was thin and soft, encasing a fried egg. She brushed it with a rich, spicy sauce, sprinkled it with scallions and white sesame seeds, and filled it with spicy strips, ham, lettuce, and crisp crackers. Taking a bite, the texture was delightfully crunchy, with warmth swirling in her mouth and the aroma of the egg wafting through. Li Gur, being a child, loved spicy strips and stuffed his crate full of them, munching happily. Xie Ling instructed him to deliver a jiambingguizi to Gu Wei. Gu Wei practiced swordplay beneath a tree outside the inn, accompanied by Su Xingji and Wu Zhiqing, Wu Daqiang's father, who were also strengthening their bodies. Second brother. Sister-in-law made something delicious today. She asked me to bring you some. Gu Wei set down his sword, wiped his hands, and accepted the offering. Wu Daqiang, upon seeing the jiambingguizi approach, could hardly contain his gaze. My goodness, it smells heavenly. He swallowed hard and shamelessly inquired, Li Gur, does your sister-in-law have more of these? Li Gur thought for a moment and replied, there should be some. He dashed back to the inn. Moments later, Li Gur returned, dashing back with jiambingguizi for Su Xingji and Wu Daqiang, the one given to Wu Daqiang noticeably larger than those for Gu Wei and Su Xingji. Wu Daqiang's face lit up with a smile akin to blooming chrysanthemums. Upon taking a bite, he stomped his feet in delight. The sauce was rich, the meat tender, and the juices from the pork tenderloin burst forth, tingling his tongue. Wu Daqiang finished it in just a few bites. He patted Gu Wei's shoulder, saying, young general, regarding that matter you mentioned, I agree. With your wife's culinary skills, how could I refuse? Gu Wei blinked, pondering, so this is a case of effortless gain? Your wife is formidable. As the three conversed, a group of people suddenly appeared in the distance on the street. The leader banged a gong, calling out, tomorrow at noon, water will be sold on Yulin Street, 1 tael of silver per bucket. Don't miss it. The morning in Jincheng was still relatively quiet, with only a few scattered pedestrians on the road. Upon hearing this announcement, the pedestrians quickly gathered around, each questioning in turn, is there really water for sale? 1 tael of silver is too expensive. This isn't selling water, it's extortion. The leader wore a scornful expression, retorting, if you don't want to buy, then leave. No one is begging you. With that, the group continued on their way, hawking their wares. Su Xingji frowned, pondering, in this drought-stricken Jincheng, where is the water coming from? And at such a price? Are they profiting from the crisis? Wu Daqiang's brows knitted together in anger as he glared at the retreating figures, exclaiming, there's water at Hujian go not far from Jincheng. These parasites are profiting because of the city's lockdown. This is nothing but skinning the common people. Gu Wei harbored a vague suspicion, yet he refrained from voicing it. At the inn, the group continued their raucous announcement, banging gongs and shouting, water for sale. Water for sale. Tomorrow at noon on Yulin Street, limited supply. The exiles in the convoy lamented, grateful they had stored some water, otherwise, relying solely on purchasing water would render them destitute. How could they continue to Lingnan? Peisher shook her head, remarking, a dough of rice costs only 5 won. 1 tael of silver equals 1,000 copper coins, enough to buy 200 dough of rice. What they are selling cannot possibly be water. As they spoke, the innkeeper approached, his expression awkward. Dear guests, I apologize. We have been without water for 6 or 7 days. Now that we finally have some to sell, it is prohibitively expensive, and we cannot afford it, so we must raise our prices. What do you think? Peisher nodded, you have your difficulties. We have no objections, raise it. The innkeeper beamed with gratitude, hurriedly thanking them before turning to inquire among the other guests. After cleaning up the remnants of breakfast, Xie Ling stepped out of her room. Today, she needed to recheck the condition of the young man from the Yu family. Wutong Alley was bustling today, a stark contrast to its usual tranquility, with lively discussions about the water sales. As Xie Ling made her way through, she overheard snippets of conversation. I think I'll mortgage my house to buy some water to survive. We only have 2 acres of thin fields, it seems we'll have to sell. Not drinking water can truly lead to death. The elderly woman at the end of the alley died from lack of water. Isn't their urine? We just drink each other's. All the urine went to the children and grandchildren. Who cares about that old woman? Xie Ling surveyed her surroundings once more, noting that the leaves and bark of the phoenix trees, as well as the roots of the grasses by the roadside, had been mercilessly stripped bare. It seemed that someone sought to extract moisture from within. Shaking her head, Xie Ling mused that while she possessed water, she was no saint and could not save so many souls. Upon pushing open the door of the Yu household, she found Yu Icho preparing congee at the stove, a water bucket in hand. Spotting Xie Ling, he inquired, Miss Xie, have you eaten? Would you like me to prepare a portion for you? Xie Ling shook her head, asking, do you still have water in your home? Yuicho pointed towards the sky, stating, I have a rudimentary understanding of astrology. 3 months ago, I foresaw a drought in Jincheng, and thus stockpiled a considerable amount of water, enough for Qingyun and me to last several months. Would you care for some? No need. I have water, she replied. After finishing the medication for Yu Qingyan, Xie Ling emerged to find that Yuicho's congee was just ready, and he sat beneath a tree enjoying his meal. Both had words to share, and Xie Ling gestured for Yuicho to speak. Without hesitation, he divulged the information he had gathered, explaining the recent surge in water sales and Zhou Huai's plans to deal with the exiled prisoners. Xie Ling's expression darkened with indignation as she slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, how treacherous. The tigers of Hujian Valley were slain by us. Yet they have now become tools for Zhou Huai and those noble clans to amass wealth. Yuicho continued, Miss Xie, I wish to take you to a certain place. He led her to a desolate burial ground on the outskirts of the city. There, corpses lay piled upon one another, the ground saturated with foul, yellowish liquid, creating a horrifying sight, the stench of decay wafting through the air. As Yuicho inhaled the noxious scent, he could not suppress a retch and hurried to the side of a tree. After a moment, he returned, bracing himself against his waist. Although Jincheng was under lockdown, the plague still afflicted many, and Zhou Huai, in pursuit of political gains, had cast those stricken by illness into this forsaken place, executing any who survived before discarding their bodies. He gazed at Xie Ling with a newfound respect. Such a gruesome sight made even a stout man like him feel nauseous. Yet Xie Ling remained expressionless. How long has this place existed? She inquired. Half a month, Yuicho replied. The corpse water has seeped into the soil, spreading its contagion to countless plants, and the air is laden with viruses. Many have likely contracted the plague, though they remain in the incubation period. Within 3 days, the epidemic in Jincheng will surely erupt. Yuicho was taken aback by the rapidity of it all. Xie Ling cast another glance at the distant mound of corpses and blood, then turned back, declaring, I am willing to become the goddess. But you must share your plans with me. Chapter 57. The Descent of the Goddess. Yuicho admitted that his words and the visit to the burial ground were all strategies to persuade Xie Ling to accept the role of the goddess and join his vendetta. He had successfully alienated Zhou Huai's 2 major protectors, the former governor of Jincheng, Zhao Wendi, and Sun Rui, who now languished in prison. Now, only the final step remained, winning the hearts of the people. Yuicho's family had historically been adept at astrology and divination. His desire for Xie Ling to become the goddess was not unfounded. He perceived something extraordinary about her. Her destiny star, remarkably, did not align with that of the current dynasty. However, he kept this revelation to himself. Furthermore, Xie Ling was a benefactor in his own fate. Yuicho bowed deeply, stating, Miss Xie, I shall ensure that your efforts are not in vain. When all is said and done, I will present you with a treasured heirloom from my family. Public? Xie Ling raised an eyebrow. Are you not of the Yu clan? I am Yuicho, he replied, a name concealed for 15 years. Yet the blood feud has never been forgotten. Miss Xie, we shall meet again in 3 days. Upon returning home, Xie Ling extracted the plague virus and tested it on herself, becoming a living experiment. After numerous trials, she finally perfected the most potent version of the antiviral pill. During this period, she nearly succumbed to the torment of the plague. True to her predictions, 3 days later, Jincheng was indeed engulfed in an epidemic. The contagion spread rapidly, leaving almost no citizen unscathed. Even Zhou Huai, confined to his bed, fell ill, and the prominent families also succumbed. At this critical juncture, a mysterious woman appeared, shrouded in a white veil that concealed her figure. Anyone who ingested her pill would be cured of the plague and would not suffer from it again. The populace hailed her as the goddess, a divine being sent to save Beijing. This news swiftly reached the imperial palace, prompting the emperor to dispatch a special envoy to investigate. People afflicted by the plague flocked to Jincheng, knowing it was their only hope for survival. The city was compelled to open its gates once more. The goddess, moved by the drought in Beijing, performed a rain invocation ritual. 3 days later, the parched rivers and streams were replenished with a torrential downpour. The citizens revered her as a deity, and her renown surpassed even that of the royal family, spreading to the other kingdoms of the 7 nations. Throughout history, plagues had always instilled dread in every nation, wreaking havoc with countless casualties. Quietly, various countries began sending operatives to Beijiang. In an inn, Shen led a meeting with the gathered individuals. I propose we remain in Jincheng until everyone has received the goddess's remedy. What say you? No one opposed this notion. The plague was life-threatening. Moreover, everyone yearned to bask in the goddess's good fortune. Pei clutched Xie Ling's hand, suggesting, Linger, let us also go to the goddess and procure some medicine. Xie Ling shook her head, replying, Grandmother, you all go ahead. I have not been feeling well these past few days, so I shall stay indoors. Please seek the remedy on my behalf. Pei nodded regretfully, very well, do take care of yourself. Xie Ling had no intention of divulging the details concerning the goddess to the Gu family, as it involved Yu Icho's privacy, which she found difficult to articulate. The goddess's whereabouts were unpredictable. That evening, an official rushed into the inn, exclaiming, the goddess is distributing medicine outside the city today. The patrons, regardless of their activities, sprinted toward the city gates, fearing they would miss their chance. Pei, who had been sewing, tossed her work aside and grabbed Chiu Yue, dashing out. Even Lu Ruhan, who had been hiding, donned a wide-brimmed hat and followed the throng to the outskirts of the city. In ancient times, superstition prevailed, with the populace revering deities and spirits, all eager to partake in the goddess's blessings. Outside Jincheng, a sea of humanity surged forth. The moment Xie Ling appeared, the crowd knelt before her, exclaiming with fervor, the goddess has descended. All is well with the world. Some wept uncontrollably, crying, Heaven is merciful. A deity has come to save us from peril. Xie Ling discreetly concealed a small speaker in her sleeve and proclaimed loudly, the medicine for the plague is limited to 1 pill per person. Consuming more will lead to an overdose and death. Please do not be greedy. The amplification of her voice resonated throughout the area. The people gazed at her with reverence, affirming her divine status as her words rang clear. The medicine she provided was surprisingly sweet. Those who received the pills savored the taste, relishing the experience. In an era where pharmaceutical advancements were rudimentary, a simple sugar pill that cured the plague was indeed a miraculous occurrence for the populace. Xie Ling quickly spotted Pei among the crowd. She instructed Yu Icho to deliver medicine to Pei. Yu Icho donned a white mask and attire, exuding an aura of ethereal grace. As he approached, the people instinctively parted, recognizing him as the goddess's attendant. What business could he possibly have here? Yu Icho placed the medicine into Pei's hands, feigning a solemnity as he proclaimed, Your merits are boundless. The divine maiden has sent me to deliver this remedy. Upon catching sight of Pei's visage, a flicker of surprise crossed his otherwise impassive eyes. This individual bore a striking resemblance to the mother he held in his memories. Pei's face lit up with astonishment, and she bowed in gratitude, exclaiming, Thank you, little deity. All around, onlookers gazed at her enviously. At that moment, Lu Wuji and Lu Linglong were also among the crowd, having remained at the inn and thus evaded the plague. Lu Wuji's gaze was fixed intently on the white-clad figure ahead. Rumors had long circulated in the populace about the Divine Maiden's descent and the unification of the 7 kingdoms. Yet why did the Divine Maiden choose to manifest solely in Beijiang? Could it be that the people of Beijiang were merely engaging in deception? This reasoning seemed flawed. If Beijiang truly possessed a cure for the plague, the emperor would surely present it himself to bolster the royal reputation. Why resort to conjuring a divine maiden? Moreover, the torrential rains of the previous days appeared genuine. Could it be that she is indeed a divine maiden? If she truly is, she would not limit her benevolence to the citizens of Beijiang alone, but would extend her aid to the other kingdoms as well. He merely needed to probe a little to discern the truth. Just then, amidst the throng, a contingent of lightly armored soldiers emerged. The crowd bowed respectfully, and the leader addressed Xie Ling, saying, Divine Maiden, the governor of Jincheng requests your presence at a banquet tomorrow evening. Xie Ling turned to glance at Yu Icho, who nodded in affirmation. She replied, Agreed. At that moment, in Jincheng, Governor Zhou Wai lay bedridden, afflicted by the plague. A servant rushed in, breathless, exclaiming, My lord, I have procured the Divine Maiden's medicine. Quickly, administer it to me. Zhou Wai was on the verge of collapse from diarrhea. He had dispatched hundreds to seek the remedy, confident that at least one would succeed. The soldiers he sent to summon the Divine Maiden had just returned, informing him of her consent. Zhou Wai felt a surge of pride. The Divine Maiden's appearance in Jincheng signified his accomplishments in governance, as if heaven itself had deemed him worthy of her presence. Upon consuming the medicine, a subtle sweetness filled his mouth, and his discomfort vanished instantly. Zhou Huai's eyes widened with astonishment. Could she truly be a divine maiden? He must devise a means to retain her in Jincheng. It was a pity. He could have amassed a fortune by selling water instead. The soldier continued, "My lord, Old Master Zhao is aware of your recovery and requests your presence at the Zhao residence." Zhou Huai narrowed his eyes. That old man from the Zhao family, huh? He believes that by calling him father-in-law, he can lay claim to a paternal bond. I shall tell him that Zhao Yuanduan's death was not by my hand. And leave the rest aside. Chapter 58, Prince Yang of Wei Zhao. In the balmy spring of March, the gentle breeze permeated the air. In the Wei Zhao kingdom, at Prince Yang's residence, pear blossoms fluttered down like snowflakes, while the gates remained tightly shut. Beneath the pear tree, a tall and elegant man sat in a wheelchair. Clad in dark robes, a glimpse of his perfectly sculpted jawline emerged from beneath his mask, inciting imaginations of the breathtaking countenance hidden beneath. His legs, having long been unexercised, had atrophied, leaving his pant legs empty. Yet his aura remained sharp, akin to an unsheathed sword, concealed with latent brilliance. "My lord, a letter from the Crown Prince has arrived," a young servant in simple attire announced, bowing his head as he entered. The man extended his pale, slender hand, accepting the letter and unfolding it. After reading, the previously tranquil depths of his dark eyes revealed a flicker of suppressed anguish. "Bring me paper and pen." Once the servant departed, Prince Yang pressed his hand against his chest, the sorrow in his eyes flowing like a river against the current, sweeping away the bright spring light within the room. 15 years in Beijing, have you fared well?" When the servant returned, he resumed his facade of imperturbability, his stillness resembling a painted scroll steeped in profound mourning. After collecting the letter, the servant exited with his head bowed, allowing himself a sigh of relief only when he was beyond the gate, revealing a heart-wrenching expression. Who would have imagined that this despondent figure was once the unparalleled prodigy of Wei Zhao, a warrior who composed poetry at 3, wielded a sword at 7, and was adept in both literature and martial arts? Within the 7 kingdoms, who could mention Prince Yang of Wei Zhao without uttering words of astonishment at his genius? Yet now, disfigured and disabled, he was left a solitary figure, devoid of a wife or child. How could the people of Wei Zhao not feel a pang of sorrow for him? If only Prince Yang had not been disfigured, he would surely outshine the current crown prince. The servant shook his head, disappearing into the depths of the spring-laden courtyard. Outside Jincheng, despite the moon hanging low over the willows, the citizens remained spirited. Xie Ling found herself unable to leave, busily attending to Yu Ichou. To maintain an ethereal demeanor, she discreetly placed a small fan beneath her flowing embroidered robe, causing it to billow gracefully. Indeed, she exuded an otherworldly charm. With one remaining box of pills, she intended to distribute them before departing. Just then, amidst the bustling crowd, a familiar voice reached her ears. "Divine Maiden, could you possibly tell me whether the child in my womb is a girl or a boy?" Xie Ling raised an eyebrow, recognizing Lu Ruhan. Why had she not remained with the second household on Qing'an Mountain? Xie Ling raised her voice, wary of being recognized, and said, "Extend your hand." Lu Ruhan, under the fervent gazes of those around her, cautiously stretched out her hand. 2.5 months into her pregnancy, conceived during the journey of exile. Taking her pulse would not reveal the child's gender, and fearing she might terminate the pregnancy upon discovering it was a girl, Xie Ling declared, "It is a young master." Lu Ruhan was overwhelmed with joy, her voice trembling with excitement. With the Divine Maiden's words, "I shall surely bear a son." She insisted, "Divine Maiden, could you grant me a divine artifact to bestow upon me some luck?" With that, she planted herself firmly before Xie Ling, blocking others from approaching for their medicine. Some in the crowd began to point and scold her, yet she remained oblivious, her audacity astonishing. Xie Ling furrowed her brow and pretended to search for something. In reality, she retrieved a feather that had inadvertently adhered to her shoe earlier that day. With an air of mystery, she proclaimed, "This is a phoenix feather, which will surely bring you fortune and endless luck. Now, please step aside and allow others through." The feather was still adorned with remnants of chicken droppings and dirt. Lu Ruhan, her expression urgent, snatched the feather with gleaming eyes, treating it as a treasured gem, without uttering a word of thanks as she hurried away. In the distance, Gu Wei and Su Xingji stood beneath a great tree, gazing in this direction. Su Xingji's expression was grave. "My lord, What are your thoughts on this suddenly appearing divine maiden? Gu Wei observed the figure dressed identically as she had in Baishui town, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. It seems someone is unwilling to change even their attire, he mused, his elongated peach blossom eyes curving into an enchanting arc, undoubtedly the true divine maiden who brings hope to the world. Come, let us join the festivities. After waiting in line for quite some time, they finally reached the divine maiden. Upon receiving the medicinal pills, Gu Wei did not hasten to leave. Instead, he inquired, "Divine maiden, may I trouble you to divine my fate?" His voice was cool and deep, distinctly recognizable. Xie Ling's wrist flickered slightly. "Is that Gu Wei?" she murmured softly. "Please proceed," she replied. Under the clear moonlight, his azure robes harmonized beautifully with the surroundings. He spoke gently. "Could you discern whether my beloved and I will grow old together, united for all eternity?" Xie Ling was momentarily taken aback. How was she to respond? In keeping with the divine maiden's persona, she certainly ought to speak favorably. Yet, the embarrassment was palpable. Seeing her silent for a long while, Gu Wei gently uttered an inquisitive "Hm." Xie Ling gritted her teeth and said, "Young master, you shall surely grow old with your beloved wife in bliss." Gu Wei raised an eyebrow, revealing a serene and gentle smile, his eyes, concealed beneath long raven lashes, curving into crescents, exuding an ethereal beauty akin to a celestial being descended to earth. Many women around were left spellbound. With a hint of mirth in his voice, Gu Wei replied, "Thank you for the divine blessing. I am confident it will be so." Upon returning to the inn, Gu Wei was already fast asleep, resting obediently on the bed. Xie Ling quietly approached and lay down beside him. From the side, Gu Wei appeared to be in a deep slumber. Xie Ling thought nothing of it and drifted off to sleep as well. It was only when the soft sounds of her breathing filled the air that Gu Wei opened his eyes. With his hands clasped behind his head, he gazed at the moon outside the inn and pondered, what secrets has my wife been concealing from me? Yet, what could he do but indulge her? That night, the darkness was thick, the wind howled, and the sounds of insects chirped incessantly outside the inn. Lu Ruhan knocked on Chenbo's door. Chenbo, revealing signs of impatience, flung the door open. His demeanor softened slightly upon seeing Lu Ruhan. "Hano, what brings you here?" Lu Ruhan flashed a charming smile. "Young master, while seeking herbs in the outskirts today, I lost something. Would you accompany me to find it?" Chenbo hesitated, but her delicate hands slipped into his robe. Lu Ruhan breathed softly. "It's more exhilarating outside, isn't it?" Chenbo's eyes narrowed, a knowing lewd smile creeping onto his face. "I knew you were a little vixen. Running out at night just to find something?" He wrapped an arm around Lu Ruhan's waist and stepped outside. The two strolled through the streets of Jin City, passing through the city gates and arriving at a hillside just beyond. As dawn broke, a faint light illuminated the horizon, casting a rosy glow upon the mountaintops. At the edge of the hill, there was a cliff. Lu Ruhan pointed to a large rock at the cliff's edge. "Young master, let us play over there." Chenbo looked at the bottomless chasm with trepidation, but in a bid to showcase his manly bravado before Lu Ruhan, he declared loudly, "All right, right there." They climbed onto the massive rock and Chenbo, in a fit of eagerness, began to loosen his garments. However, as he removed his outer robe, a tremendous force suddenly propelled him towards the cliff. Chenbo was struck with terror, unable to grasp anything as he screamed and plunged into the dark abyss, startling a flock of birds into flight. Lu Ruhan took a deep breath and hurriedly retreated. Chapter 59, Leading You to Prosperity. When Lu Ruhan returned, the households were still asleep and the courtyard was eerily quiet. She fixed her gaze on the door of the Qin family women. As soon as she spotted a maid pushing the door open to fetch water, she dashed inside. Inside the guest room, the matriarch of the Qin family had just risen, sitting on the edge of the bed while a maid attended to her. Upon seeing the sudden intrusion, she was startled, exclaiming, "Who is this ruffian? Disturbing my peace. Begone." Following her words, a fierce-looking maid approached. Lu Ruhan shouted, "I carry Chen Daoyu's child within me." With a triumphant glance, she added, "Now, I am the only legitimate grandchild of the Qin family." The matriarch furrowed her brow, contemplating Chen Daoyu's current predicament. She raised her hand to halt the maid's approach and summoned the first wife. Lu Ruhan let out a cold snicker, taking a seat on a nearby stool with an air of superiority. As the first wife entered, she immediately spotted the coy Lu Ruhan and frowned in displeasure. As a woman of noble lineage, she could hardly tolerate the demeanor of someone from a lesser background. With disdain, she remarked, "Mother, The maid has already informed me of this matter. She turned to Lu Ruhan. What proof do you have that the child in your womb is of Chen Daoyu's blood? Lu Ruhan brushed aside her disheveled hair and replied with a playful smile. I had relations with Chen Daoyu 2.5 months ago. The child is already 2.5 months old. If you do not believe me, feel free to ask Chen Daoyu and the doctor. Oh, by the way. As she spoke, she produced a chicken feather from her robe, flaunting it as if it were a trophy. This was given to me by the divine lady yesterday. She foretold that my child is a son, destined for great fortune. At this revelation, both the matriarch and the first wife were taken aback. Ancient beliefs held that divine matters were not to be fabricated, thus they understood Lu Ruhan's claims to be true. The matriarch's gaze fixed intently on the chicken feather. The divine lady actually bestowed upon you a divine object? Hand it over for me to see. Lu Ruhan swayed her waist, concealing the feather within her robe. Her eyes wary. This is a unique gift from the divine lady. No one else may touch it. The matriarch awkwardly withdrew her hand, conceding. If it is indeed a gift from the divine lady, then keep it well. It may bring good fortune to the Qin family's lineage. This statement amounted to an acceptance of Lu Ruhan into their family. The first wife grasped the matriarch's intention and said, I shall arrange for a room for you to rest and nurture the child. Lu Ruhan's eyes sparkled with joy, and she clutched her skirt tightly. I want 2 maids to attend to me as well. The first wife looked at Lu Ruhan's hands with disdain, thinking, your hands are rougher than our maids. And yet you act like a precious young lady. How shameless to demand attendance. Nevertheless, considering her divine endorsement, she nodded. Very well. But I warn you to keep your mouth in check. Do not divulge any matters to Daoyu that should remain secret or else. After Lu Ruhan departed, the first wife promptly summoned Chen Daoyu to inquire about Lu Ruhan. Chen Daoyu appeared astonished. She didn't die? And she is pregnant? If so, she should terminate it. I do not wish for a child of such a lowly woman to bear the Chen name. The Qin family had not disclosed to Chen Daoyu the fact that he might be impotent. Thus, the first wife, with a murky expression, comforted him. After all, it is still a child of the Qin family. It should be kept. Once born, it will be raised properly. Chen Daoyu responded with distaste. Thank you for your troubles, mother. The next day, Xie Ling heard gossip at the dining table, relayed by Qiu Yue, about Lu Ruhan's supposed survival and her new status as Qin family's concubine. She flaunted her grandeur, parading with 2 maids and a haughty demeanor, boasting about the divine object she received. Xie Ling realized that Lu Ruhan's child was indeed Chen Daoyu's. As the weather warmed, the family dined beneath a large tree at the inn when suddenly laughter erupted from a distance. Everyone turned to see Lu Ruhan, adorned in opulent garments with a chicken feather in her hair, bearing a disdainful expression. Oh, if it isn't the Gu family's first branch? Did you think I was dead? One day, I shall trample you all underfoot. Ru Jia, blissfully naive, pointed at Lu Ruhan and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, she's wearing a chicken feather on her head. How ridiculous. Lu Ruhan scowled fiercely. Little wretch, what do you know? This is a phoenix feather bestowed upon me by the divine lady. There is none other like it in the world. Xie Ling toyed with her chopsticks, gripping them tightly before launching them like arrows, striking Lu Ruhan's face. Apologize to Ru Jia this instant. Lu Ruhan, her face pale with rage, retorted. Xie Ling, do you dare strike me? Xie Ling's voice turned icy. Indeed, I struck you. What of it? Lu Ruhan, aware of her inability to contend with Xie Ling, felt a surge of indignation that caused her chest to heave. She resorted to verbal jabs, declaring, you shall remain mere commoners, while I shall soon return to the capital as a noblewoman. Having uttered her words, she hastily departed with her 2 maidservants, fearful of incurring Xie Ling's wrath once more, and proceeded to the next venue to flaunt her supposed superiority, eager for the world to know of the phoenix feather bestowed upon her by the divine maiden. Xie Ling, observing Lu Ruhan's precarious hairstyle, marveled at her remarkable composure. Managing to suppress a laugh, she had pressing matters to attend to that day. After breakfast, she instructed Qiu Yue to summon members of the Su, Wu, Gao, and Shi families. These 4 households were closely allied with the Gu family. From the Su family came Yunyang, while the Wu family sent Wu Sanlang and Wu Zhiqing. Gao Wanhua represented the Gao family, and the Shi family was represented by the Shi brothers. A gathering of anxious faces congregated outside the guest room of the Gu family, each assuming that calamity had befallen them. Shi Shaoxian, a man of spirited temperament, prematurely inquired, Sister Xie Ling, have you encountered some distress? His brother Wu Daqiang echoed his concern. Xie Ling, confident in her judgment of character, smiled lightly and replied, "I have not called you here for misfortune, but rather for a joyous occasion. I wish to lead you towards wealth. Are you willing?" The assembly gazed at her in bewilderment. "Wealth?" Xie Ling elaborated. "Did not the divine maiden proclaim that fragrant pig intestines could ward off disease? Thus, they will undoubtedly be in high demand in the coming days. As fortune would have it, I possess the knowledge to prepare fragrant pig intestines, and I intend to teach you the method so that we may prosper together. Do you consent?" Many were taken aback. Having endured hardship during their exile, their savings had nearly dwindled, forcing them to live frugally. Now, Xie Ling proposed a lucrative venture and even offered to share her knowledge. Chapter 60. Barbecue with Iced Sour Plum Soup. Xie Ling continued. "Those who wish to embark on this business venture with me may place their handprint on this document, establishing a partnership." She took the time to clarify the principles of shares, ensuring that the honest nature of these families would not lead to future disputes. Everyone eagerly nodded in agreement. Excited to participate, Xie Ling nodded affirmatively, stating, "Allow me to present to you the findings from Qiuyue's market research on the price of fragrant pig intestines." She produced a ledger and read, "In Jin City, there are few vendors selling fragrant pig intestines. The lowest quality is priced at 500 won, the medium at 1 tael, and the highest at 2 taels of silver each. As for the current market, even the lowest quality has surged to 2 taels each, and they have been snatched up entirely. I propose we set our price at the medium tier. What do you think?" Everyone nodded in agreement, fully trusting Xie Ling's judgment. After outlining a brief business strategy, they set to work on their production. Each household contributed a portion of their capital to procure ingredients. Shi Shaoan, Qiuyue, and Wu Zheqing ventured into the marketplace to purchase pig intestines and alkali. They scoured every pig slaughterhouse in Jin City, ultimately acquiring 10 pieces of pig intestines. Under Xie Ling's guidance, they rolled up their sleeves and began laboring diligently. As they required additional hands, more villagers joined the effort. To prepare the fragrant pig intestines, the pig intestines needed to be crushed, a labor-intensive task. Beneath the great tree, the rhythmic sound of pounding resonated through the air as the men smashed the intestines while the women prepared the alkali, all proceeding in an orderly fashion. Xie Ling led a group to the mountains to gather peach and plum blossoms for use as spices and dyes. Upon their return, she spotted Gu Wei at a distance, seated at a stone table, joining the ranks with his sleeves rolled up, showcasing his strong forearms, his expression focused. Wu Daqiang was similarly engaged, pounding away with such vigor that it seemed less like crushing pig intestines and more akin to bashing an enemy's skull. His wife, witnessing this, playfully scolded him. "Be careful not to damage the stone table. I'll be keen to see how you remedy it." As fatigue set in, Xie Ling invited everyone to partake in a meal they had prepared, saying, "We've made some food. Please help yourselves." Pei Shi and Yunyang each carried a basket, distributing flatbreads to all. Qiuyue, having learned to make sour plum soup from Xie Ling, filled a large barrel and placed it under the tree, encouraging anyone who was thirsty to serve themselves. As Xie Ling and the other young women approached, Qiuyue hurried over with several bowls of sour plum soup. The heat of the day had left Xie Ling parched, and she drank deeply, reveling in the refreshing chill of the soup. "Miss, how do you find the sour plum soup I made?" Qiuyue asked eagerly. Xie Ling gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Delicious. How did you manage to chill it so well?" Qiuyue pointed to a nearby well, explaining, "I lowered the barrel into the well to cool it." "Brilliant," Xie Ling praised. Gao Wanhua brought over a winnowing basket, and the young women began to spread the gathered petals. The pear blossoms and peach blossoms created a vibrant tapestry, a sight to behold. These petals would require a day to dry, and Xie Ling planned to retrieve spices from her space for their use. The pig intestines were now thoroughly crushed, and Xie Ling demonstrated the next step by adding alkali to the mixture, kneading it until it formed a thick paste. The lowest quality fragrant pig intestines were complete, while the finer varieties would be enhanced with various spices and dyes. She produced several molds, the most ordinary being circular yet adorned with intricate patterns, exquisite in their simplicity. There were also more elaborate designs resembling lotus flowers, moons, and landscapes, each more captivating than the last. These molds had been salvaged from her previous ventures during the apocalypse and were now being put to good use. As the sun dipped below the horizon, they completed the production of the fragrant pig intestines. Each piece of pig intestine yielded approximately 10 fragrant pieces, resulting in over 100 in total. They laid them out in the courtyard to air dry overnight, ready to be sold at the morning market the next day. The lowest quality fragrant pig intestines, produced in the simple circular molds, remained uncolored and pure. In contrast, the medium and high-quality varieties, crafted in beautiful molds, bore intricate patterns and a faint, alluring fragrance that dazzled the eye. Each family had once belonged to large clans prior to their exile, and naturally, they were familiar with fragrant pig intestines. Yet none had encountered such exquisite craftsmanship. The sense of accomplishment in creating such beautiful fragrant pig intestines was overwhelming. Ru, pointing proudly at a piece, declared, "Sister-in-law, this is made by me and my brother." Xie Ling inspected the piece, noting a minor imperfection at the edge, but given that it was of the lowest quality, it was inconsequential. Smiling, she replied, "You did wonderfully, Ru, and your brother too. Children should be praised. It makes them even more adorable and healthy." As she gazed at the sky adorned with the hues of twilight, Xie Ling proposed, "How about we indulge in some barbecued delights?" Everyone was well aware of Xie Ling's culinary prowess, and although they were unfamiliar with the concept of barbecuing, the prospect of enjoying a meal without reservation was too tempting to resist. However, they did not wish to take advantage of her generosity and brought their own ingredients along. Xie Ling directed Gu Wei to fetch a bamboo stalk from the nearby grove to serve as skewers. Upon receiving her command, Gu Wei promptly set off. Meanwhile, Xie Ling busied herself with the preparation of the ingredients, slicing beef, pork, and lamb into thin pieces for marination, while various vegetables were cleaned and set aside. In this era, many modern vegetables such as corn, potatoes, and sweet potatoes had yet to be introduced. Fortunately, Xie Ling possessed seeds and planned to cultivate them in Ling, and when the time was right, feigning a trip indoors to retrieve something, she discreetly accessed her storage space to procure ham sausages, chicken wings, potatoes, and other delightful ingredients. As a true gourmand, Xie Ling had stockpiled an abundant supply of provisions prior to the apocalypse, leaving her unperturbed by the prospect of depleting her stash. The sight of the exotic ingredients in her arms captivated the attention of her companions. To quell any suspicions, Xie Ling cleverly attributed her bounty to her uncle, a merchant likely engaged in trade from the western regions. Consequently, her companions ceased their doubts, secretly admiring Xie Ling's fortunate familial connections. Just then, Gu Wei returned, dragging the bamboo stalk behind him. Xie Ling instructed the able-bodied men to whittle it into slender skewers. While they toiled away, Xie Ling and the womenfolk concocted a refreshing beverage to combat the heat. With a generous portion of leftover ice powder from the previous day, she resolved to prepare a delightful dessert. She dissolved the ice powder in hot water, allowing it to set before cutting it into neat squares. A drizzle of brown sugar syrup was then added, along with red beans, crushed sesame seeds, hawthorn slices, and an array of other toppings. The result was a crystalline delicacy, vibrant with colors resembling small mountains of toppings. The rich, reddish-brown syrup seeped into the crevices of the ice powder, exuding an inviting aroma. Wu Zhiqing emerged from the well, carrying a bucket of chilled water, and exclaimed, "The water is here." With a ladleful of refreshing water, the dessert was complete. Before the barbecue could be fully prepared, some could no longer resist the temptation of the ice dessert and quickly devoured it. Luckily, there was plenty of ice powder left for everyone to enjoy. The bamboo skewers were also ready, expertly crafted by Gu Wei, whose knife skills were unmatched, resulting in smooth, slender sticks devoid of any splinters. He proudly presented them to Xie Ling. Each household began to skewer their ingredients according to Xie Ling's guidance, ensuring a balance of fat and lean meat, while the vegetables were threaded together with care. The charcoal in the fire pit glowed a fiery red, and Xie Ling placed the iron grill over the flames, initiating the grilling process. Following her instructions, everyone sprinkled a variety of seasonings and brushed the skewers with oil. As the meat skewers heated, they gradually released tantalizing wisps of smoke, and soon the air was filled with an irresistible aroma. The group swallowed in unison, their appetites stirred. The grilled skewers emerged glistening, their surfaces a perfect golden brown, generously coated in chili powder, appearing utterly delectable. Once cooked, everyone eagerly grabbed the skewers, disregarding their temperature, stuffing them into their mouths without hesitation. The most succulent bites were undoubtedly the meat skewers, with a slightly crispy exterior giving way to juicy tenderness. As the rich flavors burst forth, a delightful harmony of spice and savor enveloped their senses, leaving them yearning for more. The cool evening breeze and the setting sun provided the perfect backdrop as they savored the sweet, refreshing iced dessert, an exquisite culmination to their feast. Laughter and chatter filled the air, creating a joyous atmosphere. After the meal, the women of each household eagerly took it upon themselves to clean up, not allowing the Gu family to assist. Xie Ling had generously provided them with additional ingredients, made the ice dessert, and offered various condiments, making their contributions feel almost negligible. Naturally, they believed in the virtue of hard work and the importance of gratitude. The skewers were all collected and cleaned, ready for future use. Once the remnants were tidied away, Wu's third son volunteered to keep watch over the fragrant delicacies, ensuring they wouldn't be pilfered, although they were prepared in the backyard. Members of the exiled group had caught wind of it. A young man from the Gao family also stepped forward. The two decided to take turns, one guarding the first half of the night and the other the latter half. Once all was settled and they had completed their evening routines, Xie Ling and Gu Wei returned to their quarters. Gu Wei fell asleep shortly thereafter, while Xie Ling quietly slipped out of bed. However, the moment she departed, Gu Wei's eyes snapped open, clarity illuminating his gaze. He invoked a secret incantation, summoning a hidden entity to him. "Have you gathered any information regarding the identity of the man associated with my wife?" he inquired. The entity nodded, revealing the life story of Yu Yichou. Merely a destitute scholar residing in Wutong Alley. Gu Wei stroked his chin, skepticism flickering in his eyes. Xie Ling, with her reserved demeanor, would never proclaim herself a celestial maiden. It must have been that man who suggested it. Could an ordinary scholar concoct such elaborate notions? Gu Wei's concern did not stem from doubts about Xie Ling's integrity, but rather from fears that Yu Yichou's complexities could lead to her being deceived. His slender fingers tapped rhythmically upon the table as he spoke softly, engage the spies and personnel from Tingshuo to continue the investigation. Having exited the inn, Xie Ling donned her veil and directly harnessed her abilities to arrive at the governor's gate. At the entrance, two guards blinked in astonishment as a white figure seemingly materialized before them. They were taken aback. The Celestial Maiden. One guard hastily rushed inside to announce, "The Celestial Maiden has arrived." Xie Ling gracefully entered. After her departure, the guards exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes filled with awe. They had been witnessing a genuine miraculous arrival. In the main hall, Yu Yichou sat at the head of the table, and upon seeing Xie Ling, he immediately stood, his tone neutral as he welcomed her. The surrounding heads of noble families also rose in trepidation, bowing their heads in reverence, proclaiming, "We humbly welcome the Celestial Maiden." The seat of honor remained vacant, evidently reserved for her. Xie Ling strode forward and took her place without hesitation. No one reproached her for her tardiness. The mere presence of the Celestial Maiden was a blessing. Zhou Wei, eager to curry favor, exclaimed, "It is truly an honor for the Celestial Maiden to grace our humble abode." Xie Ling remained unresponsive, and Zhou Wei, undeterred, continued to beam. After all, she was a celestial figure. A touch of aloofness was to be expected. He and the other noble heads lavished her with exaggerated praises. Xie Ling, however, paid them no heed. After a lengthy silence, she finally spoke. "There are some issues with the construction of the governor's residence." Zhou Wei's expression turned anxious as he inquired, "What problems?" Rising from her seat, Xie Ling surveyed her surroundings, noting an unsettling presence of malevolence and imbalanced feng shui within the courtyard. Thus, during the full moon phase, you find yourself ensnared in slumber, plagued by chronic headaches and weakness in your knees. If this continues, one day your soul shall depart, and your life shall be extinguished. Zhou Huai's eyes widened in shock. He did indeed suffer from such ailments. Xie Ling's perceptiveness was remarkable. She could discern his condition merely through observation. As for the talk of malevolent forces and feng shui, it was knowledge imparted to her by Yu Yichou. "What should we do?" Zhou Huai asked. Xie Ling replied, "Take me to inspect the courtyard. I shall determine how to resolve this." Zhou Huai's estate was indeed vast. It took half an hour to traverse from the front to the back. After thoroughly inspecting the premises, Xie Ling coldly remarked, "Governor, do not conceal the truth from me. You have not shown me the entirety of your residence. I have not sensed any malevolent energy. How can we resolve the issue if your heart is insincere? Since you choose to withhold information, I shall take my leave." Zhou Huai's forehead glistened with cold sweat. This celestial maiden was truly formidable. He discreetly dismissed his attendants and the aristocracy around him, smoothly stating, "Divine Maiden, it was never my intention to conceal this from you. It is simply that the location in question is rather clandestine, and I had forgotten about it. After speaking, he cast a glance at Yuicho, who stood beside Xie Ling. This gentleman here is my celestial attendant. Is it not permissible for him to accompany us? Zhou Huai shook his head, clarifying that this was not his intent. He led the two to a dilapidated courtyard. At the entrance stood two soldiers wielding long blades, and the gate was locked tight. Xie Ling surveyed the courtyard and remarked nonchalantly, "This is the place. I can sense 108 pairs of blood-red eyes fixated on me from within." She turned to Zhou Huai, questioning how the governor could ever find peace in slumber. Upon hearing her words, Zhou Huai's complexion turned ashen. "Is the divine maiden quite certain it is 108 pairs?" Xie Ling nodded, declaring that the overwhelming bloodlust could only be gradually dispelled. The governor should take heed. With that, she theatrically gestured and departed with Yuicho. Zhou Huai remained rooted in place, his mind unsettled by Xie Ling's words. Contemplating. A fierce expression emerged on his face. "What if you follow me? I shall continue to serve as the esteemed governor while you are but lingering shadows, thinking I." Zhou Huai would cower? A jest. "And with the divine maiden's arrival, you shall soon be driven away." Suddenly, a chilling wind arose, rustling the branches around him, akin to the wails of spirits. Zhou Huai clenched his fists. After leaving the governor's residence, Xie Ling inquired, "Is your family's secret treasure within that courtyard?" Yuicho nodded, his voice tinged with bitterness. "It should be. Zhou Huai has concealed it most effectively, leaving us unable to discover it all these years." Xie Ling sincerely wished him success in avenging his grievances. "What is our next course of action?" "Thank you, I shall indeed succeed. As for the next steps, once the imperial envoy arrives, this matter can be concluded." With a gaze that exuded a chilling intensity, Yuicho bid farewell to Xie Ling and vanished at the alley's end. Xie Ling glanced at the sky and hurried back to the inn. Upon entering, she found Gu Wei still sound asleep. She breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that Gu Wei was in such a deep slumber. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss for an explanation. The following morning, the inn's backyard was bustling with people, each household eagerly anticipating the final product of the fragrant delicacy. Xie Ling needed to distribute medicine, so she made an excuse about having matters to attend to. Ultimately, Wu Zheqing, Gao Wanhua, and Shi Shaowen pushed a cart to the market to sell their wares. After Xie Ling departed, Xu Jian handed Gu Wei a piece of paper. Upon reading its contents, Gu Wei's expression darkened. He discovered he was a descendant of the Gongshu family. Meanwhile, the imperial envoy, Lu Yinli, was tirelessly making his way to Jincheng, likely to arrive within 2 or 3 days. At the base of Donghua Mountain, a woodcutter, having filled his basket with firewood, was preparing to head home when he noticed what appeared to be a person hanging from the gnarled tree ahead. He hurriedly approached and dragged the individual down. The man was adorned in fine garments, his face marred by scratches from the branches. The woodcutter checked for a pulse and was relieved to find that he still breathed. Chapter 62. The Emperor's Uncle Responds. The weather today was rather sweltering, the sun beating down mercilessly upon the earth, with even the breeze carrying warmth. Outside the city, at the place where Xie Ling often distributed medicine, a crowd of common folk had gathered early, some sitting, others standing, their faces glistening with sweat. When Xie Ling made her appearance, excitement lit up their faces as they surged toward her. She waved her hand and immediately noticed that her usual spot had been covered with a wooden shelter, the roof adorned with thick banana leaves. She was taken aback. One of the townsfolk called out, "Divine Maiden, we constructed this for you to shield you from the heat. Indeed, we fetched the materials from the woods beyond the mountains. We hope you do not find it displeasing." Xie Ling was profoundly moved. While her initial intentions were to assist Yuicho, she now felt a surge of gratitude. As she stepped into the shelter, the townsfolk beamed with genuine smiles. Despite the scorching sun, they showed no fear of the heat. A wave of warmth washed over Xie Ling's heart, an indescribable feeling. Gazing at the blazing sun, she conjured a large bucket of ice water from her spatial realm, offering it for the townsfolk to drink. Given her current identity as the Divine Maiden, such an act was entirely fitting. The crowd was left in awe of Xie Ling's divine power, a throng of them falling to their knees in reverence, proclaiming, "The Divine Maiden manifests." Xie Ling quickly urged them to rise. In the ensuing days, she dispensed countless medicinal pills and taught many methods to prevent the plague, resulting in a gradual improvement in the situation in Beijiang. The number of plague victims diminished, with many townsfolk simply wishing to see the divine maiden or converse with her. "Brother Wujia, he stepped on me," cried a little girl. "I did not mean to," the boy protested. "I do not care, you must apologize." The commotion grew louder, capturing Xie Ling's attention. She lifted her gaze and, despite the layers of curtains, recognized the siblings, Lu Wujia and Lu Linglong. What brought them to Jincheng? As the divine maiden glanced their way, the boy embroiled in the argument with Lu Linglong suddenly found his courage and shouted, "Very well. Let us ask the divine maiden to adjudicate." He tugged Lu Linglong's sleeve, bringing her before Xie Ling. "Divine maiden, I merely stepped on this young girl by accident. I have already stated it was unintentional, yet she insists I must apologize repeatedly." Lu Linglong huffed, casting a dismissive glance at Xie Ling. "Your attitude is unacceptable. I will not accept this unless you apologize anew." The conflict unexpectedly devolved into a dispute involving Xie Ling. She pondered briefly before suggesting, "I believe both of you should take a step back and this matter can be resolved." Lu Linglong crossed her arms defiantly, raising an eyebrow. "Why should I concede? He is the one who stepped on me. He is at fault. How can you, a divine maiden, lack reason? Are you merely putting on a show?" Upon hearing this, the surrounding townsfolk erupted in indignation. How dare she question the divine maiden? Were it not for her healing them from the plague, they would have long since succumbed. The divine maiden, out of compassion, even provided them with sweet ice water. Consequently, all eyes turned to Lu Linglong, pointing fingers in disapproval. Yet, as a young woman, she felt the sting of embarrassment, her cheeks flushing crimson as she retorted, "Indeed, the rabble of Beijing. I am," before she could reveal her identity. Lu Wujia swiftly covered her mouth, urging Linglong, "Do not throw a tantrum." He then turned to the surrounding townsfolk, bowing apologetically. "I apologize, everyone. My sister is too spoiled, and I have failed to discipline her properly." Tears welled in Lu Linglong's eyes, and she pushed through the crowd, fleeing. Lu Wujia sighed deeply, regretting his momentary weakness in bringing Lu Linglong along. Turning back to the divine maiden, he offered a solemn apology. Xie Ling did not take it to heart. With so many people, dissent was inevitable. She had heard similar remarks in recent days, waving her hand to indicate it was of no consequence before handing Lu Wujia a medicinal pill. Lu Wujia gazed intently at the pill in his hand, voicing a question that had been on his mind. "Divine maiden, would you treat those from other nations afflicted by the plague?" "I would," Xie Ling replied without hesitation, nodding. "My appearance in Jincheng is due to fate. I do not know when I shall depart, nor when I may descend again. It could be decades, or even centuries. Should others from different nations fall victim to the plague, they are welcome to come to Jincheng for medicine." Lu Wuji, fearing he would delay those behind him, uttered a brief thank you before turning to leave. Xie Ling's remarks were overheard by several individuals lurking in the shadows, each faction with its own considerations. Upon returning to the inn, Lu Wuji pushed open the door to Lu Linglong's room and instantly beheld her collapsed on the bed, weeping. His voice tinged with irritation. He chastised Lu Linglong sternly, reflecting on how she had been overly pampered and spoiled by her royal uncle. The royal uncle had a particular fondness for children, doting on this group of young relatives. During this journey to Beijing, he was determined to rectify Lu Linglong's temperament. At that moment, a concealed guard unexpectedly presented a letter. Lu Linglong immediately sprang to her feet, her tears barely dried, exclaiming, "The royal uncle's reply has arrived. Humph. I shall report you for bullying me." Lu Wuji unfolded the letter. Aside from inquiring about their well-being, the royal uncle concluded with a request: "Do not disturb my old friend, if possible. Bring me back a branch of Beijing's begonia. I wish to see if spring in Beijing remains unchanged." Lu Wuji sighed. The royal uncle remained reluctant to open his heart. It seemed the mystery of this old friend was one he must unravel himself. In the dead of night, Lu Linglong suddenly developed a high fever. The following morning, Lu Wuji waited in vain for her to join him for breakfast. Pushing open her door, he discovered her burning with fever and vomiting, the floor strewn with her sickness. He hastily summoned a doctor, only to find she had contracted a plague. With the presence of the divine maiden, such an ailment was no longer considered difficult to treat. Yet, the challenge lay in the fact that Lu Linglong had disparaged the divine maiden just the day before. Frowning, Lu Wuji recalled how brazenly she had mocked the divine maiden's pretensions yesterday. "You will need to apologize and seek medicine on your own this time. I shall not assist you," he declared. Lu Linglong, overwhelmed with grievances, shed tears, yet the thought of approaching the divine maiden for help filled her with embarrassment. She believed Lu Wuji would surely aid her in procuring medicine, and thus she endured the day in misery. Meanwhile, at the inn, the fragrant pig intestines sold for a staggering 500 taels of silver. The last household received over 100 taels. That evening, the group returned to the market, purchasing 15 more pig intestines, preparing them with fervor. Others looked on enviously. The fragrant intestines were now a coveted delicacy. The price of the intestines surged, and by the next day, they sold out as soon as they hit the market, netting over 800 taels of silver. The intestines they prepared were not only visually appealing, but also aromatic, leading many households to place deposits for future orders. Xie Ling even taught them several marketing strategies, such as deliberately placing a dirty cloth nearby, and when someone approached, using the fragrant intestines to clean it. They also had the fair-skinned donghua stand by, proclaiming that the intestines had beautifying properties, yielding excellent advertising results. The exiled criminals reveled in their booming business, oblivious to the jealousy it stirred among the prominent families of Jincheng. The Wang family, who frequently purchased the fragrant intestines, had been watching them closely for 2 days. Chapter 63, Cleansing the Aristocracy, Delightful. Lu Linglong endured a day of discomfort without receiving any medicine from Lu Wuji. Eventually, she could bear it no longer and resolved to seek medicine outside the city. From a distance, she spotted the divine maiden, but found herself unable to take a single step closer, trapped by her previous disparagement of the maiden. Even with her thick skin, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. Just as she deliberated, a sharp pain surged within her abdomen, prompting her to seek the nearest restroom. Outside the city, makeshift latrines had been constructed for those afflicted by the plague, but they were filthy and reeked terribly. The heat was oppressive, leaving her dizzy and lightheaded. Lu Linglong lifted her skirts, nearly overcome by nausea. This was undoubtedly the most wretched moment of her life. Emerging from the latrine, Lu Linglong resolved to seek medicine, regardless of how the divine maiden might scold or mock her. Under the blazing sun, she stood in line for 2 hours before finally reaching the divine maiden. Anxiety coursed through her, her face flushed crimson. Even with layers of curtains between them, she felt the divine maiden might recognize her. Just as she was about to apologize, a white pill abruptly fell into her palm. The divine maiden's voice was cool. "Hurry, take the medicine. How did you contract the plague so suddenly?" Following this, the divine maiden offered her a bowl of icy sweet water. "Drink this, otherwise you risk heat stroke." Despite her grievances, Xie Ling was not so narrow-minded as to endanger the life of a young girl for a few harsh words. Most importantly, she felt an inexplicable affinity for the siblings of the Lu family. She discerned that Lu Linglong bore no malice. She had merely been spoiled since childhood, speaking without thought. Lu Linglong's mouth fell open, a whirlwind of emotions surging within her. She murmured an apology, hastily taking the medicine and bowl before fleeing. In time, Lu Linglong became the divine maiden's staunchest supporter, striking back at anyone who spoke ill of her. The first divine maiden temple within the 7 kingdoms was built by her. But that is a tale for another day. When Xie Ling returned to the inn, she was met with the ire of the crowd. The fragrant intestines on the cart had been trampled into a pulp, rendered unrecognizable. She furrowed her brow and inquired, "Who did this?" Gao Wanhua huffed indignantly. "It was the aristocracy of Jincheng. They must have felt threatened by our business. Today, they brought 7 or 8 servants to overturn our cart and trample the intestines. They threatened us, forbidding us from selling." Xie Ling pondered for a moment and replied, "Let us crush all of these intestines, remold them, and sell them at the lowest price. That should allow us to offload them without incurring a loss. As for the aristocracy, leave that to me. Coincidentally, Zhou Huai is hosting a banquet for me today. I shall see who dares to act so tyrannically." At that moment, in Wutong Alley, Gu Wei knocked on the wooden door. Yu Ichou opened it and was taken aback to see the tall, handsome figure outside. He squinted and asked, "Who might you be?" Gu Wei raised an eyebrow. "The son of the Duke of Donghua, and now Xie Ling's husband, Gu Wei." Yu Ichou's eyes widened, and he quickly proclaimed, "I assure you, I have conducted myself with utmost propriety towards Xie Ling. I would stake my life on it." Yu Ichou assumed Gu Wei had come to confront him about his close ties with Xie Ling. Gu Wei shook his head. "Not so. If I cannot even trust you, how can I be your husband? I seek you out today for another matter, Gongxiu." Upon hearing the name Gongxiu, Yu Ichou's body tensed, his narrow eyes flashing coldly. Gu Gu Wei noticed the shift in his expression and continued calmly, "You meet with my wife daily. I must ascertain your identity. What if my innocent and kind-hearted wife were to be deceived? What is your intention?" Gu Wei smirked. That evening at the governor's residence, as soon as Xie Ling arrived, she scanned the entire assembly. To her surprise, she spotted a familiar figure, Chen Daoyu. What was he doing here? It seemed she needed to inform Yuicho that Zhou Huai was not as simple as they had assumed. After taking her seat, a chorus of flattery ensued, with everyone vying to praise her. Even Chen Daoyu had joined the throng. With an air of apparent casualness, Xie Ling mentioned, "These are the noble families of Jincheng. I wonder what each household is engaged in." The heads of these illustrious families eagerly vied for her attention, eager to invite her for a visit, hoping that her presence would bring them blessings and fortune. Upon hearing about one particular clan, Xie Ling raised an eyebrow slightly. The Wang family engages in a general goods business, dealing in spices, agricultural tools, and, as you mentioned previously, fragrant medicinal herbs. Very well, Wang family, she noted, committing it to memory. Having achieved her objective, Xie Ling took her leave, embodying the aloof and proud goddess that she was, impervious to anyone's influence. Chen Daoyu, having prepared an entire day's worth of discourse, found himself at a loss. The crown prince's letter had indicated that the goddess's prestige was immense in Beijiang and throughout the Seven Kingdoms, urging him to cultivate a relationship with her. The thought of the crown prince also brought to mind Zhou Huai. Were it not for the crown prince, he would have long since dealt with Zhou Huai. Although he could not eliminate him, he could certainly teach him a lesson. After the goddess departed, he unleashed his fury upon Zhou Huai in front of all the noble families of Jincheng, thrashing him until he resembled a swollen pig. Meanwhile, Xie Ling transformed into a gust of wind, swiftly arriving in the renowned affluent district of Jincheng. This street was home to the city's noble families. Glancing at the Wang family's plaque, she stealthily entered. First, she demolished all of their fragrant medicinal herbs. Passing by the storeroom, she used her psychic abilities to collect all the gold, silver, and jewels within. She had long harbored disdain for these dark families. The grudge from their previous theft of her water had yet to be settled. Today was the perfect opportunity to conclude matters. Targeting only the Wang family would attract undue attention. It might complicate matters for the exiled criminals. Thus, throughout the night, Xie Ling systematically emptied the storerooms of all noble families in Jincheng. The following day, the entire city was in uproar. Reports spread that the storerooms of all noble families had been robbed. The common folk secretly rejoiced, unaware of which rogue had performed this commendable deed. These families monopolized industries and committed all manner of wrongdoing, serving as a blight upon Jincheng. Truly a joyous turn of events. Zhou Huai searched all day, finding not even a trace. The thief had seemingly appeared out of thin air, leaving no evidence behind. Concerned, he bolstered the defenses of his own storeroom. Seeing Zhou Huai's helplessness, the noble families turned to the goddess for assistance. One by one, they knelt before Xie Ling, weeping and begging her to capture the thief and exact a gruesome vengeance. Xie Ling feigned sympathy, exclaiming, "Oh dear, how tragic. Allow me to take a look for you." Beneath the veil, however, her lips curled into a sly smile. "Did you not realize? It was I all along. How delightful to vex you." Inside the inn, upon hearing the rumors of the theft from Jincheng's noble families, everyone recalled Xie Ling's words from the previous night, leaving them in silent astonishment. Yet, none dared to voice their thoughts, burying them deep within. That night, after distributing her medicinal herbs, Xie Ling prepared to conclude her work. Unexpectedly, she found herself surrounded by a group of individuals. Furrowing her brow, she scrutinized their attire. They were not from Beijiang. Coldly, she stated, "Are you here to seek medicine? Today's supply has been exhausted. Please return tomorrow." The leader of the group regarded her with disdain, sizing her up. He had expected the goddess of Beijiang to be formidable, only to discover she was merely an ordinary woman, an embodiment of the self-aggrandizing nature of Beijiang. "Are you hiding behind that curtain to conceal your ugly face?" he taunted, before crushing a pill pilfered from who knows where, mocking, only fit to deceive the foolish populace of Beijiang. Xie Ling frowned. Since being hailed as a goddess, she had faced skepticism, but never had she encountered such brazen arrogance, as if they were deliberately seeking confrontation. Observing her silence, the man even contemplated assaulting her. "You call yourself a goddess? Let me see if you can evade my attack." With that, he clenched his fist and swung it towards Xie Ling. Many onlookers were present, Should she fail to dodge, her reputation as a goddess would be irrevocably tarnished. With icy determination, Xie Ling utilized her wind-based abilities to instantaneously teleport behind the man, delivering a powerful kick that sent him crashing to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. His companions gaped in disbelief. They had barely witnessed the goddess's actions. Xie Ling stood at a distance, her voice cold as ice. "I spare you a life. Do not provoke me." With that, she vanished from sight, leaving behind a collective gasp of astonishment. She did not depart, however, but rather concealed herself, secretly administering a severe itching poison to the group. Outwardly, she maintained the demeanor of a benevolent goddess, while secretly relishing the chaos. The foreign group was left in shock. By heavens, she is truly a goddess. Beijing has indeed produced a goddess. The leader's frivolity dissipated, his expression darkening. It appears our saintess from Xiao is not the sole one. "My lord, what of our previous preparations?" he began, only to abandon the thought. "At this rate, our lives may not be spared. Let us return to Xiao." Before they could reach Xiao, the effects of the itching poison took hold. Their bodies erupted in rashes, itching unbearably, leaving them to scratch until their skin was raw. Fear washed over them. Evidently, they had provoked the goddess, and this was their divine retribution. Upon returning to the inn, Xie Ling immediately entered her private space. She quickly sketched the attire of the group. 0188, have you not acquired knowledge of this era? Discover the origins of these individuals. 0188 gazed at the doodles of stick figures adorned with golden bangles, likely rolling its eyes if it possessed the ability. Your artistic skills are impressively abstract. Yet I can still discern it. They are likely followers of the saintess from Xiao. Saintess? Xie Ling echoed. What relation does that have to the goddess? Since ancient times, tales of a goddess uniting the world have circulated. The saintess of Xiao was born amidst a bloom of 100 flowers, with divine birds lingering for 9 days. The populace revered her as a saintess, and she holds a modest renown within the 7 kingdoms. Xie Ling raised an eyebrow. So, these individuals sought me out because a goddess has emerged in Beijing, daring to overshadow their saintess? How audacious. Indeed, that is highly probable, 0188 affirmed. Xie Ling pondered, her mind churning with speculation. These individuals might have been deliberately sent by the saintess of Xiao to sow discord. After all, everyone desires to be unique. No matter. They cannot best me. With that thought, she brushed it aside and resumed her alchemical endeavors. In Xiao Kingdom, within the Saintess Hall, the sun shone brightly, and the ice-blue Songshan flowers swayed gracefully, emitting a refreshing fragrance. Saintess Xinyu stood amidst the blooms, clad in a white cropped top and a flowing azure skirt, her silver veil shimmering in the sunlight. A slender black serpent coiled around her bare arm, slithering over her silver bracelet as it flicked its crimson tongue. Her visage resembled that of a celestial being, her azure eyes captivating. A clear green gem adorned her forehead, enhancing her ethereal allure, rendering her almost untouchable. Have the dispatched individuals returned? She inquired, her voice ethereal. A demure maid knelt gracefully, responding, "They have returned." Upon returning to the Holy Maiden, the 4 of them remarked that the goddess of northern Jiang was indeed a true divine being, and thereafter, they dared not utter another word. Xinyu furrowed her brow, her azure eyes reflecting the boundless expanse of the Songshan flowers, exuding an air of icy detachment. "I shall go myself." She caressed the small black serpent coiled upon her arm, her tone indifferent. "Mo, what background does that goddess possess that enables her to cure the plague? Is she truly my calamity?" Since the day of her birth, the national master, Qingye, had prophesied that on her 15th birthday, she would encounter the harbinger of her misfortunes. Within the span of 10 years, she would meet her demise at the hands of this person. Xinyu's gaze turned frigid as she snapped off a swaying branch of Songshan flowers. Better to wrongfully slay 100 than to let one escape. Regardless of her identity, she shall be eliminated. The black serpent hissed, flicking its tongue as if in agreement. That very night, Xinyu ascended the opulent flower-laden chariot pulled by the chaotic beast, enveloped in a cloak of black, and swiftly set off for northern Jiang. As soon as she departed, her whereabouts were relayed to the National Master. In the National Master's hall, the pristine white jade bricks reflected the interior features with stark clarity, enhancing the desolation of the space. The wind rustled through the pearl-draped curtains, producing a crisp sound that faintly revealed a tall figure. A man clad in black knelt upon the ground, inquiring, "Master National, the Holy Maiden has gone to northern Jiang. Shall we intercept her?" A voice, cool and detached, resonated from within the hall, sounding remarkably youthful, barely in their 20s. "This is her own destiny. There is no need." The black-clad man received the command and bowed his head as he withdrew. With the goddess present, the exiled prisoners lingered, remaining in Jin City, eager to bask in her divine aura. The court had granted them ample time. They had sufficient days to reach Lingnan. The goddess, who knows when they might have the chance to see her again. Jin City was bustling with life, its streets teeming with people from various nations, jostling against one another, while the flow of carriages and horses resembled a river, with late-night food stalls still bustling at the stroke of midnight. Within the inn, the fragrant pig intestines had been selling remarkably well these past few days, monopolizing the supply within 100 miles of Jin City. Today, the Sher brothers had ventured to a distant village and returned with 15 pieces of pig intestines, hauling them back on a cart. The atmosphere was one of joy. Yet jealousy simmered among the exiled prisoners, particularly from the Gu family's side branches, as they recognized that the lucrative pig intestine business was orchestrated by Xie Ling. They pondered why their own kin had not been included, while outsiders had been favored instead. At this moment, Gu Dalong stood on the second floor of the inn, secretly observing them pound the intestines, his heart aching as if each strike was a blow to his own fortune. He had inquired about the price of the intestines, realizing that even the lowest quality fetched 3 to 4 taels each. In the past, he would have dismissed such an amount, but after the journey of exile, his finances were nearly depleted, and 3 to 4 taels now seemed like a fortune. Just then, Gu Sanlang approached, saying, "Elder brother, you've been peeking for 3 days now, it's time to stop." Gu Dalong's expression was clouded with frustration. "Initially, we did indeed harbor grievances against the Gu family's main branch, but after all this time, can we not be forgiven?" Gu Sanlang sighed. "Some things, like shattered mirrors, can never be restored to their original form. Moreover, Mother has mentioned that our family situation is complicated, with many mouths to feed. It would be difficult for them to take us in. Xie Ling will remain in Jin City for a few days longer. I've secured some work at the docks. Tomorrow, I'll bring the male members of the family along." Gu Dalong cast a lingering glance at the group beneath the great tree before turning back to his room. Meanwhile, in the guest room rented by the Qin family, Lu Ruhan held a bowl of bird's nest, watching with keen interest as Gu Wei and Xie Ling pounded the intestines beneath the tree. Despite the Qin matriarch and Mrs. Chen's disdain for her, they treated her unborn child with utmost care, sending in a variety of delicacies daily, ensuring no two were the same. The bowl of bird's nest she indulged in was worth more than all the efforts of those working below, no matter how long they labored. Lu Ruhan felt an indescribable exhilaration. While they toiled under the sun for mere taels, she feasted upon treasures worth more than all their efforts combined. Her cold gaze swept over Gu Wei, who was assisting Xie Ling with her hair, filled with envy. What was Gu Wei, after all? He would only be a commoner in Lingnan, and Xie Ling would be condemned to toil endlessly, living the same life she once did. Meanwhile, she could return to the capital with the Qin family, perhaps even leveraging her unborn child to secure a title. Qin Daoyu likely remained oblivious to his own impotence. Lu Ruhan mused. She needed to devise a method to enlighten him, for her child would be his only bloodline. This would spare her from the daily vitriol spewed by that heartless wretch. As Lu Ruhan indulged in fantasies of a bright future, a pair of azure eyes suddenly pierced through the dense branches above, glaring coldly in her direction. Lu Ruhan was startled. The handsome youth from the main branch had eyes as blue as a serpent's, devoid of warmth, sending a chill down her spine. Moments later, Qin family's young illegitimate son and the young scion of the Wang family passed by, each holding a wooden basin, playfully splashing water at one another as they approached Lu Ruhan. When water splattered onto her, she shouted, "You little brats, what are you doing?" Quickly, she raised her hand to adjust her hairdo, desperate not to wet the phoenix feathers gifted by the goddess. Otherwise, she would flay the skin off these little rascals. The children, being mischievous, retaliated with taunts, calling her little concubine, little concubine. It seemed they had picked this up from their elders. Lu Ruhan's face turned crimson with rage, her gaze wandering beneath the tree. The pig intestines had all been prepared, and the others had left for a meal, leaving only one person to guard them, who appeared to be dozing off. A spark ignited in her eyes. "You little imps, did you see what's under the tree?" Pour some water on it, and it could transform into a dragon soaring through the skies. Trample it, and it might become a phoenix. The Qin family's young, illegitimate son spat. You're lying. That's pig intestines. There are no dragons, nor phoenixes inside. Lu Ruhan frowned. This little brat was more astute than she expected. These pig intestines are not ordinary. Have you ever seen such beautiful ones? The children, being children, shook their heads in unison. Why not give it a try and see? Chapter 65. Mischievous Children. Lu Ruhan, with her silver-tongued persuasion, could easily dazzle even the adults, let alone these 3 children. Enthralled by her words, the trio rushed downstairs, teaming up to fetch a bucket of water, confidently marching towards the pig intestines. Xie Ling was stirred awake by the ruckus of the children. He had been guarding the intestines every night, exhausted beyond measure, and had inadvertently fallen asleep. Witnessing the scene before him, he was struck with shock, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. What are you doing? 3 little rascals had overturned the wooden board holding the pig intestines, scattering them across the ground, and were now splashing water onto the remnants, frolicking in bubbles. Xie Ling surveyed the chaotic mess and the floating foam, feeling as though his heart was bleeding. Recently, pig intestines had become increasingly scarce. Just yesterday, they had traversed numerous villages, nearly exhausting an entire day to procure 15 pieces. His feet were blistered from the journey, and the entire process of preparing the intestines was laborious. Who wasn't he suffering from sore shoulders and aching arms? He was seething with anger, wishing to administer a sound thrashing to those children. Xie Ling's voice reverberated with fury, his shouts escalating in volume. The 2 boys from the Wang and Li families trembled at his roar, tears streaming down their faces as they erupted into loud wails. Their piercing cries echoed throughout the inn, nearly shattering eardrums. Yet, the young scion of the Qin family remained blissfully oblivious, dismissing Xie Ling entirely as he continued to play with his bubbles. Observing his companions in tears, he pouted disdainfully. How dull. Why cry over a few fragrant melons? In a flash, Xie Ling lunged forward, seizing the collars of the 3 children with both hands, bellowing, Whose children are you? The Qin family's illegitimate grandson kicked his legs in frustration, realizing he was unable to escape. Suddenly, he thrust his hands forward, smearing a handful of bubbles across Xie Ling's face. The other 2 miscreants quickly followed suit, slathering foam all over Xie Ling's hair and face, with some even managing to get into his eyes. Xie Ling winced in pain, hastily releasing the trio. The 3 rascals, emboldened by their antics, splashed him with more soapy water, pointing and laughing maliciously. Ha ha, he is afraid of this. Come on, let us keep going. When Xie Ling and the others returned from their meal, they were met with this chaotic scene. Xie Ling, clutching his eyes in agony, sat beneath a tree while the 3 little devils surrounded him, frolicking with bubbles and dousing him with foam. What on earth is happening here? Why is there a mess of fragrant melons everywhere? Donghua rushed over, grabbing the 3 children and delivering a sharp slap to each of them. You 3. Get away from him. She then pried Xie Ling's hands away and, with a brisk inquiry, asked, Xie Ling, are you really so spineless that children can bully you? What happened to your eyes? Xie Ling, the eldest son of the Xie family, had always been composed and honest, the quintessential good-natured person. His younger brother, Xie Xian, was seething with rage, ready to charge at the 3 children, and only the restraint of the Wu brothers held him back. His brother's kindness was not shared by him. Xie Ling, his eyes red and streaming with tears, recounted the events leading to his predicament, finally confessing. I got fragrant melon juice in my eyes. Donghua gasped in alarm, shouting, Xie Ling, come quickly and check on Xiaowen's eyes. Xie Ling hurried over, crouching down and commanding, fetch clean water immediately. Quickly. In ancient times, the alkali was not as refined as today, containing many impurities and being highly caustic. Over time, the alkaline liquid could seep into the tissues of the eye. Thus, it was imperative to act swiftly, using copious amounts of water to flush the eyes without delay. Before long, 2 buckets of clean water were brought forth, and Xie Ling held Xie Ling's eyelids open, diligently rinsing his eyes multiple times. She then produced 2 large bottles of saline solution and continued to wash. Subsequently, they dragged him into a guest room, where she retrieved a lamp from her spatial pouch to examine the extent of the corneal damage. Thankfully, it was not severe. A few days of anti-infection medicine would suffice. When they emerged, they beheld 2 women clutching their children, wailing dramatically. One was the second daughter-in-law of the Wang family, and the other was the eldest daughter-in-law of the Li family. The Wang woman stomped her foot, exclaiming in a theatrical tone, "My son has been beaten to this state and is soaked through. I won't stand for this. You must provide an explanation." The Li family matron's eyes glimmered with calculation. "My son has a clear handprint on his face. You must compensate us, and not just with money. You must teach me how to make fragrant melons, or I will not let this go." The group from the Pei family stood agog at the audacity of these two women. Heavens, how can there be such shameless individuals? Wu Zhangqing's face darkened with rage as he retorted, "You're slandering us. I haven't even mentioned how these three uncouth children ruined our fragrant melons. If anyone should be compensating, it is you." The wife of the Qin family's legitimate heir sneered coldly, casting a sympathetic glance at her own child. "He's just a child. Young ones are generally thoughtless and rambunctious. Whose fault is it for leaving fragrant melons in the courtyard? Indeed, the offspring of lowly families often lack reason. I won't blame you for letting my child play with fragrant melons, but who struck you, Liner?" Liner, his eyes swollen from crying, pointed accusingly at Gao Wanhua. "It was her." Chapter 66, divided into two factions. The eyes of the Qin family widened in fury, and one raised a hand, ready to slap. "How dare you strike my child?" Xie Ling swiftly intercepted, gripping her wrist tightly. "He is a child, yes, but he is not a fool. If he had parents who taught him properly, we wouldn't need to intervene." The Qin family matriarch's face twisted in rage. "I am of the Qin family. How dare you speak to me like that?" Just then, a throng of people entered through the back courtyard. It was the Qin, Wang, and Li families, along with relatives from the Liu and Gu families, drawn by the commotion. Upon seeing their kin, the three women shoved their children forward and began to lodge complaints, embellishing their tales of woe. They painted a picture of the Gu family as unreasonable, claiming that their children were mercilessly beaten for merely playing with fragrant melons. Xie Ling and her companions were left speechless at the absurdity of it all. The blatant distortion of truth was astounding, without the mess of fragrant melons scattered about. They might have assumed the children were merely playing innocently. The families banded together, pointing fingers at Xie Ling and her group. The Liu family, already at odds with Xie Ling, joined the fray with sharp-tongued insults. Meanwhile, Gu Xiu and Gu Er's wife watched the spectacle unfold with crossed arms, their expressions filled with schadenfreude. Everyone knew the Qin family wielded the most power. How bold of Xie Ling and her companions to strike one of their own. Only the sisters Gu Yunxiu and Gu Yunhuan stood beside Xie Ling, facing the Qin family's scornful glares and offering a few words of fairness. Upon hearing this, Xie Ling raised an eyebrow, her expression one of quiet admiration. Both the Qin matriarch and the eldest lady of the Qin family wore grim expressions. Although this child was merely a bastard, he was still of their bloodline, cherished in their hearts. Now he had been struck. Just look at the handprint on his face. The exiles were subtly divided into two camps. One faction, led by the Gu family's main branch, was supported by the Wang, Li, and Liu families. The other faction, also led by the Gu family's main branch, was backed by the Su, Shi, Gao, and Wu families. The collateral branches of the Gu family remained neutral, avoiding offense to either side. Gu old lady frowned, her mind racing with calculations, glancing between Gu Wei and the Qin matriarch. Ultimately, she chose to remain silent. Xie Ling, arms crossed, took the initiative, declaring, "Since everyone is here, let us clarify matters. The market price for our fragrant melons is 10 taels of silver each. Immediate compensation is required." Bah! Wang old lady leapt to her feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Xie Ling. "Compensation? You must be dreaming. My child still bears the mark of a slap on his face. It is you who should compensate my family 500 taels of silver. Otherwise, this matter will not be resolved." The eldest son of the Li family, seizing the moment, chimed in with a quick flick of his eyes. "Yes. You should be the ones compensating us." With that, the two aligned themselves behind the Qin family, implying that the Qin family ought to take charge. Chen's matron gently touched her child's face, narrowing her eyes. "How precious are the descendants of the Qin family. To strike him over a few worthless fragrant melons is utterly ridiculous." Qin old lady slammed her cane down emphatically. "Outrageous. Who struck Liner? Bring them to me." As she spoke, several maidservants emerged from behind her. Xie Ling let out a cold laugh. "Now everyone is equal. Do you still think of yourselves as esteemed individuals in the capital? I ask but one thing, will you compensate or not?" "Impossible," came the unified response from the Wang and Li families. Madame Liu, standing nearby, fan the flames to ingratiate herself with the Qin family. It's merely a few children playing, who don't understand their actions. And what of you adults? Is it reasonable to demand compensation? Truly absurd. Amidst the tangled branches, Lu Rohuan giggled uncontrollably. The Gu family had undeniably become the common enemy of all. Wu Zhiqing, Shi Shaoxian, and the others trembled with rage. It was their fragrant cushions that had been ruined. How had they become the villains in this narrative? Madame Pei seized Xie Ling's hand, her gaze frosty as she faced the Qin family. In all my years, I have never witnessed such a farce. Do you think we only berate children? Do not be hasty. Once we finish with the children, we shall turn our ire upon you, leaving none unscathed. It was our miscalculation to regard you as worthy of respect. Following this, Madame Pei unleashed a torrent of invective directed at the Qin, Wang, Li, and Lu families, denouncing the Qin family for their pretentiousness, lambasting the Wang and Li families for their opportunism, and criticizing the Lu family for their sycophantic behavior towards the Qin family. Breathless and rapid in her delivery, the family struggled to interject, left to absorb the withering barrage of insults. During her youth, Madame Pei had spent time in the countryside, where her wet nurse was renowned for her sharp tongue. Naturally, Madame Pei had absorbed this talent, though she had hidden it upon returning to Qinghe, aspiring to embody the refined demeanor of a proper lady. Wu Zhanqing and the others nearly applauded her prowess. What a display of authority! Old Madame Qin trembled with fury. A lump lodged in her throat, pounding her chest. Damn it. Damn it. Lady Qin hastily attempted to soothe her. Xie Ling reiterated her question. You are certain you will not compensate? Not a chance. You should compensate us. Lady Wang's retort faltered mid-sentence as the male members of these families returned. Gu Wei, having witnessed the brutality of war, emanated an icy aura filled with lethal intent. A mere glance at the Wang matriarch sent her trembling. With a longsword in hand, he seemed prepared to strike them down at any moment. As Gu Wei surveyed the chaos around him, he was about to speak when Xie Ling raised a hand to halt him. Engaging in rational discourse with such individuals would be futile. It was a matter of who could be more underhanded. She had already afforded them an opportunity. Let me remind you to raise those 3 children's pillows a bit higher. They brazenly ruin others' possessions and still act with such audacity. Beware of nightmares that may haunt them. The families disregarded Xie Ling's warning, yet they no longer dared to insist on compensation. Gu Wei stood there, radiating a menacing aura, the glint of his sword sharp enough to intimidate them into submission. With the Qin family at the forefront, the others dispersed, exchanging petty remarks as they left, leaving behind a scene of shattered fragrant cushions. The Qin family's young illegitimate son even turned back to make a face at Shi Shaoxian. Xie Ling narrowed her eyes. No compensation? How could that be? I shall ensure they kneel and beg for compensation in the future. Gao Wanhua seethed, nearly grinding her silver teeth to dust. Sweeping the debris while cursing, I should have slapped a few more times earlier. It infuriates me. Xie Ling patted her shoulder, her tone laden with meaning. Fear not. The opportunity will arise. Good days await them. After cleaning the mess, the group gradually dispersed. Following the events of the day, the exiled individuals had irreparably divided into 2 factions, the Gu family and the Qin family. The collateral branches of the Gu family maintained neutrality, yet their silence was a tacit endorsement. Gu Sanlang was particularly anxious, frequently inquiring, Mother, in light of the current situation, should we truly remain uninvolved? Old Madame Gu furrowed her brow. Are we to be enemies of the Qin family? They may be exiled, but they still have maidservants to attend to them. And should the authorities choose to make things difficult for us upon our return to the capital, it would be quite troublesome. As the linchpin of the collateral branches, old Madame Gu's words led the family to sever ties with the Gu family's main branch, discreetly seeking favor with the Qin family. Only Gu Yunshu and Gu Yunhuan abstained from taking a stance. Though they could not resist the family, they at least refrained from adding to the misfortune. Xie Ling had once aided them, providing them water when they were on the brink of death from thirst. A small act of kindness repaid with boundless gratitude. This favor would never be forgotten by the sisters. It would take years for the other members of the Gu family's collateral branches to awaken to the truth. Their betrayal of the main branch was the most grievous and regrettable decision of their lives. Chapter 67. Qin Daoyu knew he could not act humanely. When the imperial envoy arrived in Jincheng, a rain began to fall. The mist hung thick in the air as Lu Inli parted the curtain of his carriage, instantly drenching his face in moisture. He gazed into the distance. where the grass melded into a sea of green, though upon closer inspection, it appeared sparse and scattered. The towering city walls obscured the characters for Jincheng, nearly rendered invisible by the swirling rain. Upon reaching the city gates, someone promptly approached him. Lu Inli waved his hand dismissively, rejecting the lavish accommodations arranged by Zhou Wai, instructing the driver to steer the carriage into a humble alley. Nearby stood an inn that met his approval. The towering locust tree outside had been washed to a vibrant green by the rain, lifting his spirits. "Let us stop here," he said, dismounting with his aide, Sun Shukan. As they approached the entrance, a familiar figure caught his eye. "Su Xingji?" he exclaimed in surprise. Su Xingji looked up, equally astonished. "The imperial envoy is you?" Lu Inli nodded. The two shared a compatible temperament, having studied under the same master, thus fostering a bond akin to that of classmates. Noticing the tall man beside Su Xingji, Lu Inli respectfully remarked, "You must be the heir of the former Duke of Donghua, Gu Wei. It is a pleasure to meet you." Gu Wei smiled in response. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Inli entered the inn. Gu Wei watched his retreating figure, his gaze profound as he spoke softly. "You have a discerning eye. Lu Inli is indeed deserving of our bestowal of Qinglong Mountain." Su Xingji nodded. "I suspect his arrival in Jincheng is not solely for the Divine Maiden. He surely harbors other ambitions. The waters of Jincheng may soon become murky." Gu Wei's thoughts turned to the youth in Wutong Alley, his words heavy with meaning. "It is merely the law of karma." At the governor's residence, Zhou Wai listened to reports from his subordinates, furrowing his brow. What pretense is Lu Inli putting on? I, the governor, kindly arranged accommodations for him. And he responds with such disdain? Zhou Ping replied, "Sir, Lu Inli is known for his integrity. He is irritable and stubborn, regarded as a thorn in everyone's side." "There's no need to take offense." Zhou Wai snorted, inadvertently aggravating the injury sustained from Chen Daoyu's attack, grimacing in pain. After Zhou Ping departed, Zhou Wai instructed his aides in a cold tone, "Follow him." In Wutong Alley, Gu Wei and Yu Ichou sat opposite each other. Yu Ichou placed a thick stack of papers beside Gu Wei. "Lu Inli has arrived. It is time to cast the net." Gu Wei flipped through the documents, praising. "Thorough work indeed. This can certainly bring Zhou Wai to justice. However, uncovering the figure behind him will prove challenging." Yu Ichou's gaze was resolute. "I will not rest until I find out." Gu Wei gazed at the table, suddenly posing an unrelated question. "Do you ever feel that we bear a striking resemblance to one another?" Yu Ichou nodded in agreement, realizing that not only did they share similar features, but their mothers also bore an uncanny likeness. Gu Wei raised an eyebrow, pondering whether Yu Ichou might be some distant relative. What an extraordinary coincidence. Just as he was deep in thought, the sound of a door creaking open echoed from the entrance. "Yu Ichou, are you home?" A woman's voice called out. Both Yu Ichou and Gu Wei widened their eyes in surprise. "Xie Ling." Gu Wei swiftly leapt up into the osmanthus tree with remarkable agility. Yu Ichou was about to offer a warning, only to find that Xie Ling had already stepped inside. The words dangerous and tree lodged firmly in his throat. With a tinge of guilt, Yu Ichou looked at Xie Ling and asked, "What brings you here? Did you not dispense the medicine today?" Xie Ling shook her head. "I did dispense it, but I came to ask what I should say if the imperial envoy seeks me. What would be in your best interest?" At that moment, Gu Wei found himself precariously positioned between two branches, with a sharp blade mere inches from his face and another threateningly close beneath him. Fortunately, his quick reflexes saved him from a potentially disastrous fate. What was Yu Ichou thinking, hanging so many blades in a tree? Despite this, Gu Wei discreetly peered through the dense foliage, contemplating how his beloved wife was so uniquely captivating. Below, Yu Ichou exclaimed, "Oh, I see. Just go directly, and I will guide you when the time comes. Is there anything else?" Xie Ling nodded, "All right." However, her gaze turned inquisitive. "Why do you seem so peculiar today? It's as if you're eager to send me away." She scanned the surroundings, her mind racing. Was he hiding a lover? Gu Wei felt a vain throb at his temple. How could she even think that? Yu Ichou hurriedly denied. "How could that be? Am I that kind of person? There is absolutely no one hidden in my home." It was a classic case of there's no silver here. Xie Ling raised an eyebrow knowingly, patting Yu Ichou's shoulder. "No worries. Even heroes can struggle with beautiful women. You're not a child anymore. Perhaps it's time to consider life's more serious commitments after avenging your grievances. When the day of celebration arrives, send a message to Ling Nan, and I shall present you with a grand gift." At that moment, Xie Ling's mind conjured various romantic scenarios, her eyes drifting to Yu Ichou's disheveled attire. Look, your clothes are a mess. My visit was terribly timed. With that, she slipped away gracefully, showing remarkable understanding. Yu Icho felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Gu Wei, with a dark expression, descended from the tree. Later, when Xie Ling learned of this incident, she nicknamed Gu Wei Jiao Jiao, a diminutive for a petite figure, especially relishing the sound of it during intimate moments. Meanwhile, after the incident involving fragrant ointments, Chendaza's family was left pondering why their child would stoop to such frivolity. On this particular day, having savored a delightful meal, Chendaza's wife cautiously inquired, Linga, why did you play with fragrant ointments last time? Linga, with grease smeared across his mouth, barked an order, wipe it off. Chendaza's wife hurriedly complied. Linga, let me ask you once more, why did you engage in such play? Linga pouted. The little maid said there were dragons in the ointment. She lied. Next time, help me teach her a lesson. Chendaza's wife frowned. The little maid? Was it Lu Ruhan who led you to this? Linga nodded emphatically yes. It was that wretched girl. Chendaza's wife felt a fire ignite within her, realizing they had been made fools of. How dare they manipulate her child? Embracing Linga, she stormed to the matriarch Chen's side. Grandmother, mother. You must stand up for me. After hearing the entire account, matriarch Chen immediately summoned Lu Ruhan. Lu Ruhan appeared, feigning surprise. How could I encourage a child to engage in such antics? I only recall that Linga splashed water on me that day and caught a chill. So I scolded him a bit. Are you blaming me for that? Chendaza's wife felt her face flush with rage, wishing to tear off Lu Ruhan's hypocritical facade. The matter seemed to dissipate as matriarch Chen offered a few words of reprimand before dismissing Lu Ruhan. That evening, Chen Daoyu learned of the incident from Chendaza's wife and confronted Lu Ruhan in her chamber, berating her fiercely. Though Chen Daoyu was not the noblest of characters, he abhorred such cunning and treacherous women. Lu Ruhan, in a fit of anger, revealed a shocking truth about Chen Daoyu. I carry your only bloodline within me. You better treat me well. Chen Daoyu narrowed his eyes. Say that again. It's the matter from last time with the magistrate's broken item. Don't believe me? Go find a doctor. Chen Daoyu bolted out of the inn, determined to seek a physician. After consulting several, he found the same troubling results each time. No wonder he had been unable to perform in the mornings lately. He had assumed it was due to his numerous responsibilities. It turned out to be because of this. This revelation left Chen Daoyu seething, and he stormed to Zhou Huai's residence. You, Zhou Huai, I swear I will make you pay for this. Chapter 68. Zhou Huai's downfall. His mansion ransacked. In Wutong Alley, a figure clad in black hurried through the streets, the cold wind tousling his hair. He glanced sideways, narrowing his eyes, and, as expected, 3 shadowy figures emerged behind him. They swiftly surrounded him, one brandishing a long knife against his throat, yanking aside his cloak. A face, grotesquely disfigured by fire, was laid bare to the world, a sight too horrific to behold. The shadowy figures exchanged glances, then vanished into the street, leaving only an empty road beneath the blazing sun. Zhou Ping clutched a human skin mask tightly in his hand, his eyes filled with malice. Though he had survived the blaze on Fuyao Mountain, his face had been irrevocably ruined, forcing him to don this mask for survival. My lord. We have been trailing Zhou Ping for days without any unusual activity, one of the shadowy figures reported. Zhou Huai paused his writing, exhaling deeply. Zhou Ping had been with him for many years, privy to many of his secrets. Should he truly be a threat, it would spell disaster for Zhou Huai. Once the shadowy figures departed, Zhou Huai pondered the purpose of Lu Yinli's visit. After a brief moment, hunger gnawed at him, prompting him to rap on the rosewood table. Bring me some snacks. Silence was his only answer. Zhou Huai frowned. Have these servants gone deaf? At that moment, the wooden door was kicked open. A tall man stood in the doorway, brandishing a short blade, his expression fierce and his eyes glowing like lanterns. A sense of foreboding surged within Zhou Huai, and he swiftly opened the drawer, retrieving a dagger from between the books. Young Master Chen, why didn't you have someone announce your arrival? Chen Daoyu had no patience for pleasantries and strode forward with purpose. Zhou Huai's eyes widened in shock as he turned to flee, however, as a mere scholar, he was no match for the skilled Chen Daoyu. With a swift kick, Chen Daoyu sent Zhou Huai's dagger flying, then leaped onto him, ripping his trousers aside and brutally severing his manhood. Blood gushed forth, and a scream echoed throughout the magistrate's estate. Chen Daoyu's eyes flared with rage as he bellowed. Zhou Wai, consider yourself fortunate that you still hold some value to the prince, otherwise, this knife would have found your neck. Lu Inli had resided in Jincheng for 3 days, each day observing the divine maiden from a distance. He discovered that the maiden indeed did not accept any form of payment, nor did she harbor any ulterior motives. Her sole purpose was to distribute medicine and benefit the common folk. On the 4th day, a letter appeared on his desk. Upon reading it, his typically composed gaze shattered. Overtaken by a tumult of rage, he immediately summoned a courier, instructing him to hasten and deliver the letter to his most trusted senior official. Despite the tumultuous state of affairs, the court was still populated by numerous venerable ministers. After reviewing the evidence contained within the letter, they collectively condemned Zhou Wai. For Zhou Wai had committed nearly every crime imaginable, including treason. Simultaneously, the former governor of Yuzhou, Xin Rui, and the former prefect of Jincheng, Zhao Rinan, provided substantial evidence. Xin Rui scoffed, "I entrusted you with the care of Qingqing, and you dared to seduce her into pregnancy. This time, I shall ensure your demise." Zhao Rinan exhaled a heavy breath and declared, "Zhou Wai, I shall see you pay with your life for the death of my grandson." When the news reached Jincheng, Zhou Wai was still languishing in bed, incapacitated. A cold glint flickered in his eyes as he retrieved the prince's secrets amassed over the years. Did the prince intend to abandon him? Impossible. Furthermore, the incriminating evidence remained in his possession, known only to him. Initially, the prince had sent him to Fuyou Mountain to seek a hidden treasure. He had indeed found it, but had perpetually deceived the prince about his failure. However, just as his letter was dispatched, the divine maiden prophesied, "A Zhou official from the southwest has violated the national fortune of Beijing." Upon hearing this, the emperor promptly issued an order for immediate execution. This proclamation rendered the prince's plan of feigned death utterly futile. Meanwhile, Zhou Wai's letter was intercepted by Xu Jian and delivered into Gu Wei's hands. Under the moonlight, Gu Wei handed the letter to Yu Ichou, remarking softly, "The letter does not explicitly state the identity, but one can deduce with near certainty that it is from the Eastern Palace's prince." After reading the letter, Yu Ichou's eyes turned crimson. It became evident that he had mistakenly identified a minor general, while the true adversary remained elsewhere. Nevertheless, Zhou Wai deserved death. That night, with Gu Wei's assistance, Yu Ichou infiltrated Zhou Wai's estate and personally executed him, leaving only his head behind. He also seized his family's hidden treasures. It was precisely this treasure that had drawn calamity upon the Gongxu family. Meanwhile, the plague in Beijing gradually subsided, with most afflicted individuals recovering. The divine maiden vanished overnight, leaving behind only a young celestial attendant. The attendant agreed to accompany the imperial envoy Lu Inli back to the capital, and upon hearing the news, the emperor was overjoyed, immediately bestowing upon the attendant the title of National Master of Beijing. Before departing, Yu Ichou bid farewell to Xie Ling, presenting her with the family's secret treasure and its key, speaking in an enigmatic tone, "Miss Xie, unless absolutely necessary, do not open this. It possesses the power to connect heaven and earth." Xie Ling gazed at the exquisite brocade box in her hands, solemnly nodding. On the eve of the exiled convoy's departure from Jincheng, Xie Ling utilized her extraordinary abilities to infiltrate Zhou Wai's estate, intending to empty his storeroom. After all, it would ultimately benefit Beijing, and it was better to fill her own coffers. Over the years, Zhou Wai had amassed an extraordinary fortune through collusion between officials and merchants, engaging in corruption and lawlessness. Xie Ling had meticulously scouted the storeroom prior to her arrival. Within, alongside gold and silver, lay treasures of unparalleled value, each item more precious than the last. Massive luminous pearls and translucent emeralds adorned the space. Zhou Wai, in his miserly scheming throughout his life, had likely never anticipated that he was merely weaving a bridal gown for another. Xie Ling chuckled coldly, utilizing her abilities to swiftly clear the room. The following day, before departing, Xie Ling sent a portion of the wealth to Wutong Alley. Although Yu Ichou had gone to the capital, his young nephew and uncle still resided there. Every little bit of assistance mattered. In the future, residing in the capital, the wealth of these two would prove invaluable. The weather was clear, and the location where Xie Ling had previously distributed medicine was still filled with people, eagerly awaiting the divine maiden's return. She appeared suddenly, then vanished just as abruptly, adding an air of mystery that would echo through the years, with tales of her circulating throughout the 7 kingdoms. On the green hills bordering Jincheng, the holy maiden of Xiao stood, arms crossed, gazing down upon the spot once occupied by the divine maiden, her azure eyes cold and devoid of emotion. She mused. Her timing for disappearance was impeccable. The black serpent, once languidly flicking its tongue, suddenly raised its upper body, its green eyes filled with hostility. Just then, the exiled convoy passed by. Jiang Shui sat outside the Gu family carriage, delicately grasping the reins, the sunlight casting a gentle glow upon his exquisite features, slender as snow. Jiang Shui and Xinyu exchanged glances through the layers of leaves, their azure eyes mirroring one another, with Jiang Shui's gaze even more pure, reminiscent of a sky washed clean after rain, bright and translucent. In that moment, Xinyu's pupils dilated, her complexion pale, fists clenched tightly. Chapter 69, Floods. The Song family has vanished. Why does that person have blue eyes too? Did the national master not claim I was the sole heir of the divine lineage? Xinyu exclaimed, her azure eyes roiling with tumultuous waves. The black serpent's eyes narrowed into a straight line, its two small horns standing erect. After a brief moment, as Jiang Shui had already distanced himself, the serpent's hostility dissipated. Xinyu, feeling anxious, sighed in relief upon hearing Mo's investigative findings. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence. Perhaps she had misjudged. Regardless, the divine maiden had vanished, and her 15th birthday was swiftly approaching. She had already endured her tribulations. The annual Divine Court Festival was imminent, and she needed to return promptly. Xinyu turned, stepping onto the carriage as the chaotic beast sped away like the wind, quickly disappearing among the scattered woodlands. On the official road below the mountain, the snow serpent clung tightly to Jiang Shui's wrist, only daring to breathe once the familiar aura faded, cautiously peeking out. Jiang Shui noticed and swiftly pressed its head back down. They may fear you. Hide well. The snow serpent flicked its tongue vigorously, chattering with Jiang Shui. Hearing this, Jiang Shui's gaze gradually turned cold. The heir of the Tianshan lineage was him. Who was that girl? He could guarantee he had never seen her in Tianshan. Furthermore, from the fleeting glint of killing intent in her eyes, he sensed something ominous. What secrets lay hidden within Tianshan? Jiang Shui gazed at the sanctioned flower totem on his wrist, for the first time questioning the lineage that had nurtured him. Was their history truly the veritable truth? Why bestow upon them unparalleled beauty and exquisite jade bones, yet render them physically frail and susceptible to bullying? Why was there only one heir in each generation of the Jade Bone clan, and why were the secret techniques of inheritance so convoluted? Suddenly, dark clouds began to swirl ominously in the sky, and before one could react, torrential raindrops began to pelt the carriage roof, producing a dull thud that interrupted Jiang Shui's reverie. A chubby little hand reached out from the side, shielding Jiang Shui's head from the slanted rain. Guli took the reins and declared loudly, "Brother Jiang Shui, let me help you." Jiang Shui nodded, casually pulling Ruru back into the carriage, fearful she might fall. Such simple warmth had not graced him since he was taken from Tianshan by the disciples of the Medicine God Valley. How many years had it been? He had forgotten. Lu Wuji and his sister had been stealthily trailing behind the exiled procession. Lu Wuji was fervently seeking an opportunity to converse with Xie Ling. At that moment, this was the sole hope for healing the legs of the imperial uncle, and he was resolute in his determination not to abandon it. Inside the Gu family's carriage, Xu Jian remarked that they were being closely followed. Gu Wei's gaze pierced through the sheets of rain, fixating on the last carriage in the exiled convoy. Xie Ling furrowed her brow and lifted the curtain to peer outside. Were they being pursued? Gu Wei shook his head, explaining that the second prince had not entirely been repelled, and the crown prince was currently preoccupied, unable to attend to this side of matters. Confusion filled Xie Ling's eyes. It was indeed peculiar. The Gu family's original carriage was overcrowded, causing concern that the horses might not endure the weight. Hence, Pei Shi took the initiative to purchase a smaller carriage solely for the couple, with the primary aim of fostering their relationship. Before the purchase, Pei Shi discreetly slipped a sum of money to the leading official, ensuring that the officers turned a blind eye. In such distant realms from the emperor, who still adhered to many regulations, silver coins were the true law. At present, Gu Wei was driving the horses while Xie Ling sat at the edge of the carriage, holding up an umbrella for him. Naturally, it was a modern foldable umbrella from her space. With such heavy rain, an ancient oiled paper umbrella would likely collapse immediately. The preceding fortnight had been devoid of a single drop of rain, but now the skies unleashed torrents that had fallen relentlessly for several days. Puddles had already formed, reaching up to their ankles, and every step soaked their legs. The sky was as dark as ink, and the oppressive atmosphere weighed heavily on everyone, leaving them in uncertainty about when the rain would cease. With a thunderous roar, lightning streaked across the horizon, illuminating everything in a stark white. Xie Ling strained her eyes to the distance, and suddenly her pupils constricted. A colossal wave, capable of overturning the heavens and earth, surged towards them, resembling the gaping maw of a monstrous beast, instantly swallowing all the trees in its wake. Upon closer inspection, countless remnants of walls and pale corpses were visible. A flood had indeed occurred. Xie Ling felt a lump form in her throat, nearly choking on her words in her urgency. As someone who had emerged from the apocalypse, she understood all too well how insignificant humanity was in the face of natural disasters. She forcefully shoved Gu Wei, alerting him to the impending flood. Then, she retrieved a loudspeaker and flashlight from her space, the bright beam illuminating several hundred meters, perfectly highlighting the churned white waves. Her voice tore through the air via the loudspeaker. A flood is coming. Quickly find floating debris to hold on to. Hurry. As she spoke, she tossed dozens of foam boards onto the ground, also hurling several pieces onto the Pei family's carriage. There was no time to spare. The thunder rumbled ominously. And in an instant, the colossal wave engulfed everyone. All the carriages and supplies were swept away. In that moment of submersion, Xie Ling floated up on a foam board. Gu Wei also clutched a piece of foam board, and the two of them struggled to stay close amidst the turbulent waters. They immediately scanned the surroundings, searching for their family. Thanks to Xie Ling's urgent shout and the foam boards tossed into the water, several people began to surface. Xie Ling disregarded her dislike for certain individuals in such a critical moment. She only hoped that those families on good terms with the Gu family could grab hold of the foam boards. The exiled convicts were fortunate, as the ground beneath them was relatively elevated. After the flood hit, the water dispersed, resulting in a shallower depth. However, for those unable to swim, it remained a deadly challenge. Amidst the vast expanse of water, Xie Ling quickly spotted Pei Shi. She was grasping a foam board, cradling Ru Jia in her arms. Her eyes filled with urgency as she shouted, Linger! Shijin! Where are you? Gu Wei called back loudly, Mother, we are over here. Pei Shi swam over, her face lighting up with relief. Having grown up by the clear river, she was naturally adept in the water, even managing to pull along Ru Jia with ease. After reuniting, they continued their search for Qiu Yu and the others. During this time, they also discovered the struggling rolling figure in the water. Xie Ling promptly retrieved an inflatable boat from her space, and they all helped each other aboard. However, rolling was too heavy, continuing to paddle desperately while searching for others. The sky was dark, and the inflatable boat was black. Every household was anxiously seeking their loved ones, and no one noticed them. The inflatable boat was markedly more stable than the foam boards, with a small motor installed at the bottom, allowing for swift movement. Xie Ling navigated the steering wheel, circling several times before finally spotting Qiu Yu beneath a tree branch. She called out to Qiu Yu and the others to jump down. Jiang Shui, Li Ger. And Qiu Yu all leapt off one by one. Pei Shi scanned the group, then screamed, Where is Yao Yang? Didn't Yao Yang come with you? Yao was the given name of Songshi. Li Ger's face turned pale in an instant. Mother, didn't my sister-in-law come with you? Songshi had vanished, pregnant for 7 months. In a heartbeat, the hearts of everyone sank to the depths of despair. Chapter 70. Searching for Songshi. The sky darkened. The wind howled like the roar of a ferocious beast, and the waves surged violently. The water surface was littered with scattered clothing and grains of wheat, and sporadic cries began to emerge. In such a somber atmosphere, Pei Shi could no longer contain herself and broke into tears, covering her face, her shoulders trembling. How can I face Yao Yang? She's just a young girl, forced to accompany our family into exile. How can I face Yuner? She is his only flesh and blood. Gu Wei's expression darkened, and while patting Pei Shi's back, he comforted her. Mother, it is not your fault. Trust me, I will surely find my sister-in-law. As he spoke, he removed his outer robe and said to Xie Ling, Please assist by rowing the boat and searching for any sign of my sister-in-law. I will dive into the water to look. Xie Ling grasped his sleeve, her tone resolute. I will go. You stay on the boat to protect them. With that, Xie Ling produced several flotation vests from her space, placed them on the boat, and ordered them to wear them before leaping into the water. Gu Wei's brows furrowed tightly, and he did not even manage to grasp a corner of Xie Ling's clothing, his gaze filled with anxiety. Beside him, Jiang Shui urged, "Go help Xie Ling. I will keep watch here." Gu Wei, unable to shake his concern for Xie Ling alone, nodded and jumped into the water as well. The water in this area was not very deep, and Gu Wei, being tall, found the water level only at his armpits. His eyes were filled with urgency as he began to swim. He called out Xie Ling's name repeatedly, but it was as if she had vanished without a trace. Not a shadow to be seen. As he swam, he reassured himself, Xie Ling is capable. She will be fine. Meanwhile, Xie Ling utilized her wind manipulation abilities to scan the water within 100 miles. She was astonished to discover the severity of the flood. Dozens of nearby villages had suffered calamity, submerged in a vast ocean. As far as the eye could see, there were only rolling waves, and the flood was still raging, leaving no indication of its true extent. Master, the nearby region is Xiangzhou, the largest city in the southwest. A great river, the Xiangjiang, runs through it. This flood was caused by the river overflowing its banks. 0188 chimed in with a childish voice. Xie Ling's gaze turned icy as she looked toward the distant mountains and rivers. Xiangzhou, being closest to the Xiangjiang, must have already faced devastation. She could only wonder how many lives had been lost. Along her journey, Xie Ling had witnessed countless separations and deaths, the drowned children. Fathers and daughters torn apart by the floodwaters, mothers lifting their children only to drown themselves in the deluge, a scene of human purgatory. Xie Ling silently reminded herself that she was not a savior, resolutely casting aside those haunting images from her mind. Troubled by the possibility of the worst outcome, she felt a heavy weight in her heart. She retrieved her diving gear from her spatial pocket, donned it, and equipped herself with a waterproof flashlight before plunging into the depths below. The water here was quite profound, measuring around 5 to 6 meters. As she descended, she found herself in a submerged village. Houses of various sizes and cowsheds had all been swept away. Fragments of tiles, tables, chairs, pots, and various other items floated aimlessly in the murky water, rendering visibility nearly impossible. The crops in the fields lay scattered, and trees had been severed at their trunks. After thoroughly searching the nearby underwater terrain, she still failed to catch a glimpse of Songshur. Suddenly, she emerged from the water, removed her goggles, and gazed at the lifeless bodies drifting around her. Just then, she spotted a pregnant woman floating face down, her rounded belly and clothing resembling what Songshur had worn. Xie Ling's heart tightened painfully. She swam over slowly and turned the body over. The features had become pale and swollen from submersion. However, to her relief, it was not Songshur. Xie Ling let out a deep breath, her gaze shifting towards the nearby green hills. The terrain of Xiangzhou was relatively flat. With few rolling hills, this small green hill was the only one in the vicinity, its foot submerged, revealing half of its peak. With no signs of life above or below the water, there was a chance that someone had been rescued. Xie Ling shed her diving gear and swiftly used her wind-based abilities to reach the hill's base. There were numerous survivors atop the hill, and many others were climbing upwards. Transforming into gusts of wind, she circumnavigated the entire mountain. While she found no trace of Songshur, she did encounter a familiar figure, Gu Xiyu, a member of the Gu family's collateral line. She lay unconscious, her sheer garment clinging to her form, accentuating her curves. Beside her stood a tall man, both soaked to the bone, likely having rescued her. The man displayed a semblance of gallantry, draping his outer coat over Gu Xiyu to shield her delicate silhouette. Xie Ling cast a quick glance and moved on. Though the man seemed honorable, his intentions in saving Gu Xiyu were undoubtedly not pure. Xie Ling could see it in his eyes, the gaze of a hunter fixated on prey. She recalled Gu Yunshu's previous words about her being the princess' possession, which added a layer of intrigue. Not dwelling on it further, Xie Ling continued her search for Songshur. Her intuition strongly suggested that Songshur was likely on this very mountain. This time, she meticulously checked even the most concealed caves and thickets. At last, she noticed something unusual at the entrance of a cave. Revealing herself, she approached. From a distance, she spotted a flicker of firelight, where a girl in pink was crouched beside a fire, adding kindling and placing a water pouch atop the flames as they blazed. Lu Linglong? It was indeed her. Linglong? Has the fire caught? A male voice resonated from within the cave. Lu Linglong replied loudly, "It has ignited. The hot water is boiling. I'm preparing for the royal cuts." Upon hearing this, Lu Linglong lifted her head and, upon seeing Xie Ling, rushed over with delight. seizing her sleeve and pulling her into the cave. Xie Ling, this is wonderful. Hurry, you know medicine. Help deliver my sister-in-law's baby. Sister-in-law? Xie Ling had no time to ponder why the Lu siblings were here. She hurried over in haste. Indeed, she found Songshi lying on the ground. Lu Wuji, upon spotting Xie Ling, wasted no time in clearing a space for her. Please take a look, we are at a loss. Xie Ling crouched down. Songshi was already semi-conscious. The Lu siblings had been quite attentive, laying down layers of dry grass and even removing their outer garments to provide her with a makeshift cushion. Xie Ling silently noted their kindness and called out to Songshi. Sister-in-law, it's me, Xie Ling. Do not be afraid. Songshi trembled as she opened her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. In a faint voice, she murmured, with you here, I feel at ease. I must thank those siblings. Xie Ling nodded, glancing beneath Songshi, confirming that her water had indeed broken. At merely 7 months, this was a preterm birth. Xie Ling quickly retrieved a century-old ginseng from her spatial pocket and placed it in Songshi's mouth to stabilize her condition. Her gaze turned calm as she swiftly assessed the situation. Given Songshi's advanced pregnancy and the size of the fetus, along with her lack of strength, a cesarean section was imperative to deliver the child. A cesarean was a major surgery that required sterile conditions, yet the current environment was far from suitable. Just then, a deep voice echoed from outside the cave. Xie Ling, are you inside? It was Gu Wei. Gu Wei had arrived, soaked to the skin and with a pale complexion. He stood at the cave's entrance. Lu Wuji responded, yes, both she and your sister-in-law are inside. Gu Wei exhaled a long breath. He had been swimming for several hours, nearly exhausted, but thankfully he had found Xie Ling and his sister-in-law was safe. However, before he could settle in, a figure suddenly bolted from the cave. Xie Ling pushed Gu Wei against the wall and fervently kissed him. Their lips met, tongues entwined, the air filled with the sweet scent of youth. Gu Wei's eyes widened in surprise, confusion etched across his face. Lu Wuji and Lu Linglong stood nearby, equally astonished. This couple's affection was quite remarkable. They were kissing upon their first encounter. Chapter 71. The pharmacy upgrades again. Xie Ling had yet to decipher the criteria and thresholds needed for her spatial upgrades. It seemed that once a critical point was reached, no amount of intimacy would suffice. Despite sharing a bed with Gu Wei every night since the weaponry store's emergence, there had been no change in her space. Only when their kiss became breathless did Xie Ling finally release Gu Wei. Without uttering a word, she turned and rushed to Songshi's side. Closing her eyes, she intently sensed the fluctuations within her space. A small insect happened to be nearby, and she swiftly captured it, bringing it into the pharmacy. In the next moment, Xie Ling found herself in the pharmacy, gazing at the creature resting in her palm. A surge of excitement coursed through her as she breathed heavily. The pharmacy had upgraded, allowing for the introduction of living creatures. She immediately exited her spatial pocket and called out, "You three, guard the cave entrance and prevent anyone from entering." The trio obediently moved to the entrance. Gu Wei, lost in thought, felt a warmth creeping into his cheeks. Was his beloved yearning for him so much that she would abandon even her sister-in-law to kiss him first? What to do about such clinginess? Yet, he found himself relishing it. The more he pondered, the warmer his heart felt, his pulse quickening as if ignited by flames. He cleared his throat to quell the stirring within. Meanwhile, Xie Ling had already brought Songshi into the pharmacy. The facility contained a sterile surgical room, and Xie Ling swiftly donned surgical attire, putting on rubber gloves and preparing the necessary instruments. 0188, she urged anxiously. The anesthetic is in the leftmost drawer, and the gauze is in the 5th compartment of the 3rd row. After administering general anesthesia to Songshi, she hurriedly wheeled her into the surgical room. The bright white lights flickered to life, illuminating the sterile silence where one could hear the faintest sound of flesh being separated. An hour later, a healthy baby was born, and both mother and child were safe. There was no excessive bleeding, nor did any complications arise. Xie Ling let out a sigh of relief as she placed the newborn into a pre-prepared incubator. The young girl was a preemie diminutive in stature, yet her features were distinctly defined, unlike the wrinkled infants she had previously encountered. The effects of the anesthesia administered by the Song family had not yet worn off, and she remained in a deep slumber. Xie Ling retrieved a tarpaulin from the storage room and stepped out of the space. Indeed, Lu Wuji and his companions were dutifully standing outside, refraining from peering inside. Xie Ling draped the tarpaulin across the rocks flanking the cave entrance, concealing the scene within and feigning that the Song family was inside. The situation involving Song and the infant required careful nurturing within her space. After a couple of hours of heightened tension, Xie Ling's cool visage bore traces of fatigue. As she approached, Gu Wei enveloped her in an embrace, his gaze filled with concern. Why did it take so long? Are you exhausted? How's my sister-in-law? Xie Ling nodded, assuring him that both mother and child were safe. Gu Wei exhaled in relief. Turning to Lu Wuji, Xie Ling inquired, "Young Master Lu, may I request that you allow my family to use this cave? My sister-in-law is currently unable to move. I will find another cave for you and your sister, and you shall not be at a disadvantage." Lu Wuji nodded in agreement. Of course, but I suspect that the nearby caves are already occupied. If you don't mind. My sister and I would be grateful to stay with you for a few days. Rest assured, we will not be a burden. Very well. We will not stay without compensation. I noticed you lack supplies. Allow me to cover your meals for the next few days. Gu Wei waited for Xie Ling to finish speaking before bowing deeply to Lu Wuji and his sister, expressing gratitude for saving his sister-in-law's life. Gu Wei would forever remember this kindness. Xie Ling rubbed her temples, overwhelmed by the surgery. She had almost forgotten to thank them. Without their benevolence, Song might have faced a tragic fate. Lu Wuji waved his hand dismissively. It was but a small act. His gaze lingered on Xie Ling with a complex expression, his lips moving as if he wished to say something. Perceiving Lu Wuji's unspoken thoughts, Xie Ling directly urged, "Young Master Lu, please speak your mind. I will assist you to the best of my abilities." Lu Wuji and Lu Linglong exchanged glances, both surprised by the other's expression. Lu Linglong eagerly exclaimed, "Miss Xie, we wish for your assistance in examining my royal uncle's ailment." The mention of royal uncle caused Gu Wei's brow to arch slightly. Lu Wuji quickly interjected. It refers to a family member who, years ago, suffered a leg amputation due to certain circumstances and has since lived in a wheelchair. Since then, he has fallen into despair, and as his younger kin, we cannot bear to see him in such a state. Xie Ling nodded thoughtfully. How many years has it been? Approximately 15 years, Lu Wuji replied. Xie Ling supported her chin with one hand, her mind racing through the cases of leg amputations she had encountered. The hearts of Lu Wuji and Lu Linglong raced with anticipation, filled with anxiety. Could the royal uncle's leg be healed? After a moment, Xie Ling returned to the present. Though the duration is lengthy, there is still a possibility for recovery. When I have the time, I will accompany you to assess the situation. Lu Linglong leapt with excitement, squealing, "Ah, this is wonderful." Even the usually stoic Lu Wuji wore a face of delight as he bowed to Xie Ling, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, miss. Regardless of the outcome, I shall prepare a grand token of appreciation." Xie Ling helped him to his feet. "You saved my sister-in-law's life. It is only right." Upon hearing Lu Wuji mention the leg-amputated uncle, Gu Wei's gaze turned contemplative. He decided to have Xu Jian investigate further, pondering if his suspicions were correct. Suddenly, Gu Wei's eyes widened. Wait, did Xu Jian run off? He was preoccupied with finding Xie Ling and did not consider this matter. I seem to recall that Xu Jian cannot swim. Meanwhile, high in a tree, Xu Jian clutched his sword, gazing anxiously at the turbulent waters below. Another wave crashed against the tree, causing it to sway precariously. Terrified, he tightened his grip on the sword. "Master, I cannot swim. Please come to rescue me." On the mountain, Lu Wuji and his sister stood guard at the cave while Xie Ling and Gu Wei prepared to descend and retrieve the Pei family. The flood's end was uncertain, and the mountain was the optimal sanctuary. Chapter 72, Truly Shameless. The water level rose rapidly. Within just a few hours, it had reached halfway up the mountainside. The scene above was densely packed with people, and there was hardly any available cave left. At the point where the hillside met the flood, numerous individuals had gathered. As the two approached, a middle-aged man rushed over, inquiring if they wished to rent a boat, requiring a deposit of 10 pounds of flour and a rental fee of 2 pounds. Before Xie Ling could respond, an elderly woman hurried over, attempting to claim the business for herself. "Good and Yang, these are my customers. They have yet to agree, so how can they be yours? Young lady, come to my place. I only require 1.5 pounds of flour." Xie Ling quickly shook her head. "We do not need a boat." She then lowered her gaze to the rudimentary wooden boat beside the man, crafted from freshly felled trees, its workmanship crude, leaving her uncertain of its buoyancy. Indeed, where there are people, there is commerce. These individuals were astute in their dealings. The woman continued to press Xie Ling to rent a boat, but she swiftly pulled Gu Wei away, seeking a secluded spot where she retrieved a small wooden boat from her space. This small vessel was far more elegant and nimble than the two offered by the sellers. In the distance, they spotted the Pei family, but a circle of individuals surrounded them, appearing to seek trouble. Frowning, the two paddled quickly toward them. Jiang Shui held a makeshift wooden stick, confronting the group. The men were burly, wielding machetes, their lips flapping as they exchanged derisive remarks. With a cold laugh, Jiang Shui unleashed her jade serpent, which transformed into a sharp sword that flew toward one man's neck. He glared in shock as blood gushed forth, and he fell lifelessly. Gu Wei unsheathed his flexible sword, leaping onto the water's surface to join Jiang Shui in battle. Xie Ling inquired about the situation. Gu Li, indignant, replied, "They set their sights on our boat and threatened to kill us." Upon hearing Gu Li's words, Gu Wei no longer held back. His sword danced through the air. A flurry of crimson light. Minutes later, the assailants lay slain. Gu Wei's expression was icy as he kicked their bodies into the swirling floodwaters. After dispatching the group, Xie Ling scanned the surroundings, asking, "Where is Gun Gun?" No sooner had she spoken than Gun Gun swam towards them, carrying a boy of about 10 and a fluffy puppy on its back. Xie Ling pinched its ear, asking, "What happened?" "You shouldn't wander off. There were bad people just now." Gun Gun woofed apologetically, "Master, I was wrong. But this human actually understands my words and can even comprehend what this little puppy says." I was drawn to his cries for help. Xie Ling gazed in astonishment. It appeared that this era had individuals who understood animal speech. Yet, she could not ascertain the boy's background. It would be unwise to take him along, lest they inadvertently lead trouble to their doorstep. Thus, she turned her attention to the boy. "We cannot take you with us. We can only escort you to the mountain, and you must find your own way." The boy's eyes sparkled with clarity, reminiscent of untainted spring water, pure and innocent. He tilted his head, carefully deciphering Xie Ling's words before nodding, responding in an unclear manner. "All right, I will go to the mountain. Thank you. My aunt is there." Xie Ling could not comprehend his words, but chose not to delve deeper. With blood staining the surroundings, she hurriedly set the boat in motion. Beneath the calamity of nature, the degradation of morality has begun to reveal its ominous signs. As one who has emerged from the apocalypse, Xie Ling possesses a profound understanding of human nature. Until the flood is resolved, humanity will descend further into chaos, losing all semblance of decency. Gu Wei, recalling the sword and the book, let out a melodious chirp akin to an insect's call. Not far off, a tree echoed the same urgent sound, each note rising above the last. Gu Wei instructed Xie Ling to steer the boat closer. From the tree, a man clad entirely in black leapt down. Upon seeing the crowd, he appeared somewhat bashful, cautiously crouching in the corner of the boat. Gu Wei introduced him as one of his subordinates. The socially anxious Xu Jian blushed profusely, greeting the Gu family in a hushed tone. The airboat was utterly conspicuous, prompting Xie Ling to retrieve a wooden boat from her spatial storage. The family divided into two groups, boarding the wooden vessel and paddling towards the verdant hills. Peisher anxiously inquired, "Have you found Yan Yang? How is she?" Her heart raced, fearing the worst. Xie Ling quickly reassured her, "Yan Yang is well. Mother and daughter are safe." Peisher's eyes widened in disbelief. "Safe? She gave birth?" Xie Ling nodded. "But it's only been 7 months. How could the child possibly survive?" Just as the words left her lips, the wooden boat reached the shore. The banks were teeming with people, a cacophony of voices rising in tumult. As soon as they docked, Xu Jian hastily disembarked and vanished into the thicket with remarkable agility. Peisher and the others exchanged puzzled glances. Gu Wei rubbed his nose, feeling embarrassed. This was the first time Xu Jian, as a secret guard, had encountered such a large gathering in an official capacity, leaving him quite apprehensive. Beside him, a rotund figure lowered his head, placing a small boy on the ground. The boy turned, wrapped his arms around the rotund figure's neck, and nuzzled him affectionately. He then stammered a thank you to the Gu family before disappearing into the underbrush with his puppy. The family sought a secluded spot to dock, cleverly shielding themselves from prying eyes so that Xie Ling could store the wooden boat away. As they ascended the hillside, they spotted a familiar group, other families from the exiled contingent. All the supply carts of each household had been swept away by the flood. Yet due to the foam boards discarded by Xie Ling, they had managed to stay relatively safe. Xie Ling's gaze swept over the 4 families allied with the Gu family. Fortunately, none of them had suffered significant losses. Those foam boards had not been wasted after all. However, it was disheartening to note that not a single member of the Gu family's collateral line was present. Aside from Gu Xiu, could it be that all others had perished? At that moment, a woman with long, disheveled hair resembling a vengeful specter lunged at Xie Ling, her eyes ablaze with fury. You wretched creature. It's all your fault. Why didn't you throw more of those whiteboards? Would my son have died otherwise? Her voice was a piercing shriek, akin to tearing fabric, grating painfully on the ears. Before she could reach Xie Ling, Gu Wei delivered a forceful kick, sending her crashing to the ground. Xie Ling narrowed her eyes, regarding the woman sprawled on the earth. This was the young wife of the Wang family. She couldn't help but feel amused, had it not been for the dire circumstances. She would have refrained from carelessly discarding foam boards to prevent them from falling into the hands of such fools. And now, to have the audacity to blame her? Folding her arms defiantly, she retorted, "Are you afflicted with brain damage or simply a fool? If you were poorly reincarnated, perhaps you should return to your mother's womb for a reset." With that, she delivered several kicks to the woman. Xie Ling would not allow herself to be wronged. The woman, undeterred even in her fallen state, continued to wail, her eyes bulging like lanterns, fixated on Xie Ling. Gu Wei, his patience waning, delivered another powerful kick, nearly breaking several of her ribs. His voice was frigid. "If you continue to speak nonsense, believe me, I will send you to accompany your son right now." Members of the Wang family hurried forward to drag the deranged woman away. Yet, none offered an apology to Xie Ling. The Li Lu and Chen families observed the Gu family's well-being with a mix of envy and complex emotions, whispering among themselves. The Gu family has survived intact save for that eldest daughter-in-law. With those whiteboards, do you comprehend anything? Truly selfish. If they had thrown more boards, my Xie and Jia wouldn't have perished. Xie Ling's cold gaze swept over the gossiping women. Her voice sharp. "The foam boards I discarded were not for your benefit, but for those allied with the Gu family. What right do you have to bark at me? Do you truly think I wished to save you?" The elderly matriarch Chen, despite her disheveled appearance, could not resist posturing, pointing an accusatory finger at Xie Ling. "You ungrateful wretch. If you had those whiteboards, why didn't you throw more? Only caring for yourself, your heart must be as black as coal." Lu Ruhan chimed in. "Truly selfish." The Gu family was incensed. How dare they? Not only were they ungrateful, but they also dared to blame Xie Ling. Why should she be obligated to save them? The members of the Su, Wu, Gao, and Shi families rallied behind Xie Ling, standing firm against the accusatory families. Gao Wanhua, with her fiery temper, could no longer contain herself. "You shameless old hag. What obligation does Xie Ling have to rescue you? Stop spewing nonsense as if you fell into a cesspool when the flood came." Elderly Qin, nearly apoplectic, stumbled backward, attempting to summon her servants, only to realize that none remained. They had all perished in the flood. The Qin family's descendants were in disarray, some aiding the fallen while others cursed in anger. Qin Daoyu bellowed silence. "I'm already irritated, and your noise does nothing but exacerbate the situation." No one heeded his call. They continued to squawk, venting their grievances. Gu Wei's sword gleamed ominously, and in an instant, a deep gash appeared across the face of the loudest matron from the Lu family, blood oozing down to the bone. Her shriek echoed like a slaughtered pig, and she collapsed to the ground. Gu Wei's eyes burned with murderous intent as he threatened. "Do you believe I won't eliminate you all?" It was only then that the crowd comprehended who they were dealing with: Gu Wei, the merciless killer on the battlefield. They promptly fell silent, trembling in fear. Ignoring them, Qin Daoyu ascended the mountain and the others hastily followed. At that moment, the officials arrived. Having just occupied the mountain caves, observing the chaotic atmosphere, the lead officer, Shin, inquired, "What has happened here?" "I instructed my subordinates to secure 3 caves. It should be sufficient for our needs." Turning his gaze towards the Gu family, he added, "We owe our survival to you, Xie Ling. Without your foam boards, we would have suffered total annihilation." Shin's words were sincere. The exiles were mostly aristocrats, few of whom could swim. Without Xie Ling's foam boards, the survivors could be counted on one hand. Pei scoffed, "Yet some individuals remain ungrateful." Shin frowned, seeking clarification. Shi Shaoxian quickly recounted the entire ordeal in rapid succession. Shin and the 2 accompanying officials listened in astonishment. What kind of people are these? They had just assisted those families in securing caves. Would they now blame them for not being adequate? Hastily, Xin reassured Xie Ling, do not stoop to their level. I have reserved a separate cave for your family. Come with me. Xie Ling shook her head, expressing her gratitude to Xin. However, my family already has a cave. Please allocate that one to the 4 families allied with us. Xin nodded, very well. Su Xingji and the others quickly expressed their gratitude to Xie Ling. 2 groups of individuals ascended the mountain, only to discover upon reaching the cave entrance that the lair claimed by Xin, the leader. For the Gu family was situated right beside that of Lu Wuji and his companions. It seemed to be a stroke of fate. Chapter 73. Spicy Rabbit Meat. A temptation to others. Regrettably, the 2 additional caves occupied by Xin were also in close proximity to the Gu family's dwelling. At that moment, a cacophony of voices erupted from that direction. Xin intended for himself and his subordinates to reside in the smaller cave, while offering the slightly larger one to the remaining 4 households. As anticipated, the Qin family voiced their disdain for the cave, declaring it too filthy and cramped. The Wang family, casting a glance at the cave designated for the Su family, insisted that it was superior, expressing a desire to relocate there. Xin was incensed. With so many people on the mountain, he and his brothers had exerted considerable effort to secure these few caves. These families were like a persistent thorn, continuing to complain. He unsheathed his long knife, commanding fiercely, if you don't want to stay, then scram down to the foot of the mountain. At this, they finally quieted down. Xin, disinterested in further exchanges, turned to organize the cave with his brothers. Meanwhile, Lu Wuji and his siblings had already cleaned and arranged their cave, laying down thick layers of dry grass and using several large banana leaves to partition the space into separate rooms. Upon entering, Pei inquired, Linger, where is Yang Yang? Xie Ling replied, she's at the very back, Grandma, please wait a moment before entering. I'll show you once the foul air has dissipated. Pei, understanding and appreciative, nodded, thank you. You truly are a blessing to our Gu family. Gu Weijiangshu and several other male members had gone to procure water and scout for food on the mountain. Seizing the opportunity, Xie Ling took Rolling into her space, eager to test whether living beings could enter areas outside the medicinal store. Upon entry, Rolling's eyes widened in astonishment, emitting a series of excited cries. Xie Ling instructed 0188 to keep an eye on Rolling and approached Song's bedside, administering a dose of medicine that would induce a mild stupor. It posed no harm to her body, but would allow her to sleep, while also administering some glucose to replenish her strength. The infant, having spent a considerable time in the incubator, appeared more vibrant, her dark, grape-like eyes sparkling as she gazed at Xie Ling, reaching out with her tiny hands, utterly adorable. Xie Ling bathed her and prepared formula specifically for premature infants, feeding her with care. The child was exceptionally well-behaved, not crying or fussing, her little mouth smacking contentedly, melting even the hearts of those who were not particularly fond of children. Thankfully, during the apocalypse, she had raided numerous supermarkets, so her space was well-stocked. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss for what to feed the infant. After tending to the mother and daughter, Xie Ling summoned Rolling, hoping to take it outside. However, upon exiting, she realized Rolling remained in the medicinal store. She had anticipated that the space would not upgrade so swiftly. After ejecting Rolling from her space, Xie Ling made her way up the mountain. The Gu family supplies had all been washed away, returning them to square one. She gathered a few peaches, some bunches of grapes, and produced 4 large bags of white rice as she emerged from her space. Outside the cave, a multitude of unfamiliar faces lingered, likely locals searching for shelter. Upon noticing the cave had been occupied, they sighed and continued their search for alternative dwellings. Shi Shaoxuan's eyes sparkled as he exclaimed, Sister Xie Ling, where did you find such large fruits? What kind of land can yield such splendid produce? The Shi family had been farmers for generations, adept at cultivation. Xie Ling fabricated an excuse, claiming she had purchased them in Jin City and then distributed a bag of rice to each of the 4 families. Everyone was taken aback, receiving her generosity with sincere gratitude. Shi Shaoxian's remarks sparked a thought in Xie Ling. She could not endlessly provide supplies to them, as teaching them to fish was far more beneficial than merely giving them fish. With the flood's aftermath uncertain, perhaps she could provide them with seeds for cultivation. Gu Wei and the others returned, carrying several wild rabbits. The Wu family, seasoned in survival, had extensive experience in the wilderness. Wu Daqiang dug a pit, revealing underground water. And after mashing elm bark and cottonwood leaves into the water, it became clear within a short span of time. The Lu Wuji siblings, feeling guilty for merely standing idly, joined in to gather firewood and branches. Yunyang and Su's mother hurried over, taking the rabbits and swiftly preparing the ingredients. Both women were already skilled in cooking, and under Xie Ling's guidance, had learned even more culinary techniques, making their dishes even more delectable, almost surpassing Xie Ling's own. Xie Ling joined in to assist with the rabbits, retrieving various seasonings from her space, determined not to waste such tender meat. As evening fell, everyone savored the deliciously spicy rabbit meat, so delectable that it seemed as if their tongues would swallow it whole. The enticing aroma wafted over to the Chen family, igniting a fierce craving that left them salivating and restless. Lacking survival experience, they had merely foraged a few wild fruits and had not even had a sip of clean water. At this moment, a young man from the neighboring cave approached, carrying a small bag of rice. He inquired, "Could we purchase a bowl of meat from you? I can trade it for rice." All eyes turned to Xie Ling. Unbeknownst to them, they had unconsciously regarded her as their leader. Xie Ling shook her head. "We have no need for rice. You may leave." With only 5 small rabbits, they barely had enough for themselves. The man, his expression one of disappointment, departed. After dinner, Xie Ling retrieved seeds for lettuce and cherry radishes to give to the Xie family, encouraging them to try their hand at gardening. She also prepared a bottle of growth hormone, instructing Xie Shaowen to apply 2 drops daily. Lettuce and cherry radishes typically matured rapidly, and with the addition of the growth hormone, they would likely be ready in 5 to 6 days. Should the Xie family succeed in their cultivation, she would provide them with additional seeds. As night fell and dinner concluded, rain began to pour once more. The dense curtain of rain blurred the line between heaven and earth. Even at the mountaintop, the tumultuous roar of floodwaters could be heard from the foot of the mountain. Inside the cave, Xie Ling laid down thick moisture-proof mats and unfurled sleeping bags, allowing the family to drift into a peaceful slumber. Conversely, the neighboring cave was far less fortunate. The 3 children who had accidentally crushed the fragrant grass began to exhibit high fevers, rambling incoherently, their bodies burning with heat. The 3 families were thrown into disarray, restless and unable to sleep throughout the night.